Title: The goddess brings her child to his doorstep, awakening the super dad system. 3 years prior, Lin Chen unexpectedly found himself entangled with the stunning campus belle, Xu Mengyao. One day, 3 years later, Xu Mengyao arrived at his door with a little girl just over 2 years old. "Cici, call him Daddy." At that moment, an unfamiliar voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. By caring for the child, Lin Chen could swiftly enhance a myriad of his abilities. Host cooks for 1 hour, culinary experience increases by 1 year. Host accumulates 10 hours of playtime in bumper cars, driving skills elevated to master level. Host accumulates 20 hours of martial arts practice with the child, martial arts prowess upgraded to grandmaster level. The immensely affluent Xu Mengyao nestled in Lin Chen's embrace. "Darling, when will you take me to get our marriage certificate?" Lin Chen replied, "Let's go now." Chapter 1. The goddess at the door, the system awakens. Xu Mengyao. Upon seeing the beauty outside his door, Lin Chen was momentarily stunned, memories from 3 years ago flooding his mind. During his senior year, while renting a house off campus, he had met Xu Mengyao, a sophomore and the school's ice queen. After returning home, he contemplated calling the police, but the blushing Xu Mengyao unexpectedly began to disrobe. She had been drugged and prevented him from contacting the authorities. That night was surreal. Lin Chen never imagined he would be the one to receive Xu Mengyao's first time. Unfortunately, she left the next day, dropping out of school to study abroad. "Cici, come here. Call him Daddy." Xu Mengyao gestured to the little girl beside her. A cute little girl timidly approached Lin Chen. With her beautiful big eyes fixed on him, she asked, "Are you my daddy?" Lin Chen could hardly believe it, staring in shock at Xu Mengyao. She calmly explained, "I became pregnant with Cici that time. The doctors said my health was poor, and I might only be able to carry this one child, so I gave birth to her. I initially intended to raise her alone without disturbing you, but Cici wanted a father, just like other children, and I've been quite busy lately." At that moment, a strange voice resonated in Lin Chen's mind. Super dad system activated. "Host, do not doubt the little girl before you is indeed your daughter. This system will assist you in becoming an extraordinary super dad." Lin Chen felt an overwhelming joy. Suddenly, he had a super adorable daughter and had awakened the super dad system. "Xu Mengyao, please come in," Lin Chen urged. Xu Mengyao shook her head. "I won't go in. Cici is your daughter, you need not doubt this. You may conduct a paternity test, but we have no relationship. Cici, he is your daddy. Didn't you always say you want to find your daddy? Other children have daddies, and so does Cici." Xu Mengyao bent down and kissed Lin Xiaoxi. "Daddy," Lin Xiaoxi sweetly called out. That single utterance made Lin Chen's heart melt. "Ah, Xiaoxi, you are so well behaved," Lin Chen replied, feeling a bit flustered. Xu Mengyao stood up and handed him a business card. "This is my contact information. If there's anything important, call me, but please refrain from calling me for trivial matters. This suitcase contains Cici's clothes. She is a bit picky, so you'll need to put in extra effort during meal times." Lin Chen inquired, "When is Xiaoxi's birthday?" Xu Mengyao replied, "Xiaoxi's birthday is March 6th. She is just over 2 years old. You can send her to kindergarten." "Xiaoxi, you must listen to Daddy." Lin Xiaoxi nodded, responding like a little adult. "Mommy, don't be scared alone. I will stay with Daddy for a while. He must be lonely all by himself." "MHM." Xu Mengyao reluctantly departed. Lin Chen bent down to pick up Lin Xiaoxi. She resembled him greatly, and coupled with what the system had stated, there was no doubt this adorable little girl was indeed his daughter. "Daddy, I'm so happy. Other children have daddies, now I have one too," Lin Xiaoxi exclaimed with excitement. Lin Chen cradled Lin Xiaoxi with one arm, while using the other to bring the suitcase. Inside, it appeared to be quite valuable. "Daddy, your place is so small." Lin Xiaoxi looked around. Lin Chen's rental was a modest one-bedroom apartment, sufficient for one person, but it felt a bit cramped with Lin Xiaoxi added to the mix. The small living room made it difficult for Lin Xiaoxi to play. "Did you live in a large house before, Xiaoxi?" Lin Chen asked. Lin Xiaoxi nodded yes. "Mommy's house is very big, like a castle, but sometimes Mommy isn't around, and I feel unhappy with the two aunts. I like Mommy and Daddy." Lin Chen kissed Lin Xiaoxi's cheek. "Daddy likes Xiaoxi too. We'll find a bigger house in the next few days." He had been laid off last month due to poor company performance. "Daddy, why don't you live with Mommy?" Lin Xiaoxi asked curiously. Although she acted mature, she did not understand such matters. Lin Chen gently patted her little head, Xiaoxi, let me ask you something. Does mommy bring other uncles home? Having had a relationship with Xu Mengyao and now having a daughter, he naturally had certain feelings towards her. However, if she had someone else, that would be a different story. Even if she were incredibly beautiful, Lin Chen did not wish to wear the green hat. No, Lin Xiaoxi shook her head. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. It seemed there was still hope. 3 years ago, Xu Mengyao was the campus belle, and 3 years later, Lin Chen felt she was even more stunning. If he could pursue her, it would be delightful. Xiaoxi, play by yourself for a moment. Daddy will tidy up your things. Lin Chen smiled, dragging the suitcase to the bedroom. Upon opening the suitcase, Lin Chen was taken aback. Inside, there was a bag containing several bundles of cash. He counted it totaled 60,000. The bag also held a note. Lin Chen, this is your living expense for 3 months. I know you are currently unemployed, so please take good care of Cece. Once she's in kindergarten, you won't need to look after her anymore. Lin Chen pondered Xu Mengyao had indeed been considerate, fearing he would neglect Lin Xiaoxi, so she provided him with living expenses. However, Lin Chen had no intention of using the money. Lin Xiaoxi was his daughter, and it was only natural for him to care for her and raise her. He did not require Xu Mengyao's financial assistance. Soon, Lin Chen organized Lin Xiaoxi's clothes. The system's voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Host has organized the suitcase system space activated. System space is 1,000 cubic meters, capable of storing any touched items. Lin Chen was astonished. Organizing the suitcase activated the system space. 1,000 cubic meters wasn't particularly large, but it was more than sufficient. Even a typical villa might not have such an expansive internal space. Store. With a mere thought, the bag containing the cash was absorbed into the system space. In the next second, the bag was back in his hand. Retrieving and storing items was remarkably easy. Wonderful. Lin Chen was overjoyed. Even without additional benefits, the mere existence of a 1,000 cubic meter system space, if utilized wisely, could yield substantial rewards. Life is truly marvelous. After being single for 24 years, I suddenly have a lovely daughter. Lin Chen murmured to himself, filled with happiness and a hint of uncertainty. The abrupt transition to fatherhood was something he needed time to adjust to. Chapter 2. Culinary Skills and Physical Enhancements. Should I tell my parents? Lin Chen pondered. After some contemplation, he decided to keep it under wraps for now. He was still somewhat bewildered himself. Explaining his relationship with Xu Mengyao would be difficult. It was best to wait until he had adjusted before sharing the news with his parents. Cece, what dishes do you like to eat? Lin Qianqian was small and adorable, a comforting presence in Lin Chen's embrace, causing an involuntary smile to grace his face. Daddy, I love eating meat. And I enjoy eggs too. But I don't like green vegetables, they taste bad, Lin Qianqian declared cutely. Lin Chen chuckled. Qianqian, you must eat meat, but you also need to eat your greens. If you only eat meat, your tummy will hurt. Do you eat the meals that Annie prepares at home? Yes. Lin Qianqian nodded. Leaning towards Lin Chen's ear, she whispered, Daddy, I want to share a secret. Mommy's cooking isn't very good, but I eat a bit more when she cooks. Perplexed, Lin Chen asked why. With a giggle, Lin Qianqian replied, that way, Mommy will be home more often, and I can see her more. Lin Chen was taken aback. Such words from a little one like Lin Qianqian were surprisingly insightful. Qianqian, Mommy is very busy, but Daddy has plenty of time to spend with you. Lin Chen gently kissed Lin Qianqian. Some kids say I don't have a daddy. They are wrong, I have a daddy, and he is the best. Lin Xiaoqian's eyes sparkled with joy. Lin Chen inquired, what about your grandparents? Xu Mengyao was occupied with work, but what of her parents? Surely they had time to look after Lin Qianqian. It seemed that when Xu Mengyao was away, a nanny took care of her. Lin Qianqian replied softly, Grandma is sick, and Grandpa is with her abroad for treatment. I miss them. Lin Qianqian nodded. Daddy, why don't you come find me and Mommy? Lin Chen sighed internally. His encounter with Xu Mengyao had been an unexpected turn of events, one that had significantly altered his perspective. Having once been with such a stunning school beauty, it had raised his standards, yet here he was still single. Daddy and Mommy situation is a bit complicated. You're still too young to understand. Play for a while, and I will prepare dinner for you. Eat well, and you'll understand when you grow up. Lin Chen ruffled Lin Xiaoqian's hair. She nodded in agreement. Lin Chen busied himself in the kitchen. Usually, He would only prepare one dish for himself, but with Lin Qianqian, every meal required at least 3 dishes. He enjoyed spicy food, so one dish had to include chili, while the other 2 needed to be mild enough for Lin Qianqian. 5 minutes swiftly passed. A voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Host, your culinary skills are beginning to improve. For every hour you spend in the kitchen, you will gain a year of cooking experience. Lin Chen was pleasantly surprised. If spending just an hour in the kitchen could enhance his skills, he could become a master chef in a matter of days. With 3 meals daily requiring about 2 hours, he would surpass even 5-star chefs in a month. In 3 months, he would be a culinary god. As time ticked away, his mind was flooded with various culinary techniques, seamlessly integrating with his actions. Did I really make this? He marveled at the 3 dishes he had prepared, almost unable to believe it. Though he had been cooking for a couple of years, it had always been half-hearted, lacking true experience. Yet this meal had surpassed all previous efforts. Daddy, it smells so good. Daddy, are you tired? Lin Xiaoqian approached him cutely. Lin Chen smiled. Daddy isn't tired. Let's wash our hands before dinner, shall we? He noticed a problem without a high chair. Lin Xiaoqian couldn't reach the table. It seems I need to find a new place quickly, Lin Chen thought. His current home was too small. The living room was only a few dozen square meters, and there was no dining area. The table was set in the living room itself. Xiaoqian, sit next to Daddy. I will feed you, Lin Chen said with a smile. He carefully fed Lin Xiaoqian a small spoonful. After tasting it, Lin Xiaoqian beamed. Daddy, your cooking is much better than Mommy's. This is our little secret, don't tell her, okay? Agreed, it's our secret. After finishing the meal, Lin Chen observed that Lin Xiaoqian truly did not enjoy the greens. She hardly touched the vegetables he had cooked. However, he didn't force her to eat. Once his culinary skills improved, he was confident she would change her mind. Daddy, I'm a bit sleepy. I want to take a nap. If I fall asleep, you won't leave, right? Lin Xiaoqian looked at Lin Chen with concern. She had waited so long for her daddy and didn't want to lose him. Of course not. Daddy will always be here with you. Lin Chen gently placed Lin Xiaoqian on his bed. The sheets freshly changed just yesterday, so there was no need to change them again. Daddy, kiss. Lin Xiaoqian pecked Lin Chen before closing her eyes for a nap. Lin Chen gazed fondly at his precious daughter, finding her irresistibly charming. System, can washing dishes improve my culinary skills? As he tidied up the kitchen, Lin Chen asked. It counts. Lin Chen smiled. This would accelerate his skill development even further. System, I commend you. After washing the dishes, he distinctly felt his cooking abilities had advanced. I need to clean up. While I can manage a bit of mess on my own, if the house is dirty, it's unhealthy for little Xiaoqian. Lin Chen hurriedly began tidying up. An hour later, host, you have worked for an hour, and your physical fitness has improved slightly. The average fitness level for a normal adult male is 60 points. The system's voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind once more. System, what is the fitness level of a top boxer? Lin Chen inquired. Host, the top boxer's fitness is approximately 3 times that of an average adult male. Enhancing your fitness by 1-fold can increase your combat effectiveness by over 10 times. System, what is my current fitness level? The system replied, Host, your initial fitness is exactly 60 points. With the recent increment, it is now 61 points. You can increase your fitness by up to 3 points daily. You can enhance your fitness through labor or exercise. Lin Chen nodded slightly. Increasing by 3 points daily was quite significant. In just a month, he could potentially boost his fitness by 90 points, reaching a total of 150 points. A top boxer, being 3 times the average man, would peak at around 180 points. If he maximized his daily gains, in just over a month, he could surpass even the finest of boxers. Chapter 3. Renting a new apartment. I wonder if there are any apartments available in Ziyuan community. Lin Chen pulled out his phone to check. Ziyuan community was an upscale neighborhood nearby, featuring lovely gardens and playgrounds for children. He had visited once and found it quite appealing. However, he had never even dared to dream of living there before. It's so expensive, Lin Chen muttered to himself. Upon searching, he discovered that the smallest apartments in Ziyuan community were 160 square meters, with the cheapest rent exceeding 10,000. Moreover, the more affordable units were typically poorly decorated. Well-furnished apartments were priced at over 15,000. Living in the bustling metropolis, where property prices soared, the rent was understandably steep. Such rates were beyond the reach of most. Should I consider renting here? Lin Chen contemplated. If it were just for himself, he would certainly dismiss it. He couldn't earn that much in a month. But now, he had a precious little one to care for. Additionally, he had awakened the system. If I rent a place for $15,000 with a deposit of 1 month and 3 months rent, that amounts to $60,000. I only have around $60,000 to $70,000 in my bank account. Lin Chen thought of the $60,000 left by Xu Mengyao. With the system he possessed, repaying Xu Mengyao in the future would not pose a significant challenge. I have about $60,000 to $70,000 myself. There is no need to utilize much of Xu Mengyao's money. Lin Chen pondered carefully. Ultimately, he decided to rent a house in Ziyuan community. With the system, renting a subpar house might require him to change residences again in no time. He had to consider Lin Xiaoqian. After moving, Lin Xiaoqian would definitely make new friends, and if they change houses again, she would have to start the process of making friends anew. Suddenly, a sound of crying emanated from the room. Lin Chen rushed in. Xiaoqian, what's wrong? Daddy is here. Don't be afraid. Daddy will protect you. Daddy, I woke up and didn't see you. I was afraid you wouldn't want me anymore. Lin Xiaoqian wiped her tears, looking pitiful. Lin Chen picked her up. How could that be? Daddy promises he will never not want Xiaoqian. Come, let's make a pact. Whoever lies will become a little dog. Okay. Lin Xiaoqian and Lin Chen made a pact. Daddy, I need to pee. Lin Chen carried Lin Xiaoqian to the bathroom. Lin Xiaoqian asked curiously, Daddy, Mommy used to hold me while I peed. How do we do it this way? Lin Chen estimated that at Xu Mengyao's place, they had a toilet. Here, it was a squat toilet. Daddy will hold you while you pee, okay? Shoo. Lin Chen held Lin Xiaoqian as she relieved herself. He silently rejoiced that Lin Xiaoqian understood the need to speak up otherwise. If she were to wet the bed, he would have had quite the ordeal on his hands. Xiaoqian, what did you usually do in the afternoons? Lin Chen inquired. Lin Xiaoqian thought for a moment. Mommy would teach me to recite ancient poetry, take me to paint, and sing songs for me. Daddy, I will let Mommy sing for you in the future. Mommy sings beautifully. Lin Chen mused inwardly, realizing that this would not be easy. He had merely known Xu Mengyao before, having unintentionally gained her trust and fathered a child, yet there was no emotional foundation between them. What about when Mommy is not around? Lin Xiaoqian replied in a subdued tone. When Mommy is gone, I just play by myself at home. Sometimes the nanny takes me downstairs to play, but the nanny isn't as good as Mommy. I prefer Mommy. I like you too, Daddy. Lin Chen gently patted Lin Xiaoqian's head. Though young, children possess an innate understanding of many matters. They can sense who truly cares for them. Xu Mengyao could afford a nanny, but finding a good one is a rare endeavor. Xiaoqian, Daddy will take you to see a house. We need a new place to live. This one is too small for the two of us. Lin Chen lifted Lin Xiaoqian in his arms. Lin Xiaoqian cheerfully responded, All right, Daddy, I want to buy a lot of toys. Mommy has many toys, but you have none. Of course, Lin Chen replied with a smile. Soon, Lin Chen carried Lin Xiaoqian out the door. System, does carrying Xiaoqian count as exercise? Lin Chen thought in his mind. Host, anything over 5 minutes counts. A smile spread across Lin Chen's face. The system was quite considerate. Carrying Lin Xiaoqian for over 5 minutes, combined with other activities, would steadily increase his physical fitness by 3 points daily. Daddy, are you tired? If you're tired, Xiaoqian can walk by herself. Just outside the community, Lin Xiaoqian said softly. Lin Chen felt a warm surge in his heart. His daughter was indeed a sweet little companion. Daddy is not tired. Lin Chen kissed Lin Xiaoqian's cheek with a smile. Ziyuan community was 2 to 3 kilometers away, and since Lin Xiaoqian was not heavy, Lin Chen simply carried her there. Today, his fitness had only increased by 1 point. He was determined to elevate the remaining 2 points. Hello, I would like to rent a house in Ziyuan community. I prefer one with environmentally friendly renovations. Do you have any good recommendations? Lin Chen arrived at a real estate agency outside Ziyuan community. Before long, the agent recommended several houses to Lin Chen, 3 of which caught his eye. 2 were spacious, while the other had poor renovations, which Lin Chen promptly dismissed. I would like to see these 3 in person. Lin Chen stated. Of course. The agent enthusiastically began showing Lin Chen the properties. After viewing the first 2, Lin Chen was not particularly satisfied, mainly because the decoration style was not to his liking. He asked Lin Xiaoqian, who echoed his sentiments. Mr. Lin, the last one has quite good renovations. However, this property has a special situation. The owner entrusted us with it. They initially wanted us to help sell it. The current market is poor, making it difficult to sell, which is why they have opted to rent it out. The agent explained as they walked. What makes it special? Lin Chen inquired. The agent elaborated. The owner is more inclined to sell, so they cannot commit to a long-term lease. If the market improves, they may sell it. Additionally, it's a new property that has never been lived in. If you have a child, there could be some complications if any damage occurs. Lin Chen replied, let's take a look first. Before long, they arrived at the property. Lin Xiaoqian's eyes lit up. Daddy, I like this one. Lin Chen carried her and surveyed the house, finding both the decoration and the view to be quite appealing. Qianqian is very well behaved and won't cause any damage. If any damage does occur, I will naturally compensate at market value. What's the rent for this property? Lin Chen asked the agent. The agent replied, Mr. Lin, the price is $15,000 with no discounts available. The other two properties have some leeway. The rent is 1 month deposit with 1 month rent paid, with an uncertain lease term, and the rent is paid at the end of the month. The benefit is that the landlord covers the agency fee. Lin Chen's eyes brightened. That a 1 month deposit and 1 month rent without an agency fee was very much to his liking. Since the landlord wants to sell, will there still be others viewing the property? Lin Chen asked, what do you think? Lin Chen turned to Lin Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian, what do you think? Daddy, Xiaoqian likes it here. Lin Xiaoqian responded excitedly. Lin Chen continued, I would like to know the reason behind the landlord's desire to sell. Additionally, I have a small request. The property must not have any issues. The agent explained, the landlord's son wishes to study abroad. The expenses for studying abroad are considerable, which is why they want to sell this property. Mr. Lin, what is your request? Lin Chen stated, please refrain from showing the property to others for 3 months. If I find it comfortable and the price is suitable, I will consider purchasing it. He currently had only a few tens of thousands in his account. This house was priced at over 10 million. However, with the system at his disposal, Lin Chen was absolutely confident he could earn that amount within 3 months. Not to mention, with 1,000 cubic meters of system space, if utilized well, making 10 to 20 million in 3 months would not be a daunting task. Mr. Lin, I will communicate with the landlord. The agent quickly made a call to the landlord. Mr. Lin, the landlord has agreed. 30,000 was transferred out. He still had 30 to 40,000 left without needing to touch Xu Mengyao's funds. Xiaoqian, we are moving tomorrow, Lin Chen said with a cheerful smile. Chapter 4. Xu Mengyao's wealth. Lin Chen returned to the rented house with Lin Xiaoqian. Daddy, why are we back here? Aren't we moving tomorrow? Lin Xiaoqian asked, puzzled. Lin Chen smiled and replied, this place has been uninhabited for a while. Xiaoqian, don't you see it's a bit dusty everywhere? I need to clean the house thoroughly, so that tomorrow we can simply move our things in. Lin Xiaoqian nodded. Daddy, I'll help you. Sure, with your assistance. We'll definitely finish cleaning up more quickly, Lin Chen said cheerfully. Soon, Lin Chen rolled up his sleeves and got to work, with Lin Xiaoqian assisting him. Although she was just 2 years and 2 months old, her presence filled the space with joy. Ding! Host, your physical condition has increased by 1. Today, your physical attribute has increased by 3 points, reaching the growth limit. The system's voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind an hour later. A smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. Holding Lin Xiaoqian while working, he had effortlessly reached his limit. He anticipated that he could increase his physical attributes by 3 points daily from now on. Xiaoqian, we're done for today. The place is quite clean now, Lin Chen said, giving the floor one last wipe with a smile. Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed joyfully, Daddy, you're amazing. I can't wait for tomorrow, so we can move to our new home. I like it here. Lin Chen surveyed the cleaned house and felt quite satisfied with its overall condition. He contemplated how to earn money to purchase this home. Otherwise, if the landlord decided to sell, moving would surely make Xiaoqian cry. In Shanghai, the average housing price had decreased slightly, now at 57,000. The Ziyuan community, being a high-end area, was considerably more expensive, averaging over 80,000, with this particular house priced at 13 million. Xiaoqian, let us go, Lin Chen said, spotting a roadside vendor selling books. He bought a few storybooks. Daddy, can you read me a story first? Lin Xiaoqian eagerly asked when they returned home, clutching the books. Of course. But first, let me start cooking, Lin Chen replied with a smile. Once the food was cooking, Lin Chen took Lin Qianqian to the balcony, which, though small, was part of their home. Qianqian, this story is called The Ugly Duckling, Lin Chen began, holding Lin Qianqian as he narrated the tale slowly. 5 minutes passed, and the system's voice resonated in Lin Chen's mind. Host, your fairy tale reading volume and creation ability are beginning to improve. The difficulty of both is less than that of physical enhancement. Accumulate 10 hours of storytelling, and you will reach a high standard. Lin Chen thought, system. It's difficult for me to gauge based on what you said. Levels 1 to 5. Level 1 is ordinary. Level 2 is proficient. Level 3 is a master. Level 4 is a grandmaster, and level 5 is a supreme grandmaster, the highest standard globally. What level can I achieve? The system responded, with 10 hours, you can reach the grandmaster level. With 20 hours, you will attain the supreme grandmaster standard. Higher levels will require more effort. Lin Chen inquired. Then level 6 is legendary, and level 7 is mythic? Affirmative, host. Various skills will be categorized according to the levels you specified. The system replied thoughtfully. Lin Qianqian looked up at Lin Chen with big eyes and asked, Daddy, why did you stop? Are you tired? Lin Chen smiled. Daddy just thought of something else. He continued the story, with a wealth of knowledge flowing into his mind. The system was assisting in boosting his storytelling volume while rapidly enhancing his creativity. In this era, parents were quite willing to invest in their children. If he could publish an appealing storybook, the earnings would be substantial. However, he first needed to improve his own abilities. After spending half an hour with Lin Qianqian, Lin Chen smiled and said, Qianqian, can you read by yourself for a while? Daddy needs to prepare dinner, and I have your favorite meat ready. Okay. After half an hour, Lin Chen completed the meal. Daddy, this is delicious. Even better than lunch. Lin Qianqian exclaimed after tasting it. Lin Chen placed some greens on her plate, saying, Qianqian, eat some vegetables. We mustn't be picky eaters, okay? Just a little bit. Daddy, only a tiny bit, Lin Qianqian replied, and indeed, she consumed just a small morsel. A smile spread across Lin Chen's face. Compared to lunchtime, there was improvement. She hadn't eaten any vegetables then. After dinner, Lin Chen bathed Lin Qianqian and dressed her in pajamas. He then quickly washed up himself. What's wrong, Qianqian? Lin Chen asked as he emerged from the bathroom, noticing her in tears. Daddy, I miss Mommy. Lin Qianqian sobbed, tears glistening on her cheeks. Qianqian, Mommy will come to see you in a few days. Right now, she is at work, and we mustn't disturb her. Let us continue with the story. Lin Chen comforted her, holding her close. Xu Mengyao hadn't added him on WeChat, making video calls impossible. The fact that she hadn't added him indicated her underlying resistance towards him. Lin Chen refrained from mentioning it, lest he be met with rejection. An hour later, Lin Qianqian fell asleep listening to the story. With a precious daughter, the system awakened, and his culinary skills, physical condition, and storytelling abilities all improved. It had been a perfect day for Lin Chen. System, if I practice something else now, will other abilities emerge? Lin Chen inquired in his mind. Intentional efforts will not yield results. As you accompany your child, new abilities will naturally arise, the system responded. Very well, Lin Chen nodded slightly. This way, he need not exhaust himself trying to think of ways to improve. Mengyao, what troubles you? Xu Mengyao, close friend, asked. Xu came from a wealthy family, with assets amounting to 30 million, yet this paled in comparison to Xu Mengyao's wealth. Xu Mengyao's parents had built a vast empire. When the group transferred to her ownership a year ago, its assets were around 4 to 500 billion, with the Xu family holding a 51% stake. Xu Mengyao was quite capable and lucky. After her parents left to work abroad, the group's assets soared to 600 billion, with 300 billion belonging to the Xu family. As the only child, all of this would eventually be hers. I've sent Qianqian to Lin Chen's side, Xu Mengyao said, taking a sip of red wine. Huh? Xu looked at Xu Mengyao in surprise. As her close friend, she was aware of the past. Mengyao, do you want to be with Lin Chen? Xu Mengyao shook her head. I have no such intention. He and I come from entirely different worlds. We simply do not suit each other. It's Qianqian who wants a daddy. At just over 2 years old, Qianqian was beginning to comprehend her surroundings. She envied other children with fathers by their side and felt sad when others remarked on her lack of a father. Have you never thought about finding someone to marry? Qianqian inquired. Xu Mengyao replied, it's likely I won't be able to have more children. The probability of infidelity is astronomical if I marry someone else. Besides, I'm perfectly fine with just Qianqian. Qianqian pressed on. Lin Chen is Qianqian's father, so what are you worried about? He is him, and you are you. You both share a child. There is nothing problematic about that. Xu Mengyao murmured, I worry for Qianqian. Can Lin Chen take good care of her? Chapter 5. Moving to a new home, new abilities. What is the current situation with Mengyao and Lin Chen? Qianqian inquired. Xu Mengyao sighed. He was laid off last month. Now, he lives in a village in the city, renting a one-bedroom apartment that is less than 40 square meters. If it weren't for Qianqian truly missing her father, I really wouldn't want to send her to Lin Chen to suffer. Qianqian remarked. Lin Chen's conditions are too poor. You should give him some money. Even in hardship, we can't let Qianqian suffer. I left him 60,000 yuan. Telling him it's for 3 months of living expenses, Xu Mengyao said pensively. Do you think I gave too little? I'm afraid that if I give him too much, Lin Chen might develop excessive expectations just because he is Qianqian's father. Qianqian replied, are you worried he might become overly clingy? 20,000 a month, with 10,000 for rent and 10,000 for food, should suffice. With that amount, I believe he can manage well. Whether he can take good care of Qianqian depends on his commitment. Xu Mengyao nodded slightly. At this point, Xu Mengyao stood up. I won't drink anymore. I need to catch a flight to the United States tomorrow. My mother is undergoing surgery, and it's quite important. Qianqian reassured her, Annie will be fine. She is blessed. Don't worry too much about Qianqian. After all, Lin Chen is her father, and he shouldn't mistreat her. You should focus on being with your mother for a few days. Xu Mengyao nodded and soon departed in a Bentley, accompanied by a female bodyguard and a female driver. Both professional security personnel she had hired. What a pity for Mengyao, Qianqian sighed inwardly. Xu Mengyao came from a well-off family and was exceptionally beautiful. Had it not been for the incident 3 years ago, she would have married well. Fortunately, 3 years ago, she was drugged, which ultimately led to her being taken advantage of by Lin Chen rather than the perpetrator, or would have haunted her for life. If only Lin Chen were more capable, Qianqian mused. Then Mengyao might have had the chance to be with him, but he is so ordinary. The disparity between them is simply too great. In the dead of night, Lin Qianqian awoke. She gently nudged the sleeping Lin Chen. Daddy, daddy. Lin Chen quickly stirred awake. What's wrong, Qianqian? Daddy, I need to pee. Good babies can't wet the bed, she replied. Lin Chen hurriedly picked her up and carried her to the bathroom. Just as he squatted down, she had already relieved herself. Any later, and she would have wet the bed. Do you wear diapers at night? Lin Qianqian cutely asked. Daddy, I don't wear diapers. I'm 2 years old, not a 1-year-old baby. Lin Chen chuckled. You're such a good girl. Now go back to sleep. When Lin Chen awoke again, it was already morning. Lin Qianqian had woken first. She didn't disturb Lin Chen, and upon seeing him awake, giggled, Daddy, I woke up first. Mommy says that good babies go to bed early and rise early. Lin Chen smiled. Of course, Qianqian is a good baby. Lin Qianqian snuggled into Lin Chen's arms. Daddy, I want to wake up and see you, and I also want to wake up and see Mommy. That would make me so happy. Lin Chen silently wished he could also wake up to Xu Mengyao. Qianqian, Mommy is very busy. He gently stroked Lin Qianqian's head. I miss Mommy, Lin Qianqian said longingly. I want to call her. Lin Chen sat up and explained. Qianqian, you've only been with Daddy for a day. If I call Mommy now, she might think Daddy can't take good care of you. How about we get up, have breakfast, and then move to our new home? Lin Qianqian's eyes lit up, yes. We're moving to a new house. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, children are easy to persuade. Xu Mengyao had told him not to call unless it was important. Soon they got up. Daddy, I don't have a toothbrush. Mommy says if I don't brush my teeth, bugs will bite. Lin Qianqian said in her sweet voice. Lin Chen felt a bit embarrassed. There were towels in Lin Qianqian's suitcase, but no toothbrush since he hadn't bought one yesterday. Having become a father for the first time, he had no experience. Qianqian, Daddy will carry you out to buy one. How about noodles for breakfast? He asked. Daddy, does the noodle have meat? Yes, it must have meat. After breakfast, Lin Chen began packing for the move. He didn't have much and planned to leave some things behind. With the suitcase ready, a taxi would take them to their new place. By around 9 o'clock, Lin Chen arrived at the new home. "Let us buy some more things so we can settle in," he said. "Qianqian, let's go to the big supermarket. We'll buy more vegetables, and I'll make you something delicious for lunch." "Daddy, I want to draw. I want to draw you, Mommy, and the baby," Lin Qianqian exclaimed joyfully, holding her newly bought drawing materials. "All right." Lin Chen prepared the drawing supplies for her, but as Lin Qianqian struggled with her drawing, he guided her hand. 5 minutes passed. "Host, your drawing skills are beginning to improve. Accumulate 10 hours, and your skills will reach the master level. 20 hours will elevate you to the grandmaster level." The system's voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. A smile crept across his face. Teaching his daughter how to draw would allow him to reach the master level in just 10 hours. The system was indeed helpful. If this continued, he would certainly become an all-round father. A wealth of drawing experience flooded Lin Chen's mind, and with the system's assistance, he rapidly absorbed the knowledge. "Daddy, you're so amazing. Can you teach me to draw?" Lin Qianqian gazed at him with admiration. Lin Chen kissed her gently. "Of course, my dear. Besides drawing, is there anything else you want Daddy to teach you?" Lin Qianqian counted on her fingers. "I want you to teach me to draw, sing, swim, and also, I want you to teach me to play soccer. Yang has a big soccer ball. He said he wouldn't play with me because I can't." Lin Chen chuckled inwardly. Just over 2 years old and already wanted to play soccer? Nonetheless, he had to support his daughter's interests. "Of course, Qianqian, I can teach you these things. But if you know something, will you teach Daddy too?" Lin Chen smiled. Lin Qianqian tilted her head in thought, and after a while she exclaimed, "Daddy, I can say some English. Can I teach you English?" "Sure, it's a deal," Lin Chen replied with a grin. Lin Qianqian, with utmost seriousness, instructed, "Daddy, keep your hand still. I'm about to start class. Good morning is how you say it." She taught with great enthusiasm. 5 minutes later, the system's voice resonated in Lin Chen's mind. "Host, after 3 hours of study, you will master English. After that, for every 3 hours you teach Lin Qianqian a foreign language, you will proficiently master another foreign language, with no limit on the number." Chapter 6. Seeking foreign language lessons from Xu Mengyao. Lin Chen silently praised the system 1,000 times in his heart. To master a foreign language in merely 3 hours is indeed remarkable. Although this efficiency cannot be compared to the crude sign-in system, he naturally learned while teaching Qianqian, and he relished the experience. "Daddy, you're not being serious," Lin Qianqian said earnestly. "Only diligent children earn little red flowers." "All right." Lin Qianqian continued to impart her knowledge to Lin Chen. As time passed, a plethora of English information flooded Lin Chen's mind. In just 3 short hours, he had gained far more than in all his previous studies combined. "Teacher Qianqian, shall we continue our studies in the afternoon? It's almost noon, and I must prepare a meal for you," Lin Chen said, raising his hand with a smile. Lin Qianqian giggled. "Daddy, once class is over, you can't call me Teacher Qianqian anymore. I'm your little treasure." "Yes, you are my little treasure," Lin Chen replied, affectionately ruffling her hair. Feeling a warm glow in his heart, "I shall go prepare a meal for my little treasure now. You can draw and play by yourself, and later you can teach me again." Soon, Lin Chen busied himself in the kitchen. After 5 minutes, he felt his culinary skills rapidly improving. "System, does the first 5 minutes count?" he inquired mentally. The system responded, "Host, only durations exceeding 5 minutes will be counted. However, the initial 5 minutes are included in the calculations." "Understood. 3 minutes of enthusiasm, 1 tea suffice." Yet, the system's requirements are modest. 5 minutes of enthusiasm will do. Half an hour later, Lin Chen had prepared a delightful meal. "Daddy, it smells so good. It must be delicious. I want 2 bowls of rice," Lin Qianqian exclaimed, drawn by the aroma. Lin Chen picked her up, saying, "Qianqian, let us wash our hands first, and then you can sit at the dining chair to eat. You're not a little baby anymore. You can eat by yourself, right?" Lin Qianqian nodded vigorously. Before long, Lin Chen took her to wash their hands. Lin Qianqian gazed at the dishes on the table, saying, "Daddy, the dishes look so beautiful. They seem so delicious." "You're amazing, Daddy," she added. Lin Chen prepared her meal using child-friendly utensils, saying, "Qianqian, let us make sure to eat some leafy greens today." Lin Qianqian grimaced at the thought. However, once in her mouth, the greens didn't taste as bad as she expected, thanks to Lin Chen's improved cooking skills. After more than 2 hours, Lin Qianqian, having completed her nap, eagerly resumed her role as a little teacher. Lin Chen had studied for only half an hour in the morning, but he engaged for an hour in the afternoon, feeling he could now communicate fluently in English. System, what is your standard for proficiency? He inquired mentally. The system replied, Host, the standard for proficiency is the ability to perform simultaneous interpretation. Lin Chen was taken aback. What high standard? This level of proficiency is likely unattainable for most native English speakers even after a lifetime of study. No wonder after 3 hours of study, I still feel quite accomplished after only an hour and a half. Qianqian, it's time for outdoor exercise. Don't we have a soccer ball? Daddy will take you to play, Lin Chen said with a smile. It's important to have 1 or 2 hours of outdoor activity each day. Great. Let us go kick the soccer ball. Lin Qianqian cheered. While residing in Xu Mengyao's villa, the nanny would take her out to play. But outdoor activities were rarely arranged, as children from affluent families are often considered precious. What if they get hurt while playing outdoors? Qianqian, Daddy will carry you. And you can hold the soccer ball, Lin Chen said, retrieving the ball with a grin. Okay, Lin Qianqian exclaimed, clutching the ball in her small hands. Before long, Lin Chen led her downstairs. The Ziyuan community was upscale, boasting expansive green lawns within. Qianqian, you kick the ball to Daddy, he said with a smile. Hey, Lin Qianqian kicked forcefully, sending the ball a few meters away. Qianqian, receive the ball. Lin Chen gently kicked it back. 5 minutes passed swiftly. The system's voice resonated in Lin Chen's mind. Host, your soccer skills are beginning to improve. After 10 hours, you will reach the level of a master. And after 20 hours, a grandmaster. A smile broke across Lin Chen's face. Having a clear system of levels made it all the more comprehensible. 10 hours with an hour or 2 of outdoor activity daily. In about a week, I could be ready to play in the World Cup. Lin Chen felt a surge of satisfaction. However, he had no intentions of becoming a professional player. Being a devoted father to Lin Qianqian was far more fulfilling. System. Mastering a language takes only 3 hours. Is this more challenging? Lin Chen inquired mentally. The system replied, Indeed, host. Even a 3-year-old can learn a language, making it relatively easier. After half an hour, Lin Qianqian frowned. Daddy, this soccer ball doesn't cooperate. Let us buy a new one. She often missed when she kicked it. Lin Chen chuckled. Qianqian, it's not that the ball is uncooperative. It's just that you need more practice. Watch Daddy. He demonstrated by juggling the ball effortlessly with his feet for several consecutive touches without dropping it. Wow. Lin Qianqian gazed at Lin Chen with admiration. Daddy, Yang said his dad is the best, but he was mistaken. You're the best. Lin Chen paused and crouched down, smiling as he said, Qianqian, let us not compare ourselves to others. We should focus on learning well ourselves, all right? As long as you study diligently, that is already wonderful. Lin Qianqian nodded, somewhat understanding. Let us continue practicing passing the ball. Lin Qianqian's eyes lit up. Great. Daddy, let us go to the bookstore. Time swiftly passed to the next day. Lin Chen once again attended a class with Lin Qianqian for an hour and a half. Host, you have now mastered English. Continuing to attend lessons with Lin Qianqian will no longer yield improvement, the system informed Lin Chen. After a total of 3 hours of teaching, Lin Qianqian had little left to impart. Teacher Qianqian, what you just taught me, I've already learned before, Lin Chen chuckled. Lin Qianqian's cheeks flushed. Daddy, I'm out of ideas. Why don't you ask Mommy to teach you English? She is really good at it. Learning a foreign language from Xu Mengyao? That doesn't seem like a bad idea. Qianqian, you're incredible. After you taught me, I recalled so much English knowledge I had forgotten. How about I teach you instead? The roles of teacher and student had shifted. Lin Qianqian was taken aback, wondering how her father had become so skilled. Chapter 7. Mother, you should call him husband. Ding ding. Lin Chen's phone rang. The incoming call displayed a rather peculiar number, prompting him to dismiss the call immediately. However, the caller persisted and rang again shortly thereafter. Hello? Lin Chen answered the call, and the voice of Xu Mengyao echoed through the speaker. Lin Chen, it's me. How is Qianqian doing? Is she with you all right? Quite well, Lin Chen replied. I'll let little Qian take the call. He mused to himself. Wasn't Xu Mengyao the one who insisted there were no pressing matters, discouraging him from calling? Yet here she was, reaching out to inquire about Qianqian so soon. Little Qian, put your drawing aside for a moment. Your mother's on the line, Lin Chen said, handing the phone to Lin Chen. With her little hands cradling the phone, Lin Chen exclaimed cheerfully, Mommy, where are you? Qianqian misses you so much. On the other end, Xu Mengyao felt a lump rise in her throat. Mommy misses Qianqian too. Are you doing well with Daddy? Lin Chen giggled, Mommy, I'm great. Daddy's cooking is delicious. He's so amazing, even more so than Yang Yang's daddy. You should come quickly so we can all sleep together. That way, when Qianqian wakes up, she can see both Daddy and Mommy. Xu Mengyao's cheeks flushed slightly. Though she had shared an intimate moment with Lin Chen and they had a child together, her memories of that night were hazy due to the influence of drugs. Lin Chen silently commended his daughter for her thoughtfulness. Good girl. Lin Chen, are you nearby? Could you step away a little? I want to have a chat with Qianqian, Xu Mengyao requested. Lin Chen, in her sweet, innocent voice, chimed in, Mommy. All the other mommies call their husband's husband. You should call him that too. Lin Chen quickly interjected, I'll just step into the restroom. You two carry on. He soon distanced himself. Qianqian, Mommy and Daddy had a unique situation. You mustn't repeat what you just said, all right? Xu Mengyao advised, finding the situation somewhat amusing. Could little Qian even remember such a thing at her tender age of just over 2? Are you happy with Daddy? If you're not, Mommy can ask Aunt Qingqing to come and take you away, Xu Mengyao inquired. Lin Chen, alarmed, responded, Mommy, I don't want to leave. I love Daddy. He's the best daddy in the world. Xu Mengyao sayin wali. Indeed, blood ties are undeniable. In such a short time, Lin Chen had already become quite attached to Lin Chen. Don't worry, Mommy. I'm a good girl. Yes, yes. Qianqian is the best. After a brief conversation, Xu Mengyao ended the call as her mind was preoccupied. Her mother had just entered the operating room. Mengyao, how is Qianqian doing? Su Guofeng, her father, asked. He too missed Lin Chen, but felt it inappropriate to voice it, knowing Lin Chen would want to speak with her grandmother, who was currently unable to do so. Qianqian is fine. After all, Lin Chen is her father. They share a close bond, Su Mengyao replied. Su Guofeng note that Lin Chen is indeed Qianqian's father, and you are her mother. However, you must maintain some distance. You and Lin Chen belong to different worlds. It's not a matter of looking down on him, but your social standings differ greatly. Being with him may cause you undue hardship. Su Mengyao nodded slightly. Trust me, you will surely find a suitable partner. Her father reassured her. Su Mengyao fell silent. The events of the past had left her with emotional scars, and she had no intention of seeking another man or entering into marriage. Mengyao, you can continue to manage the company. This is for the best. Eventually, the family business will be yours to oversee, Su Guofeng said. Father, you initially said the same thing. You mentioned I should manage it for 3 to 5 months. Yet now it's been over a year. Do you wish to retire before even reaching 50? Su Guofeng coughed lightly. There's little I can do. Your mother's condition is serious, and I must stay by her side. You've done exceptionally well, Su Mengyao remarked, furrowing her brow. But I'm too busy managing the company. I hardly have time to be with Qianqian. Su Guofeng responded, Mengyao, just manage for another 6 months. By then, your mother should be well on her way to recovery. 6 months. All right. I only plan for Lin Chen to take care of her for a maximum of 6 months. By then, Qianqian will be starting kindergarten, and I need to dedicate more time to her, Su Mengyao replied. Very well, Su Guofeng agreed. Papa, have you and Mommy divorced? Lin Chen inquired innocently. Huh? Lin Chen looked at Lin Chen. Little Chen, do you know what divorce means? Lin Chen nodded yes. Yuan's Mommy and Daddy got divorced. She said her daddy didn't want her anymore. Lin Chen scooped Lin Chen into his arms. Little Chen, your Mommy and Daddy would never abandon you. We are not divorced, so please do not worry. He kissed her cheek gently. The idea of divorce could only arise after he and Su Mengyao were married. Can you write your name? Would you like Daddy to teach you? Lin Chen asked. Yes, yes. Lin Chen's attention shifted quickly. Lin Chen prepared some paper and a pen, and they began the lesson. 5 minutes passed. Host, your calligraphy skills are beginning to improve. After 10 hours of practice, you will reach the level of a master. 20 hours will elevate you to a grandmaster, the system chimed in. A faint smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. Indeed, teaching Lin Chen to write would enhance his own calligraphy. His previous handwriting was rather ordinary, and he had never learned traditional brush writing. Now, both his hard and soft writing styles would flourish. He would be able to effortlessly produce various styles from different dynasties. Daddy, my name is so difficult to write. Can I be called Linny instead? Lin Chen pouted after half an hour of effort. Lin Chen kissed her little face. Qianqian, we cannot give up just because it's a little hard. We must persevere. You are the most wonderful. Don't be anxious. Daddy will surely teach you. Lin Chen nodded. Lin Chen continued to instruct her for another half hour. For such a young child, her ability to concentrate for an hour was commendable. What do I do next, little Qian? With hopeful eyes, Lin Chen exclaimed, Daddy, I want to go to the amusement park. Mommy took me there, and it was so much fun. Lin Chen stroked her little face and smiled. Then we shall go to the amusement park. However, little Qian, we must agree that we cannot go too often. You still need to study, right? Yes, yes. Lin Chen nodded obediently. An hour later, they arrived at the amusement park. Daddy, I want to ride that. Mommy took me on it before. Lin Chen pointed excitedly at the nearby carousel. Chapter 8. The journey to profit begins. Before long, Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoqian found themselves seated upon the carousel. Xiaoqian, hold on tight. Lin Chen urged gently, positioned beside her. He could easily reach out to steady her as she faltered. Daddy, you must also be careful. Lin Xiaoqian replied sweetly. As the music played, the carousel commenced its enchanting spin. System, does this count as riding a horse? Lin Chen inquired in his mind. The system responded, Host, even if it is considered riding, it should not last for more than 5 minutes. Indeed, after 3 minutes, the carousel came to a halt. Daddy, let us play bumper cars. I had so much fun with Mommy. Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed excitedly. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled. Bumper cars were indeed vehicles. Although he possessed a driver's license acquired during his sophomore summer, he had never actually grasped a steering wheel, leaving his license nearly to rust. Excuse me, how many minutes do we get for the bumper cars? Lin Chen asked at the bumper car station. 10 minutes. Let's go. 5 minutes passed swiftly. The system chimed in. Host, your driving skills are beginning to improve. After 10 hours, you will reach master level. And after 20 hours, you will attain grandmaster level. A sense of satisfaction washed over Lin Chen. Driving skills were undeniably practical. He would certainly need to purchase a car for more convenient outings. The thought of waiting for a taxi while holding Lin Xiaoqian in inclement weather was disheartening, especially if they were left waiting indefinitely. As time ticked away, Lin Chen's driving prowess sharpened. Xiaoqian, would you like to ride again? He asked with a smile after their first round. Yes, yes. Daddy, I want to ride 2 more times. Lin Xiaoqian replied joyfully. After 2 more rounds, totaling half an hour, Lin Chen's driving skills had significantly improved beyond that of a novice. With a few more visits to the amusement park, he would be a seasoned driver, and perhaps even a race car driver. Shall we try shooting? Hitting the balloons might win you those plush toys, Lin Chen suggested to Lin Xiaoqian. She glanced and replied, Daddy, you should try. I want that big dog. It's looking at me. All right. Daddy will surely help you win it. Lin Chen said with a grin. Bang. Bang. Lin Chen shot slowly, taking 5 minutes to finish. The system announced, Host, your marksmanship is beginning to improve. After 10 hours, you will reach master level. A wealth of shooting knowledge flooded Lin Chen's mind. Xiaoqian, I didn't T-win this time, but I'll keep trying. I promise to win you that big dog today, he reassured her with a gentle kiss. Okay, Daddy will definitely succeed. Lin Xiaoqian nodded eagerly. During the second round, Lin Chen still did not win, but his shooting skills had improved considerably, becoming more adept. Finally, in the third round, he successfully won the big dog. The proprietor was astonished. How did your shooting improve so much from when you started? Please set the toy aside for us. We'll come back for it later. Lin Chen said with a smile as he embraced Lin Xiaoqian and departed. As time passed, Lin Chen did not acquire any new skills. The amusement park had various games like archery and basketball, but Lin Xiaoqian was not particularly interested in those. His primary focus was on enjoying time with her, with skill acquisition as a secondary benefit. Look, the clouds are gathering. It might rain, Lin Chen said, holding Lin Xiaoqian close. I really want mommy here with us. Wouldn't it be wonderful? Lin Xiaoqian murmured, snuggling into Lin Chen's embrace, feeling a tinge of envy as she observed other children with both parents. Lin Xiaoqian nodded wistfully. Daddy, tell me a story. Of course, Lin Chen replied. He had an abundance of fairy tales in his mind, ready to share with Lin Xiaoqian without needing a book. After they arrived home, had dinner, and bathed, Lin Xiaoqian quickly fell asleep. Lin Chen began a search online. This translation should take me just a few hours. The fee is 5,000. That seems reasonable. I'll give it a try, he thought. He accepted a translation task online, one of high difficulty that few would attempt. Although the reward was substantial at 5,000, if the quality was lacking, it could take a month to complete satisfactorily, with no payment for a poorly done job. Click-clack. Lin Chen tapped away at the keyboard in his study, where a computer was already set up. My typing speed has improved significantly, he mused, attributing it to his enhanced physique. He estimated 4 hours for completion, but in just over 3 hours, he finished translating and reviewed it without finding any errors. He swiftly sent the finished document to the recipient's email. Having checked their credibility, he felt confident even if they attempted to withhold payment, as his time invested was minimal. The next day arrived quickly. Wow, that was fast. The supervisor of a translation company remarked, puzzled. Their company often received numerous translation tasks, but when they fell behind, they would post some online. He recalled that this task had only been accepted the previous evening. I hope the translation isn't subpar, he thought as he opened the email. To his astonishment, he found the translation exceptionally well done, far exceeding his expectations. Upon checking the time, he realized that the task had been completed in just 3 hours. Incredible. I've encountered a true master, he thought, elated. Establishing a connection with such talent would enable them to take on even more challenging assignments, yielding greater profits. Your translation is excellent. We will process the payment immediately. Would you be open to a long-term collaboration? Here is my contact number and WeChat ID. Chapter 9. Have you done a paternity test? Ding. The sound of a text message notification echoed from Lin Chen's phone. He took it out and discovered it was a message from the bank, confirming that the 5,000 yuan for the translation had been deposited. Quite efficient, Lin Chen mused. If the other party claimed there were issues with his translation, he would need to have a thorough discussion with them. Xiaoqian, entertain yourself for a while. Daddy has something to attend to, Lin Chen said, affectionately ruffling Lin Xiaoqian's hair. Okay, Daddy, go ahead, Lin Xiaoqian replied obediently. Lin Chen proceeded to his study and opened his computer. Long-term cooperation? He pondered. He had little interest in such an arrangement, as the potential earnings were limited. Even if he earned several thousand yuan daily, it only amounted to over 100,000 a month. While that might seem significant to an ordinary person, he possessed a system that could yield far more. He made more than that just by running transport through the system space. Nevertheless, utilizing this opportunity for a short-term gain was acceptable. Excluding Xu Mengyao's 6,000 yuan, he only had around 30,000 left. After moving, he had spent several thousand on necessities. If he were to spend solely on himself, that 30,000 could last quite a while, but with Lin Xiaoqian involved, expenses accumulated rapidly. A trip to the amusement park yesterday had already drained a considerable amount. His rent was paid monthly, amounting to 15,000 yuan. Hello. Lin Chen quickly added the other party on WeChat. Greetings. Your translations are swift and excellent. We often have urgent and high-quality work available, with prices exceeding the usual rates. Would you be interested in collaborating? I only wish to earn some pocket money in the short term. You may send me the tasks, and if I find them suitable, I will accept them. All right. Yao Bin felt a twinge of regret. However, a person of Lin Chen's caliber had his own preferences, and he did not want to press him. If Lin Chen did not take the orders from him, he could easily find others willing to do so. I have 3 projects available. Please let me know if any interest you. Soon, Yao Bin sent Lin Chen 3 challenging manuscripts. These tasks were beyond their in-house capabilities, and seeking assistance online was often futile due to the low compensation and unpredictable quality. The price is slightly lower. I can increase it by 10%. If that works for you, I will take all 3. Yao Bin was taken aback. Can you handle all 3? It's not a problem. Yao Bin quickly agreed to Lin Chen's price increase. After the 10% hike, the The total for the 3 projects amounted to 21,000 yuan, which Lin Chen estimated would require about 10 hours of work. With Lin Qianqian scheduled to nap for 1 to 2 hours in the afternoon and 3 hours in the evening, he anticipated finishing within 2 days. As time swiftly passed, Lin Chen acquired only one new skill during these 2 days: singing. This skill emerged while teaching Lin Qianqian nursery rhymes. Ding! A message from the bank arrived. His translation submission had been approved, earning him 21,000 yuan. Adding the previous 5,000, he had earned a total of 26,000 in just over 10 hours. Lin Chen felt empowered. Knowledge truly was strength. In the past, he had toiled for a month to earn a mere few thousand yuan. Qianqian, you read that incorrectly. Let Daddy read it to you again, Lin Chen said, glancing at the message as he continued teaching Lin Qianqian English. Before long, the system's voice resonated in Lin Chen's mind. Host, your proficiency in French has reached an advanced level. A gentle smile graced Lin Chen's face. He had acquired yet another foreign language effortlessly. System, let's move on to German, Lin Chen commanded in his mind, having the autonomy to choose. Understood, host. Continue teaching Lin Qianqian foreign languages to enhance your German proficiency. Knock, knock. Xinqing arrived outside Lin Chen's former residence. After knocking for quite some time without response, a woman descending from upstairs inquired, "Are you looking for Lin Chen?" "Yes, elder sister, I am," Xinqing replied promptly. The woman scrutinized Xinqing. "You must be Lin Qianqian's mother. Qianqian is quite adorable. Her parents should take responsibility." "Ah, you misunderstand, elder sister. Qianqian is the daughter of my close friend." The woman appeared slightly embarrassed. "I see. Lin Chen no longer lives here. I'm unaware of his new address." "Thank you, elder sister." Xinqing quickly left the building. Ding! Xinqing dialed Xu Mengyao's number. Given Xu Mengyao's frequent travels abroad, Xinqing had long activated international calling. "Xinqing, how did it go?" Xu Mengyao asked anxiously, aware that Xinqing was visiting Lin Chen to check on Lin Qianqian. She worried about Lin Qianqian's well-being. "Mengyao, Lin Chen has moved. Didn't he tell you?" Xinqing asked. "No, he didn't. I told him not to contact me unless it was important, and he hasn't called. Let me call him and find out. I will update you shortly." "All right." After hanging up, Xu Mengyao called Lin Chen. "Hello," Lin Chen answered, already recognizing the number as belonging to Xu Mengyao. "Lin Chen, where have you moved to? A friend of mine went to see Qianqian and discovered that you had relocated. Building 5, room 2001, Ziyuan community. You need not worry. Qianqian is my daughter, and I will ensure she is well taken care of. Have you done a paternity test?" Xu Mengyao inquired. "No, Qianqian resembles me greatly, and I trust you would not lie about such matters. With your circumstances, you could easily find many suitors." Lin Chen replied. "You can speak with Qianqian." Switching to speakerphone, Lin Chen handed the phone to Lin Qianqian before rising to head to the bathroom. "Qianqian, how have you been with Daddy for the past few days? Do you wish to continue living with him?" Xu Mengyao asked. Lin Qianqian cheerfully replied, "Of course. Mommy, let me tell you, Daddy is amazing. He's a superhero." "Oh, in what ways is Daddy amazing?" Lin Qianqian held the phone excitedly. "Daddy is incredible. He teaches me to sing, draw, write, and tells me so many stories." Lin Qianqian's grandmother had undergone a successful surgery, but remained in the hospital. After chatting with Lin Qianqian for a while, Xu Mengyao ended the call and relayed Lin Chen's new address to Xinqing. "Xinqing, when you arrive at Ziyuan community, please take several photos at Lin Chen's place and send them to me." Xu Mengyao understood. Ziyuan community was not far, and Xinqing quickly arrived by car. After visitor registration, she entered the community. This community is quite nice, Xinqing thought to herself. She had checked online and noted that the housing prices in Ziyuan community were quite high. Ding dong. Xinqing arrived at the door of room 2001 in Building 5 and rang the doorbell. Chapter 10. The Astonishment of Xinqing. "Hello, you must be Xinqing. Please, come in," Lin Chen greeted with a smile. "Qingqing Ani." "Xinqing, the Ani you've been talking about has arrived." Lin Qianqian rushed over, her excitement palpable. Xinqing took a moment to assess Lin Chen. He made a pleasant first impression. Though his attire was rather average, it was neat and tidy. "Qingqing Ani, I missed you." Qianqian squatted down and embraced Lin Xiaoqian, her face radiating warmth. Lin Chen, as it is my first visit, I brought some fruit, including blueberries, which Xiaoqian loves. Feel free to help yourself, Qianqian announced. Thank you, Lin Chen replied, as Qianqian carried Lin Xiaoqian into the house. Her gaze swept across the spacious interior. Though it paled in comparison to Xu Mengyao's villa, it was still quite nice. The living space was ample for both Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoqian. The decor exuded a comfortable ambience. Qianqian, some kids say I don't have a daddy. But I do. My daddy is the best, Lin Xiaoqian declared proudly. Qianqian kissed Lin Xiaoqian gently, reassuring her, don't listen to those kids, of course. You have a daddy. She chose to overlook Lin Xiaoqian's assertion that Lin Chen was the best. Su's family had previously conducted inquiries and found Lin Chen to be quite ordinary. Throughout high school and university, he was virtually invisible. His family background was unremarkable as well. Both parents were simple farmers. While they were not impoverished, they certainly were not wealthy, and in comparison to the Su family, they were worlds apart. Lin Chen, may I take a look around and snap a few photos? Mengyao wants to see, Qianqian inquired. Lin Chen nodded, of course. Feel free to take as many photos as you like. The house, measuring 160 square meters, featured 3 rooms, a master bedroom, a secondary bedroom, and a study. Qianqian meticulously captured images in each room. Is the rent for this place quite high? Qianqian asked. Lin Chen nodded, 15,000 a month. By the way, could you please help me return this to Xu Mengyao later? Xiaoqian is my daughter, and I'll take care of her without her needing to contribute financially. He opened his suitcase to reveal a bag filled with money. Qianqian looked surprised. You don't want it? This is Mengyao's allowance for you and Xiaoqian. Lin Chen replied, I can earn my own money. For the first 2 years when she was supporting us, I didn't give her any living expenses. Now that I'm taking care of Xiaoqian, she doesn't need to support us either. I won't let Xiaoqian suffer. Qianqian shook her head. You should give it to her. She will definitely come to visit Xiaoqian in the future. Lin Chen, it's almost noon. Let me treat you and Xiaoqian to lunch, Qianqian offered. Before Lin Chen could respond, Lin Xiaoqian chimed in, Qianqian auntie, I don't want to eat out. The food outside isn't as delicious as what Daddy makes. I like Daddy's cooking. Lin Chen smiled and said, Qianqian, if you don't mind, let us have lunch at home. You can spend some time with Xiaoqian while I cook. It'll take about 40 to 50 minutes. That would be great. Thank you. Qianqian nodded. Xiaoqian, how about Auntie Qianqian tells you a story? Qianqian suggested as she took Lin Xiaoqian to the balcony, where a low table was adorned with numerous storybooks. Meanwhile, Lin Chen busied himself in the kitchen. Having spent 5 days with Lin Xiaoqian, he had developed a routine that included washing dishes, and he had become accustomed to spending over 2 hours in the kitchen each day. His culinary skills, honed over more than a decade under the guidance of top chefs, were far from ordinary. After 20 minutes, Qianqian caught a whiff of an enticing aroma wafting from the kitchen. As 40 minutes passed, Lin Chen emerged with the dishes, the delicious scents intensifying. Qianqian, Xiaoqian, it's time to eat. Lin Chen called out. Let us wash our hands first, Auntie Qianqian. We can't eat without clean hands. Lin Xiaoqian chirped. Soon, they finished washing their hands and entered the dining room. Qianqian was taken aback by the sight of 5 beautifully presented dishes Lin Chen had prepared in such a short time. Daddy's cooking is so delicious, Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed, pointing at one of the dishes. I want that meat. All right, I'll serve it to you, Lin Chen said, affectionately ruffling Lin Xiaoqian's hair. Lin Chen, your culinary skills are impressive, Qianqian complimented. Lin Chen chuckled, it's just decent. If you find it enjoyable, feel free to come over more often with Xu Mengyao. Qianqian giggled. Mengyao is my good friend. If you want to impress her, you'll need to make it exceptionally delicious. As she took her first bite, Qianqian was stunned. Lin Chen's cooking was on par with that of a 5-star chef. This dish is quite good. Let me try this fish, she said, savoring the exquisite flavors. After sampling all 5 dishes, she marveled at Lin Chen's culinary prowess, which undoubtedly surpassed that of many 5-star chefs. Qianqian auntie, Daddy's food is delicious, isn't it? I love it. Lin Xiaoqian beamed. Qianqian mused internally. With such remarkable skills, how could Lin Chen's cooking be anything less than delightful? Even Lin Qianqian, who was typically picky, relished every bite. The meals prepared by the nanny Xu Mengyao hired were acceptable, but they paled in comparison to Lin Chen's cooking, and Mengyao's own attempts were far from commendable. Qian, your father's cooking is indeed delightful, Sun Qing praised. After the meal, Sun Qing felt pleasantly stuffed. Generally, she maintained a modest diet to keep her figure. But Lin Chen's cooking was simply too irresistible. Qian, why don't you go play over there for a bit? Sun Qing, may I ask you a question? Considering the delicious meal? Lin Chen inquired with a smile. Sun Qing nodded. Go ahead. Has Xu Mengyao been with anyone else in the past 3 years? Lin Chen asked. Sun Qing raised an eyebrow. If she has been with someone else, even if she doesn't have a boyfriend now, wouldn't you consider that? Lin Chen smiled lightly. 3 years is a long time. It's only natural she might have been with someone else. In that case, I wouldn't interfere. He was a man with standards and a system. Sun Qing said, in light of this meal, I can share this with you. She hasn't been with anyone else. After that incident years ago, she developed a psychological barrier and is very resistant to men. Even a handshake would be difficult for her to accept. Even if you were Qianqian's father, it would likely be challenging to pursue her. Lin Chen chuckled. Thank you for the information. Today it was a bit rushed, but I hope you bring Xu Mengyao over more often. I promise the next time you come, I'll prepare even more delicious dishes. His culinary skills were still on the rise, and by the next visit, they would be even better. Is this just decent? You're being quite modest. Sun Qing laughed. With skills like yours, why not become a chef? It would surely be more rewarding than your current job. Lin Chen smiled, but said nothing. He had always been critical of his own past cooking. Chapter 11. Did the fairy tale just explode? At noon, Lin Qian prepared to take a nap, and Sun Qing took her leave. Upon exiting the community, Sun Qing dialed Xu Mengyao's number. Although it was quite late, where Xu Mengyao was abroad, Sun Qing knew she would still be awake. Sure enough, the call connected immediately. Sun Qing, what is going on? Su Menda in Guit An Si O Li. Sun Qing chuckled. Mengyao, we were worrying for nothing. Qianqian is likely faring even better than before at Lin Chen's place. The apartment he rented is upscale, spacious, and well-decorated. To be honest, even you could comfortably reside there. Xu Mengyao retorted, somewhat irritated, don't speak nonsense. Sun Qing continued. In any case, Qianqian is living quite well, especially in terms of food. She is undoubtedly eating better than we are. Is that even possible? Xu Mengyao questioned. Her curiosity piqued. They are affluent and have no shortage of good food. Mengyao, didn't you mention that your father investigated Lin Chen in the past? Was it not revealed that his culinary skills are exceptional? His cooking is on par with a 5-star hotel chef. Xu Mengyao expressed disbelief. You must be joking. If he possesses such skills, why isn't he a chef? The remuneration for a 5-star hotel chef is substantial. That remains a mystery. Regardless, I had lunch at his place today, and all 5 dishes were delightful. I am quite full right now, Sun Qing said, rubbing her stomach. Xu Mengyao still seemed skeptical. How could he possess such remarkable culinary abilities without formal training? Perhaps it's a talent. Qianqian claims her father's dishes are the best, and I thought she was exaggerating. But it appears to be true, Sun Qing reflected. At this point, she paused and added Mengyao. The 60,000 yuan your father sent hasn't been used by Lin Chen. It's still in Qianqian's suitcase. Lin Chen asked me to take it to you. But I didn't. You'll definitely visit Qianqian in the future, so you can retrieve it yourself. Xu Mengyao furrowed her brow. Why wouldn't he accept it? The rent for that apartment must be considerable. 15,000 a month, Sun Qing explained. Lin Chen said that as her father, it's his responsibility to care for Qianqian, and you needn't provide any financial support. Mengyao, perhaps Lin Chen is not as ordinary as we think, Sun Qing asserted, sensing a newfound confidence in him. Xu Mengyao retorted, you're just being soft-hearted because you had a meal there. Did you take pictures as requested? Yes, I did. I will send them to you shortly. Before long, Xu Mengyao received the photos Sun Qing had sent. The living environment seems quite pleasant, she noted, relieved. It appeared Lin Chen was indeed treating Lin Qianqian well. Knowing Qianqian was in good hands allowed her to relax and stay a few more days. She was both a mother and a daughter. and her own mother had recently faced a life-threatening ordeal. Unbeknownst to them, 2 days had passed. Lin Chen had completed 3 translation assignments, earning over 20,000 yuan. His bank account now boasted more than 70,000 yuan. Host, your fairy tale storytelling ability has reached the grandmaster level. The system's voice resonated in Lin Chen's mind. In just a week, he had told Lin Qianqian stories for a total of 20 hours. 10 hours marked the master level, while 20 hours elevated him to grandmaster, placing him at the pinnacle of global standards. What wonderful news! Lin Chen smiled. Half an hour prior, while teaching Lin Qianqian English, the system had also informed him that his German had reached a proficient level. Now he was fluent in English, French, and German, capable of simultaneous interpretation in all 3 languages. Daddy, your stories are so lovely, Lin Qianqian whispered as she lay beside him. Daddy, can you tell me another story? She pleaded. Of course, Lin Chen smiled, beginning a new tale. However, halfway through, Lin Qianqian could no longer resist the pull of sleep and drifted off sweetly. After kissing her gently, Lin Chen made his way to the study. Now that his fairy tale storytelling had reached grandmaster level, it was time to capitalize on this talent. Lin Chen pondered to himself. Though translation assignments could earn him several thousand yuan, it was insufficient to purchase the apartment. The children's market was vast, and the demand for quality fairy tales was immense. Establishing his reputation through publishing would yield far greater returns than mere translations. Moreover, once successful, it could provide a continuous stream of income. Lin Chen decided to register a pen name for himself. With great enthusiasm, he quickly penned a 1,000-word fairy tale and submitted it to Qianqian Network, the largest fairy tale platform in the country. The platform offered online reading, and if a story gained popularity, editors would reach out for publication. After submitting 1 story, Lin Chen continued to write. He did not aim to sell just 1 or 2 tales. He aspired to create a collection that would ensure direct publication once he garnered sufficient fame. Xu Xiao was an editor at Qianqian Network. This platform, while being the largest for fairy tales in the country, faced considerable pressure in the industry. Editors were tasked with identifying quality stories to recommend, thereby attracting more users and retaining talented authors. What is this nonsense? Xu Xiao frowned, having encountered very few quality submissions throughout the day. The field had become saturated with mediocrity. Lin Yu, a new author. Xu Xiao came across Lin Chen's submission. After reading it once, she eagerly read it again, excitement gleaming in her eyes. As a seasoned editor, she could discern that this was undoubtedly a top-tier piece. Editor-in-Chief, I've discovered a gem. Xu Xiao quickly called her superior. Really? Editor-in-Chief Chen Wenhan responded with delight. Perhaps there's even more to it. I believe this fairy tale could be cherished for a century. Xu Xiao asserted. Chen Wenhan, currently at home, hastily opened his computer. After reading the tale, he shared Xu Xiao's sentiments. This fairy tale had the potential to endure for generations. Chen Wenhan noticed that Lin Yu had updated with a second piece. Excellent. This is wonderful. After finishing the second story, Chen Wenhan was even more thrilled, believing it to be superior to the first. Have you read the second piece? Lin Yu is undoubtedly a master. Why haven't we arranged a recommendation for him? We must act quickly. Xu Xiao called Chen Wenhan once more. Immediately, Chen Wenhan promptly arranged for the best recommendation. Only a handful of reads? That's rather dismal. Lin Chen muttered to himself, noticing the meager clicks on his first piece. Though the ratings were commendable. Onward, Lin Chen continued typing, his mind brimming with stories. Writing 1,000 words per tale, he could easily produce 3 stories an hour. His goal for the night was to complete 10 tales. Once he amassed 20 or 30, he could consider publishing a collection. Is this true? A gem of a story? The editor-in-chief had indeed bestowed such praise. Reaching the level of a gem is already impressive. Chen Wenhan had arranged for recommendations, and soon many began clicking on the stories. This truly is a gem. Lin Yu is remarkable. Perfect scores across the board. Tomorrow night, I shall share these 2 stories with the children. Comments began flooding in. 3 hours passed. With a sigh of relief, Lin Chen finished the remaining 8 tales. Instead of uploading them one by one, he decided to submit them all at once. What is happening? Upon checking the website, Lin Chen was astounded. Both fairy tales had exceeded 50,000 views, garnering thousands of comments. This was an outright explosion. Chapter 12. Signing a contract with Qianqian Network. It turned out that the homepage recommendation was granted. The combined rewards for the two short stories surprisingly amounted to 1,000 yuan. Quite impressive. A smile graced Lin Chen's face as he seized the opportunity to upload the remaining 8 tales he had penned. These fairy tales were bound to captivate audiences, and soon, the daily rewards from his enchanting stories would yield a substantial income. Truly remarkable, Chen Wenhan mused. After the recommendation was issued, he closely monitored the data. Within the same 3-hour window, the click rates for Lin Yu's 2 short stories were significantly higher. His evaluation had indeed made an impact. Moreover, he surmised that some readers had recommended these tales to others, attracting a considerable number of new readers. Typically, with the same promotional spot, recommending other stories would garner only about 10 to 20,000 clicks in 3 hours, with 30,000 being a commendable figure. Yet, the clicks for Lin Yu's 2 pieces astonishingly surpassed 50,000. Ding! Chen Wenhan's phone chimed again. Editor-in-Chief, you haven't turned in for the night, have you? I was just about to sleep. Is everything all right? Chen Wenhan felt a twinge of anxiety. What if another website had lured Lin Yu away, prompting him to announce his departure? On the other end, Su Xiao spoke excitedly. Editor-in-Chief, it seems our timely recommendation has resonated with Lin Yu. He has just released 8 more fairy tales. I read one, and it is exceptional. Chen Wenhan immediately straightened up, rushing to his study to reopen his computer. Indeed, Lin Yu had updated with 8 new tales. Incredible, simply incredible. Lin Yu's prowess was undoubtedly world-class. Chen Wenhan swiftly read through 2 of the new tales, and their quality matched that of the first 2. Ding! His phone rang once more. It was a call from a publisher. 3,000 for a buyout? If you have fairy tales of this caliber, I can offer 5,000 each. How many do you have? Chen Wenhan hung up, bemused. A mere 3,000 for such high-quality tales? Perhaps that was a decent sum for newcomers, but given Lin Yu's exceptional talent, he was certain Lin Yu was no novice, but rather a top-tier master. If the publisher dared to propose such a price, Lin Yu might very well vanish overnight. Ding! In less than 2 minutes, Chen Wenhan's phone buzzed again. Others were reaching out for his contact information to make purchases. Old Zhang, offering 11,000 per piece for a tale of his caliber, is reasonable. But Lin Yu's works are above that level. Even a century from now, these tales will endure. Do you truly believe Lin Yu is a newcomer? 30,000 per piece? I can inquire with Lin Yu, but at that price, I doubt you'll succeed. After a brief conversation, Chen Wenhan ended the call. While 30,000 was not an insignificant sum, he knew that securing fairy tales of such quality at that price was still a formidable challenge. Ding! Not long after, the third call came through. A night had passed. Lin Chen had slept soundly, while Chen Wenhan had only managed to fall asleep around 3 in the morning and was awakened by phone call shortly after 6. Lin Qianqian was still asleep, so Lin Chen made his way to the study. Upon logging into the author dashboard, Lin Chen was astonished to find that the clicks for the first 2 tales were nearing 100,000, while the other 8 had also reached 40,000 to 50,000 clicks. The total rewards across all 10 pieces had astonishingly exceeded 10,000. Of course, the rewards were not entirely his, as the website took a 30% share. Editor-in-Chief, Chen Wenhan. Lin Chen discovered an internal message. The editor-in-chief of Qianqian Network wished to add him as a WeChat friend. For the moment, he decided to hold off on adding the contact. Rushing to add the other party would only make him appear inexperienced. Time flew by until noon. After finishing her lunch and playtime, Lin Xiaoqian drifted off to sleep. Only then did Lin Chen add Chen Wenhan. Throughout the morning, Chen Wenhan had been distracted at work. Lin Chen's talent was so formidable that without the best recommendations, he risked Lin Chen abandoning him. Conversely, if he offered the best recommendations, Lin Chen might take the audience with him. Under the present circumstances, having given the best recommendations, he worried that if Lin Chen chose to leave, he might even face resignation. Ding! His phone chimed. Chen Wenhan hurriedly picked it up. He added me. At last, Chen Wenhan was elated. Lin Chen had taken his time to respond, leaving him anxious. Master Lin, I am Chen Wenhan, the editor-in-chief of Qianqian Network. I am contacting you because numerous publishers are eager to acquire your fairy tales. Chen Wenhan quickly sent a message to Lin Chen. What price? Lin Chen inquired curiously. Chen Wenhan promptly replied, all 10 taels are of high quality, with the highest offer being 680,000. Lin Chen's heart raced slightly. Those 10 taels had taken him merely 3 to 4 hours to write. However, they were not wholly his original creations. They had been assigned by the system. While his skill was high, producing a tale of such caliber every 3 days was commendable. Editor Chen, I am not looking to sell at this time. I have other fairy tales to publish, and I am curious about what conditions Tongxi Network can offer me in the future. Chen Wenhan let out a sigh of relief. As long as Lin Chen did not flee, everything else could be negotiated. Master, I also advise against selling at this moment. Your works will undoubtedly command a higher price in the future. Shall we meet to discuss the best conditions? Lin Chen contemplated, without signing with Tongxi Network. He would be anxious, as he could leave at any moment without a contract. There is no need for a meeting. You can discuss and determine the conditions. If they are favorable, I will sign online. I need to take Lin Qianqian with me, and do not have time for an in-person meeting. Additionally, I wish to keep my identity concealed, as it may impact my ability to care for her. Writing fairy tales is merely a means to earn some money. My priority is to raise Lin Qianqian well. Understood, Master. Chen Wenhan promptly reported back to his superior. Even as the editor-in-chief, he could not make unilateral decisions on this matter. An hour later, Chen Wenhan sent over a document. Lin Chen opened it to find that Tongxi Network's terms were quite favorable, offering full promotional support and external marketing resources. Furthermore, the revenue split for rewards was 9-1 in his favor, with Tongxi Network receiving only a fraction that might barely cover taxes. Editor Chen, the conditions are acceptable. I am willing to sign with the website. He would publish exclusively through Tongxi Network, retaining ownership of the copyrights. And if he wished to publish, the website would need to assist with promotion. Master, we will prepare the contract immediately. My boss mentioned that to demonstrate sincerity, we will offer an additional 300,000 as a signing bonus. 4 top-tier authors, a signing bonus of 300,000 is not substantial, but adding it after negotiating favorable terms is quite heartwarming. Lin Chen smiled. The signing bonus had likely been prearranged, and he appreciated that the website was willing to invest. Thank you. Before long, Chen Wenhan sent over the electronic contract. Lin Chen signed it promptly. Master, I look forward to a fruitful collaboration. Should you have any issues, do not hesitate to reach out. Chen Wenhan's face beamed with joy. With a superlative author anchoring the website, rapid growth was all but assured, and his bonuses this year would undoubtedly be substantial. Chapter 13. Accompanying Lin Qianqian to purchase a car, the sound of a bank notification chimed. The signing bonus of 300,000 from Tongxi Network swiftly arrived in Lin Chen's account. Although this amount would be subject to taxation, there was no immediate need to settle it. He could simply rectify it during the annual tax reconciliation via the personal income tax app. How prompt! A faint smile graced Lin Chen's face. With the earnings from translation and the signing bonus, purchasing a vehicle in the 30,000 range would pose no issue. At this price point, both safety and features would be commendable. Anything beyond that would primarily serve to elevate one's status. What sort of car should he choose? Lin Chen mused. Were he to be alone, he would undoubtedly opt for an electric vehicle, relishing in its rapid acceleration and exhilarating drive. However, with Lin Qianqian accompanying him, he deemed it prudent to consider the safety of electric cars, which still required further validation. Thus, he settled on a Volvo. After a brief online search, Lin Chen decided on the Volvo XC60, a fitting price point, and the brand was known for its safety. He had little desire for brand prestige. Moreover, at the 30,000 tier, it was merely a functional vehicle. Acquiring a luxury brand would not elevate how others perceived him. He had no need for a car to showcase ostentation. With the paternal system at his disposal, he could confidently care for Lin Qianqian, rendering him formidable. Suddenly, the sound of Lin Qianqian's cries echoed from the master bedroom. Lin Chen hurried inside. Qianqian, Daddy's here. Why are you crying? He asked, swiftly embracing her. As he extended his hand, he felt it damp. With tear-filled eyes, Lin Qianqian lamented, Daddy, I wet my pants. I'm not a good girl anymore. Lin Chen quickly reassured her. Qianqian, who said that? It's perfectly normal for little ones like you to have accidents sometimes. Some children even wet themselves at 5 or 6 years old. Daddy will help you change. With a pitiful expression, Lin Qianqian asked, "Really, Daddy?" The nanny said that wetting your pants means you're not a good child. Lin Chen furrowed his brow in silence. It was evident that the nanny wished to avoid extra work, but a child as young as Lin Qianqian would naturally have such accidents. Of course, what Daddy says is true. Your nanny may have taken care of older children and doesn't understand. You're still just over 2 years old, my dear. Lin Chen planted a gentle kiss on her forehead. Before long, Lin Chen had cleaned Lin Qianqian and changed her clothes. Naturally, the bed linens would also require washing. However, this was no great hassle. The washing machine was a washer-dryer combo, ensuring the linens would emerge spotless. Daddy, you've worked hard. Let me give you a kiss. Lin Qianqian chirped, planting sweet kisses on both of Lin Chen's cheeks. Qianqian, this afternoon I'm going to buy a car, Lin Chen said with a smile. Lin Qianqian shook her head. Daddy, I don't like cars. I like dolls. Can we buy a doll instead? Lin Chen playfully pinched her little nose. I'm not talking about a toy car. I mean a real car. We need one to get to places like the amusement park. And taking a taxi can be inconvenient. Besides, taxis don't have safety seats. Daddy, Mommy has 3 big cars. We can drive one of Mommy's big cars. She said we should share. Lin Qianqian replied, somewhat confused. Her little mind struggled to comprehend why, despite Mommy's ownership of several cars, Daddy still needed to buy another. Mommy has 3 cars? Lin Qianqian nodded. One is short, one is long, and one is very tall. I often ride in the tall one, and I've been in the long one too, but not in the short one. Lin Chen guessed that the short car must be a sports car, which would hardly accommodate Lin Qianqian. Qianqian, Mommy's preference differs from Daddy's. Now, hurry and put on your little shoes. We're heading out. Lin Chen smiled. After more than half an hour, they arrived at the dealership. After inspecting the car, Lin Qianqian expressed her approval, prompting Lin Chen to make the purchase immediately. The vehicle was available for immediate pickup, and with a temporary license plate printed, they were ready to drive away. Qianqian, Daddy needs to drive in the front. You must sit nicely in your safety seat, or it could be dangerous, Lin Chen advised as he placed her in the safety seat. Given the current sluggish car market, the dealership even provided a quality safety seat as a complimentary gift. Daddy, Qianqian is the best. Lin Qianqian chimed in her sweet voice. Mr. Lin, your daughter is simply adorable. I wish I had a daughter too. My wife just gave birth to a pair of twin boys, the sales associate remarked. His expression filled with envy. Lin Chen chuckled. Just keep trying. Perhaps the heavens will bless you with a daughter for your 3rd child. The sales associate shook his head in resignation. 2 sons already take all my energy. What would I do with another? Mr. Lin, feel free to reach out if you have any questions. Lin Chen nodded, then confidently drove away. System, will this driving enhance my skills? Lin Chen inquired in his mind. The system responded, of course, host. Accumulate 10 hours to reach the master level, 20 hours to achieve the grandmaster level. 40 hours will elevate you to legendary status, and 80 hours will attain mythic level. Lin Chen asked, what happens after reaching mythic level? Given the frequency of his driving needs, accumulating 80 hours seemed achievable. The system elaborated, host, the limits vary across different skills. The maximum limit for driving skills is 100 hours. Once you reach that, there will be no further enhancement. Understood, Lin Chen mused, feeling satisfied. In just 20 hours, he could attain grandmaster level. Most renowned drivers on Earth only reach that tier. With 100 hours, he would far surpass them. Daddy, where are we going? Lin Qianqian, seated obediently in the back, inquired. She responded, her demeanor compliant. Upon entering the supermarket, Lin Qianqian sat atop the shopping cart as Lin Chen pushed her along, with her gazing curiously at everything around. In no time, Lin Chen had filled half the cart. Beep. His phone rang. He pulled it out to find a call from his mother, Chen Mei. It was time to inform the family of recent developments. Lin Chen thought to himself, though they still rented a home, the new place would accommodate his parents should they come to visit. With a new car, he could take them and Lin Qianqian out for excursions. Quickly, Lin Chen answered the call. On the other end, Chen Mei asked, Son, are you currently unemployed? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Mom, did Zhou Wei say something to the family? Zhou Wei was a fellow villager, working in a different department at the same company. He had been laid off, while Zhou Wei remained employed. Yes, he called home and mentioned your layoff. His mother visited briefly, ostensibly to express concern, but it was clear she was boasting about her son's successes, Chen Mei remarked. Lin Chen silently shook his head. Such behavior was common in rural areas. While many were sincere, there were also quite a few gossips. Mom, let us just focus on living our lives. Chen Mei continued. Son, without a job, do you have any money? If not, I can send you some. Chapter 14. Lin Chen's parents arrive. I still have money, but Dad isn't home? Lin Chen inquired. Chen Mei replied, your father went to the fields. Son, if you run out of money, don't hesitate to ask. Your father and I have saved a little. Lin Chen smiled. Chen Mei's eyes lit up. Son, have you found a girlfriend? I'll tell you later. Bye for now, Lin Chen said as he ended the call. At that moment, in the supermarket, where the hustle and bustle made conversation difficult, Lin Qianqian looked at Lin Chen and asked, Dad, is that Grandma? How do you know? Lin Chen playfully responded. Lin Qianqian proudly replied, the ride said so. Dad's mom is Grandma. Dad, I want to ride the toy car. All right, we'll go ride it soon, Lin Chen said, affectionately patting Lin Qianqian's head. Back at Lin Chen's hometown, Chen Mei couldn't resist calling Lin Chen's father, darling. Our son is acting mysteriously. He might have a girlfriend. Really? Lin Chen's father, Lin Hai, brightened up. By the way, one more thing. Our son was laid off last month. He might need money. In the fields, Lin Hai wiped his sweat and said, I still have some money in my account. Let's transfer him 10,000 later. If that's not enough, we can withdraw some from the fixed deposit. Sound good? Chen Mei agreed. Lin Hai hurriedly finished his work. Upon returning home, Lin Chen said to Lin Qianqian, if you meet Grandpa and Grandma, remember to greet them, okay? He had already shown her pictures of his parents. Lin Qianqian nodded, but then expressed her concern. Dad, what if Grandpa and Grandma don't like me? How could that be? You're so adorable. They'll definitely love you. Lin Chen reassured her, giving her a couple of gentle kisses. Half an hour passed. Ding. Lin Chen's WeChat notification chimed. He opened it to find that his father had transferred him 10,000 yuan. He promptly initiated a video call with his father. The call connected quickly, revealing his parents, both dressed in new clothes typically worn for family gatherings. Dad, Mom, why did you send me money? I'm fine, Lin Chen said. Chen Mei asked, Son, have you found a girlfriend? Having one means more expenses, your father, and I want to support you a little. Lin Chen smiled, Mom and Dad, I have a surprise for you. He gestured to Lin Qianqian, who came over to his side. Grandpa, Grandma, Lin Qianqian called sweetly into the camera. Lin Chen's parents were momentarily stunned. What's going on? Is this not a girlfriend? Who is this little treasure calling us Grandpa and Grandma? Dad, Grandpa and Grandma don't seem to approve. Do they not like Qianqian? Lin Qianqian looked at Lin Chen anxiously. Lin Hai quickly interjected, no, clearing his throat. Lin Chen explained, this is Lin Qianqian. 3 years ago, due to an accident, her mother became pregnant with her. A week ago, her mother came to find me. She's your biological granddaughter. Lin Hai and Chen Mei were overwhelmed with joy, astonished to suddenly have such a lovely granddaughter. Qianqian. Just now Grandma didn't respond in time. When she comes, she'll buy you treats, Chen Mei coaxed. Lin Hai added, Grandpa will also get you something. Thank you, Grandpa and Grandma. Lin Qianqian exclaimed. Are you coming to see me? Yes, we'll come tomorrow, Chen Mei said, eager to set off immediately. Lin Chen smiled. Qianqian, go draw. Dad needs to talk with Grandpa and Grandma for a bit. I'll join you shortly. Goodbye, Grandpa and Grandma. Lin Qianqian skipped off to the balcony to draw. Lin Hai asked, Son, have you and Qianqian's mother registered your marriage? Lin Chen shook his head. Her name is Xu Mengyao. Our situation is a bit complicated. We were merely acquaintances at first, and things happened under special circumstances. Later, she went abroad, and I had no idea she had given birth to a child. Chen Mei remarked, if Mengyao is single, then you should hurry and get married. She has it tough, raising a child alone. Lin Chen replied, Mom, it's not that simple. Mengyao doesn't have someone else. But I found out online that her family's assets are conservatively estimated to exceed 10 billion. Lin Hai and Chen Mei were left speechless. 10 billion? That's an astronomical figure for us. Lin Qianqian was beginning to understand the complexities. She needed her father, and Mengyao was busy, which was why she had sent Qianqian to him. But now, I am myself, and she is herself, Lin Chen said. Lin Hai and Chen Mei nodded. Comprehending the situation, Chen Mei added, with assets over 100 billion, that's quite normal. Your father and I are well aware of your standing. We'll come tomorrow. Lin Chen stated. Mom, please send me your and Dad's ID numbers so I can buy your tickets. When you arrive at the airport, just ask the staff if you need help. He reassured them. Soon, Chen Mei sent the ID numbers, and Lin Chen purchased their tickets. Darling, what will we do about this situation in the future? It seems unlikely for him and Mengyao to end up together. Will he ever marry? Chen Mei pondered. Lin Hai frowned slightly. It was a pressing question. With the Xu family's wealth, the chances of Lin Chen marrying Mengyao were slim, and now he had a daughter. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it, Lin Hai sighed. Early the next morning, Lin Hai and Chen Mei boarded a black car to the provincial city. After a 2 to 3 hour ride, they reached the airport with 2 hours to spare before the flight. After lunch, Lin Chen said, Qianqian, let us go pick up Grandpa and Grandma. He carried Lin Qianqian out. She was due for a nap, which she took comfortably in the car. Grandma. Around 2 in the afternoon, Lin Chen and Lin Qianqian met his parents. Qianqian, come here for a hug. Chen Mei carefully embraced Lin Qianqian. Grandma. A kiss. Lin Qianqian planted a kiss on Chen Mei's cheek, instantly making her beam with joy, while Lin Hai looked on enviously. Mom and Dad, I was a bit dazed when Qianqian suddenly appeared, so I didn't tell you right away, Lin Chen explained. Lin Hai nodded. It's all right, we hurried over. And perhaps the surprise would have startled Qianqian. Now that she is familiar with you, it's better this way. Lin Chen agreed as he led Lin Hai and Chen Mei to the parking lot. Seeing Lin Chen driving, Lin Hai and Chen Mei found nothing unusual. They assumed the car belonged to Xu Mengyao. Son, are you a competent driver? It's fine if we bump around, but Qianqian must not be harmed. Chen Mei asked. In a short time, Lin Qianqian had completely won over Chen Mei and Lin Hai. Mom, don't worry. I'm nicknamed the driving god of Qiuming Mountain, Lin Chen joked. Chapter 15. Father, I have earned some pocket money. After driving a few kilometers, Lin Hai and the others finally felt at ease. Lin Chen's driving skills were quite commendable. He maneuvered the vehicle smoothly, even at a considerable speed. Mom and Dad, was the journey smooth? Lin Chen inquired. Lin Hai nodded, very smooth. It was just that your mother, being rather impatient, set off quite early and waited at the airport for almost 2 hours. Chen Mei remarked, arriving early is certainly better than being late. If any mishap were to occur on the road, you would likely be even more anxious than I. After all, the plane waits for no one. Lin Qianqian chirped. Grandpa and Grandma, Mommy is abroad. Otherwise, she could have picked you up from the airport, and then the plane wouldn't have taken off without you. Lin Chen paused momentarily. Did the Xu family possess a private jet? It seemed their assets were likely well over 100 billion. A private jet could easily cost several hundred million, and with other expenses, maintaining a fortune of that magnitude might prove rather challenging. Lin Hai exchanged a glance with Chen Mei, seated in the back. The wealthier the Xu family, the lesser the chance of Lin Chen and Xu Mengyao being together. It seemed that his son's future marriage prospects might be somewhat daunting. Qian, have you ever flown on your mother's airplane? Chen Mei asked. Qian, being young, found it difficult to keep track. Yes, Lin Chen nodded. Lin Qian giggled. Grandpa, Dad and I chose this house together. We both like it here. Well, as long as Qian likes it, Lin Hai thought to himself, his brow furrowing slightly. If Lin Chen resided here, it would likely be at the expense of Xu Mengyao, further diminishing their chances of being together. The four of them took the elevator upstairs and entered the house. Lin Qian bounced around, leading Lin Hai and the others on a tour. Son, come here for a moment. Taking advantage of Lin Qian playing with Chen Mei, Lin Hai called Lin Chen aside. The housing prices in the Magic City are exorbitant. This rent must be quite steep, right? Did Qian's mother pay for it? Lin Chen shook his head. I rented it myself. Lin Hai nodded. That is acceptable. So, your mother and I do not wish to climb the social ladder through the Xu family. But if you and Xu Mengyao have a child, it would be best if you could be together. Just don't spend her money. It would leave a poor impression. Lin Chen felt a surge of gratitude. Earning 100,000 yuan in the countryside was no easy feat, Dad. I need to be honest with you. Our family has around 300,000 to 400,000 in savings, and the remaining funds will be reserved for your wedding. This is all we can offer you. Lin Hai going fat? If Lin Chen and Xu Mengyao could not be together, their future marriages would still require dowries and celebrations, meaning they could not expend all their funds. Lin Chen smiled. Dad, let me show you something. He pulled out his phone and opened the chat history with Chen Wenhan. After being laid off, I found myself with free time, so I began writing fairy tales. To my surprise, I seem to possess a talent for it. My 10 stories have received bids of up to 680,000, and the website has signed me on, providing a signing bonus of 300,000. This is the money I used to buy that car. Lin Hai was astonished. Is this truly the case? You have this talent? He was somewhat incredulous. Lin Chen nodded affirmatively. Of course it's true. However, you and Mom must keep this confidential. If my identity is revealed, I fear it may impact my ability to care for Qianqian. You should log on to the website and see for yourself, Lin Hai suggested. His suspicion lingered. Was it possible that Xu Mengyao had given Lin Chen money and that this chat history was fabricated? Dad, what happened to the trust between us? Lin Chen retorted with a smirk. Before long, Lin Chen logged onto the Tongxin website. Lin Hai observed the data in Lin Chen's account. Look, Dad, these 10 stories have already garnered 30 to 40,000 in tips alone, and surely there will be more. I receive 90% of the reader donations, Lin Chen explained. Lin Hai inquired, haven't you sold them yet? Lin Chen shook his head. The 680,000 price is somewhat low. I plan to directly contact a publisher for publication. In the long run, the profits will far exceed that amount. These stories are golden geese. Lin Hai note that does seem more prudent. Son, if you develop well, there may still be hope for you. And Xu Mengyao? Lin Chen chuckled. Dad, there is certainly hope. Even if they're ISNT, when I marry in the future, you need not worry. Lin Hai nodded in agreement. As long as Lin Chen could earn his own living and establish a career, there would be no cause for concern when it came time for marriage. Dad, you must keep this under wraps. I do not wish for Qianqian to be swarmed by fans when we go out, Lin Chen cautioned. Currently, his fan base was still modest, but as he continued to write more fairy tales and eventually publish them, he anticipated a significant increase in followers. If his identity were to be leaked, it could draw unwanted attention. Rest assured, if people learn you are earning money, they will come to us asking to borrow. Lin Hai remarked, aware of the rural mindset. People envy wealth while fearing poverty. Dad, I currently do not have much money on hand. Once I do, I will make sure to support you and Mom, Lin Chen said with a smile. Lin Hai shook his head. There is no need for you to give us money. Your mother and I are still capable. We manage to earn some each year. We are not at the point where we require your financial support for retirement. Just take care of Qianqian and yourself. At this point, Lin Hai hesitated. Son, we initially saved that money for your wedding or to assist you in purchasing a home, but now it seems you do not need it. Should I use that money to renovate the house? It's quite dilapidated, and Qianqian might not feel comfortable living here. Father, don't renovate. The layout of our house is poor, and it's not worth the trouble to make major changes. It would be better to tear it down and build a new traditional-style villa. If funds are insufficient, I will provide assistance later, Lin Chen suggested. Lin Hai Faweng. Rebuilding from scratch will cost at least 500,000, and with renovations, the total will likely approach 1 million. Lin Chen laughed. Dad, I wrote these 10 stories within a month. They are worth at least 1 million. You need not worry about the construction costs. Lin Hai took a deep breath. Very well. We shall go ahead with the construction. Dad! Lin Qianqian ran to the study door. What is it, Qianqian? Lin Chen asked. Dad, I told Grandma that your cooking is the best, but she didn't believe me. I'm a good girl, and I wouldn't lie, Lin Qianqian replied. Chen Mei also approached. Son, how is it that Qianqian finds your cooking enjoyable? Lin Chen pondered internally. He was no longer the person he used to be. I've improved through daily practice. I am a genius, he remarked with a grin. He would never disclose the existence of the system. Chapter 16. The benefits of paper airplanes. In the evening, Lin Chen busied himself in the kitchen. Chen Mei had intended to prepare dinner herself, but Lin Qianqian expressed a desire to eat what her father made, and Lin Chen was eager for his parents to taste his culinary creations. So, how did you learn to handle a knife so skillfully? Chen Mei remarked in astonishment as she observed Lin Chen's impressive knife skills, which surpassed her own significantly. With just a few deft movements, he had cleaned a fish impeccably. Practice makes perfect, Lin Chen replied with a cheerful smile. Chen Mei found herself questioning her life choices. After years of cooking, Why had she not reached such a level of proficiency? Mom, you and Dad should take Qianqian out to play. She hasn't had enough outdoor activity today, Lin Chen suggested. Chen Mei nodded, and she and Lin Hai took Lin Qianqian outside. Once they left, Lin Chen worked even more swiftly with the ingredients. If Chen Mei had witnessed his speed, she would surely have been left speechless. Dad, it smells so good. I want to eat meat. Lin Qianqian shouted from the kitchen doorway. Lin Chen chuckled. Qianqian, go wash your hand with Grandpa and Grandma. Once you're done, we can eat. As they washed their hands, Lin Chen brought the dishes to the table. Upon seeing the 6 beautifully presented dishes, Lin Chen's parents were taken aback. Each dish resembled a work of art, rivaling that of a 5-star restaurant. Chen Mei remarked with a hint of annoyance, with such exceptional culinary skills. Why have you kept this hidden from us? Why didn't you cook at home before? Mom, my cooking was poor in the past. This year, I feel as though I've suddenly grasped everything quickly. I used to struggle with English, but now I'm doing well, Lin Chen explained. Grandpa and Grandma, Dad is amazing, Lin Qianqian declared as Lin Chen lifted her into her chair. Mom and Dad, I've become a genius. Please keep this a secret. I don't want to be taken away as a test subject, Lin Chen jokingly warned his parents. What's a test subject, Dad? Lin Qianqian asked innocently. Lin Hai and Chen Mei exchanged serious looks, fully aware of what that term meant. They certainly did not want any misfortune to befall their only son. Let's eat, Chen Mei urged. Son, the dishes look wonderful. I wonder how they taste. They picked up their chopsticks and began to taste the food. Their astonishment grew with each bite. Why was Lin Chen's cooking so delicious, even with the same ingredients? Grandpa and Grandma, Qianqian wasn't lying. Dad's cooking is the best, Lin Qianqian exclaimed as she savored rib. Indeed, our Qianqian is the most well-behaved, Lin Hai and Chen Mei quickly agreed. Dad, I want another big rib. The ribs are so tasty, Lin Qianqian said sweetly. Lin Chen smiled. All right, Qianqian, I'll give you another rib, but you must eat some vegetables too, okay? Lin Qianqian nodded obediently. Lin Chen's vegetables had improved significantly, and she was no longer as averse to eating them as she had been initially. By the end of the meal, Chen Mei and Lin Hai were thoroughly satisfied. Son, take Qianqian out. We'll clean up, Chen Mei said. Lin Chen nodded. There was no need for formality with his parents. As Lin Chen took Lin Qianqian outside, Chen Mei remarked to Lin Hai, given our son's culinary talent, I believe there is a strong possibility that Qianqian's mother will be with him in the future. Yes, Lin Hai agreed. There is something I haven't had the chance to tell you. Our son has started earning money, Lin Hai shared, revealing Lin Chen's success in writing fairy tales. Clearly, our son has truly become a genius. We must keep this secret under wraps, Chen Mei insisted. Indeed, Lin Hai nodded. There are many geniuses in the world, and even if this information were disclosed, it might not lead to any problems. However, as parents, their concern remained, what if something happened to their only son? Dad, what is that? Lin Qianqian inquired upon seeing other children playing with paper airplanes. Those are paper airplanes. If you want to play, ask the ant for 2 sheets of paper, and remember to be polite, Lin Chen replied with a smile. Lin Qianqian nodded eagerly. With her sweet demeanor, she quickly obtained a few sheets of paper. Dad, teach me. Lin Qianqian handed the papers to Lin Chen. All right, let me show you how to fold a paper airplane, Lin Chen said patiently, slowly guiding her through the process. Before long, 5 minutes had passed, and a voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. The host teaches Lin Qianqian to fold paper airplanes, earning airplane manufacturing skills. 100 hours to reach master level. 200 hours to attain grandmaster level. Lin Chen was taken aback. Teaching Lin Qianqian to fold paper airplanes granted him manufacturing skills? The system was indeed impressive. System. The time required has increased, Lin Chen communicated in his mind. Host, the difficulty is significantly higher, thus the time required for improvement will also increase, the system explained. 200 hours to achieve grandmaster level in airplane manufacturing. That's globally top tier. What more could I desire? Lin Chen pondered. Does this include fighter jets and civilian aircraft? Any type of aircraft is included, including small drones, large drones, early warning aircraft, fighter jets, refueling aircraft, and commercial airliners, the system replied. Lin Chen marveled at the system's helpfulness. Dad, this is so difficult. I can't do it, Lin Qianqian lamented. She attempted to fold a piece of paper herself. But at just over 2 years old, even the simplest paper airplane eluded her grasp. Qianqian, don't rush. There are many different types of paper airplanes online. I will teach you everything in time. You will be the best at folding paper airplanes, Lin Chen assured her with a smile. But I can't fold them, she replied. Lin Chen comforted her. I see Qianqian wants to make one for Grandpa and Grandma. They will surely be delighted to receive it. Don't worry. They will stay with us for a few days, so you have plenty of time to learn properly. Lin Xiaoqian's eyes brightened. Dad, I will take it seriously. Unbeknownst to them, 2 days passed swiftly. Lin Chen had uploaded 30 fairy tales, each one a masterpiece. The entire industry was abuzz. Creating even one fairy tale of such caliber was no small feat, yet Lin Yu had managed to craft 30. Boss, we can package the 30 fairy tales together. And a publisher has offered 3 million. Chen Wenhan excitedly messaged Lin Chen. 100,000 per fairy tale was quite a lucrative price. Editor-in-chief, I wish to self-publish. Lin Chen stated. Boss, self-publishing comes with certain risks. Your royalty rate would be at most 16%. If the book is priced at 30 yuan, you would only earn 4 yuan and 8 jiao. You would need to sell over 60,000 copies to earn 3 million. Do you think selling over 60,000 copies is unattainable? Lin Chen asked. It should be feasible, but there are indeed some risks, Chen Wenhan replied. The quality of the work is excellent, but high quality doesn't always guarantee high sales. Editor-in-chief, I want to self-publish, Lin Chen reiterated. Chapter 17. A special contract. Chen Wenhan quickly disseminated the news. Alas, 3 million did not sway him. This was entirely expected. Old Zheng earned over 20 million in royalties annually during his prime. Could Lin Yu, with his level of expertise, truly be satisfied with a mere 3 million? What royalty rate could be offered? Although his name was relatively new, his prowess was undeniably that of a master among masters. Offering him a low royalty rate would likely lead to his immediate dismissal. Publishers engaged in fervent discussions. In this era of digital dominance, physical books faced declining sales. However, fairy tale books still performed relatively well, as parents preferred not to hold a mobile phone or tablet while narrating stories to their children. Thus, many publishers vied for a share of this market. In the conference room of Tongxin Network, Chen Wenhan asserted, Boss, we also have our own publishing house. And after years of development, our strength is not to be underestimated. We can certainly compete. Liang Zhurong, the head of Tongxin Network, replied, Old Chen. While I founded Tongxin Network, my knowledge of fairy tales is limited. From a professional standpoint, do you believe this venture is worthwhile? Competing may strain our relationships with other publishers. Chen Wenhan responded, the quality of Lin Yu's fairy tales is undeniably exceptional. Even if we incur initial losses by offering a higher price, in the long run, we stand to gain immensely. As long as he can produce 30 such stories each year, he will be unstoppable, and his position will remain unshakable. In today's market, sentimentality holds no weight. We must not relinquish this opportunity. Another editor interjected, Brother Chen, your reasoning is sound, but what if this represents the entirety of Lin Yu's accumulated work? 30 tales a year above that standard might be overly optimistic. Should he continue to produce, then it would be worth it. His fame will only grow, and with it, the flow of revenue. However, if he cannot consistently deliver quality stories, our substantial investment may prove unwarranted. The group engaged in animated debate. Liang Zhurong attentively absorbed their perspectives. I understand your concerns. If Lin Yu can continue to soar, we shall rise alongside him. If not, we shall follow him into the abyss, he remarked. Chen Wenhan and the others nodded in agreement. Liang Zhurong continued, Old Chen, reach out to Lin Yu and inquire if he is willing to sign a special contract. For total sales of up to 500,000 copies, we will offer a 15% royalty rate. For sales between 500,000 and 2 million copies, 16%. For 2 to 5 million copies, 17%. And for any sales exceeding 5 million copies, I will grant him 18%. Chen Wenhan gazed at his boss in astonishment. Normally, a 15% rate was the maximum. 18% would significantly compress their profit margins, especially considering the various expenses associated with publishing. Most authors were content with a 10% royalty, while lower rates hovered around 6 or 7%. Are you not concerned that he may falter in his future output? If he can produce, he will likely sign, Liang Zhirong assured. Such a high royalty rate is feasible only for him. Others would struggle to match it. With Tongxi Network behind him, as Lin Yu flourishes, so too shall we, which can offset our costs, Liang Zhirong added. Boss, are there additional incentives? I fear he may not agree to collaborate solely on this basis, Chen Wenhan inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Liang Zhirong responded, we will print an initial 30,000 copies. The funds for these can be allocated upon signing. Isn't committing to 30,000 copies a bit risky? Another editor questioned. Liang Zhirong replied, you all believe in the quality of his fairy tales. Therefore, I trust the sales will not disappoint. Old Chen, inform him that should we decide to print additional copies, his royalty will be immediately transferred upon commencement. Chen Wenhan nodded, promptly sending a message to Lin Chen. Such a contract? Quite intriguing, Lin Chen mused, a subtle smile gracing his face. He was inclined to collaborate with Tongxi Network. Agreed. Boss, Lin Yu has consented. Chen Wenhan exclaimed with delight. Liang Zhirong stated, Old Chen, this contract is crucial. We must meet him in person for the signing. Arrange a meeting. I will accompany you. Understood, Chen Wenhan replied, sending another message. Lin Chen contemplated briefly. With his parents present, he could indeed meet Chen Wenhan and the team. Chief Editor Chen, a face-to-face signing is acceptable, but I must bring my child. I cannot travel far, and I prefer to maintain a low profile to avoid impacting my child's life. You may come for the signing, but please refrain from taking photos that might be shared. Bringing a child? Lin Yu appears to be quite young, Liang Zhirong noted. Let us proceed swiftly. They were not in Shanghai. After purchasing tickets, Liang Zhirong and his team quickly traveled to the city, arriving by afternoon. You're the esteemed Lin Yu? Upon seeing Lin Chen, Chen Wenhan and the others were astounded. The esteemed figure they envisioned was remarkably youthful. Lin Chen smiled. Manager Liang. Chief Editor Chen, my real name is Lin Chen. You may simply call me by my name. Chen Wenhan and the others shook Lin Chen's hand. Lin Chen, I never expected you to be so young, Chen Wenhan remarked in amazement. Lin Chen replied, youthful hearts possess an inherent advantage in crafting fairy tales. Chen Wenhan nodded, indeed. Lin Chen, may I inquire how long you spent creating those fairy tales? Less than a month. I can write one story a day, though I may not maintain such diligence in the future, Lin Chen stated. Liang Zhirong and Chen Wenhan were taken aback. Lin Chen, are you certain it was less than a month? You can write one story daily? Chen Wenhan questioned incredulously. Lin Chen thought to himself that he did not write one story a day. Rather, he utilized his spare moments to produce several tales. Yes, Lin Chen affirmed. Excitement surged within Liang Zhirong and Chen Wenhan. If Lin Chen could sustain such productivity, it would be extraordinary. Lin Chen, 4 fairy tales of equal quality. If you exceed 30 stories a year, I will grant you a bonus of 10,000 for each additional tale, Liang Zhirong promised. Lin Chen smiled. Manager Liang, thank you. A bonus of 10,000 per story is quite appealing. With the system providing ample resources, he could write 10 stories daily, potentially earning 100,000 in bonuses. Naturally, such output would not be sustainable in the long term, as it would seem excessive. Lin Chen, let us proceed with the signing, Chen Wenhan declared, retrieving the contract from his bag. Lin Chen meticulously reviewed the document, finding no issues, and signed both his real name and pen name. Manager Liang, Chief Editor Chen, as you have traveled such a distance, I would like to treat you to a meal as a gesture of hospitality, Lin Chen offered with a smile. They were currently in a tea house, adjacent to a restaurant. Just then, Lin Chen heard the familiar voice of his daughter, Lin Xiaoxi, calling for him outside. His physical fitness had reached a score of 93, and he noticed a marked improvement in his hearing. Father should be here shortly, Lin Chen's mother, Chun Mei, remarked, somewhat exasperated, as Lin Xiaoxi had inquired about his arrival no less than 20 times. Lin Chen swiftly opened the door. Daddy, Lin Xiaoxi joyfully exclaimed, running to embrace his legs. Have you eaten well? Lin Chen bent down to lift Lin Xiaoxi into his arms. Daddy, I didn't finish my meal. I'm full now. But it's not that Grandma's cooking is bad, she replied. Chapter 18. Xu Mengyao has arrived. Chen Mei wore a somewhat helpless expression. She had exerted herself to the utmost. Yet the disparity in culinary skills between her and Lin Chen was evident, resulting in dishes that undoubtedly paled in comparison. Mom, your cooking is still quite good. After all these years, I still prefer your meals, Lin Chen said with a cheerful smile. Qianqian, just eat a little less. It's fine. Children should experience a bit of hunger and cold to grow strong, he added. Chen Mei nodded in agreement. Little Lin Qianqian, in her sweet, childish voice, chimed in, Grandma, Mom says kids can't be picky eaters. Grandma's cooking is delicious too. Our Qianqian is truly obedient. Chen Mei responded with a beaming smile. Dad, will you teach me how to fold paper airplanes? Lin Qianqian recalled her intention to gift Chen Mei and the others with paper airplanes. All right, let's do it, Lin Chen replied, lifting Lin Qianqian to the balcony where he began to teach her earnestly. 2 hours later, after a bath and story, Lin Qianqian drifted off to sleep. Lin Chen made his way to the living room, where Chen Mei and the others were watching television. So, how's the contract coming along? Lin Hai inquired, aware that Lin Chen had gone out to sign a contract with a publishing house. Lin Chen chuckled. I've treated them to a meal, so of course the contract is signed. The first print run is 300,000 copies, and a copyright fee of over $1 million should arrive shortly. Lin Hai and the others stared at Lin Chen in astonishment. They had never earned so much money in their lives. Dad, I'll find a reliable company online for the house construction, covering both labor and materials. You just need to supervise, Lin Chen assured. Lin Hai asked in surprise, aren't you hiring local builders? Lin Chen shook his head. The construction teams in our area specialize in old-style houses. Even if we provide them with blueprints, the results may be unsatisfactory. Hiring a professional company might cost a bit more, but it's worth it. Lin Hai note that Tao Gu Fun. Lin Chen, noticing his father's concern, remarked, is it really that urgent? Lin Chen sensed that there was something significant behind their urgency. The next day, Lin Chen and Lin Qianqian accompanied Chen Mei and Lin Hai to the airport. Grandpa and Grandma, I have a gift for you. Close your eyes, Lin Qianqian said mysteriously. Chen Mei and Lin Hai complied. Lin Qianqian proudly presented a paper airplane she had crafted. Grandpa and Grandma, look, this is my paper airplane. When you see it, you will remember Qianqian. Lin Chen was taken aback. Qianqian, didn't you say that if Grandpa and Grandma, this airplane flew away, they would take yours? Why has your statement changed? Lin Qianqian giggled. Silly Dad, this is a paper airplane. It's not real. It can't carry people. Lin Hai and Chen Mei erupted in laughter. Thank you, Qianqian, Chen Mei said, embracing her granddaughter with a kiss. Goodbye, Grandpa and Grandma. Lin Qianqian waved as Chen Mei and Lin Hai entered the airport. Lin Chen drove away. An hour passed. Host, you have accumulated 20 hours of driving. Your driving skills have reached the grandmaster level. The system's voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Lin Chen had taken his parents and Lin Qianqian around many places in the bustling metropolis over the past 3 days, spending considerable time behind the wheel. Grandmaster level, that's impressive. Lin Chen smiled. The grandmaster level represented a world-class standard. The top racing drivers in the world were now on par with Lin Chen, yet he still had room for improvement, aiming for the legendary and mythical levels. System, what levels have my various skills reached? Lin Chen inquired internally, realizing he had not paid much attention to this. Enhancements occurred naturally while spending time with Lin Qianqian, forcing it would yield no benefit. The system responded, Host, your culinary skills have accumulated 30 hours, equivalent to 30 years of diligent study for others. Your culinary expertise is now at the grandmaster level. Fairy tale storytelling, driving, painting, and calligraphy also stand at the grandmaster level, while the rest have yet to reach that standard. Additionally, your physique is rated at 95 points. You are proficient in English, German, French, and Russian. A gentle smile graced Lin Chen's face. Though he had not possessed the system for long, he had undergone a profound transformation. Dad, I miss Mom. Does she not want Qianqian anymore? Lin Qianqian suddenly began to cry. I really want Mom, she sobbed. Lin Chen reassured her. We'll see her soon. Just past that intersection. A half-minute later, Lin Qianqian exclaimed, Dad, I see Mom's car. That just drove by. Lin Chen was astonished. Are you sure, Qianqian? Others might also drive cars that look like your mom's. That's definitely Mom's car, Lin Qianqian asserted confidently. Lin Chen pondered. Perhaps Xu Mengyao had not informed him of her arrival, intending to surprise him and see how he was faring with their daughter. Before long, Lin Chen drove into the community. Beep, beep. As he stepped out of the car, his phone rang. Xu Mengyao was calling. Lin Chen, where are you in Qianqian? I'm outside the house you rented, but no one is answering the doorbell, she inquired as soon as the call connected. We're in the underground parking garage. We'll be right up, Lin Chen replied. Moments later, they ascended to the floor. Mom, I missed you so much. Lin Qianqian shouted excitedly upon seeing Xu Mengyao. Qianqian, Mommy missed you too. Xu Mengyao smiled as she took Lin Qianqian into her arms. In her innocent manner, Lin Qianqian asked, Mom, do you miss Dad? He misses you a lot. Lin Chen was left speechless. When had he ever expressed that sentiment? Xu Mengyao glanced at Lin Chen, who felt a bit awkward. Despite their intimate connection and having a child together, they were still not well acquainted. Mom, do you want Dad? Lin Qianqian asked again. Yes, Xu Mengyao nodded. If she said otherwise, it might affect Lin Qianqian, given the situation between her parents. With hopeful eyes, Lin Qianqian said, Mom, please don't leave, okay? I want to sleep with both you and Dad tonight. Good girl. Lin Chen silently praised Lin Qianqian. Chapter 19. Discussing marriage license with Xu Mengyao. Lin Qianqian, feeling somewhat despondent, inquire, Mom, are you leaving soon? I really miss you. As Lin Chen opened the door, Xu Mengyao entered, carrying Lin Qianqian, and Lin Chen retrieved a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet. Qianqian, why don't you go play for a while? Mommy and Daddy need to talk, Xu Mengyao suggested as she set Lin Qianqian down. Are you going to kiss? Lin Qianqian asked innocently. Xu Mengyao responded with a pause. Lin Chen, come here for a moment. Once in the study, she addressed him, Lin Chen. The rent here is quite high, and your salary isn't substantial. I assume you haven't saved much. Why not take the 60,000? Lin Chen replied. Qianqian is my daughter too. I should provide her with better conditions. There's no need to use your money. I can support her. Xu Mengyao, perceiving Lin Chen as somewhat pretentious. You've worked hard, and since I have the means, it's only right that I provide some living expenses. Staying here is indeed much better for Qianqian. How about I increase it to 50,000 a month? She proposed. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. It's not that I think your offer is insufficient. 20,000 a month is already quite generous. I have my own finances. He then pulled out his phone to reveal a banking message. After refueling his car for 400, he still had over 1,400,000. The initial print run had already provided him with 300,000, and with his previous savings, he had amassed over 1,400,000. Did you win the lottery? Xu Mengyao asked in astonishment. Is it so surprising that I earned this myself? He retorted. Before you brought Qianqian here, I was only making a few thousand a month. Xu Mengyao noted quizzically. Lin Chen smiled gently. Everyone has their secrets. I didn't realize you came from such a wealthy family. Qianqian mentioned you own a private jet? I bought it during my pregnancy. It was inconvenient to travel on commercial flights with a large belly. After Qianqian was born, it became even more cumbersome to travel with her. So I acquired a small business jet, Xu Mengyao explained. Lin Chen nodded. That certainly makes things easier. He continued, you can take the 60,000 when you leave. As you just saw, I could support Qianqian without issue. Xu Mengyao acknowledged with a nod, recognizing Lin Chen's financial capacity. There's something I wish to discuss with you. Should you marry someone else in the future, I would prefer Qianqian stay with me, Lin Chen stated. Xu Mengyao quickly protested. No, Qianqian is mine. Don't be upset. If you choose not to marry, this won't be a concern. But if you do marry, would it truly be beneficial for Qianqian to stay with you? I assure you, I will take excellent care of her, he said. Xu Mengyao frowned. Having Qianqian with you would only lead to a stepmother situation later on. Isn't that the same? Lin Chen shook his head. It's different. Men can marry later, while women have a much shorter optimal age for marriage. We could adjust the terms. Whoever marries first would relinquish custody of Qianqian. Wouldn't that be better for her? Xu Mengyao nodded, agreed. However, you will not gain custody. I have no intention of marrying. Are you certain about not marrying? Lin Chen pressed. Absolutely. With Qianqian, I am satisfied, Xu Mengyao replied simply. Lin Chen Chuke, Xu Mengyao. Since you have no such intentions, why don't we just get the marriage license? Xu Mengyao furrowed her brow. Lin Chen elaborated. Qianqian is beginning to understand things. It wouldn't be appropriate for her to learn that she was conceived out of wedlock. Other children are the result of their parents' love. For her, it could be a source of emotional harm. Xu Mengyao contemplated this. Lin Chen reassured her, rest assured, even if we obtain a license, you remain you, and I remain me. I won't claim a single penny of your assets, and we can have it notarized. After our marriage, your property will remain yours. After a moment of thought, Xu Mengyao conceded, you make a valid point. Qianqian does seem more perceptive than most children. Lin Chen continued, this is merely a formality that won't alter anything. If you have no plans to marry, this will not affect you. By the way, when Qianqian said she misses you, I suspect she might be aware of something. Xu Mengyao remained silent, contemplating her lifelong decision to remain unmarried. However, obtaining a license with Lin Chen would indeed benefit Lin Qianqian. I have no objections. As you suggested, we can notarize first and then obtain a license, Xu Mengyao agreed, mindful of her family's wealth. Sounds good, Lin Chen replied with a smile. Xu Mengyao added, if you develop feelings for someone and wish to pursue her, you must first propose a divorce. Infidelity during our marriage would have significant repercussions for me. Same goes for you, Lin Chen responded. Xu Mengyao nodded, of course. Lin Chen smiled, then it settled, quite fair indeed. Won't it be a good time for you? All right, he affirmed. They agreed to meet outside. Lin Qianqian was on the balcony, writing. Xu Mengyao approached. Look, Mommy, this is what Daddy taught me to write. Lin Qianqian proudly revealed that she could already write her name. Xu Mengyao was surprised. Lin Qianqian's handwriting was quite impressive. Qianqian, did Daddy write this? She asked, picking up a nearby sheet of paper containing Lin Chen's masterful calligraphy, each character a visual delight. Yes, Daddy is amazing. He teaches me to write, draw, play football, sing, and even English. Lin Qianqian exclaimed with admiration. Xu Mengyao felt a pang of jealousy. Lin Qianqian had never idolized her in quite the same way. Lin Chen then entered. Mengyao, are you and Qianqian having lunch here? The fridge is empty, so I'll go buy some groceries. Xu Mengyao was taken aback, realizing Lin Chen had called her by her name. However, she quickly understood that he likely did so because Lin Qianqian was present. Let's just eat out. There's no need to trouble yourself, she replied, shaking her head. I don't want to eat out, Mommy. Daddy's cooking is much better than restaurant food, Lin Qianqian chimed in. Lin Chen smiled. I'll go buy some groceries. I didn't know you were coming. The food at home is only enough for me and Qianqian. Okay, Xu Mengyao note that. As Lin Chen left, she playfully tapped Lin Qianqian on the forehead. Qianqian, you little ingrate. After all this time with me, you side with your father. Lin Qianqian looked at her mother in confusion. Mommy, I didn't. I love you the most. She hugged Xu Mengyao and planted a kiss on her cheek, then asked, Mommy, did Daddy kiss you? Xu Mengyao could only respond with silence. Chapter Haimui, Xu Mengyao. Qianqian, your father and I have a minor issue, but both of us love you dearly. Do you understand? Xu Mengyao said to Lin Qianqian. Lin Qianqian, with a downcast expression, asked Mom, are you and Dad getting divorced? Will you abandon me? What nonsense are you talking about? Didn't I just say that both your father and I love you? How could we ever abandon you? Xu Mengyao quickly reassured her. What have you and Dad been up to lately? Xu Mengyao successfully shifted the topic. Lin Qianqian's face brightened with a smile. Mom, let me share a secret. I found this house with Dad. We both like it. Lin Qianqian chattered excitedly about various things. Xu Mengyao was somewhat astonished. It seemed Lin Chen was quite capable. Furthermore, Lin Chen's parents had already come to visit Lin Qianqian. Upon entering the kitchen, Xu Mengyao asked, do you need my help? Lin Chen shook his head, replying, no need. Qianqian misses you very much. She hasn't seen you in a long time. Please spend some quality time with her. I'll finish cooking in about an hour. Thank you for your hard work, Xu Mengyao said. Lin Chen quickly got to work, showcasing his culinary skills. In less than an hour, he had prepared 5 dishes and a soup. Ding dong. At that moment, Qianqian arrived. She gazed at the spread on the table, astonished. After Xu Mengyao finished washing her hands with Lin Qianqian, she too was taken aback by the sight of the dishes. Mom, Qianqian wasn't lying. Dad's cooking is the best. I love it. Lin Qianqian exclaimed sweetly. Lin Chen seated Lin Qianqian in a dining chair and said, Mengyao, Qing, don't just stand there, sit down and eat. I want to be polite, Qianqian said as she quickly grabbed a pair of chopsticks. The moment she took her first bite, Qianqian was left speechless. To confirm her thoughts, she sampled another dish. Indeed, it is true. Mengyao to taste the best. One has to stick with you, Qianqian declared, beaming with satisfaction. Xu Mengyao, puzzled, wondered if it truly tasted that good. The dishes looked exquisite, but did they taste as delightful? She quickly took a bite. Upon tasting the dish, Xu Mengyao was astonished. Though she had experienced many culinary delights, she was not overly demanding. She would occasionally request the chef to prepare something special, but most of the time, she did not make such demands. Now, she discovered that Lin Chen's cooking surpassed any gourmet food she had ever tasted. Lin Chen's culinary skills had reached an extraordinary level, comparable to the world's finest chefs. Among the countless five-star hotels worldwide, only a select few chefs could attain such mastery. The number of chefs at this grandmaster level could be counted on one hand. Lin Chen's understanding of food was profound, and every dish he prepared was exceptionally delicious. His culinary talent was indeed remarkable. Xu Mengyao quickly sampled all 6 dishes. Qianqian inquired, "How was the meal?" After finishing, Xu Mengyao was left in awe. Lin Chen's culinary prowess could easily cater to a state banquet. Lin Chen, have you ever considered opening a restaurant? If you did, you would surely make a fortune, Xu Mengyao asked. Lin Chen shook his head. I have no such intentions. Your work keeps you busy, flying around often. If I were to get busy too, who would take care of Qianqian? Money is endless, but Qianqian will grow up day by day. Xu Mengyao nodded slightly. My apologies, Lin Chen chuckled softly. No need to apologize. I enjoy spending time with Qianqian. Qianqian interjected. Mengyao, you two should hurry and go out. I've already indulged in 2 meals. Once Qianqian falls asleep, I'll wash the dishes. Lin Qianqian, confused, asked, Mommy and Daddy, where are you going? Lin Chen knelt down and kissed Lin Qianqian, saying, Mommy and Daddy are going on a date. You stay home and sleep well. Don't you think it's important for Mommy and Daddy to go on dates to maintain a good relationship? Xu Mengyao's face flushed slightly. She realized she had never been on a date. Soon, Lin Chen and Xu Mengyao left, and Lin Qianqian remained quiet, seemingly pleased with their outing. Your car is still outside the community. Let us take mine, Lin Chen suggested. Okay. Upon reaching the parking lot, Xu Mengyao got into Lin Chen's car. I heard from Qianqian that you bought this car together? She inquired. Lin Chen nodded. We just bought it a few days ago, but my driving skills are decent, so you need not worry. Before long, Lin Chen smoothly drove away. They first headed to the notary office to formalize their prenuptial agreement regarding separate assets. And both parties were in agreement. Lin Chen, how did you become such an excellent cook? Xu Mengyao curiously asked. Lin Chen chuckled. Perhaps it's a talent. But please don't expect me to open a restaurant. I have no interest in that. Before they realized it, half an hour passed. Xu Mengyao's phone rang, and she answered. The voice on the other end was urgent. President, there is a problem with a shipment to the Bear Country. They have contacted us. Our Russian translator is on leave and unreachable, and their Chinese translator is quite inadequate and cannot understand. Xu Mengyao frowned, then quickly find a Russian translator. President, we are searching, but they're in a hurry, so I wanted to ask if you know anyone in this field. Xu Mengyao zipli. I don't know any Russian translators. Suddenly, Lin Chen interjected, Xu Mengyao, I speak Russian. If it is urgent, I can help translate for you. Xu Mengyao looked at Lin Chen in surprise. Lin Chen, are you sure? Of course. Xu Mengyao held her phone and said, I have a friend who speaks Russian. Put on speaker, and he can help translate. As she spoke, she activated the speakerphone. Okay, President. As time passed, Lin Chen effortlessly translated. His proficiency in Russian was at a simultaneous interpretation level, making such calls a trivial matter for him. President, it's resolved. After hanging up, Xu Mengyao gazed at Lin Chen, astonished. The information her father had gathered indicated that Lin Chen was rather ordinary, yet his culinary skills were remarkable, and now his Russian was equally impressive. Lin Chen, I heard from Qianqian that you're teaching her English. Your English must also be quite good, Xu Mengyao inquired. Lin Chen smiled. Perhaps I have a talent for languages. I speak English, French, German, and Russian. Xu Mengyao was taken aback. Lin Chen could fluently converse in 4 foreign languages. This was beyond ordinary indeed. Chapter 21. I just registered my marriage with Xu Mengyao. Your proficiency in English, French, German, and even Russian is quite impressive, Xu Mengyao remarked, her disbelief evident. Approximately. Russian was the last language I learned, Lin Chen replied. Engaging in conversation with Xu Mengyao in English, he effortlessly navigated the dialogue, his articulation precise, and his vocabulary remarkably sophisticated. Rest assured, I will guide Qianqian without any issue. She won't stray off course under my tutelage, Lin Chen reassured her with a gentle smile. With your expertise, you could easily work as a translator, Xu Mengyao exclaimed in awe. Indeed, I have been taking translation jobs online. It's quite manageable. And I can earn 7,000 to 8,000 per assignment, Lin Chen responded cheerfully. Is that how you earn your income? Xu Mengyao inquired, intrigued. Supporting Qianqian is certainly within my means, he assured her with a nod. Why not pursue a more stable job? A hint of confusion in her tone. Given Lin Chen's culinary skills and language proficiency, he could easily secure a higher-paying position. I'll explain later, Lin Chen replied with a faint smile, showcasing his abilities while maintaining an air of mystery, undoubtedly piquing Xu Mengyao's curiosity. Just head directly to the community. I'll inform the security, Xu Mengyao instructed. Lin Chen nodded, driving into the community until they arrived at the grand villa belonging to Xu Mengyao. Typically, villas range from 3 to 400 square meters, while those measuring 5 to 600 are considered quite spacious. However, Lin Chen estimated Xu Mengyao's villa to exceed 1,000 square meters. No wonder Lin Qianqian referred to her mother's home as resembling a castle. Would you like to come in for a moment? Xu Mengyao offered, though internally she felt some reluctance. Yet, Lin Chen was Lin Qianqian's father, and they had shared a meal together, not to mention they were on their way to obtain a marriage certificate. No, we should hurry, Lin Chen replied. Xu Mengyao nodded, quickly retrieving the household registration book from her home. Though they might eventually be able to register their marriage with just an ID card, that policy had yet to be implemented, necessitating the household registration book for the time being. Let us go. 20 minutes later, they arrived outside the Civil Affairs Bureau. Xu Mengyao, I'll call you Mengyao during the process. If I use your full name, the staff might find it odd. Also, remember to smile for the photo. Our marriage certificate may be seen by Qianqian someday, Lin Chen explained. Understood, Xu Mengyao nodded slightly. They exited the car and entered the Civil Affairs Bureau. Nowadays, with a low marriage rate and a high divorce rate, the divorce section was crowded while the marriage area remained eerily quiet. Lean a bit closer and smile. Click. The staff member captured their photo, and shortly afterward, their brand new marriage certificate was ready. Stepping out of the bureau, Xu Mengyao appeared somewhat dazed. She had initially planned to remain unmarried for life, yet here she was, having just registered her marriage with Lin Chen. Lin Chen, I won't mention our marriage to my parents, and you should keep it from yours as well. This isn't a matter for our families. We are merely doing what's best for Qianqian, Xu Mengyao stated as they returned to the car. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. No problem. Rest assured, as long as you haven't consented, I won't disclose it. Let us also keep it from Qianqian for now. We can bring it up when she gets older and starts to question things, Xu Mengyao suggested. Agreed, Lin Chen replied, understanding her concern that Qianqian might not be able to keep such a secret. Pulling up outside a flower shop, Lin Chen had noticed it on their way. What are you doing? Xu Mengyao asked, puzzled. Buying you a bouquet. After all, we're out on a date. Wouldn't it be odd for you to return empty-handed? Lin Chen smiled. Don't underestimate Qianqian. She is quite clever. I could buy my own flowers, Xu Mengyao insisted. It's just a bouquet. I can't afford it. Lin Chen quickly exited the car and entered the shop. How much for this large bouquet of roses? He inquired, pointing. The florist quoted a slightly high price. But Lin Chen didn't bother to haggle. Could you provide me with a card? He requested. The florist handed him a heart-shaped pink card. To my beloved wife. I love you. Lin Chen penned a few words. Do you have colored pens? He asked. Yes. The florist retrieved a box of colored pens from behind the counter. Lin Chen swiftly sketched 3 little figures. A father with his left arm around a mother, while his right arm embraced a little girl. The figures bore a striking resemblance to him, Xu Mengyao and Lin Qianqian. Thank you, Lin Chen said, scanning to pay for the flowers before stepping outside. Mengyao, happy wedding, he exclaimed, presenting the bouquet to Xu Mengyao, who blushed slightly. I'll take a few pictures of you with the flowers. You can show them to Qianqian later, Lin Chen proposed, taking out his phone before she could decline. Xu Mengyao held the flowers while Lin Chen snapped several photos. His heart raced. His wife was truly beautiful. However, despite their legitimate marriage certificate, their emotional bond remained icy, as Xu Mengyao had become an impenetrable fortress after her past experiences. I'll add you on WeChat to send you the photos. If I don't have your contact, Qianqian will surely wonder, Lin Chen said. Xu Mengyao opened her phone and added him. I need to check on Qianqian before leaving, she stated calmly. Mengyao, why the rush to depart? Lin Chen asked. Xu Mengyao cast a glance at him, her voice steady. Unless we're in front of Qianqian, please call me Xu Mengyao at other times. Understood, Lin Chen nodded. He recognized that melting the ice around her heart would take time. With the marriage certificate secured and a child already present, he felt no urgency. He was confident he would eventually win her over. What about the flowers? Lin Chen suggested. You can carry them upstairs. Later, I'll hold Qianqian while you take the flowers to the community entrance. Qianqian will be thrilled. Xu Mengyao hesitated but eventually picked up the bouquet, unaware that the card was hidden within the flowers. Daddy, Mommy, Lin Qianqian exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. Was it possible that Xu Mengyao and Lin Chen had truly begun a romantic relationship? Qianqian, do you miss your daddy and mommy? Lin Chen picked up Lin Qianqian, showering her with affection. Lin Qianqian nodded eagerly. I miss daddy, I miss mommy. What beautiful flowers. Did you give these to mommy, daddy? Indeed, Lin Chen smiled. Lin Qianqian blinked innocently. Daddy, I'm your treasure too. Don't I deserve beautiful flowers? Lin Chen. This was unexpected. Chapter 22. The Fairy Tale Collection of Lin Yu. Suma as my gen li. Hee. Daddy, let's make a pinky promise. Lin Qianqian extended her tiny finger to link with Lin Chen's. Oh, what is this? Shenqing noticed a card hidden among the flowers. She reached out and retrieved it. Darling, I love you. Mengyao, I feel somewhat superfluous here. Shenqing read aloud from the heart-shaped card. Lin Chen, did you draw this? Your artistic skills are truly exceptional, so lifelike. Shenqing marveled. Xu Mengyao glanced at Lin Chen. The three little figures on the card were indeed well drawn, showcasing Lin Chen's remarkable artistic talent. Mommy, I want to see. Lin Qianqian piped up, stretching out her small hand. Xu Mengyao handed the card to Lin Qianqian. Her eyes sparkled. Daddy, it's so beautiful. Is this me? Is this mommy? Lin Chen smiled. Yes, indeed. If you like it, I will draw another one for you later. This one is for mommy, a gift for her. Lin Qianqian nodded eagerly. Mommy, this is for you. Are you happy today? Every time I go out with daddy, I feel so joyful. Lin Qianqian asked sweetly. Yes, I am very happy. Xu Mengyao kissed Lin Qianqian. I promise to be very good. I'm not picky about food anymore, Lin Qianqian declared, a hint of reluctance in her voice as she nodded. Shenqing chuckled. Qianqian, it's because your daddy cooks so well that you become less picky, right? Hee. I have a wonderful daddy. Lin Qianqian beamed. Lin Chen stated, Qianqian. Mommy's car is parked outside. Let us see her off along with Aunt Qingqing. Okay. The four of them made their way downstairs. Xu Mengyao cradled a large bouquet of roses in her arms, and the residents in the community gazed at them curiously. Xu Mengyao felt somewhat uneasy, yet Lin Qianqian was brimming with happiness. Mengyao, drive safely, Lin Chen said, carrying Lin Qianqian to the car. Xu Mengyao had arrived in her own sports car, a red Porsche 911, which, given her status, was rather understated. Qianqian, remember to listen to your daddy, Xu Mengyao instructed. Lin Qianqian nodded vigorously. Mommy, I will. You must come to see me early, okay? I will miss you so much. Xu Mengyao nodded, feeling a pang of reluctance. However, as the president of a corporation worth 600 billion, she had numerous decisions to make and business matters that required her personal attention. With the company having grown to such a scale, could she afford to neglect it just to accompany her daughter? If it were a company worth 600,000, perhaps it would be easier to let go, but a 600 billion enterprise was not something one could simply abandon. Selling shares for 200 to 300 billion in cash. Without the company and its connections, possessing such cash could lead to peril. Various unscrupulous elements might come knocking. With a roar, Xu Mengyao drove away, followed closely by another vehicle, which contained her bodyguards. Mengyao, How did Uncle Xu investigate? Did he fall for a deception? Or was the investigation not thorough? Such exceptional culinary skills as Lin Chen's went unnoticed, Qianqian remarked from the passenger seat. I'm not sure. Xu Mengyao shook her head. She was even more puzzled. It wasn't just his culinary prowess that went undetected. Lin Chen was also fluent in 4 foreign languages. Was he truly an ordinary individual? Mengyao, how does dating feel? Qianqian asked playfully, unaware that Lin Chen and Xu Mengyao had already registered their marriage. Xu Mengyao had told her that they were pretending to date so that Lin Qianqian would know her parents were in love. We're on a pretend date. If you wish to know what real dating feels like, you should find a boyfriend, Xu Mengyao suggested. Qianqian laughed. Mengyao, I think you and Lin Chen would make a lovely couple. Not to mention his culinary skills. If you truly marry him, your daily meals would be delightful. Xu Mengyao remained silent. Qianqian continued. The results of Uncle Xu's investigation indicated he is quite ordinary, yet he possesses remarkable culinary skills, excellent handwriting, an impressive artistic talent that is already extraordinarily exceptional. He has one significant advantage. Xu Mengyao inquired softly, what advantage? Qianqian replied, he is Qianqian's father. Just look at their bond. I've spent more time with Qianqian than he has, yet she is much closer to Lin Chen. Blood ties are indeed mysterious. Xu Mengyao remarked, now I understand the saying about the softening of one's heart after tasting someone's cooking. After 2 meals prepared by Lin Chen, you're now trying to sing his praises. What is this? Planning to mooch off him in the future? Qianqian nodded eagerly, of course. His culinary skills surpass even those of a 5-star hotel chef. He truly is remarkable. Xu Mengyao responded, but please don't sell me out for a few meals. Daddy, I'm so happy, Lin Qianqian exclaimed. What's making you so happy? Lin Chen asked. Lin Qianqian giggled because Daddy loves Mommy and Mommy loves Daddy. That means you two will never divorce, and I can always be with you. Lin Chen kissed Lin Qianqian, assuring her, don't worry, our family will always be together. Suddenly, Lin Chen's phone rang. He took it out to see it was a call from Chen Wenhan. Editor Chen, what can I do for you? Lin Chen inquired. On the other end, Chen Wenhan said, Lin Chen, your book is already in the printing process. Please send a message to your readers, and a purchasing link will be available on the website. Additionally, if you don't wish to hold a signing event, can we arrange for a batch of signed copies? Buyers will randomly receive your signed book. Lin Chen pondered for a moment. Editor Chen, please have someone deliver 1,000 copies for me to sign. It's best to keep it rare. Having too many wouldn't be ideal. Understood. Chen Wenhan replied enthusiastically. Okay. Lin Chen went to his study and opened his computer. Let us upload some more, he thought to himself. On Tongxin's website, he had only uploaded 30 fairy tales, but he still had 20 stored on his computer. Soon, he uploaded 10 more tales. The printed book, the collection of Lin Yu's stories, is currently in progress. Stay tuned. After uploading the 10 tales, Lin Chen issued a notification. Chapter 23. The launch of Lin Chen's book. Lin Yu has astonishingly updated 10 new tales. I just read one to my child, and she adored it. Reading on a phone feels a bit odd, but once she finished, she was full of energy and eager to see more on the screen. Meanwhile, Lin Yu announced that the physical books are already in the printing process, echoing the same excitement in my household. The comment section is abuzz with messages. The initial 30 tales have already captivated a plethora of fans. Many were previously unaware of Tongxin Network, discovering it through recommendations from others. In various mothers groups, numerous individuals have gathered. While some foreign fairy tales are exquisite, cultural differences can render them peculiar to children. Additionally, many domestic authors lack the requisite skill to craft engaging tales. Lin Yu's works resonate deeply with Chinese culture, brimming with charm, and imparting knowledge through enchanting narratives. Ladies and gentlemen, Lin Yu has transmitted another 10 fairy tales and is set to publish a book. Extra! Lin Yu is releasing a physical book. After perusing the newly uploaded tales and the announcement, many of Lin Chen's fans spontaneously began promoting him. Upon receiving the news, a multitude quickly logged onto Tongxin Network. Boss, Lin Yu has uploaded another 10 fairy tales, each a classic, and the feedback from readers has been overwhelmingly positive, Chen Wenhan reported to Liang Zhirong. Liang Zhirong, astonished, exclaimed, Another 10 tales? Indeed, he replied. Liang Zhirong, was elated, confident that as long as Lin Chen maintained this momentum, his fame would undoubtedly soar. Tongxi Network is bound to reap substantial profits. Allocate a budget of 500,000 and expedite the promotion. Engage more promoters. Liang Zhirong instructed solemnly. Chen Wenhan was taken aback. Boss, invest such a large sum? Liang Zhirong affirmed. Yes, this expenditure will yield no losses. While promoting through others may attract traffic that cannot be retained, Linyu has the ability to keep visitors on our site. Simply enhancing website traffic ensures we do not incur losses. Understood. I will arrange it immediately. I propose to disperse the 500,000 over 3 to 4 days. Chen Wenhan suggested. You handle the details. Ensure the first batch of books is promptly delivered to Lin Chen and send extra. He may wish to gift them to relatives and friends. After concluding the call, Liang Zhirong hung up. Chen Wenhan swiftly communicated with the website's operational team, who would seek out various promoters for vigorous recommendations. 3,000 copies have already been printed. Chen Wenhan inquired during a call with the printing factory's owner. Mr. Liu, please pack 1,100 of those. I will arrange for someone to collect them, he instructed. This printing factory was a frequent collaborator, and within an hour, Chen Wenhan's arranged personnel arrived. The 1,100 pristine books were already packed. Be cautious not to damage them, Mr. Liu personally supervised the loading of the boxes onto the vehicle. Chief Editor, the books are loaded, the driver informed Chen Wenhan. Xiao Li, you have a bit of a journey ahead. You must deliver these books to Linyu. It's about 800 or 900 kilometers, so please drive safely. Chen Wenhan advised. The driver, Li Lin, sheepishly asked, Chief Editor, may I have a signed copy from Linyu? My wife and daughter are both his fans. Ensure that 1,000 copies remain intact. Ask Linyu for a signature. He surely won't refuse you. Bring me one too. Chen Wenhan replied. All right, will do. Li Yena responda promptly. After hanging up, Chen Wenhan sent Li Lin the location. After a night's journey, Li Lin arrived at the designated spot. This location was a storefront outside Lin Chen's residential area. Not particularly prime, but affordably rented, which Lin Chen had secured the previous day. Chief Editor, I've arrived. Li Lin reported via phone. Xiao Li, there's a flower pot outside with a key underneath it. Use the key to unlock the door. Once you place the items inside, lock it up and return the key to its original spot. Then, find a hotel to rest, Chen Wenhan instructed, following Lin Chen's guidance from the previous night. Daddy, where are we going? After breakfast, Lin Chen carried Lin Qianqian to the rented storefront. Upon entering, he spotted 11 large boxes. Looks like there's work to do, Lin Chen thought, secretly relieved that his pen name consisted of only 2 characters. Had it been 4, the workload would have doubled. Daddy, what are we doing here? What are these? Lin Qianqian asked, puzzled. Lin Chen smiled. Mommy has work, and so does Daddy, right? These are part of my work. Can you draw over there for a while? He suggested to Lin Qianqian, who nodded obediently. The storefront was equipped with a table and chairs, allowing Lin Qianqian to draw, while Lin Chen perused one of the books. After reading through, he found no issues. With a flourish, Lin Chen began to sign. His calligraphy was masterful, each signature a dance of ink, exuding beauty. After nearly 3 hours of diligent signing, Lin Chen finally completed the task. He called Chen Xinhan. Okay. Lin Chen, you've worked hard. Chen Xinhan responded cheerfully on the other end. After ending the call, Lin Chen approached Lin Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian, Daddy is done. Let us go to the amusement park. Yay! Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed joyfully. In the afternoon, Li Lin, having awakened from a nap, arrived at the storefront. He found a book inscribed with to Li Lin, Linyu. Lin Chen had intentionally saved a copy for him. This handwriting is truly beautiful, Li Lin remarked, his eyes lighting up. Having seen numerous author signatures, he noted that some were nearly illegible, but Lin Chen's was far superior. Beaming, Li Lin felt that this trip was worthwhile, certain that his wife and daughter would be pleased. As dawn broke the next day, Lin Chen pondered. How many people will make a purchase? The first print run consisted of 300,000 copies, if sales were low. Selling only 3,000 to 5,000 copies would be rather embarrassing. Nevertheless, Lin Chen remained optimistic, confident that such a dire outcome was unlikely. The fairy tales he shared were all of exemplary quality, provided by the system, and there was no reason for a downfall. Based on the website's popularity, many were eager to buy. As noon approached, throngs waited for the purchasing link to be released. Tongxin Network announced that the first 50 purchasers would receive signed copies, separate from the initial 1,000. It's here. The purchasing link went live, and many swiftly placed their orders. With Tongxin Network's substantial traffic, coupled with promotions, over 1 million readers had experienced Lin Yu's tales, many of whom had become loyal fans. Chief Editor, it's a sensation. In just 1 minute, sales have surpassed 10,000. Someone exclaimed excitedly. Chun Xinhan grinned, proclaiming, such success is to be expected, with the quality Lin Yu delivers. It would be strange if it didn't explode. Another editor jested, if this book doesn't take off, I think we should all consider a career change. Chapter Haimutu, Xu Mengyao Lin Yu. Time passed second by second. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. By the end of the first hour, sales had reached 100,000 copies. Of course, this did not mean that 100,000 individuals made purchases. Some may buy multiple copies, as books can get lost or damaged by children. Such high-quality books also make for excellent gifts. Additionally, several bookstores and libraries would likely make bulk purchases, sometimes acquiring dozens of copies at a time. Lin Chen leaned down to kiss Lin Qianqian, who was napping. Editor-in-Chief Chun, is there any news? Are the sales dismal? Lin Chen inquired as he opened his computer in the study. He logged into the author's backend and noticed a significant increase in rewards, as well as a surge in clicks and collections. The sale should not be disheartening after all. Big shot. Are you feeling a bit anxious? A faint smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. After all, it was his book, and he was indeed concerned, but it would never reach the level of anxiety. He had a system. How could he possibly feel nervous about this? If fairy tales did not yield substantial profit, he could always switch tracks. He possessed skills beyond this one. Not too bad. Ding! Chun Xinhong called, and Lin Chen answered. Chun Xinhong exclaimed joyfully, Lin Chen. We surpassed 100,000 copies in just 1 hour. Lin Chen was somewhat astonished. 100,000 copies in just an hour? The initial hour's sales were certainly the best, but at this momentum, perhaps 300,000 copies could be sold within a day. Lin Chen, the quality of this book speaks for itself. As long as user reviews are favorable, future sales will undoubtedly be promising. The first month's sales may very well exceed 1 million copies. Chun Xinhong declared excitedly. Lin Chen joked, as long as the initial print sells out, I will be at ease. Just don't let it lead to significant losses. Chun Xinhong laughed. We just said that if your book doesn't sell well, we should consider changing careers. Lin Chen, tomorrow or the day after, the boss will contact you for a reprint, and you can make a substantial profit. Will 300,000 copies be printed in time if they sell out quickly? On the other end, Chun Xinhong laughed heartily. Don't worry about that. The factory we collaborate with is a large one, and their printing business is quite idle at the moment. As long as the client pays promptly, they will manage the printing without issue. After hanging up, Chun Xinhong urged the operations team to act swiftly. The first hour's sales of 100,000 copies required immediate promotion. Xu Mengyao was scrolling through short videos in her expansive office. She had just concluded a meeting and was taking a moment to relax. Mothers with children, let me recommend an exceptional book. It is my top choice for fairy tales this year. Xu Mengyao came across a short video. Being a mother, the algorithms frequently suggested such content to her. Fairy tales? Xu Mengyao clicked in. She could bring a storybook for Lin Qianqian the next time she visited. However, her standards were high. She typically dismissed ordinary books. As time passed, Xu Mengyao became engrossed. Knock, knock. The office door was tapped upon. This book is truly remarkable. Each fairy tale is delightful, Xu Mengyao mused. President, it's time for you to head to the airport. The car is waiting downstairs, her assistant reminded her. Xu Mengyao now took at least 1 flight daily, sometimes 3, making her days exceedingly hectic. The company had an abundance of business, compounded by a backlog of tasks. Some matters required her direct involvement. Even the deputy president's presence would not suffice. Let us go, Xu Mengyao said as she reached the car downstairs. She continued reading, and before she knew it, she had finished all 40 fairy tales Lin Chen had sent. Each one was a classic, impressive. Lin Yu will undoubtedly become a master storyteller, Xu Mengyao thought to herself. She ordered 2 copies, keeping one for herself and planning to take the other to Lin Chen, who could read it to Lin Qianqian. Perhaps I should reward him. Xu Mengyao. She typically did not have the habit of giving rewards, but she genuinely appreciated Lin Yu's fairy tales. The leader's reward was 1,000. The Silver Alliance, 10,000, and the Gold Alliance, 100,000. Xu Mengyao noted that Lin Yu had yet to establish a Silver Alliance, while there were already about 10 leaders. I shall become the first Silver ally, Xu Mengyao decided, rewarding him with 10,000 yuan. Although becoming a Gold ally would be trivial for her, she did not know Lin Yu well enough. His works might be commendable, while his character might not be. For now, a Silver Alliance would suffice. Even if his character were lacking, the works were worth such a reward. Oh, at that moment, Lin Chen sat before his computer, noticing the addition of a Silver Alliance member. A Silver Alliance of 10,000 yuan. This individual was quite supportive. Thank you for your support, Lin Chen expressed simply. Time swiftly progressed to the following day, and Chen Xinhong and his team gazed at the large screen displaying sales figures. The numbers fluctuated continuously. Suddenly, the data jumped dramatically. Applause erupted. It was now 10 in the morning. Within 22 hours, the initial print of 300,000 copies had sold out completely. Boss, the 300,000 copies are sold out. Chen Xinhong hurriedly called Liang Zhirong. On the other end, Liang Zhirong was ecstatic. This gamble paid off. Old Chen, call Lin Chen to increase the print to 500,000 copies actually. I will make the call myself. Quickly, Liang Zhirong dialed Lin Chen. Lin Chen was astonished. Director Liang, so soon for reprint? On the other end, Liang Zhirong laughed heartily. Yes, we 1T engage in scarcity marketing. We will provide ample supply as long as users enjoy it. Lin Chen, let us sign an online contract for the reprint. I'll transfer the funds as soon as the contract is finalized. The contract was readily available. Lin Chen merely needed to adjust the figures. Within 10 minutes, he signed the reprint contract with Tongxin Network. Ding! Less than 2 hours later, a text message from the bank arrived. 2,350,000 had been deposited. Originally, he had transferred 700,000 to his family, leaving a little over 70,000. With this addition, he now had 3,100,000. He had initially intended to take out 1 million, but his father insisted on only 70,000. After much persuasion, he managed to transfer that amount. According to his father's thinking, 50,000 would suffice. In total, spending 1 million would still leave them with 300,000 to 400,000 in savings. Even if they borrowed a bit, they could pay it back later. Despite Lin Chen earning money rapidly, they understood that acquiring a good apartment in the metropolis would not be easy. 3,100,000 was still far from the required amount for a home. Lin Chen pondered. The reprint of 500,000 copies would not sell out immediately. Relying solely on this book would not yield substantial profits in the short term. However, he could always release a second book. With his reputation and positive reviews, the sales of the second edition would also be promising. Chapter 25. Dadi, I'm Hurt. I placed my 15th order and received the book, adorned with the exquisite signature of teacher Lin Yu. The signature is truly beautiful. I was fortunate enough to win a prize. My grandfather, a member of the Calligraphy Association, humbly remarked that he pales in comparison to teacher Lin Yu. The enchanting fairy tales crafted by the master Lin Yu are captivating, and his calligraphy is splendid. Regrettably, I did not win, so I can only admire it online. Many who received the book have shared their excitement on social media. Some even showcased their signed copies, garnering numerous likes from their friends. This wave of enthusiasm has attracted many readers, who, after enjoying the content, proceeded to place orders. Sales and reputation soared simultaneously. What a delight! A certain individual had a decent start with sales 2 years ago, but when the reviews plummeted, the sales followed suit, collapsing in a mere blink. The mood on Tongxin Network was exceptionally buoyant. Lin Yu has brought a considerable influx of traffic to the website, and the owner stands to profit. Could they possibly withhold bonuses from their staff? Old Chen, given this situation, perhaps the 50,000 copies could be sold out in just half a month, remarked Liang Zhirong, the owner of Tongxin Network, to Chen Xian, his spirits high. Although the royalty rate promised to Lin Chen is somewhat generous, it pales in comparison to the elevation Lin Chen has brought to the site. Chen Xian chuckled. I initially estimated that selling these 50,000 copies would take at least 20 days, but now it appears that it won't take nearly as long. Lin Chen's signature has generated quite a buzz. Liang Zhirong joyfully noted, "We saved money. Spending $1 million might not have yielded such significant enthusiasm." Knock, knock. The sound of a knock echoed. "Come in," Liang Zhirong called. Soon, a person entered, beaming with excitement. "Boss, the president of the Calligraphy Association, Gu Lao. Praise teacher Lin used calligraphy on Weibo. He also mentioned that he intends to read Lin Yu's fairy tales to his granddaughter." Liang Zhirong's eyes sparkled. Though the Calligraphy Association lacks significant presence, the influence of someone like Gu Lao is formidable. "Boss, Gu Lao's endorsement is fantastic. I was initially worried that our success might attract envy and slander, but now I feel much more at ease," Qianqian expressed with delight. Gu Lao's public support means that those who wish to disparage will think twice. Liang Zhirong exclaimed with Gu Lao's post. "Several official media outlets will likely assist in promoting us for free. The second batch might sell out in 10 days. Qianqian nodded. This was entirely plausible. Once the momentum builds, many will promote it themselves, and good reviews will naturally drive better sales. Although the birth rate in Huagua has decreased, the number of children born in recent years remains substantial. This is precisely the age when they relish stories. The combined total of the first and second batches is only 800,000 copies. Many parents are willing to spend on their children, especially since each book is quite affordable." Knock, knock. Not long after, another knock sounded at Liang Zhirong's office door. "More good news?" Liang Zhirong inquired, looking at the newcomer. "Boss, a female celebrity just posted that she bought the book and read the stories to her child, who adored them. She has recommended the book to her fans, who number in the millions," the excited editor reported. Liang Zhirong and Qianqian exchanged glances. "Old Chun, it seems we underestimated Lin Yu," Qianqian said, nodding. "Celebrities are typically cautious. They seldom provide free advertising. This is genuine admiration. Once the first endorsement is made, there may be more to follow." Liang Zhirong and Qianqian stepped outside. The sales curve displayed on the big screen, which had previously dipped, was now surging rapidly. The influence of a celebrity with millions of followers is indeed powerful. At this rate, the 50,000 copies will surely sell out in no more than 10 days. Qianqian remarked, "Liang Zhirong, you are being conservative. We cannot afford celebrities, yet their promotional impact is formidable. The 50,000 copies probably won't last a week." 3 days swiftly passed. Over a dozen celebrities had volunteered to promote the book. The second batch of 50,000 copies was completely sold out. "Shall we order another 100,000 copies?" Liang Zhirong proposed. "Don't let your hands slip, though," Lin Chen exclaimed in surprise. Qianqian and the others remained silent. He hadn't anticipated that the stock would sell out again in just 3 days. "Lin Chen, no, Lin Yu, you have no idea how popular your fairy tales have become. Ordering another 100,000 copies will undoubtedly sell out within a month," Liang Zhirong chuckled. "Liang Zhirong, if you have confidence, I have no objections." "Of course, I want the money," Lin Chen replied. Liang Zhirong cleared his throat. "Lin Yu, there's a small issue. Many have reported that the second batch did not include signed copies. Could we arrange for a new batch of signed books for the third batch?" Lin Chen pondered. "How many?" Liang Zhirong suggested. "How about 2,000 copies?" Lin Chen sighed internally, thinking that signing 2,000 copies would take quite a while. "All right then. Please have Lin deliver the books to the usual location," Lin Chen instructed. Soon, Lin Chen and Liang Zhirong signed the third contract. The royalty rate was variable, based on sales. Ding! Liang Zhirong promptly arranged for the financial transfer. Lin Chen's bank balance surged to 7,900,000. If not for residing in such a bustling city like Shanghai, that sum could comfortably sustain a lifetime. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoqian burst into tears. Lin Chen hurried from his study to the living room. "Xiaoqian, what's wrong?" he asked as he scooped her up. Lin Xiaoqian, with tears in her eyes, replied, "Daddy, I hurt my hand. Look, I'm injured." Lin Chen quickly examined her hand, noting a slight redness, but there was no broken skin. Had he been a moment slower, the mark would have likely faded away. "Let Daddy rub it for you." "Xiaoqian, be good, don't cry. It's nothing," Lin Chen reassured. Lin Xiaoqian asked, "Daddy, aren't you going to put on medicine?" Well, I got hurt before. Mommy always applied medicine for me. All right, Daddy will apply some, Lin Chen replied, somewhat amused. The redness was nearly invisible now. He retrieved the medicine box, having prepared it for any potential injuries. As he applied the medication, a voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Host has gained the skill of ancient medicine. It will take 30 hours to reach the master level, and 60 hours to attain the grandmaster level. Lin Chen was taken aback. Applying medicine to Lin Qianqian had apparently granted him the skill of ancient medicine, a rather impressive feat. Typically, it takes 10 hours to reach the master level and 20 hours for the grandmaster. This was 3 times as long. Among the skills he had acquired, this ranked second in difficulty. Only the aircraft manufacturing skill was more demanding, requiring 50 and 100 hours, respectively. Qianqian, does it still hurt? Lin Chen asked with a smile. He realized he could not view things from an adult's perspective. Merely applying medicine to Lin Qianqian had yielded such a significant benefit. It doesn't hurt anymore. Daddy is amazing, Lin Qianqian exclaimed, hugging Lin Chen's head and planting a kiss on him. System, how do I enhance this skill? It seems there are no opportunities for practice, Lin Chen queried in his mind. The system replied, Host, it is common for children to fall ill. Then perhaps it's best not to pursue improvement for now, Lin Chen thought, not wishing for Lin Qianqian to fall ill. Chapter 26. Father, your wife's call Qianqian. The character for person is written incorrectly. Look how I write it, and then compare it with your version. Do you see the difference? Lin Chen instructed his daughter, Lin Qianqian. As she practiced writing, Qianqian had already mastered her name and was now learning simpler characters with great diligence. Dad, you are an adult, and I'm a little person. Your steps are big, while mine are smaller, Lin Qianqian exclaimed with innocent sincerity. Lin Chen chuckled softly and clarified, Qianqian, there is no distinction between adults and children in terms of being a person. We don't refer to children as little people. You can say you are a baby or a child. Qianqian nodded, somewhat understanding. With a smile, Lin Chen began to narrate a story. Long, long ago, humans, like other animals, did not possess written language. Imagine how people communicated back then. Qianqian pondered for a moment and replied, did they use their mouths like dogs? Lin Chen laughed. We could use our mouths when we were face to face, but what if we were apart? How could we convey our messages? After a moment of thought, her eyes lit up as she exclaimed, Dad, I know. They could draw to tell others. Lin Chen affectionately ruffled her hair. Qianqian, you are quite clever. That is indeed how ancient people communicated. The earliest forms of writing were akin to drawing, and eventually, wise individuals among humanity gradually developed written language. Qianqian listened intently. Host, you have spent 20 hours teaching Lin Qianqian to write, elevating your calligraphy skills to a grandmaster level. A voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. A faint smile graced his face as a flood of information surged through his consciousness. With the system's assistance, Lin Chen grasped the intricacies of calligraphy as if he had practiced for decades. After half an hour, he said, Qianqian, let us take a break from writing. You need to rest your eyes. Now, let us practice some English. Lin Chen engaged in a dialogue with Lin Qianqian in English. He did not focus on teaching her vocabulary or grammar. The key was to converse, allowing her to learn through practice. While many children might not need English in the future, the Xu family had extensive business interests abroad, and the family's assets would likely one day belong to Qianqian. He envisioned that he too would earn considerable wealth and perhaps engage in business overseas, all of which would eventually benefit her. Thus, mastering English was essential for Qianqian. Host, your proficiency in Japanese has reached an advanced level, the system announced after another half hour. So far, Lin Chen had acquired English, German, French, Russian, Arabic, Portuguese, and Japanese. That's delightful. I won't need subtitles for films anymore, Lin Chen mused. He recognized the necessity of learning Japanese, especially for casual viewing and potential future interactions with the Eastern Sakura nation. Reflecting on his past struggles with English, he noted how many brain cells had perished in the process. Now, mastering 7 foreign languages felt effortless. Continuing to teach Lin Qianqian, Lin Chen speculated that in the future, he might even speak the languages of indigenous tribes in Africa. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was a video call from Xu Mengyao. Given the time, she was usually busy with work. Qianqian, it's Mommy's video call. Lin Chen informed his daughter as he connected the call. Previously, he had engaged much with Xu Mengyao during their video chats. They had a child together and were legally married, but he felt it inappropriate to be overly forward. The Xu family was exceedingly affluent, and he feared that if he appeared overly enthusiastic, they might suspect his intentions revolved around their wealth. "Mommy!" Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed joyfully. "Xiaoqian, I'll video call you later. I need to discuss something with your father, so please hand the phone to him." Xu Mengyao smiled. "Dad, your wife is calling." Lin Xiaoqian remarked with a seriousness beyond her years. Lin Chen took the phone and smiled. "Mengyao, what is the matter?" "Su Mengyao ziplit, siya gokeng." "You can play by yourself for a moment." "Lin Chen, I need your assistance with some work-related matters." "All right." Lin Chen agreed, promptly heading to his study. "Su Mengyao inquit." "Lin Chen, you mentioned you speak English, German, French, and Russian." Lin Chen nodded slightly. "I also have a basic understanding of Arabic, Japanese, and Portuguese." "Why do you ask?" Xu Mengyao was taken aback by the revelation that Lin Chen's linguistic abilities extended beyond those 4 languages. "I urgently need a document in German that contains numerous technical terms. Our company's translation capabilities are insufficient. I wonder if you could comprehend it," she explained. Lin Chen responded with a smile. "Send it over. I'll take a look." Shortly thereafter, Xu Mengyao sent the file. After reviewing it, he assured her it should be no problem. "I'll have the translated document ready for you in half an hour." "Thank you." Xu Mengyao ziplit. After ending the call, Lin Chen opened his computer to quickly translate the document. For him, even a most obscure technical vocabulary felt trivial. Meanwhile, on Xu Mengyao's side, her assistant expressed frustration. "They say there are too many technical terms." "I'll find someone." "Just wait a moment," Xu Mengyao instructed. "You can leave now. I need some time alone." Once the assistant departed, Xu Mengyao dialed her father's number. "Father, how is mother doing?" she inquired. It turned out Su Guofeng intended to stay longer. "Is Xiaoqian doing well with Lin Chen?" he asked, aware that Lin Xiaoqian was with Lin Chen but had never reached out to him. He did not approve of Lin Chen. He viewed him as ordinary and, as the sole parent of his precious daughter, naturally wished for her to be with someone else. Fortunately, Xu Mengyao did not seem too enamored with Lin Chen either. Lin Chen is Xiaoqian's father. He treats her very well, and they are quite close. Xu Mengyao reassured him. "That's good to hear," Su Guofeng replied. Xu Mengyao continued. "Father, when you had someone investigate Lin Chen, did they find him to be ordinary in all aspects?" "Yes, why do you ask?" Su Guofeng zépondait. Xu Mengyao pressed on. "Father, who did you hire for the investigation? Did they perhaps fail to conduct a thorough examination and mislead you?" Su Guofeng paused. "Mengyao, are you suggesting that Lin Chen is not ordinary?" Chapter 27. Su Guofeng's concerns. Xu Mengyao inquired, "Dad, who did you ask about this?" Su Guofeng replied, "My former bodyguard, Xiao He, investigated. Lin Chen comes from an ordinary background, has average academic performance, and while he is not unattractive, his attire is quite unremarkable. Xiao He visited their village, went to the high school Lin Chen once attended, and even consulted his former homeroom teacher. There should be no oversights. Why do you suddenly ask about this?" A sense of unease gripped Su Guofeng. Could it be that his daughter had developed feelings for Lin Chen? "Dad, he doesn't seem so ordinary. His culinary skills are exceptional, and he speaks several foreign languages," Xu Mengyao replied. Su Guofeng, taken aback, exclaimed, "He speaks multiple languages? I have his college entrance exam results, and his English score was mediocre, barely passing the 4th level." Xu Mengyao countered, "His English is better than mine. Additionally, his Russian, German, and French are quite proficient." Su Guofeng found it hard to believe. Even if he lacked in other areas, such linguistic talent was commendable. Why had he previously appeared so unremarkable? Was he concealing his abilities during the college entrance examination? "Mengyao, are you certain?" "Of course. I have communicated with him in English, and I witnessed him conversing in Russian in front of me," Xu Mengyao affirmed. Su Guofeng asked, "Is it possible that you have developed feelings for him because of this?" "Dad, of course not. I have matters to attend to, so I won't discuss this further," Xu Mengyao concluded, ending the call. Su Guofeng was perplexed. How could one person change so drastically? He entered the hospital room. "Dear, what did our daughter say?" inquired Yang Qingyue, Xu Mengyao's mother, upon waking. Su Guofeng settled beside her. Mengyao called to say that Lin Chen might not be as ordinary as we thought. She mentioned he speaks several languages and is an excellent cook. Yang Qingyue was astonished. Did her daughter really say that? Yes, Su Guofeng nodded. Then she must have developed some fondness for Lin Chen. She likely harbors considerable curiosity about him, Yang Qingyue suggested. Su Guofeng frowned, and Yang Qingyue added, "Dear, don't call her. Let our daughter make her own choices. She is no less intelligent than you." Su Guofeng replied, "Even if he speaks several languages, he is still unworthy of Mengyao." Yang Qingyue retorted, "In matters of the heart, worthiness is subjective. It depends on destiny. After that incident, our daughter has been emotionally scarred, shutting herself off. If Lin Chen can help her emerge from this cocoon, it may not be a bad thing." Su Guofeng gazed at Yang Qingyue in surprise. "You didn't used to think this way. You always hoped Mengyao would find someone of equal status, preferably someone of better circumstances." Yang Qingyue replied, "After facing the operating table and flirting with death, many things no longer seem so significant to me. As long as our daughter is happy, we should not meddle too much." Su Guofeng furrowed his brow. "But," Yang Qingyue interrupted, "no words. Help me sit up." Su Guofeng promptly assisted her. "Dear, even if Lin Chen is just average, as long as our daughter is fond of him, we have enough wealth to support them for a lifetime." Su Guofeng sighed. "You don't understand." Yang Qingyue rolled her eyes. "How can I not understand?" Su Guofeng continued, "If our family had only 30 to 50 million, it wouldn't be a problem. We could live comfortably and avoid trouble. But now we have 3 billion. To the sharks, we are but a tempting morsel." Yang Qingyue questioned, "Haven't we been through this without encountering significant troubles?" Su Guofeng responded, "That is due to my esteemed father-in-law, but he has been gone for 2 years. The connections he left us have nearly been exhausted. The path ahead will undoubtedly become fraught with challenges." Yang Qingyue argued, "We still maintain our network, don't we?" Su Guofeng shook his head. "It's different. While we are wealthy, we no longer belong to that circle. Within 2 to 3 years, we will surely attract attention." Yang Qingyue insisted, "That cannot come at the cost of our daughter's happiness." Su Guofeng clarified, "I merely hope Mengyao finds someone who matches her in both affection and background. That would be the ideal scenario." With a sigh, he lamented, "If only the events of the past had not transpired. Mengyao's unwed pregnancy would undoubtedly deter many prominent suitors." "Dear, don't dwell on it. Even if we lose most of our wealth, 300 to 500 million is sufficient for our family to live comfortably," Yang Qingyue reassured him. Su Guofeng nodded slightly. "Don't overthink it. Focus on your recovery. The next year or 2 should pose no issues." Lin Chen wore a faint smile as he completed his work. He meticulously checked everything to ensure there were no issues. "Xu Mengyao, the translation is ready." He sent the translated document to Xu Mengyao. Upon checking the time, Xu Mengyao was astonished. Lin Chen had taken just 27 minutes. "Thank you. Would it be acceptable to pay you 20,000 for the translation?" Lin Chen replied, "We have a child together and are registered as a couple. We're friends now, right? Such assistance among friends should not involve payment. If you insist, then please do not contact me again for this. I have no time to earn that money as I need to focus on raising our child." 5 minutes later, Xu Mengyao's assistant remarked, "President, the German translator from the company said the document is flawless. He mentioned that the counterpart's proficiency is far superior to his." Xu Mengyao nodded slightly, internally astonished. They were a large company, and their translators were quite capable, yet they paled in comparison to Lin Chen, with his prowess in English, Russian, and German. It was reasonable to assume his French was equally commendable, she mused. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was at his rented storefront. "Dad, there's so many boxes," he exclaimed as he brought Lin Qianqian to see the 2,000 books that had just been delivered. Each volume contained 100 copies, resulting in 20 large cardboard boxes on the floor. Lin Chen smiled. "Qianqian, do you want to play for a while or take a nap?" He had prepared a small bed in the storefront for her, allowing him to work during midnight hours. "I don't want to sleep yet. I want to draw," Lin Qianqian replied innocently. Lin Chen smiled. "All right, then draw for a bit." Half an hour later, Lin Qianqian grew tired. Lin Chen carried her to bed, and she quickly fell into a sweet slumber. With swift strokes, Lin Chen signed each new book. His signature appeared similar to before, yet upon closer inspection, it seemed imbued with a newfound charm. This allure was something ordinary people could not articulate, but was undeniably more captivating. However, a skilled calligrapher would recognize that Lin Chen's penmanship had ascended to an entirely different realm. Previously, his calligraphy was at the level of a master. Now, he had reached the status of a grandmaster, positioning him among the top tier worldwide. Chapter 28. Lin Xiaoqian's Talent Enhancement. With a sigh of relief, Lin Chen finally completed signing 2,000 books after a long day, from noon until dusk. Fortunately, Lin Xiaoqian was remarkably well-behaved. Upon waking up in the afternoon, she did not disturb Lin Chen. Simply being by his side brought her immense joy and contentment. In the past, when Xu Mengyao was on business trips, Lin Xiaoqian was only accompanied by a nanny, but now she had her father with her. Lin Chen, having tidied up the signed books, smiled and said, "Xiaoqian, come here for a moment. Daddy, look. This is you, this is Mommy, and this is me. Isn't it beautiful?" Lin Xiaoqian sweetly exclaimed. Lin Chen gazed in astonishment at her drawing. Despite her tender age, it was impressively well done. "Xiaoqian, your drawing is truly remarkable. It seems you possess a natural talent for art. I shall teach you more in the future," he remarked. At that moment, a voice resonated in Lin Chen's mind. "Host, certain abilities of yours are continuously enhancing, which will significantly impact Lin Xiaoqian's artistic talent." Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could his enhanced abilities truly influence Lin Xiaoqian? Is it only certain aspects? He inquired. "Indeed, host. If one of your skills reaches the grandmaster level, Lin Xiaoqian's talent in that area will double. At the legendary level, it will be multiplied by 2. At the mythical level, by 3, the system clarified." Lin Chen's drawing skills had just attained the grandmaster level yesterday. Reflecting on this, he mused, if Xiaoqian had any innate talent, a doubling would be quite significant. But what if she lacked talent? Would a tripling still not suffice? "Yes, host." The system confirmed. Lin Chen felt a surge of joy. This was indeed promising. It was unnecessary for Xiaoqian to be a polymath. It sufficed that she excelled in her areas of talent. How is this doubling and tripling calculated? He inquired. The system explained. The talent values of individuals range from 0 to 100. Most possess a talent value below 10, with only a few reaching 10 to 20. Rarely do talents fall within the 20 to 30 range. For an ordinary person, achieving a talent value of 30 is already commendable. However, such talents yield minimal results. Even with effort, Lin Chen lamented internally about the vast chasm between ordinary individuals and geniuses. Most ordinary people can only dabble in various arts, and aspiring to stand out through them is exceedingly challenging. "Please continue," Lin Chen urged. The system continued. A talent value above 40 is considered genius. Above 60, one can become a standout in the province. Above 70, one achieves national recognition. Above 80, continental genius. And above 90, world class. Lin Chen's heart raced with excitement as he pondered. If Xiaoqian's innate talent were 20, then doubling would yield 40, twice would be 60, and thrice would be 80? Correct, host, the system affirmed. A broad smile spread across Lin Chen's face. Wonderful. Xiaoqian will undoubtedly possess several talents reaching the 20 or 30 mark, making the probability of her tripling to exceed 90 quite high. Achieving a perfect score of 100 is also a possibility. Even a talent value of 10 could triple to a high level. "Daddy, what are you smiling about? You seem so happy," Lin Xiaoqian asked innocently. Lin Chen replied with a beaming smile, "Because Daddy loves you. Just holding you brings me immense joy." "Moi, Daddy, I love you too," Lin Xiaoqian sweetly said, planting a kiss on Lin Chen's cheek. "Can the system detect Xiaoqian's talent?" Lin Chen inquired mentally. "The system cannot. However, with your abilities, you will be able to discern her talents during your time together," the system responded. Lin Chen felt no regret. He reflected on his current skills, which had reached grandmaster level: culinary arts, fairy tale writing, calligraphy, drawing, and driving. Language proficiency also counted. However, soccer, singing, and shooting had yet to reach the grandmaster level. He wondered about Lin Xiaoqian's talent in culinary arts and driving. As for fairy tale writing and calligraphy, he estimated her talent might be below 20 with minimal enhancement. Conversely, her progress in language and drawing was more pronounced, particularly in drawing. He surmised that her drawing talent was likely nearing or even exceeding 30. Lin Chen thought to himself, Lin Xiaoqian's drawing talent should now hover around 60, placing her at the provincial standout level. If it doubled, her artistic talent could reach around 90. Anything above 90 is deemed world-class. Xiaoqian, do you enjoy drawing? Lin Chen asked. Yes. Lin Xiaoqian nodded enthusiastically. Then, Xiaoqian, I will dedicate more time to teaching you how to draw in the future, all right? Lin Chen smiled. Yes, yes. Lin Xiaoqian chirped happily. Editor-in-Chief. The signed books by Master Lin you have arrived. Chen Xinhong reported at work. All right, he replied as he reached the storage area for the books. He casually opened a box and pulled out a volume. Ah, a look of surprise crossed Chen Xinhong's face as he rubbed his eyes. The signature appeared the same, yet he felt Lin Chen's name looked even more aesthetically pleasing. Having previously received a signed book from Lin Chen, he compared it with the older version. Despite being identical, he sensed an unexplainable difference. Old Feng, come here and take a close look at these two signatures, Chen Xinhong called out. The other editor approached. This one is from the later batch, right? Chen Xinhong nodded. I also believe this one is more beautifully written. It possesses an indescribable elegance. Wait, let me check the rest of the books, he said, retrieving more signed copies. All the signatures appeared more refined than the originals. Editor-in-Chief, perhaps after signing so many, Lin Yu has gained some insight, resulting in more aesthetically pleasing signatures, the editor, named Feng, joked. Chen Xinhong nodded slightly, perhaps. The third batch of 100,000 orders. Make sure one book is mixed in. Don't get it wrong. Feng nodded in agreement. Rest assured, it won't be a mistake. Chen Xinhong picked up a signed book from the later batch. I'll step out for a moment. Call me if anything arises. An hour later, Chen Xinhong arrived at a villa community to visit an elderly gentleman, a towering figure in the calligraphy world, once the president of the National Calligraphy Association. Even the current president addressed him as uncle. Chen Xinhong had previously paid him a visit. Ding dong. He rang the doorbell, and a caretaker opened the door promptly. An aged voice echoed from within. Xiao Chun, my legs are not what they used to be, so I won't greet you at the door. Please come in. Upon entering the villa, Chen Xinhong bowed respectfully. Old Master Jiang. It has been quite some time. The elder, Jiang Xuesong, nodded slightly. It's been 4 or 5 years. I've grown older and no longer entertain guests casually. Xiao Chun, what brings you here? No particular reason for a casual visit. He is not welcoming, Jiang Xuesong said. I wish to ask for your assistance in reviewing his signature, Chen Xinhong respectfully requested. Chapter 29. The Astonishment of the Calligraphy Master. Jiang Xuesong inquired. What signature? Chen Xinhong replied. The signature on this book. Could you please take a look? I have seen numerous calligraphic works, yet this signature feels exceptionally unique. Unique in what way? Jiang Xuesong adjusted his reading glasses. Chen Xinhong cleared his throat and said, Old Master Jiang, my skills are lacking, so I cannot articulate it well. However, there is something about it that captivates me. I could gaze at this signature endlessly. Jiang Xuesong chuckled. That indicates your level is commendable. For the ordinary observer, mountains are merely mountains. Waters are just waters. You have seemingly attained a higher understanding where mountains are not mountains and waters are not waters. Show it to me. Chen Xinhong promptly opened the book. Old Master Jiang, this is the signature. Jiang Xuesong smiled. Ah, it is Lin Yu. Someone has shown me his work before. His calligraphy is remarkably high level. Huh? Jiang Xuesong paused, leaning in closely to examine it. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Chen Xinhong remained silent, patiently waiting. After 5 minutes, Jiang Xuesong exhaled impressive. Lin Yu's calligraphic skill surpasses mine. I once believed I was a tad superior, but it seems he has transcended to a higher realm. Chen Xinhong asked, Old Master Jiang, what do you mean by realm? Jiang Xuesong removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes. My calligraphy is decent, and I have gained some recognition, but in the grand tapestry of history, I am but a mere speck. Lin Yu's calligraphy is worthy of comparison to Yin and Lu. Chen Xinhong was taken aback. Yin Jinqing and Lu Gongquan? Old Master Jiang, are you perhaps exaggerating? In the annals of history, they are indeed among the finest calligraphers, with only the sage of calligraphy, Wang Shiji, above them. It cannot be possible, Jiang Xuesong mused. Lin Yu's skill is truly at such a level. Yet I find it peculiar that I have not heard of anyone in the calligraphy world of such caliber. Chen Xinhong remarked. Perhaps he excels only in signatures, while his other works may be average, Jiang Xuesong suggested. Chen Xinhong shook his head. No, old Chun, that cannot be. Do you think one can attain such heights merely through practice? Without the requisite skill, one would be unable to comprehend it. Chen Xinhong chuckled awkwardly, as he was among those who could not comprehend it. Young Chun, I'm not speaking about you. The fact that you can recognize its uniqueness indicates your level is quite commendable. Where is Master Lin Yu? I should pay him a visit. Chen Xinhong quickly interjected. Old Master Jiang, you are over 80. You cannot afford to travel far. Lin Yu is a fairy tale author on our website. Ah, Jiang Xuesong was momentarily taken aback. For someone of his caliber, he writes fairy tales? Chen Xinhong nodded. His fairy tale creations are exceptional. This is his published book, which sold over 1 million copies in just a few days. Alas, Jiang Xuesong sighed. Calligraphy does not yield profit, while you all seem to thrive. Few across the nation can truly appreciate such a high level of calligraphy. Chen Xinhong respectfully replied, Old Master Jiang, while calligraphy may not be lucrative, the status of top calligraphers is elevated, and there is potential for their legacy to endure through the ages. Master Lin Yu certainly has the potential for lasting fame. As for me, I am but a mediocre practitioner. Young Chen, Master Lin Yu must be in his 60s or 70s, correct? Chen Xinhong paused. Old Master Jiang. He's not even that old. Jiang Xuesong was astonished. He is only in his 50s? At such an age, with such mastery, remarkable. Chen Xinhong coughed lightly. Old Master Jiang, please remain calm. Lin Yu is still in his 20s. Jiang Xuesong was left speechless. After half a minute, he shook his head. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could one attain such a level in their 20s? Chen Xinhong reassured. Old Master Jiang, I have met him. He is indeed in his 20s. Jiang Xuesong donned his reading glasses once more, scrutinizing the signature again. It cannot be. Could it be that someone else signed it for him? Jiang Xuesong expressed doubt. Chen Xinhong replied, That seems improbable. His talent in fairy tale creation is profound, and there is no need for him to forge anything. If discovered, it would be a significant blemish. Young Chen, you can contact him, right? Could you request him to write a piece for me? I will offer 30,000. Shall I inquire on your behalf? Chen Xinhong asked. Jiang Xuesong nodded. Yes, let be the Lantingyi Su. Chen Xinhong dialed Lin Yu's number. Master Lin, are you available? I have a matter to discuss. Lin Yu's voice came through. I am available. What is it? Chen Xinhong continued. Master Lin, I know a calligraphy enthusiast who finds your signature exquisite and wishes to commission a piece for 30,000. Would you be able to accommodate this? Lin Yu was taken aback. 30,000? Initially, he had thought that making money from calligraphy would be effortless. However, after investigating, he realized he had been somewhat naive. Nowadays, very few understand calligraphy. With the prevalence of computers and smartphones, many people's handwriting has deteriorated. In a live stream, calligraphy works are packaged for just $199, shipped to your door. You claim you write better than them? The ordinary person cannot comprehend. Indeed, he desires a Lantingyi Su. Is that feasible? Chen Xinhong inquired. Lin Yu chuckled. 30,000? How could I refuse? Previously, I earned a few thousand a month. 30,000 would take years. Of course, it's fine. Once completed, I'll express ship it to you. Excellent. Chen Xinhong replied. After hanging up, he said to Jiang Xuesong, Old Master Jiang, I will deliver it to you the moment it arrives. Very well, Jiang Xuesong nodded. I will transfer the funds to you. Please ensure he receives the payment first. Commissions should be prepaid. Soon, Jiang Xuesong transferred 30,000 to Chen Xinhong, residing in a villa valued at tens of millions, with millions in the bank. 30,000 was a trivial sum for him. If calligraphic works could bring an income, that would be splendid. Lin Yu pondered as he accompanied Lin Qianqian to a stationery store, purchasing the best quality of writing materials. With someone willing to pay 30,000, he could not afford to present subpar work. Although his fairy tale writing generated considerable income, the speed was still insufficient. "Dad, what are you doing?" Lin Qianqian asked curiously upon returning home. Lin Yu smiled. "I'm writing, my dear. You have not seen me write extensively. Now, as I write, observe closely." Okay. I will be very well behaved," Lin Xiaoqian responded, sitting in a chair. He was now a master calligrapher, proficient in various scripts, including the running script of Wang Shiji. His understanding of the Lantingyi Su was profound. In the 9th year of Yonghe, in the year of the Gui Chou, at the onset of late spring, Lin Yu dipped his brush in ink and began to write fluidly. Lin Xiaoqian quietly watched her father. Lin Yu was focused, radiating an extraordinary aura. While signing his name casually with an ordinary pen, he had not fully showcased his abilities. Now, with a sincere commission in hand, he could not afford to be complacent. With a final flourish, he completed the 300 characters, exhaling with relief. After reviewing, a smile spread across his face. Although it was his first attempt, the system made it feel as though he had practiced 1,000 times, resulting in a flawless piece. "Lin Yu," he inscribed his name. "Dad, you look so handsome." Lin Xiaoqian gazed at him with admiration. Lin Yu playfully pinched her little nose, chuckling. "Xiaoqian, at your young age, do you even know what handsome means?" Anyway, Dad is the most handsome," Lin Xiaoqian replied sweetly. Chapter 30. Mother, shall we sleep together tonight? When Lin Chen purchased his writing tools, he also acquired a scroll for his calligraphy. Once the ink dried, he carefully rolled the written characters and placed them inside the tube. He opted not to take responsibility for the mounting, as ordinary mounting might not satisfy the recipient. Soon, Lin Chen sent out the piece he had written. "Daddy, what is that big ball?" Lin Xiaoqian asked in her sweet, childish voice. She had seen a little boy dribbling a basketball, and Lin Chen thought it too large to buy for her. "That is a basketball, Xiaoqian. You use your hands to bounce it, while a soccer ball is kicked with your feet," Lin Chen replied with a smile. "Can I play basketball with that, brother?" Lin Xiaoqian inquired. "You'll have to ask him yourself." Lin Chen gently placed her on the ground. Lin Xiaoqian, though articulate with adults, was rather timid with children, having played little with them before. Previously, her nanny had taken her out, always wary of her getting into scrapes with other children, rarely allowing her to engage in play. But here, Lin Chen felt confident in letting her interact with other kids. However, a small concern arose. Most children were accompanied by their mothers, making it seem somewhat inappropriate for him to intervene. This was indeed a dilemma Lin Chen used. Xiaoqian needed not only his companionship, but also playmates, and she needed to learn how to interact with her peers. "Xiaoqian, don't be afraid. Daddy is right here. ISNT, you are a brave little girl." Lin Chen crouched down with a smile. Encouraged by her father's words, Lin Xiaoqian approached. "I'm Qianqian. Can we play together?" "Not with you," the little boy retorted, clutching his basketball and swiftly departing. Lin Xiaoqian turned to Lin Chen with a look of distress, her beautiful, sparkling eyes glistening with tears. Lin Chen knelt and embraced her, saying, "Xiaoqian, you were wonderful just now. You didn't know that, brother, yet you bravely greeted him." Her tears began to subside. "Daddy, was I really that great? But that brother want to play with me." Lin Chen kissed her and smiled. "Of course you were great. It's all right that he doesn't want to play. Perhaps he prefers to play with older kids. If you continue to be this brave, you are sure to find friends who want to play with you." Xiaoqian's eyes sparkled with hope. "Really, Daddy?" Lin Chen nodded. "Absolutely. Would you like to play basketball? If so, I'll take you to buy one." She nodded eagerly. With a playful spirit, Lin Chen engaged in games with Xiaoqian. While ping pong and badminton were unsuitable for her, basketball and soccer were activities she could enjoy. At just over 2 years old, she might not learn much, but playing these sports would enhance her coordination. 5 minutes passed quickly. "Host, your basketball skills are beginning to improve. In 10 hours, you will reach the master level. In 20 hours, the grandmaster level. In 40 hours, you will achieve legendary status. And in 80 hours, mythical level." The system's voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. A gentle smile graced Lin Chen's face. Indeed, he had acquired a new skill. For him, basketball was more practical than soccer, as basketball courts were abundant in Huagua, unlike soccer fields. "System, what is my physical condition?" Lin Chen inquired mentally. "Host, Your physical attributes have increased by a total of 51 points, bringing your current total to 112. The average for ordinary males is 60 points, which means yours has nearly doubled. A subtle smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. With a doubling of physical attributes, his combat ability could increase tenfold or more. In unarmed combat, he could likely take on 10 opponents simultaneously. Though he had no intention of engaging in fights, as a man, it was natural to desire greater strength. Daddy, this ball is naughty. It keeps running away. Lin Qianqian pouted at Lin Chen. Lin Chen chuckled. Qianqian. That's because you're not yet good friends with it. If you play with it often, you'll become friends, and it won't run away anymore. Really? Of course. An hour passed, and Lin Chen's basketball skills surged. With just 10 hours, he could reach the master level. An hour was significant. And he felt confident that he could join a university team. Given his enhanced physique, dunking would be easy, and he doubted even the main players on the team could rival him in true competition. Suddenly, Lin Chen's phone buzzed. It was a call from Xu Mengyao. He answered and switched to speaker mode. Qianqian, it's Mommy's call. You can talk to her. Lin Qianqian sweetly said, Mommy, I miss you so much. When will you come to see me and Daddy? Daddy misses you too? Lin Chen added. Xu Mengyao's voice came through. Qianqian, Mommy is here. But when I arrived home, I didn't see you. Lin Qianqian's eyes lit up. Mommy, we're playing basketball downstairs. You should come down too. Are you sure? Sure. Xu Mengyao hung up after her response. Lin Chen shook his head inwardly. Xu Mengyao likely didn't want to owe him anything. Winning her over wouldn't be so easy. However, he was not anxious. He had a child, a marriage certificate, and a system. What was there to rush? Daddy, are we having Mommy's cooking for dinner tonight? Lin Qianqian asked. Lin Chen nodded. Yes, I haven't tasted Mommy's cooking yet. Is it delicious? Lin Qianqian tilted her little head, thinking for a moment. It's edible. Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle at her unexpected answer. Qianqian, Mommy's dishes might not be as tasty as Daddy's, but she does her best to prepare them for us, right? We should all say they're delicious and eat a lot, okay? Lin Qianqian looked at Lin Chen with confusion. Is that lying? Mommy says good babies must not lie. Lin Chen pondered for a moment. Qianqian, there are two types of lies, malicious and benevolent. This is a benevolent lie. When Mommy is happy, the whole family is happy, don't you think? Qianqian nodded, somewhat understanding. After 2 hours of playing basketball, Lin Chen's skills had skyrocketed. Lin Chen, Qianqian, hurry and wash your hand for dinner. Xu Mengyao called out. Lin Chen gazed at Xu Mengyao, momentarily taken aback. She was wearing an apron, and as the daughter of a wealthy family and a CEO, she looked enchanting. However, Lin Chen's gaze quickly flickered to the table, where Xu Mengyao had prepared 4 dishes that appeared rather ordinary. Mommy, it's getting dark. Can we sleep together tonight? After washing her hands and settling into her chair, Lin Qianqian said eagerly. Chapter 31. Helping little Qian find an art teacher, Xu Mengyao's expression stiffened slightly as she shook her head, saying, Qianqian, Mommy just happened to be passing by, so I thought I would stop and take a look. I have things to attend to shortly. Lin Qianqian wore a look of deep disappointment. But I really want to sleep with Mommy and Daddy. Lin Chen replied, Mommy has work to do. What if you think Mommy cooks best? Instantly, Lin Qianqian's attention was diverted. Daddy, that dish. She pointed to a plate of diced beef. This plate of sautéed beef cubes was prepared using top-tier Australian Wagyu beef, an ingredient Xu Mengyao had brought herself. If the skill is lacking, one must rely on quality ingredients. Lin Chen mused as he eyed the dish. With his culinary expertise, he could spot dozens of flaws in an instant. Qianqian, let Daddy serve you a piece. Let's taste it together. He picked up a piece for himself as well, and they both took a bite. Such fine meat. What a waste, Lin Chen thought to himself. Xu Mengyao's culinary skills were even inferior to his own. Nevertheless, as a daughter of a prominent family and now a CEO, her ability to cook was indeed commendable. How is it, Qianqian? Xu Mengyao asked, her gaze filled with anticipation. Lin Qianqian hesitated before replying, Mommy, it's delicious. Qianqian, if you lie, your nose will grow longer, Xu Mengyao teased. Lin Qianqian looked at Lin Chen and said, Mommy, that's not a lie. Daddy says it's a white lie. Lin Chen remained silent. Let's try this dish, he suggested, serving Lin Xiaoqian another dish. This time, it was steamed sea bass, and upon tasting it, Lin Xiaoqian's face contorted in distaste. "Is it not good, Qianqian?" Xu Mengyao inquired, concerned. She had chosen sea bass that was far superior to the ordinary ones found in markets, worth as much as several average fish combined. "Mommy, it's delicious," Lin Xiaoqian said, though she hardly touched it. Xu Mengyao took a bite herself and grimaced. The fish was bland and carried a hint of fishiness. Lin Chen sampled it as well, finding it even less palatable than the beef cubes. "Mommy, I love vegetables now. I want to eat vegetables," Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed. The fish was simply inedible for her. Xu Mengyao promptly served her some greens, which Lin Xiaoqian tasted. "Mommy, I think I'm full," she declared. Xu Mengyao, having tasted the dish herself, and found it overly salty. Lin Chen sampled all 4 dishes and concluded that the beef cubes were the best, though still quite mediocre. Lin Chen, shall we eat out?" Xu Mengyao suggested awkwardly. Lin Chen smiled and replied, "There's no need for that. I'll just fix it up a bit. Please wait a moment." He swiftly took the dishes back to the kitchen, knowing that rescuing failed dishes was a skill every top chef should possess. Many of the ingredients were expensive, and wasting them would be a pity. With the fire lit, Lin Chen quickly set to work. The system had enhanced his culinary abilities across the board, and he was quite adept at salvaging failed dishes. "Mommy, don't be sad," Lin Xiaoqian said, looking at Xu Mengyao. Xu Mengyao gazed back at her. "Even if your cooking isn't great, you have a husband who cooks wonderfully," Lin Xiaoqian said earnestly. Xu Mengyao playfully tapped Lin Xiaoqian on the forehead. "Your sweet tongue has certainly been spoiled by your father." In less than 10 minutes, Lin Chen had revamped all 4 dishes and brought them back to the table. Xu Mengyao's eyes widened in surprise. "Mengyao, give this a try," Lin Chen said with a smile. Xu Mengyao took a piece of the beef cube and was taken aback. Was it the same dish she had just tasted? Why did it taste so much better after Lin Chen's intervention? He then fed a piece to Lin Xiaoqian. "Daddy, this is so delicious," Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed happily, then turned to Xu Mengyao, saying, "Mommy, your dish is also edible now." Xu Mengyao. She found that consolation less than satisfying. Lin Chen smiled. "Mengyao, if you'd like to learn, I can teach you. I guarantee you'll master it without any tuition fees." "Mommy, all you need to do is give Daddy a kiss." Lin Xiaoqian giggled. Xu Mengyao's cheeks flushed slightly. Lin Chen served Lin Xiaoqian more food. "Xiaoqian, try the other dishes as well." Lin Xiaoqian dug in eagerly. "Xu Mengyao," slightly annoyed, said, "Xiaoqian, weren't you just full? How can you eat so much now?" Lin Xiaoqian lowered her head, too shy to meet her gaze. Xu Mengyao turned to Lin Chen. "Lin Chen, I need to discuss something with you. Qianqian seems to have some talent in painting, and I want to find her an art teacher who can come daily to teach her." Lin Xiaoqian shook her head vigorously. "Mommy, I don't want anyone else to teach me. Daddy is amazing. He can teach me." Xu Mengyao replied, "Qianqian, Daddy is good at painting, but the teacher I find for you will be even better." Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, feeling a twinge of disagreement. His painting skills were of a master level, world class. And while Xu Mengyao was wealthy, finding a top-tier painter to teach Lin Xiaoqian was another matter entirely. The Xu family's wealth was substantial, but in the global context, their assets, while impressive, were not enough to secure the finest artists. "Mengyao, my level is sufficient to provide Qianqian with a solid foundation," Lin Chen insisted. Xu Mengyao frowned slightly. "I have contacted an artist with considerable recognition nationwide." After pondering, Lin Chen suggested, "I could create a piece of art for you to show them. Ask if my level is adequate for enlightening a child over 2 years old. It can be quite troublesome to have someone coming every day." Xu Mengyao noted, "Anzai." "Then let's do it that way." After dinner, Xu Mengyao said, "I'll clean up, you go paint." Lin Chen shook his head. "You rarely visit. Go spend some time with Xiaoqian. It won't take me long to clean up, and then I can paint." "Well, fine," Xu Mengyao conceded. "Wanted to spend more time with Lin Xiaoqian." After tidying the kitchen, Lin Chen prepared his brushes and a large sheet of paper. After some thought, he painted a scene of 8 galloping horses. Lin Chen's equine portrayal was on par with Xu Beihong's. He had devoted more time teaching Lin Xiaoqian about painting, and his mastery was even superior to that of calligraphy. Xiaoqian should not learn from anyone else, he thought. Once the ink dried, Lin Chen rolled up the painting and placed it in a tube he had previously purchased. Xu Mengyao approached him. Is it done? She hadn't even had a glance. Lin Chen nodded. It's in here. Mengyao, don't mention that I painted it. Just ask if this level is sufficient to teach Qianqian. Understood. Xu Mengyao ziplit. Chapter 32. Lin Xiaoqian fell ill. Xu Mengyao departed with her art tube, leaving Lin Xiaoqian in a state of gloom. Xiaoqian, what is wrong? Your little mouth could hang a grease pot. Lin Chen teased, gently pinching her delicate nose. Lin Xiaoqian wrapped her arms around Lin Chen and declared, Daddy, I don't want to learn painting from anyone else. I want to learn from you. Lin Chen chuckled. Xiaoqian, trust your father. With my skills, I should be able to teach you adequately. Now, let us go wash up and get some sleep. In her sweet, childish voice, Lin Xiaoqian inquired, Daddy, I love sleeping with you and Mommy. Don't you like sleeping with us, too? Of course I do, Lin Chen replied with a smile, cherishing the thought. Come on, let us get you all cleaned up, and then I'll tell you a story before you sleep. An hour later, Lin Xiaoqian drifted off to a sweet slumber, while Lin Chen seized the opportunity to pen fairy tales in his study. He had already uploaded 50 stories. With 10 more, he could publish the second volume. The first volume had already sold a staggering 1 million copies, and it could take a month to sell out, or even 3 if the pace slowed. With an additional 300,000 from selling the rights, his savings now totaled 8,200,000. Just a little more effort, and he could purchase this apartment. 3 hours later, Lin Chen completed 10 fairy tales and logged into the Author S backend on Tongxi Network. There has been quite a bit of support, he mused. As book sales soared, so did his fan base, who frequently visited the site to check for new stories. Readers would often reward him with tips after enjoying his tales. Though the individual amounts were modest, the sheer number of fans accumulated into a substantial sum. Lin Chen had amassed around 100,000 in tips, of which he retained 90%. All done. Lin Chen swiftly uploaded the 10 fairy tales. Upon returning to the master bedroom, he noticed a change in his demeanor. Lin Xiaoqian had kicked off her blanket, and her clothes had ridden up, exposing her tiny belly. I hope she doesn't catch a cold, Lin Chen thought anxiously, quickly tucking her in and adjusting her clothes. Meanwhile, a publisher's owner, awakened by a phone call, grumbled, Old Wang, what is going on? I just fell asleep, and you're disturbing my dreams. It was his chief editor on the line. Boss, Lin Yu is updated with 10 new stories. He has 30 unpublished tales ready to be released. The editor hurriedly informed him. The owner's eyes brightened. What is the quality like? Boss, it's from Lin Yu. It's exceptional. I've read them, and each one is outstanding, destined to endure for a century. Old Wang replied. Should we compete for it? Of course. What else would we do? How will the company survive otherwise? Such works could sell for decades. Old Wang insisted. Tongxi Network might offer better terms. If we don't raise our offer, we 1T stand chance. The owner pondered, realizing that Lin Yu was not just a fleeting talent. He was remarkable and worth a better deal. They had been conservative with the first book, fearing poor sales. The first batch of 300,000 and the second batch of 500,000 had sold out, totaling over 1 million copies, with excellent consumer feedback. Quality fairy tales with strong sales could yield profits for many years. Lin Yu has uploaded 10 more fairy tales, the owner informed his colleagues. Many publishers receive the news. Some roused from sleep by the calls. Liang Zhirong, the owner of Tongxi Network, was also awakened. Old Chen, have we confirmed the quality? He asked. Boss, Old Feng and I have reviewed 5 stories each, and the new uploads maintain the same high quality. Many are calling you. Chen Xinhong replied. Yes, they all want to collaborate with Lin Yu, and some have left messages in the comments section expressing their interest, Liang Zhirong noted after a moment's contemplation. For the second book, let us offer Lin Chen an 18% royalty. No other company can match that. We have a website. They don't plus. Let us increase the signing bonus for Lin Chen. A higher percentage for him means less for us, but with high sales, we'll still profit significantly. Such books will continue to generate revenue. How much should we offer for the signing bonus? Chen Xinhong inquired. Liang Zhirong considered before stating. Lin Yu has brought us considerable traffic. For the first signing, we offered 300,000. This time, let us offer him 600,000. That much? Chen Xinhong exclaimed. You mentioned his writing is even better than old Jiang's. This could be a major breakthrough. Indeed, Let us print 1 million copies for the first run. Liang Zhirong added, prompting Chen Xinhong to send Lin Chen a message. Just as Lin Chen finished his bath, he saw Chen Xinhong's message, an 18% royalty rate, a signing bonus of 600,000, and an initial print run of 1 million copies. Surprise flickered in his eyes. Liang Zhirong truly displayed remarkable foresight. With that royalty rate, the first print run would yield 5,400,000 in royalties, plus the 600,000 signing bonus, totaling 6 million. Coupled with his existing 8,200,000, he would have enough to purchase the apartment and still have 120,000 left over. Sounds good. Lin Chen promptly agreed to Chen Xinhong. Tongxi Network was generous, and he had no intention of dragging his feet. Such terms were hard to come by. The network could capitalize on the traffic, unlike other companies. Chen Xinhong breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Yu, take a good rest. We'll sign the contract tomorrow. All right, Lin Chen replied, quickly falling asleep. 2 hours later, Lin Chen awoke with a start. Lin Xiaoqian was coughing. She had truly caught a cold. Lin Chen furrowed his brow. He had checked on her frequently while writing, and she had seemed fine until she kicked off her blanket. Now, she was coughing, her little face flushed. His heart ached for her. He would rather bear the illness himself. System, my physique has improved. Can it help enhance Xiaoqian's health as well? He pondered internally. The system responded, host, that's not possible. However, if your medical skills improve, you could help Lin Xiaoqian recover. Alternatively, once you learn martial arts, you could teach her as well. Lin Chen nodded slightly, having long desired to acquire martial arts skills. However, such abilities would come naturally, forcing them wouldn't work. And Lin Xiaoqian currently had no interest in that. A few moments later, Lin Xiaoqian coughed again, waking herself up. Daddy, I feel so unwell, she said. Her little face reddened with distress. Chapter 33. Is Lin Chen's artistic talent so remarkable? Lin Chen gently touched Lin Xiaoqian's forehead, which felt warm to the touch. She was suffering from a cough and fever due to a cold. He swiftly retrieved a fever-reducing patch from their home, but the adhesive was uncomfortable, and Lin Xiaoqian promptly tore it off. Xiaoqian, dear, you have a fever. This is meant to cool you down. Just wear it for a little while. Lin Chen reassured her as he applied it once more. Daddy, am I going to die? Lin Xiaoqian gazed at Lin Chen with pleading eyes. What nonsense are you talking about? It's perfectly normal for children to catch colds and have fevers. I promise, I will take you out for more exercise in the future, and you'll get sick less often. Lin Chen comforted her. As time passed, he monitored her temperature, wiped her down, and administered fever medication, all while keeping a watchful eye on her. Although he had acquired some ancient medical knowledge, it was only just beginning to awaken within him, and he had not yet gained substantial expertise. At this moment, he could not utilize ancient medicine to treat Lin Xiaoqian. He embraced both traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine. To him, any method that brought comfort to the patient was a good one. As her fever subsided, Lin Xiaoqian drifted back into a restless sleep. Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief. It is normal for children to fall ill, yet seeing Lin Xiaoqian unwell tugged at his heartstrings. Her cough was particularly distressing. He resolved to pay close attention to her diet the following day and prepare a herbal bath to dispel the chill. Certain foods could exacerbate her condition, while others would aid in her recovery. He had recently gathered considerable information on this subject. He had also learned a bit about herbal remedies. However, his medical skills had not yet advanced enough to confidently prescribe any medication for Lin Xiaoqian. Fortunately, her illness was not severe. With dietary supplements and herbal bath, he believed she would recover. Cough, cough. Lin Xiaoqian coughed intermittently. Lin Chen chose not to sleep, as he was in good health and could easily manage several days without rest. Unbeknownst to him, dawn broke. Lin Xiaoqian experienced 2 more fever episodes, but Lin Chen was quick to help her cool down, preventing her cold from worsening. He placed an order for some supplies. Before Lin Xiaoqian awoke, the items arrived. Some were intended for her dietary recovery, while others were for her herbal bath. Seizing the opportunity while she was still asleep, Lin Chen began to prepare everything. After 5 minutes, a wealth of information flooded his mind, and his medical skills rapidly improved. Half an hour later, Lin Chen had everything ready. Daddy, Lin Xiaoqian emerged from her bedroom, looking somewhat dazed. Qianqian, I'm here. What is it? Lin Chen asked as he lifted her into his arms. Daddy, I feel so weak. And I'm still a bit sticky, she murmured. Lin Chen had wiped her sweat, but there were areas he couldn't reach while she was asleep. Qianqian, you have a cold. But don't worry, it's just a minor illness. Trust me, I will have you back to health in no time, he said with a smile, kissing her gently. After Lin Qianqian brushed her teeth, Lin Chen filled the bath with water and added the steaming herbal solution. After 10 minutes of soaking, Lin Qianqian visibly improved. During the bathing process, Lin Chen's medical skills also advanced significantly. He had dedicated an hour to this endeavor. For most, an hour would barely allow for a few pages of reading in a medical book, yielding only minimal improvement. However, for Lin Chen, this was a monumental leap in his abilities, surpassing many traditional Chinese physicians. Daddy, let's go out and play, Lin Qianqian exclaimed cheerfully after breakfast. Typically, Lin Chen would take her out for some fun after their morning meal, as the cool morning air was refreshing. Lin Chen shook his head. Not today, my dear. You are unwell, and we must rest at home. Being outside in the wind will only aggravate your cough. Daddy, teach me how to draw, Lin Qianqian suggested. Given her condition, Lin Chen decided to pause her spoken language lessons. It would be better for her to speak less and remain quiet. Of course, I would love to. Lin Qianqian clapped her hands joyfully. Ding dong. Xu Mengyao arrived at a villa community. This place was not far from Ziyuan community. It would take just over 20 minutes by car to reach. Miss Xu, please come in. A middle-aged man in his 40s welcomed her at the door. He was the painter Xu Mengyao had mentioned, Zhao Yinming, a nationally renowned artist with genuine talent. Miss Xu, where's your child? I thought you were bringing her for a trial lesson today? Zhao Yinming inquired, somewhat puzzled. Xu Mengyao replied apologetically, Mr. Zhao, I'm truly sorry, but Qianqian couldn't come today. Someone mentioned they could assist me in finding a teacher for her, and they even painted a piece for me. Zhao Yinming looked at the painting tube Xu Mengyao had brought. Though your child is young, early education is crucial. Would you like me to appraise the work and assess the artist's skill? Xu Mengyao nodded. That would be wonderful. Is no trouble at all. Zhao Yinming took the tube, carefully unrolling the painting and laying it out on the workbench. Xu Mengyao was taken aback. Zhao Yinming was equally astonished. Though she lacked artistic knowledge, as an ordinary person, she found Lin Chen's painting of 8 steeds to be quite impressive. Lin Chen possessed such remarkable artistic skill? Xu Mengyao thought to herself. She had not yet examined the painting closely, as she had left the tube in the car and driven straight here this morning. As moments ticked away, Zhao Yinming leaned in closely to scrutinize and appreciate the artwork. Incredible! This artist's level is extraordinarily high. Even Su Beihong himself might not compare. Zhao Yinming was utterly astonished. Mr. Zhao, what do you think? Xu Mengyao could no longer contain her curiosity after 10 minutes had passed. Miss Su, are you joking? Zhao Yinming shook his head. Is the artist's skill lacking? Xu Mengyao asked quickly, as she was not well versed in this area. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Yinming replied, Ms. Su, the artist of this piece could easily be my teacher. In fact, I might not even be worthy to be his student. What? Xu Mengyao was stunned. Are you familiar with Su Beihong? Zhao Yinming asked. Xu Mengyao nodded. Of course, she knew who he was. If she didn't, her education would have been in vain. Su Beihong was renowned for his horse paintings, and in my opinion, this artist's horses are not inferior to his work. If this individual excels in other areas beyond equine art, his skill might surpass even that of Su Beihong. Zhao Yinming marveled at the 8 steeds painting. Xu Mengyao was incredulous. Lin Chen's painting skills were astonishing. Mr. Zhao, are you certain? Zhao Yinming affirmed. Though my own skills are far inferior, my judgment should not be too far off. Miss Su, who is this artist? Chapter 34. Shall we share a kiss? Xu Mengyao expressed her apologies, saying, Teacher Zhao, the individual has requested anonymity, and I regret that I cannot disclose their identity. Zhao Yinming sighed with regret, realizing the truth of the matter. This master must indeed be a recluse. Otherwise, given their caliber, they would undoubtedly be renowned across the land. Your daughter is truly fortunate to receive their guidance. Xu Mengyao envisioned Lin Chen's figure in her mind. His culinary skills were exceptional, his linguistic talents remarkable, and in the realm of painting, he could rival Su Beihong. Yet, he remained humble, exuding a true sense of a hermit. She murmured to herself, feeling as though she were in a dream. Even if Zhao Yinming's judgment was somewhat flawed, his discernment should not be grossly erroneous. Lin Chen's abilities were undeniably extraordinary. Director Xu, I have a modest request, Zhao Yinming said somewhat sheepishly. Please, Teacher Zhao. Feel free to speak, Xu Mengyao encouraged. Zhao Yinming gazed at the artwork on the table. Director Xu, could you inquire if the individual would be willing to sell this painting? I am interested in purchasing it. Xu Mengyao shook her head. This painting was created for Qianqian and holds special significance for her. I do not wish to part with it. If you're interested, I can ask the individual if they would consider creating another piece for you. What do you think? Zhao Yinming nodded in agreement. That would be acceptable. However, Director Xu, works by Xu Beihong generally start at 5 million and above. His pieces are scarce and hold immense value due to his high profile, so the price will undoubtedly be significantly elevated. I am willing to offer 800,000 for a similar piece. Teacher Zhao, I will certainly relay your message, but I cannot guarantee that they will agree to create another painting for you, Xu Mengyao replied. Ah, I see. That complicates matters, Zhao Yinming acknowledged. Xu Mengyao rolled up the painting and secured it. I truly apologize for taking up your time, Teacher Zhao. Zhao Yinming shook his head. It is my privilege to witness such a masterpiece and to know that such a gifted individual exists in this world. I hope to have the fortune of meeting this master in the future. Xu Mengyao soon took her leave. Back in her car, she gazed at the painting tube in her hands, still astonished by Lin Chen's extraordinary talent and the fact that a single painting could be valued at 800,000. Lin Chen had completed this work in less than half an hour. Madam, where shall we go? The driver and bodyguard, Liang Yi, inquired. Xu Mengyao contemplated for a moment. To the Ziyuan community. This painting was worth 800,000. She could not simply keep it. She needed to return it to Lin Chen. Additionally, she had some questions she wished to ask him. She had also forgotten to give him a book. From the partition behind her seat, Xu Mengyao retrieved a book, Lin Yu's Fairy Tales collection, which was also signed. She had previously purchased 2 copies, both signed, and this one was a gift from Tongxi Network, as she was the first Silver Alliance leader of Lin Yu. Ding dong. Xu Mengyao rang the doorbell. Lin Chen peered through the peephole and saw Xu Mengyao outside. Qianqian, Mommy is here, he called out. He opened the door, and Xu Mengyao regarded him with a somewhat peculiar expression, thinking he did not resemble a top-tier artist. Mommy, Lin Qian exclaimed joyfully as she ran over. Qianqian, Xu Mengyao squatted down to embrace Lin Qian. Qianqian, why do you smell of medicine? Lin Qian replied sweetly, Mommy, I took a bath, and Daddy added some dark medicine to the water. Xu Mengyao turned her gaze to Lin Chen. Lin Chen explained, Qian caught a cold from kicking off her blanket, but it's not serious. You needn't worry. With proper nourishment and a medicinal bath, she will be fine. As Xu Mengyao entered the room, Lin Chen closed the door behind them. Lin Chen, did you take Qian to see a traditional Chinese doctor? Xu Mengyao asked. Lin Chen shook his head. I prepared the medicine myself. Xu Mengyao looked at him in surprise. You understand traditional Chinese medicine? Just a little, Lin Chen replied. He was not lying. Traditional Chinese medicine was profound, and he would need 30 hours to reach a master level. For now, he only had a rudimentary understanding. This is for you, Xu Mengyao said, handing the painting tube back to Lin Chen. Mommy, let's go to the balcony. I painted a picture. Daddy taught me how to paint, Lin Qian urged. Xu Mengyao carried Lin Qian to the balcony, and her eyes widened in astonishment at the painting. Qian, did you create this? She asked incredulously. Lin Qian was just over 2 years old, yet the painting showcased impressive composition, color, and artistic concept. Yes, Mommy, aren't I amazing? Lin Qian replied with a hint of pride. Indeed, our Qian is the most amazing. Sung up flies, Gitsing Lin Qian. Lin Qian said, Mommy, Daddy is even more amazing. Since you kissed me, shouldn't you also kiss Daddy? Xu Mengyao responded, little rascal. It's not your place to meddle in your parents' affairs. She playfully tapped Lin Qian's head. Cough, cough. Lin Qian coughed a couple of times. Xu Mengyao's heart tightened. Lin Qian's constitution was not robust, and she usually suffered for several days whenever she caught a cold. Dream Yao, don't worry. Qianqian only has a common cold. Her bronchial tubes are fine, and her lungs are in good condition. She should recover by tomorrow. Lin Chen reassured her with a smile. Xu Mengyao asked, "Are you sure she'll be fine in 2 days? She usually suffers for at least 3 or 4 days. Once, she was hospitalized for over 10 days with pneumonia." Lin Chen nodded confidently. "I'm certain. There's no need for concern." Xu Mengyao let out a sigh of relief. Lin Chen, Qianqian's painting skills have improved significantly. She is just over 2 years old and can create such impressive artwork. "Thank you," Lin Qian said, looking at Xu Mengyao with confusion. "Mommy, why are you thanking Daddy? He taught me to paint. You just need to kiss him." Xu Mengyao's cheeks flushed. It was inappropriate for adults to display affection in front of children. "Lin Chen, let us go to the study." Xu Mengyao led the way, and Lin Chen naturally followed. "Shall we share a kiss?" Lin Chen asked with a smile. Xu Mengyao shot him a playful glance. "Qianqian is just a child and speaks nonsense. Do not be absurd." "Lin Chen, what is your level in painting?" Lin Chen shook his head. "I do not know. I paint for my own enjoyment. However, I believe I do well enough to introduce Qianqian to the art form." Xu Mengyao took a deep breath. "I showed your painting to a renowned artist, and their evaluation was that your skill may not be inferior to Xu Beihong." Oh, Lin Chen nodded. It seemed the individual's judgment was sound. At least their discerning eye was sharp. "Is that your reaction? Do you not know who Xu Beihong is?" Xu Mengyao asked, her expression peculiar. Lin Chen smirked. "Xu Mengyao, you seem to underestimate me. After all, I am a university student and your senior. How can I not know Xu Beihong? Then why such a bland reaction?" Xu Mengyao pressed. Lin Chen queried, "What kind of reaction should I have? I'm not aspiring to be a painter. I'm just teaching Qianqian at home." Xu Mengyao interjected. "I showed your painting to Zhao Yanming. He is willing to offer 800,000 for a similar piece." Chapter 35. Is this book written by Dad? 800,000 for my painting? Lin Chen exclaimed in astonishment. Xu Mengyao nodded. Lin Chen asked, "Why didn't you sell this painting to him directly?" Xu Mengyao replied, "This belongs to you. Furthermore, this painting was created for the purpose of teaching Qianqian. It holds significance for her. If you wish to sell it, you can create another one." Lin Chen pondered this. Tongxi Network had already transferred 6 million to him, and with his original 8,200,000, he now had over 14 million. This property was valued at 13 million. If the landlord was eager to sell, perhaps the price could be negotiated further. After purchasing the house, he would still have over 1 million left, and his subsequent books would undoubtedly earn him considerable income. Selling a painting for 800,000 was quite remarkable, yet he found himself devoid of any need for such money at this moment. "Mengyao, if I choose not to sell, will it put you in a difficult position?" Lin Chen inquired. Xu Mengyao shook her head. "Not at all. But why not sell? 800,000 is no trivial sum." Lin Chen responded, "I no longer require this money. I don't wish to gain fame at this time. I simply hope for Qianqian to grow up quietly. I would rather not have to take her out for exercise or to the supermarket only to be surrounded by onlookers." Xu Mengyao gazed at Lin Chen in surprise. While others sought every possible means to gain notoriety, Lin Chen remained unusually low-key. "Lin Chen, I have a question. With your exceptional culinary skills, linguistic talent, and artistic prowess, why do you choose to remain hidden?" Papa. Lin Chen sighed deeply. "The burdens of genius are beyond your comprehension." Xu Mengyao pondered. "Are you so outstanding that you fear being discovered? Worried you might be taken as a test subject?" Lin Chen secretly admired Xu Mengyao's reasoning. He chuckled and replied, "I believe this current situation is quite satisfactory. Each day, I accompany Qianqian and witness her growth." Xu Mengyao regarded Lin Chen and suddenly realized he seemed to have grown more handsome recently. Indeed, this was true. His physique had improved, and he now possessed defined abs. Moreover, the toxins within him had diminished significantly, enhancing his skin and making his features appear remarkably more attractive. "Mengyao, what are you looking at? If you're hoping for a kiss, I am quite amenable," Lin Chen joked with a smile. "You've been quite concerned about Qianqian's illness." After saying this, Xu Mengyao hurriedly opened the door and left. Lin Chen chuckled softly. Perhaps he had a chance to thaw Xu Mengyao's icy demeanor in the future. "Qianqian, Mommy has other matters to attend to and must leave. I will visit you again in a few days. By the way, I brought you a fairy tale book. Have your father read it to you," Xu Mengyao said, retrieving the fairy tales of Lin Yu from her bag. Lin Xiaoqian chimed in, "Mommy, I've already heard it. It's written by Daddy, and his stories are so delightful." Xu Mengyao was taken aback. "This is written by your father?" Lin Xiaoqian affirmed, "Yes. Daddy, quickly tell Mommy that this is a story you wrote for me, right?" "Indeed," Lin Chen said, ruffling Lin Xiaoqian's hair with a smile. Xu Mengyao looked at Lin Chen in astonishment. "Lin Yu is my pen name. Some fairy tales were not quite appealing, so I decided to write my own. Qianqian enjoys them, and I can earn a little money on the side," Lin Chen explained. Xu Mengyao was left speechless. With Lin Chen's culinary mastery, linguistic aptitude, artistic talent comparable to Su Beihong, and now his prowess in writing fairy tales, she found herself at a loss for words. "Mengyao, why not have lunch before you leave?" Lin Chen suggested. Xu Mengyao shook her head. "There are matters at the company. Qianqian's mother must leave now. You must behave and listen to your father." "Okay, Mimi, quiche," Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed as Xu Mengyao crouched down to receive a kiss. "Daddy kissed you too, so I'll kiss you as well. We all love you," Lin Xiaoqian said sweetly. Xu Mengyao. She had not shared such intimacy with Lin Chen in their room. However, there was no need to explain such matters to the little one. "Mengyao, since Qianqian has a cold and cannot go out, we won't see you off. Drive safely," Lin Chen said. "Understood," Xu Mengyao replied as she departed. Back in her car, she drove her Bentley towards the company. Lin Chen was actually Lin Yu. Wait a moment. The internet claimed Lin Yu possessed exceptional calligraphy skills, which added yet another remarkable quality to Lin Chen. Xu Mengyao thought to herself, internally mocking how her father had failed to discover so many of Lin Chen's impressive attributes. In the afternoon, Lin Xiaoqian took a medicinal bath and fell asleep. Though her fever had subsided, she still experienced a lingering cough. The doorbell rang, and Lin Chen went to answer it. Standing outside was the real estate agent he had called. "Mr. Lin, is there an issue with the house?" The agent inquired, stepping inside while wearing shoe covers. Lin Chen welcomed him to sit down, saying, "There are no issues with the house. My daughter and I are quite satisfied. If the price is right, I will consider purchasing it." The agent's eyes brightened. "This is a stroke of luck. The owner has given us a bottom price of 13 million, but the market is poor and has been listed for some time without selling, so there may be room for negotiation. What price do you have in mind?" Lin Chen smiled. "Currently, market offers are generally around a 10% discount, which would be 117 million. I will add a bit to round it off to a more auspicious number, 118 million. Negotiate with the owner. If we reach an agreement, I will pay in full." The agent contemplated Lin Chen's offer, realizing it was not unreasonable and had a chance of persuading the owner. "Mr. Lin, I will do my utmost to facilitate this transaction," the agent said as he rose to leave. "All right," Lin Chen replied as the agent departed. Once downstairs, he quickly called the owner. 115 million? This price is far too low. That's a loss of 150 million. Selling at this price would mean losing all the renovation costs, the owner retorted, irritated. The agent replied, "Mr. Tan, the current economic climate is poor, and not many can afford a house priced over $1 million. Moreover, there are numerous properties for sale in the market. Do you want me to negotiate further? If you believe the difference is too great and wish to drop the matter, I understand." On the other end, the owner fell silent for a moment before saying, "Try to negotiate again." The agent replied, "Mr. Tan, I will do my best." A couple of hours later, the agent called again, reporting that he had negotiated down to 117 million. The owner was still unsatisfied. By evening, the agent managed to reach 118 million. "Mr. Tan, I've spent hours negotiating with Mr. Lin, and he's becoming quite annoyed. He insists on this price. If he doesn't sell, he does not wish to be contacted again. I am truly out of options. What do you think?" The agent's tone was one of resignation. After a moment of silence, the owner finally relented. "Let him have it." Chapter 36. Old Jiang. "How does this character look?" Mr. Lin inquired. "The seller has agreed to sell it to you. Would it be convenient for you to meet tomorrow to sign the contract?" The intermediary informed Lin Chen over the phone. "I have no objections," Lin Chen replied. "Then we shall meet at the store at 9 in the morning." The next day arrived swiftly. Lin Xiaoqian's cough had significantly improved, and her condition was no longer worrisome. Lin Chen's medical skills had advanced remarkably overnight, achieving a total of 3 hours of practice. With 30 hours, he could become a master of medicine, And with these 3 hours, he had already reached the level of many seasoned traditional Chinese doctors. Lin Xiaoqian's mild cold was easily treatable. "Daddy, where are we going to have fun?" Lin Xiaoqian joyfully asked, glancing around. Lin Chen smiled and responded, "Aren't you fond of our current home, Xiaoqian? If Daddy buys it, we can stay here forever." "Is that true?" Lin Xiaoqian's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Indeed," Lin Chen indulgently affirmed. "Will Mommy come and live with us? I want to live with both Daddy and Mommy. Is that all right?" She eagerly asked. "Of course. But for now, Mommy won't be coming over. She is quite busy with her work, and it's more convenient for her to stay there," Lin Chen explained. As they conversed, Lin Chen arrived at the store outside the community. "Mr. Lin, this is General Tan. General Tan, this is Mr. Lin and his daughter," the intermediary introduced. The homeowner, General Tan, extended his hand and smiled. "Mr. Lin, it's a pleasure to meet you. You are quite remarkable at such a young age. You can afford a property worth over 10 million. General Tan, you flatter me," Lin Chen replied with a smile. The two parties had already reached an agreement, and there were no hiccups. They amicably signed the contract. Although the transfer had not yet been completed, the property was essentially Lin Chen's. In the morning, Lin Chen assisted the intermediary with some paperwork. The remaining tasks primarily fell to the intermediary. At the headquarters of Tongxin Network, Old Chun, "You have a package here." "Oh, Old Chun, this package is from Lin Yu," an editor announced as he entered the office. "Give it to me," Chun Xinhan hurriedly exclaimed, carefully unwrapping the package. "Old Chun, what is it that you handle with such care?" Another editor inquired. "How can I not be cautious?" "The contents inside were purchased for 300,000, Chun Xinhan replied. "You all should keep your distance. If anything gets damaged, you'll have to compensate." Several editors quickly stepped back upon hearing this. Chun Xinhan retrieved a painting tube from the package, and, seeing that it was well protected, he sighed in relief. Upon opening the tube, he took out the calligraphy written by Lin Chen. "The Lantingyi Su. Is this written by Lin Yu?" The group began to scrutinize it closely. However, only one among them had the skill to appreciate its depth. The others could only grasp its surface. Chun Xinhan was taken aback. The signature was done in pen, while this piece was executed with a brush, showcasing Lin Chen's greater diligence. Chun Xinhan understood the artistry involved, and the impact it had on him was profound. The signature was not the pinnacle of Lin Yu's talent. This piece revealed an even higher level of calligraphic mastery. "Old Chen, what do you think?" An older editor beside him asked. "Your calligraphy skills surpass mine by a great margin. You tell me," Chun Xinhan pondered. After a moment of reflection, he remarked, "In the entirety of Huagua, there are surely no more than 3 individuals whose calligraphy can rival this. I must take my leave," Chun Xinhan said cautiously as he re-rolled and secured the work. An hour later, Chun Xinhan arrived at Jiang Xuesong's villa. "Old Jiang, this is the Lantingyi Su written by Lin Yu. I checked it before arriving. Fearing a mix-up with the delivery," he stated. Jiang Xuesong's eyes brightened. He donned reading glasses and white gloves before carefully retrieving the piece. As he unfurled Lin Chen's Lantingyi Su, his eyes widened and his breath quickened. 1 minute passed. Then, 2. Chun Xinhan waited patiently for an hour as Jiang Xuesong examined each character meticulously. Jiang Xuesong finally straightened, exhaling a long, deep breath. "Old Jiang, how is it?" Chun Xinhan quickly assisted him. With misty eyes, Jiang Xuesong remarked, "Calligraphy is the treasure of Huagua, yet it has waned in recent years. We, the current generation, have not lived up to the legacy of our forebears. I feared that our art would fade into obscurity, but now I know it will endure. Though we may falter, others will carry it forward." Chun Xinhan replied, "Old Jiang, I can see that this surpasses the previous signature, but to what extent, I am unable to discern." Jiang Xuesong removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes, stating, "This work is hardly inferior to the original Lantingyi Su. With the passage of time, it could become a rare treasure." Chun Xinhan swallowed hard. "Is it truly that remarkable? I'm tempted to call Lin Chen to purchase a piece." As the chief editor, 30,000 was within his reach. "Xiao Chun, I feel I have underpaid for this piece at 300,000. I believe it is worth at least 500,000. I will transfer you 70,000 more, 20 of which will be an additional payment, and the remaining 50,000 for another piece," Jiang Xuesong stated. Chen Xinhan nodded and dialed Lin Chen's number. Lin Yu, old Jiang has received your Lantingyi Su and wishes to pay you an additional 20,000. He also wants to spend 50,000 on another piece. I too wish to acquire a piece. Lin Chen was taken aback. He wishes to supplement me with 20,000? Chief Editor Chen, please inform old Jiang that the transaction is complete and I do not require any further compensation. Additionally, I am not in need of money and will not be selling any more works. Lin Chen had no intention of selling his paintings, just as he would not part with his calligraphy. While he appreciated the money, caring for Lin Qianqian was his utmost priority. Fame could wait for another day. Lin Yu, you're not selling anymore? Chen Xinhan asked, surprised. Lin Chen replied, I was eager to buy a house, but now that I have secured it, my finances are sufficient. Chief Editor, my apologies. Chen Xinhan expressed regret. Very well, I shall not disturb you further. Attend to your matters. Old Jiang, Lin Yu said he does not require any additional payment and that he is not in need of money. Thus, he will not be selling any more of his works. Chen Xinhan sighed. Jiang Shuisong nodded. Money is but a mundane concern. A master of his caliber will not be swayed by financial gain. It took me until I was 70 to reach a level akin to his. I feel a profound sense of shame. Old Jiang, you are quite accomplished. I doubt I will ever reach such a level in my lifetime. Xiao Chun, Lin Yu did not specify that this piece cannot be exhibited, did he? Jiang Shuesong inquired. Chen Xinhan shook his head. He did not. Since he sold it to you, you should be free to handle it as you wish. Jiang Shuesong declared. I intend to invite a few individuals to appreciate this work. This would not impinge on Lin Yu, would it? Chen Xinhan glanced at the signature at the bottom. I will cover this when the time comes, Jiang Shuesong assured. Chen Xinhan smiled. Then there is no issue. The identity of Lin Yu shall remain confidential. Even I do not know his exact home address. Chapter 37 Mengyao. You must acquire this piece of calligraphy. After Chen Xinhan departed, Jiang Shuesong logged into Weibo. He possessed his own account, yet had not updated it for quite some time. Fortuitously, he had procured a masterpiece from Master Lin Yu, and thus, Jiang prepared some tea and cordially invited a circle of old friends to come and appreciate the work. Jiang Shuesong posted a Weibo update, accompanied by a high-definition photograph he had just taken. He had a considerable following, and it didn't take long for his post to attract attention. Jiang, an esteemed calligrapher, had referred to another as a master. Who exactly was this Lin Yu? I'm aware of him. President Gu had even liked a post of his. I never anticipated that Jiang would hold Lin Yu's calligraphy in such high regard. Clearly, Lin Yu's skills were truly exceptional. I had assumed Lin Yu was merely proficient in signatures, but I was mistaken. His signature does not encompass his full capabilities. Comments began to flood Jiang Shuesong's Weibo post. Many of his followers were from the calligraphy community, including several eminent figures, who were astonished upon viewing the photograph. Brother Jiang, I'm coming over for tea. Old Jiang, the photo isn't very clear. I'll come right away. You must prepare good food and fine wine. I have practiced the Lantingyi Su no less than 1,000 times, yet I am no match for him. I shall book a flight immediately to learn from him. The luminaries of the calligraphy world began to leave messages as the news spread rapidly. In this age of advanced digital media, information traveled swiftly. Editor-in-Chief, our website traffic has surged. The editorial team at Tongxin then expressed their astonishment. The sales of Lin Yu's books were evidently on the rise. The previous downward trend in sales had suddenly taken a sharp upward turn. Excellent, splendid. Chen Xinhan's face beamed with satisfaction. Assisting Jiang Shuesong in purchasing the artwork from Lin Chen had proven fruitful. Jiang's influence was indeed considerable. Boss, Jiang has posted a Weibo update, and it has garnered numerous likes and shares. The news has exploded, and book sales have seen a significant increase, Chen Xinhan messaged Lin Chen. Understood, Lin Chen replied, seemingly unfazed. Having secured his house, he was no longer in need of money. The fluctuating sales of books held little consequence for him compared to his skills. Lin Qianqian often brought him greater surprises. Daddy, I want to cry. Lin Qianqian emerged from her nap, her lips pouting. Lin Chen quickly reassured her. Qianqian, did you have a nightmare? Or do you miss your mother? Daddy, I wet the bed again. I'm not a good girl. Tears shimmered in Lin Qianqian's eyes. Qianqian, you haven't tea with the bed in a long time. You're doing wonderfully. We have placed a waterproof mat on the bed, so I will just wash it. Lin Chen adeptly changed Lin Qianqian's clothes. Meanwhile, Chen Xinhong marveled at the situation. A master is indeed a master. If other authors experienced a surge in book sales, they would be overjoyed, yet Lin Yu remained so composed. Boss, many people are inquiring about your contact information, some wishing to purchase your ink treasures. We will ensure your information remains strictly confidential. Chen Xinhong sent another message. After changing Lin Qianqian's clothes, Lin Chen's phone buzzed. He glanced at it. Editor-in-Chief, thank you. Suddenly, Xu Mengyao was scrolling through short videos. Big data had suggested content related to Lin Yu. The Lantinggi Xu. Xu Mengyao zoomed in to examine it closely. Though she was not particularly knowledgeable about calligraphy, she found Lin Chen's rendition of the Lantinggi Xu to be quite pleasing to the eye. Who is Jiang Xuesong? Xu Mengyao Bunda. Upon conducting a search, she was astonished to discover that Jiang Xuesong was a former president of the Calligraphy Association, possessing considerable expertise. Father, what do you think of this piece? Xu Mengyao sent a photo of Lin Chen's Lantinggi Xu to Xu Guofeng. It was midnight in the United States. Though Xu Mengyao lacked skill in calligraphy, Xu Guofeng had devoted considerable effort to mastering it. Moreover, compared to calligraphy, his appreciation skills were even higher. He was wealthy and had seen many top-tier works. The Lantinggi Xu. Many had attempted to create it, but few succeeded. Xu Guofeng Muset. He opened the image and scrutinized it closely. 5 minutes later, he finished examining it, astonished. This piece was evidently a new creation. Yet he could not fathom who could possess such skill in the present day. Whose work is this? If the price does not exceed 1 million, acquire it. Xu Guofeng messaged Xu Mengyao. Xu Mengyao's eyes widened in surprise. Dad, you're truly willing? This isn't an artifact. It's a modern piece. And it hasn't been completed long. Mengyao, you don't understand. It is worth 1 million. Do not hesitate. Directly offer 1 million to purchase it. Xu Guofeng Uget. This was showcased by Jiang Xuesong. He must have bought it from someone else and would not sell it to us. Xu Guofeng lamented, what a pity. Jiang is deeply passionate about calligraphy. He surely wouldn't part with it. Xu Mengyao contemplate. It would be simple for Xu Guofeng to obtain it. In the future, she could approach Lin Chen to purchase it. If she lacked sufficient influence, she could also seek her daughter as assistance. Father, you should get some rest. You sent me this. How can I sleep right now? I need to examine it closely. Xu Mengyao murmured, Lin Chen, what else are you concealing? His culinary skills, calligraphy, painting, and storytelling were all of the highest caliber, and he was proficient in several foreign languages. Knock, knock. Come in, Xu Mengyao called. Shen Qing entered, President Xu. It is not easy to see you right now. Xu Mengyao sighed. There is so much work at the company, and many matters require my personal attention. You are fortunate, not needing to worry about finances. Do you have anything planned for the afternoon? Shopping? Shen Qing inquired. Xu Mengyao glanced at the clock. I have a meeting in 45 minutes with a government official. Shen Qing pouted. Can't you do a little less and earn a little less? Xu Mengyao shook her head. It's not as simple as you think. One must row against the current. If one does not advance, they will regress. If the company collapses, my parents and I may still manage. But what about all the employees? Many have been with my father since the beginning of his entrepreneurial journey. What will happen to them if the company fails? Shen Qing sighed. You make a valid point. With such a large family business, one cannot afford to slacken. Mengyao, I heard Zhang Tianyu is pursuing you. Xu Mengyao replied, I have no interest in him. Shen Qing's expression turned serious. Mengyao, he is not a good person. If he encounters resistance from you, could he pose a threat to Lin Chen and Qianqian? Xu Mengyao's demeanor grew cold. He dares. Chapter 38. Have you and Lin Chen registered your marriage? Shen Qing remarked, one must always be cautious. Have you informed Lin Chen about this matter? If there are any developments, he should be mentally prepared. Xu Mengyao nodded slightly. I will inform Lin Chen when the time comes. Shen Qing smiled and said, Mengyao, I believe it's best to discuss such matters in person. Whenever you decide to go, I am free and would be glad to accompany you. No need to thank me. Xu Mengyao shot a disapproving glance at Shen Qing. Are you just hoping to tag along for a meal? I've been quite busy these past few days, Xu Mengyao replied. Shen Qing immediately looked disappointed, like a wilted eggplant. She muttered, Lin Chen's cooking is toxic. Ever since I had 2 meals at his place, I've found it hard to enjoy other food. I've lost weight recently. Mengyao, my future happiness depends on you. Xu Mengyao retorted, depend on me? Do you want me to introduce you to them? You don't need to. You already know each other. Qianqian replied. What I mean is, you should get together quickly so I can often enjoy your meals. Xu Mengyao asked, how else are we supposed to be together? Qianqian blinked and said, you should register your marriage and live together. Then I can visit you often. We have registered, Xu Mengyao stated. What? Qianqian exclaimed in surprise. Qianqian looked at Xu Mengyao in shock. Xu Mengyao calmly explained, don't look at me like that. We merely registered our marriage. Nothing else has changed. We also had a prenuptial agreement to ensure that our assets remained separate. Then why did you register? Qianqian asked, puzzled. Although Qianqian is young, she is quite perceptive. She might sense that our relationship is unusual. Having a marriage certificate can help to placate her. Qianqian gave Xu Mengyao a strange look. Mengyao, I think you have been deceived by Lin Chen. Xu Mengyao inquired, what do you mean? Qianqian said, a marriage certificate to deceive Qianqian. Does that really require one? Couldn't you just create a fake one? Xu Mengyao was taken aback. She and T considered that angle. Is Lin Chen deliberately misleading me into registering? Qianqian nodded. If not, then what is the obvious explanation? You, a powerful CEO, are being taken in this way. It seems you need my guidance in matters of the heart. Xu Mengyao said. I will call Lin Chen. Qianqian quickly interjected. What are you calling him for? You've already registered your marriage. Are you planning to get a divorce now? I think this arrangement is quite good. How is it good? Qianqian replied, you're like an iceberg. If he has no feelings for you, how could you two ever be together? His urging you to register indicates he has genuine intentions. It seems there is potential for your relationship. Xu Mengyao remarked, you say I've been deceived, yet you appear quite pleased. Qianqian chuckled. The fact that you could register with him suggests you are not entirely opposed to Lin Chen. Am I right? If you've been deceived, it's not a major issue. Xu Mengyao rolled her eyes at Qianqian. Mengyao, I think Lin Chen is rather impressive. He is far superior to what your father discovered before. His culinary skills. Just thinking about them makes my mouth water, Qianqian said. Xu Mengyao thought to herself. Lin Chen excels far beyond just his cooking abilities. Qianqian, what should I do? Xu Mengyao asked. Qianqian looked puzzled. Mengyao, what do you mean? Xu Mengyao replied, I don't dislike Lin Chen, but I don't know how to love someone. Sometimes, I have nightmares about past events. Qianqian grasped Xu Mengyao's hand. Mengyao, you can change your perspective. Perhaps the incident from years ago was fate's way of bringing you and Lin Chen together. It might be that Qianqian, our little angel, wishes to be with you. Xu Mengyao smiled at the thought of Lin Xiaoqian's face. Mengyao, it has been 3 years. It is time for you to move on, Qianqian said, her tone tinged with concern. Xu Mengyao nodded slightly. What should I do? Qianqian smiled. Engage more. Interact more. It would be best to bring along me, your strategist. I can provide assistance. Do you think you have developed feelings for Lin Chen? Xu Mengyao's face flushed slightly. I don't know. Xu Mengyao continued. Qianqian, Lin Chen doesn't seem very enthusiastic towards me. Aside from the video of Qianqian, he hasn't messaged me on WeChat. Qianqian pondered for a moment and said, he likely has concerns. With your family's wealth. If he appears too eager, it may raise suspicions that he is after your family's fortune. That is not the case. Xu Mengyao shook her head. Zhao Yiming offered 800,000 to buy a painting, but Lin Chen wouldn't sell. His skills in painting, calligraphy, and cooking are all unparalleled. If he wanted, he would never lack for money. You may think that, but he doesn't know. He must be worried that being overly enthusiastic could backfire. I suspect his plan is to slowly cultivate feelings with you now that you are married, Qianqian remarked. Is that so? Xu Mengyao asked. Qianqian smiled. It must be so. You should trust your strategist. I am well-versed in the art of romance. A strategist well-versed in the art of romance? Is that so? Qianqian replied. Our company's various departments are preparing to hold a basketball tournament, and family members can participate. Should I invite Lin Chen to join the game? Qianqian looked at Xu Mengyao in astonishment. If you let him join, wouldn't that expose everything? Isn't that a bit too fast? Xu Mengyao replied. Isn't that a good thing? If it's exposed, others will stop pursuing me. If I keep it a secret even after registering, People might gossip later. Qianqian thought for a moment. You need to confirm whether Lin Chen can play basketball. Otherwise, it might lead to embarrassment. Yes, Xu Mengyao nodded. She took out her phone and dialed Lin Chen's number. Are you really going to ask him now? Qianqian asked in disbelief. What else should I do? Should I bring you along to ask him? Xu Mengyao laughed. Soon, Lin Chen answered the call. His voice coming through. Mengyao, you must be calling to check on Qianqian, right? Her cold is almost better. Qianqian, it's Mommy on the phone. Mommy, I miss you. Lin Qianqian's sweet voice chimed in. Xu Mengyao said, Mommy misses you too. Lin Chen, our company is organizing a basketball tournament and family members can participate. Do you want to join the game? Lin Chen was taken aback. Mengyao, I'm participating in a basketball tournament? Xu Mengyao's cheeks turned slightly red. How good are you at it? If you can't play, just pretend I didn't say anything. Lin Qianqian's eyes lit up. Mommy, Daddy can play basketball. Lin Chen chuckled. Mengyao, I know a bit about basketball. If I'm going to participate, I'll need to practice. Anzai, Sumenda Sopti Ziplit. I'll register your name. Chapter 39. The first legendary skill. Dream Yao. When does the competition begin? As a company president, which team will I be with? Lin Chen inquired. Xu Mengyao replied, executives and their families will be assigned to different teams through a lottery. You will know in due course. All right, then that's settled. Xu Mengyao ended the call. Beside her, Qianqian chuckled. Mengyao, are you feeling nervous? Nervous? Not at all, Xu Mengyao replied coolly. Qianqian blinked playfully. Really? Usually, after a call, you say goodbye to Qianqian too, don't you? Xu Mengyao hesitated. She had indeed forgotten to bid farewell to Lin Qianqian. The others will probably be astounded. Who would have thought you have a husband, and you let him make a public appearance? Xu Mengyao retorted, what's so surprising? Qianqian has grown up. My having a husband is quite normal, isn't it? Besides, Qianqian is becoming more understanding. We can't hide the marriage certificate for too long. Qianqian nodded. Indeed, you two should share a bed. Xu Mengyao shot her a disapproving glance. Qianqian, are you trying to sell me out for a meal? Qianqian laughed. I just think it's nice for you to be together. While you're busy, Lin Chen can take care of Qianqian. He cooks well and is very patient with her. Xu Mengyao remained non-committal. Mengyao, if Lin Chen participates in the basketball game, won't your parents find out? How will you explain that? Xu Mengyao replied, is there a need to explain? Lin Chen is Qianqian's father. It's in Qianqian's best interest for me to maintain a good relationship with him. Have you told your parents that you two are married? Xu Mengyao shook her head. I haven't mentioned it to my parents, nor has he to his. This is between the three of us, me, him, and Qianqian. It has nothing to do with our respective families. Qianqian, please don't say anything. Qianqian nodded. I won't say a word. But your parents will eventually find out. Xu Mengyao replied calmly. They'll find out in due time. It's just a marriage certificate, nothing of great significance. At this point, Xu Mengyao glanced at the time. Qianqian stood up. Busy person that you are, I should take my leave. You should prepare for your meeting. I, on the other hand, am off to shop. As Qianqian departed, Xu Mengyao tidied herself up. Her demeanor had transformed significantly, from the image of a neighborly girl to that of a formidable company president. Daddy here. Daddy, it only listens to you. Lin Qianqian and Lin Chen were playing basketball in the neighborhood. Lin Qianqian had nearly recovered from her cold and was eager to engage in some outdoor activity after being cooped up for too long. Qianqian, the more you play with it, the better it will listen to you, Lin Chen encouraged patiently as he played along with her. A wealth of basketball knowledge surged into his mind, enhancing his coordination and overall skill. He realized his level had already surpassed that of college team's main players. With continued effort, he was certain to reach national team standards. Uncle, may I play too? A little girl, around 3 years old, approached to ask. Qianqian, is that all right? Lin Chen turned to his daughter. Of course, Daddy. Lin Qianqian exclaimed. Lin Qianqian. What's your name? My name is Nan, the polite little girl replied. Lin Chen smiled. Nan, you can call her Qianqian. Lin Qianqian, lacking playmates, was delighted to have found a friend, and Lin Chen was equally pleased. Despite her young age, it was important for her to have companions. Hello. Nan's mother approached to greet them. She was pleasant-looking but lacked the elegance of Xu Mengyao. Hello, thank you. Lin Chen replied with a faint smile. Nan's mother said, Qianqian's daddy, I'll sit over there. If you need anything, just call me. All right, Lin Chen nodded. This arrangement suited him well, as he preferred not to have their conversation interrupted, especially since it could impact his ability to gain experience. As time passed, Lin Chen taught both girls, and Lin Qianqian was thrilled to have a little companion. Her joy did not detract from his own learning. His experience remained unaffected. Nan, let's play together next time. Okay. As their playtime came to an end, the two little ones reluctantly said their goodbyes. Qianqian, was it fun to play with your new friend? Lin Chen asked when they got home. Yes. Lin Qianqian nodded enthusiastically. Lin Chen smiled today. Nan was brave to ask you to play, wasn't she? You should also be courageous and play with other children, all right? Lin Qianqian nodded. Yes, Daddy. I will be very brave. Daddy, I'm a little hungry, she said. Lin Chen chuckled. Your clothes are sweaty. Let me change you first, and then I'll prepare your meal. Daddy, your cooking is delicious. Can Nan eat with us? Well, Lin Chen pondered. Qianqian, she can, but you must invite Nan when her mother is present. Why? Lin Qianqian questioned, puzzled. Lin Chen explained, if her mother isn't around, Nan might think you don't have one, and that wouldn't be good, would it? Lin Qianqian thought for a moment. I could tell her I have a mommy and that she's at work. Lin Chen sighed inwardly. How could he explain this to such a young child? Qianqian, you should ask your mommy about this later. Let her explain it to you. You stumped me. Soon, Lin Chen had changed Lin Qianqian's clothes. Daddy, I want to draw. Go ahead. I'll make dinner, he replied. 2 days passed, and Lin Chen slightly increased the basketball training duration, teaching Lin Qianqian for an hour and a half each day. The total teaching time reached 5 hours, an impressive feat for her age. With 10 hours, one could reach master level. 5 hours was already remarkable, placing him at a level equivalent to a main player in the national team. Coupled with Lin Chen's superior physical condition, he could hold his own against any of them in a one-on-one match. In the evening, Lin Chen told stories. Host, your fairy tale storytelling has reached the legendary level. The system's voice resonated in Lin Chen's mind. A torrent of information flooded his consciousness, and surprise lit up his eyes. He had finally acquired his first legendary skill. Lin Qianqian adored stories, wanted to hear them before her afternoon nap and before bed at night, and even occasionally during the day. This was where she had made the most rapid progress. System, what makes reaching legendary level special? Lin Chen inquired in his mind. The system responded, Host, upon reaching legendary level, your fairy tales will possess a greater emotional resonance, capable of touching the soul. When you narrate stories, they will be even more captivating. Chapter 40. Rewarding the Golden Alliance Leader. As Lin Qianqian slept, Lin Chen made his way to the study. He no longer wished to sell paintings or calligraphy for profit, yet the necessity of earning remained. Continuing to create fairy tales seemed a splendid choice. To consistently sell his paintings and calligraphy at a high rate required significant fame, which would hinder his ability to care for his child. The creation of fairy tales posed no such issues. The audience for art and calligraphy is scarce, but children universally recognize the charm of a good story. He could prosper under a pen name, quietly generating income. Why had Lin Yu not updated recently? I narrate 5 stories to my son daily, totaling 60 tales. At this rate, it won't last long. Divine Being, I implore you for an update. Lin Chen perused the comment section, noticing a considerable number of requests for updates. Lin Qianqian had been ill, and he hadn't had an update in 3 or 4 days. With no urgency to earn, he thought to adopt a more relaxed updating schedule. He planned to release 30 stories monthly, averaging just 1 per day, which would allow him to publish a book each month. Even if the initial print run was small and the signing fee modest, combined with the income from his previous works, his monthly earnings would not fall below 5 million. Although still far behind Xu Mengyao's income, several million each month would suffice, provided he refrained from frequent lavish purchases. With a flurry of keystrokes, Lin Chen began to write. Having reached a legendary skill level, numerous stories blossomed in his mind, merely awaiting transcription. Within minutes, he completed a story exceeding 1,000 words. This tale held great potential, he mused. He meticulously read through the text on his screen. The system was correct at his current level. The stories he penned possessed a heightened emotional resonance, capable of touching the soul. This narrative might even bring tears to many. He uploaded the story and habitually opened the Tongxin website. Lately, she found herself checking it multiple times daily. Suddenly, Xu Mengyao's eyes brightened. Lin Yu had finally updated, albeit with just one story. Caution advised, as it might be toxic. Lin Yu, you owe me my tears. My daughter is crying, and I cannot console her. Xu Mengyao glanced through the comments section. This story had been published only half an hour prior, yet garnered numerous comments, with a distinctly different tone from previous works. Intrigued, she clicked to read further. As she continued, tears welled in her eyes. By the end, she could no longer hold back her tears. Lin Chen's writing had evidently improved. The emotional impact was profound, but why did it have to be a tragedy? Xu Mengyao's eyes reddened. The story of the little match girl was heart-wrenching. This piece was even more powerful, a full-on tearjerker. Are you all right, miss? The driver, Liang Yi, inquired. Ie me fine. I just read a tragic story. Xu Mengyao reopened the comments section. In such a short time, the number of comments had swelled considerably. My daughter is also crying uncontrollably, but perhaps this story will instill her with greater kindness. A friendly reminder, prepare tissues and set aside at least half an hour to soothe your child. Lin Yu's talent appears to have escalated. Xu Mengyao meticulously read through the comments, noting that this story had received far more feedback than previous ones. It seemed others shared her sentiments. Lin Chen's skills had undeniably advanced. At that moment, she noticed Lin Yu had updated again. This new tale brought a faint smile to her face. The first was a tragedy, while this one was deeply healing. It wasn't exuberantly joyful. Rather, it felt like a gentle warmth seeping into her very being. So soothing. Xu Mengyao exhaled a long breath, feeling significantly more relaxed. The first story had allowed her emotions to flow, while the second provided solace, leaving her feeling much clearer. Curiously, Xu Mengyao attempted to reward a Silver Alliance leader, only to discover someone had beaten her to it. She examined the other person's profile, noting that it was another woman. Silently, she rewarded a Golden Alliance leader. 100,000 yuan had vanished. Yet for someone of her means, that amount was trivial. The company was performing well under her leadership, with the Xu family's wealth growing at over 10%. Their assets now exceeded 30 billion. That growth equated to 4 or 5 billion. Achieving a legendary level had indeed shown results. Lin Chen checked the backend data. The clicks and comments were markedly higher than before, with a surge in rewards, including several substantial contributions. Who is this floating life as a dream who rewarded me with a Silver Alliance leader and now a golden one? Lin Chen pondered. Each story on Tongxin had its own reward leaderboard, and within the overall author rewards, Floating Life as a Dream had contributed a total of 110,000. Hello. Thank you for your generous support. However, there is no need to spend so extravagantly. Lin Chen messaged Floating Life as a Dream privately. Xu Mengyao saw the message. Lin Chen opened it, revealing a screenshot of a bank message. Just after spending 100,000, Floating Life as a Dream's bank balance astonishingly showed over 80 million. What a tycoon! Lin Chen marveled inwardly. 80 million in a checking account. What a notion! Excuse me for the interruption, he thought, realizing that given the other party's wealth, a 10,000 reward was perfectly reasonable. At Tongxin, Chen Xinhong could not restrain himself from asking Old Feng for his thoughts. He had read both stories several times. Old Feng, whose full name was Feng Anren, was the deputy editor and had worked at Tongxin for over a decade. Old Feng, Chen Xinhong called again. Feng Anren, engrossed in the first story, did not hear him. Chief editor, what's the matter? Feng Anren asked. I'm curious about your impressions. I find these two stories unparalleled both domestically and internationally. Chen Xinhong remarked in astonishment. Such high praise? Feng Anren nodded. They certainly merit it. Chief editor, can you find better fairy tales? Chen Xinhong shook his head. None that I can think of. I feel the same way, but we must be cautious in our promotion. Let us not draw ire towards Lin Yu. Of course, Feng Anren agreed. Chief editor, do you believe Lin Yu's success is due to happenstance? Or has his creative prowess reached a higher level? It must be a stroke of genius, Chen Xinhong replied. If such masterpieces could be produced casually, that would indeed be alarming. Chapter 41. Fairy Tales and Textbooks? Morning at the Jiang family villa. Grandfather, The Lin you asked me to pay attention to has made a move. He released 2 fairy tales last night, a woman in her 20s said. Qianqian, how is the quality of his new stories? Jiang Shuesong inquired. Today was the day he had invited old friends over to appreciate calligraphy. Grandfather, the quality is exceptional. My best friend even tipped him 10,000 yuan after reading it. Jiang Yan replied. Which friend of yours gave him such a tip? Jiang Shuesong asked. Xinyue, of course. Who else could it be? Others might have the means, but they would never part with such a sum. Xinyue is wealthy and doesn't mind spending, Jiang Yan explained. Find her for me to see. Although Xinyue has money, she isn't the type to be impulsive, Jiang Shuesong remarked. Jiang Yan quickly located the fairy tales Lin Chen had shared the previous night. Jiang Shuesong, wearing reading glasses, perused them slowly. After finishing the first read, he quietly went over it again. I cried last night. I pushed it to Xinyue, suggesting we cry together. After a while, she sent me a screenshot showing she had tipped Lin Yu 10,000 yuan. However, her top spot was soon snatched away by someone else, Jiang Yan noted. Jiang Shuesong expressed surprise. Someone tipped more? Yes, the other party tipped Lin Yu a golden liter, which requires 100,000 yuan, Jiang Yan replied. Grandfather, there's another story. Not long after, Jiang Shuesong completed the second tale. He felt as though he had undergone a spiritual cleansing, with pessimistic feelings seemingly dissipated. What a timeless masterpiece. Just moments ago, I was contemplating whether the first tale was suitable for textbooks. Together, the two are indeed very appropriate. Jiang Shuesong smiled. Jiang Yan's eyes brightened. They can be included in the language textbooks? I will reflect on it. I have some influence. With the quality so high, it should be possible. If my weight alone isn't sufficient, I can rally those old friends who are here today to lend their support, Jiang Shuesong assured. Jiang Yan gazed at her grandfather with a hint of melancholy. Grandfather, I understand. Jiang Shuesong smiled. Aging, illness, and death are the natural order of life. Being old, I may leave one day. I worry for you. Tears shimmered in Jiang Yan's eyes. Grandfather, please don't say that. You should live to at least 100. I dare not hope for 100, Jiang Shuesong chuckled. Ding dong. At 9 in the morning, guests began to arrive. Jiang Shuesong had invited several old friends, but many brought younger companions. By 9:30, the villa was bustling with activity. Over a dozen of Jiang Shuesong's old friends arrived, and with their younger companions. The total number of guests reached around 30. The housekeeper was on leave today, so Jiang Yan was responsible for serving tea. Brother Jiang, everyone is here. What about the items? Someone couldn't help but ask. Everyone turned to Jiang Shuesong, who smiled. Xiaoyan, please bring out that piece of land Tingyi Su. Okay, grandfather. Jiang Yan quickly retrieved the calligraphy, which had been exquisitely framed at a cost of over 10,000 yuan. Everyone, please come on by one. The rest can enjoy tea for now, Jiang Shuesong said. The first group of 5 elderly men gathered around, studying the piece closely. Before long, expressions of astonishment appeared in their eyes. Incroyable technique. This level isn't far behind the sage of calligraphy, is it? Perhaps there are slight differences, but it undoubtedly surpasses us. The elderly men exchanged comments. The others waiting to get a closer look grew impatient. Old Lu, you've been watching for so long. Come have some tea first. Let's take a look for a while, someone urged. Exactly, doesn't it hurt your legs standing for so long? After much persuasion, the first group finally stepped back, allowing the second group to rush forward. Brother Jiang, how much did you buy this for? I still have some money. I wonder if I can afford it. When the first group inquired, Jiang Shuesong chuckled. It cost 300,000. Upon receiving it, I felt I underpaid and wanted to add another 200,000. But the seller wouldn't part with another piece. They didn't return the 20,000 either. Such a pity, another old man lamented. 50,000 isn't cheap, but I can afford it. Brother Jiang, you've covered the signature. Did Master Lin Yu write his real name on this piece? Jiang Shuesong nodded slightly. As time passed, the guests took turns admiring the calligraphy, and after finishing, they gathered to share tea and engage in lively discussions. Dear friends, I recommend you take a look at the 2 fairy tales Lin Yu recently penned, Jiang Shuesong suggested with a smile. The guests pulled out their phones and logged onto the Children's Heart website. About 10 minutes later, they had all finished reading. I personally believe they should be included in textbooks. What do you all think? Jiang Shuesong asked. I think so. Absolutely. Everyone expressed their agreement. Shall we lend our support? Although we belong to the calligraphy community, united we have some influence. It should not be a problem, Jiang Shuesong proposed. I agree. Count me in. Perhaps, Master Lin, you will be remembered in history, and we might even have our names mentioned in the annals. Many voiced their approval. With their influence, the endeavor seemed almost certain. Despite the fact that many online personalities were far more famous, those individuals might not have the same impact at higher levels. While their opinions could certainly reach those in power, some of whom might even be their students. Sales skyrocketing? Lin Chen expressed surprise. Editor Chen, what is going on? Why the sudden surge? Lin Chen messaged. He seldom checked his phone during the day while accompanying Lin Qianqian. Engaging with her brought him far greater joy than merely scrolling through his phone. Their combined influence was formidable, creating a powerful force. The second volume, 1 million copies, would likely sell out quickly. The first volume had been printed 3 times, totaling 180,000 copies, while the second was only 1 million. A faint smile graced Lin Chen's face. Once sold out, he could still print another batch, earning him a tidy sum. Master Lin Yu, could you provide some signed copies? I didn't offer signed copies for the first and second volumes, Chen Xinhong lamented. Master Lin Yu, many are inquiring about your news. Lin Chen cautioned, you must keep it confidential. If you leak information, future collaborations may be jeopardized. Understood, Chen Xinhong promptly assured. Lin Chen turned to gaze at the slumbering Lin Xiaoqian. He didn't lack funds, but couldn't let money affect her. Ding ding. His phone chimed again. It was a message from Xu Mengyao. Lin Chen, the basketball game is the day after tomorrow. I'll bring your basketball jersey. Will there be food? A gentle smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. The iceberg seemed to have melted just a bit. Chapter 42. Will you stay here tonight? Lin Chen, the basketball match is the day after tomorrow. I will bring your basketball jersey this afternoon when Shun Qing and I come to see Qianqian. Xu Mengyao resent her message. Half an hour passed. It felt awkward for Xu Mengyao to ask Lin Chen whether he would provide dinner, considering their marriage was merely a facade. Despite Lin Chen's culinary prowess, such a question seemed inappropriate to her. In the afternoon, around 3 or 4 o'clock, Xu Mengyao and Shun Qing arrived. Mom, Aunt Qing, Lin Xiaoqian joyfully exclaimed as the door swung open. Qianqian, Mama missed you so much. Xu Mengyao quickly scooped up Lin Xiaoqian and kissed her. Mama, I missed you too. Aunt Qing, I missed you as well. Lin Xiaoqian replied in her sweet, childlike voice. Mom, can I invite Nan Nan over for dinner? Xu Mengyao inquired. Who is Nan Nan? Nan Nan is my good friend. We often play together, and her mom gives me delicious treats, Lin Xiaoqian explained. Shun Qing chimed in. Qianqian, you met Nan Nan when her mother brought her to play downstairs, and your dad took you down to play as well, right? Yes. Lin Xiaoqian smiled brightly. Xu Mengyao glanced at Lin Chen, who was grinning at her. Mengyao, I hardly spoke with Nan Nan's mother. We only exchanged a few polite words, he said. Qianqian, you can confirm that, right? Lin Xiaoqian looked puzzled, but Dad, you were chatting happily with Annie. Lin Chen was momentarily speechless. Mom, I really want to invite Nan Nan for dinner, but Dad said I can only invite her when you're here. Can I invite her now? Lin Xiaoqian asked. Xu Mengyao gently patted her head and replied. How about another day? Today Aunt Qing is here, so let us wait until another time when she isn't. Why not, Mom? Lin Chen interjected. Aunt Qing is a guest, and so is Nan Nan. We must take good care of our guests, right? If we invite them both, we might not manage well. Lin Xiaoqian pondered over this and eventually nodded. You're right, Dad. I'll invite Nan Nan another time. Xu Mengyao handed a bag to Lin Chen. Here, try this on and see if the basketball jersey fits. Lin Chen nodded, taking the bag to the bathroom. Shun Qing quietly asked Lin Xiaoqian, Qianqian, can I ask you a question? Is Nan Nan's mother pretty? Without hesitation, Lin Xiaoqian replied, yes, but I think Mommy is the prettiest. Aunt Qing, you're beautiful too. This is our little secret. Don't tell your dad, okay? Shun Qing urged. Why can't I tell Dad? Lin Xiaoqian questioned, confused. Qianqian. This is a secret between you and Aunt Qing. You mustn't share it. Let us go to the balcony. Your dad and I might want to share a secret kiss. Shun Qing suggested as she carried Lin Xiaoqian toward the balcony. Lin Chen soon emerged wearing the basketball jersey, and Xu Mengyao's eyes widened in surprise. Though he appeared slender, the jersey revealed that Lin Chen's arms were quite muscular. Mengyao, you chose the right size. This basketball jersey fits me well, Lin Chen smiled. As long as it fits, that's fine. Let us discuss in the study, she suggested. Once in the study, Lin Chen explained, Mengyao, I hardly spoke with Nan's mother. We only exchanged pleasantries. Xu Mengyao replied, we are merely pretending to be married. Even if you had a genuine connection with her, I wouldn't mind. Lin Chen smiled at her, making Xu Mengyao feel slightly uneasy. Why are you looking at me like that? Don't get any ideas, she warned. But you invited me in, he countered. I invited you in merely to create the illusion that we have intimate interactions. Do you understand? Lin Chen nodded, understood. How is the basketball match organized? Xu Mengyao sighed with relief. There are a total of 10 teams in the company basketball tournament, each comprising 12 players. The company executives will participate, with each team assigned one executive. Lin Chen chuckled. It seems this is serious business. Is there a reward for winning? Yes, Xu Mengyao replied. The first-place team receives double wages for the month, while the second-place team gets a 50% increase. Only the champions among the executives receive a bonus of 1 million, with each person contributing 100,000. 100,000 is not much for us, but winning 1 million would be quite nice. How will the matches be conducted? Lin Chen inquired. Xu Mengyao explained, the teams are divided into Group A and Group B, each with 5 teams, and they will compete against each other. Winning a match earns 3 points, a draw earns 1 point, and a loss earns 0. The team with the highest total points advances to the finals. Lin Chen remarked, the champion team has to play 5 matches, while the others play 4. So this surely spans more than 1 day. Xu Mengyao confirmed, the matches will take place over 3 days, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. On days with matches, those not playing will work normally. Wednesday and Thursday will have 2 matches, and Friday will feature only the final. Lin Chen frowned. Qianqian needs her afternoon nap. On Wednesday and Thursday, I can probably only participate in 1 match each day. Xu Mengyao nodded, that's fine. Each team has 12 players, so not everyone needs to play every match. Will the matches be held at your company? He asked. Yes, Xu Mengyao replied. The basketball court at the company is quite good. You can take Qianqian there tomorrow to have a look and meet your teammates. Lin Chen asked, will you be there? How will you introduce me? Won't that expose our situation? Xu Mengyao calmly stated, I'll introduce you as my husband. As the boss, they wouldn't dare to cause a scene. While there might be a few who could trouble you, just let me know if anything happens and I will handle it. Lin Chen nodded slightly. Given Xu Mengyao's beauty and wealth, she would undoubtedly attract admirers, even as a single mother. You may encounter some complications. To compensate you, I can purchase this apartment from the landlord and register it under Qianqian's name. You can live here for as long as you wish, Xu Mengyao offered. Lin Chen shook his head. There's no need. I have already arranged to buy this apartment from the landlord. The contract is signed, and the transfer will be completed in a few days. Huh? Xu Mengyao was momentarily taken aback. Lin Chen smiled lightly. Qianqian likes it here, so I decided to buy it. Will you stay here tonight? Chapter 43. Did you trick me into getting a marriage certificate? Xu Mengyao's face flushed slightly. Why am I living here? Lin Chen chuckled. To keep Qianqian company while she sleeps. She misses her mother. Otherwise, why would I let you stay here? Xu Mengyao cast a sidelong glance at Lin Chen. Is this house fully paid or mortgaged? If it's mortgaged, I can help you pay it off. Lin Chen replied. It's fully paid. Xu Mengyao expressed her surprise. Is writing fairy tales that lucrative? Lin Chen responded. It certainly doesn't earn as much as what you make. But if I do it well, it can support a family. Xu Mengyao, note that. Have you practiced basketball these past few days? Qianqian will be watching, so don't embarrass yourself. Lin Chen grinned. You can rest easy. I am known as the Jordan of Huagua. My skills are undoubtedly up to par. Since it's still early for dinner, shall we take a stroll? Xu Mengyao hesitated slightly. Lin Chen added, let us walk around and dissuade those single women in the neighborhood from harboring any illusions. I want them to know I'm taken. Xu Mengyao sai, anzai. Just let Xinqing take care of things. We don't want her constantly mooching meals. Why are you stopping me, Ani Qing? I want to walk with mommy and daddy too. Lin Qianqian chimed in innocently. Xinqing replied, 2 reasons. First, if you go out with your parents, I'll be sad all alone here. Second, Don't your parents need some time alone to nurture their feelings? Lin Xiaoqian nodded, though only half comprehending. Xiaoqian, teach me how to draw. I think you draw wonderfully. Shen Qing said. Lin Xiaoqian giggled. Daddy taught me. He has the best. Lin Chen and Xu Mengyao arrived downstairs. A winding path encircled the community, and they began to stroll along it. Did you see the news online? Jiang Zumsong and several masters of calligraphy hold you in very high regard. Are you not planning to make an appearance? Xu Mengyao inquired. Lin Chen shook his head. I have no such intentions. Am I not doing well? I have enough for expenses and can wholeheartedly care for Xiaoqian. We just need to work hard for her. If both of us are too busy, it would be troublesome. Xu Mengyao nodded slightly. Lin Chen smiled and asked, Xu Mengyao, your face is turning a bit red. Why would you think I'm saying nonsense? Why would I want you to move in? Lin Chen continued. The guest room is vacant. You can stay there. Or, if you prefer, you can sleep with Xiaoqian while I take the guest room. Xu Mengyao fell silent for a moment. Let us talk about it later. Lin Chen, the events of the past have left me with emotional scars. I still have nightmares occasionally. Xiaoqian deserves your extra effort. Lin Chen reassured her. Xiaoqian is my daughter. It's my duty to take care of her. Mengyao, the little girl playing in the atrium is Wan, and the woman beside her is her mother. Xu Mengyao inched closer to Lin Chen. Uncle Lin, where's Xiaoqian? Wan called out as they approached. Lin Chen smiled. Xiaoqian is at home. She has an aunt visiting, and they are playing together. Wan's mother asked, Is this the mother of Xiaoqian? Hello, I am Xiaoqian's mother, Xu Mengyao greeted. Wan, Xiaoqian has told me about you. She says you are her good friend. Yes, Wan nodded. Xiaoqian and I are good friends. Lin Chen chuckled. Wan, you keep playing, we'll take our leave. As they distanced themselves, Xu Mengyao remarked, Lin Chen, Wan's mother is quite beautiful. Lin Chen laughed. She can't compare to your beauty. Xu Mengyao retorted. So you deliberately tricked me into getting a marriage certificate? Lin Chen stammered. I went with you to get the certificate for Xiaoqian's sake. Xu Mengyao replied coolly. Shunqing said to use the marriage certificate to fool Xiaoqian. It doesn't need to be real. A fake will suffice. She said I was deceived by you. Lin Chen cleared his throat. That's true. We never anticipated she would think of that. Shunqing is quite clever. Smart people must work hard. They shouldn't be greedy for food. She shouldn't come over for meals anymore. Xu Mengyao glanced at Lin Chen, realizing she wasn't mistaken. You did trick me into getting married. Lin Chen awkwardly admitted. I did it for Xiaoqian. We should get the certificate first and develop our relationship gradually. I wouldn't want her to have a stepfather, nor would you want her to have a stepmother, right? Xu Mengyao nodded slightly. Rest assured, she will definitely not have a stepfather. Lin Chen smiled. Then you can also be assured she won't have a stepmother. Mengyao, your family is quite wealthy, but I want you to know that I have no interest in your money. We have done a property notarization before marriage. Xu Mengyao conceded, I believe that. With your abilities, you won't lack for money if you just show a bit of it. Don't blame Xinqing. To ensure she can continue to mooch meals. She has said many good things about you. Lin Chen joked. Then let us add an extra dish for her tonight. Xu Mengyao laughed. You are so pragmatic. If she exposes you, you want her to stop coming. If she helps you, you add an extra dish. Lin Chen chuckled. That is quite normal. If she were just causing trouble, I suspect she is jealous of you. Jealous of what? Xu Mengyao asked. Lin Chen replied, jealous that you have a good husband. Xu Mengyao playfully pouted. Lin Chen, you have quite a thick skin. Lin Chen laughed. Since we're short on vegetables at home, shall we buy some more from the nearby grocery? Mama, Xu Mengyao not that. After a stroll around the community, Lin Chen and Xu Mengyao exited and went to a nearby grocery store to buy some vegetables. Lin Chen felt the icy demeanor gradually thawing. Daddy, Mommy. Upon returning home, Lin Xiaoqian rushed over joyfully. Lin Chen smiled. Mengyao, please keep Xiaoqian company while I prepare dinner. Xiaoqian, tell Mommy what you learned today. Lin Xiaoqian nodded. Lin Chen entered the kitchen with the groceries. Xu Mengyao, led by Lin Xiaoqian, went to the balcony. Shunqing pointed at a painting in astonishment. Mengyao, look at this. Can you believe it was painted by Xiaoqian? Her painting skills have skyrocketed. Xu Mengyao's eyes widened in surprise. Reflecting on Lin Chen's talent in painting, she felt that Lin Xiaoqian must have inherited her father's artistic gift, which had previously gone unrecognized. Xiaoqian, you are amazing. Mommy rewards you with a kiss. Xu Mengyao planted a kiss on Lin Xiaoqian's cheek. Lin Xiaoqian giggled. Mommy, Daddy taught me. You must reward Daddy with a kiss too. Chapter 44. Why must we sleep here? After an hour, Lin Chen had prepared a delightful meal. Lin Chen, is there a special occasion today? There seems to be an extra dish compared to last time. Qianqian exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Chen smiled and replied, I've purchased this apartment. And since it's a rare moment of liveliness, let us celebrate modestly today. Lin Chen, you should have mentioned it earlier. I came empty-handed without any gift. Qianqian said, feeling embarrassed. Lin Chen shook his head. Gifts are unnecessary. Let's simply enjoy a meal together. Everyone, please take a seat. I believe my culinary skills have improved. Qianqian was incredulous. Your cooking can improve further? Soon, Xu Mengyao and Qianqian began to dig in. Indeed, Mengyao. There seems to be a noticeable improvement, Qianqian remarked after sampling a couple of dishes in disbelief. Xu Mengyao added, it's not just a semblance, it's genuine. Lin Chen, your culinary talents have surpassed those of a five-star chef. The ingredients may be ordinary, yet the flavors are exquisite. Every dish is delectable. Qianqian praised enthusiastically. Lin Xiaoqian chimed in cutely, Mommy, Daddy's meat is delicious, and the vegetables are great too. I'm no longer picky. I'm a good little girl now. Qianqian responded, Xiaoqian, with your father's cooking skills, if you remained picky, you would be in trouble. Mengyao expressed her concern. I suspect Xiaoqian is not truly unpicky. She might be more selective elsewhere. Lin Chen laughed. Little Xiaoqian is still young. We should ensure she receives proper nutrition. When she grows older, will she starve herself? True. Xu Mengyao nodded in agreement. After the meal, Qianqian rubbed her belly. Lin Chen, your dishes are too delicious. This is both an advantage and a disadvantage. If I indulge every day, I will surely gain weight. Lin Chen replied with a smile. You only overeat on rare occasions. If it were an everyday affair, it wouldn't be such a temptation. Qianqian paused, realizing the truth in his words. You three should go out. I'll take care of the dishes. If I don't do some chores, I'll feel too embarrassed to mooch off you in the future, she insisted. Lin Chen hesitated. Are you sure about washing the dishes? There's nothing wrong with it. I want to come over more often, and since Mengyao is busy, it's a rare opportunity for you all to gather, she insisted. Let Qianqian handle it. She has eaten enough and should work off some of it. Xu Mengyao added, quickly go out. Don't hinder my performance. Qianqian waved them off. Lin Chen and the others descended the stairs. Lin Xiaoqian held Xu Mengyao's left hand and Lin Chen's right. A peculiar warmth enveloped Xu Mengyao as they strolled together. Lin Chen, I need to discuss something with you. After the basketball game, could you take Xiaoqian abroad? Xu Mengyao inquired. Lin Chen asked, are Xiaoqian's grandparents missing her? Xu Mengyao nodded. They miss her dearly, but I have too many commitments at home and no time to travel. Lin Chen crouched down. Little Xiaoqian, go play on the slide for a bit while Daddy and Mommy discuss something. Okay. Lin Xiaoqian bounced ahead. Mengyao, I'm fine with the idea, but what if the timing to meet your parents isn't suitable? Lin Chen asked. Xu Mengyao, slightly annoyed, replied, you're not going to meet my parents. You'll be taking Xiaoqian to meet her grandparents. You won't even need to show up. My father will send a car to pick you and Xiaoqian up. You can stay at a nearby hotel, and someone will take Xiaoqian to the hospital. Lin Chen hesitated, but it wouldn't be proper for me not to show up. Xu Mengyao countered, if you feel uncomfortable, just bring some fruit or something for a brief visit. Xiaoqian will likely only be at the hospital in the morning. She'll nap at noon, and then you can take her to explore in the afternoon. Does that sound acceptable? Lin Chen nodded slightly. I have no issues, but I don't have a passport. I assume I'll need a visa to go to the States? Xu Mengyao assured him, that's simple. You handle it, and I'll have someone expedite the process. It should be ready soon. All right, Lin Chen agreed. While he had little interest in other aspects of the trip, he was eager to visit the shooting range, as his marksmanship had improved considerably. He had taken Lin Xiaoqian to the amusement park 5 times, and each visit included shooting games for about 20 minutes. In total, they had spent nearly 2 hours on that activity. 10 hours of shooting could achieve master-level skills. So 2 hours was quite commendable. Many soldiers were not as skilled as he had become. Lin Chen, thank you, Xu Mengyao expressed. Lin Chen gazed earnestly at her. Mengyao, I should be the one thanking you. Thank you for bringing Qianqian into this world, allowing me to have such a lovely daughter. I appreciate all the hard work you've put in to raise her. Xu Mengyao's heart fluttered. Qianqian is waiting. Let us go to her. She quickened her pace. As long as you're happy, Qianqian, she smiled. Xunqing. Xu Mengyao called out as they entered the room. No one responded, and the lights were off. Beep. Xu Mengyao dialed Xunqing's number. The call connected, and Xunqing's voice came through. Mengyao, I had an urgent matter and had to leave. I took your car. ISNT Lin Chen go into your office tomorrow? You can go together. I will bring your car to the villa, Xu Mengyao suggested. Traitor. Xunqing retorted. Mengyao, I truly have something important. I just remembered that the gas stove back home might be left on. I'm driving now. I have to hang up. With that, she hastily ended the call. Lin Chen said, Mengyao, you should sleep with Qianqian tonight. I'll take the guest room. Qianqian asked, puzzled, Daddy, why? That bed is so big. It can fit all three of us. Lin Chen crouched down and kissed Qianqian. Little Qianqian, you're still young. And there are some things you might not understand. Do you want mommy to stay? Qianqian nodded. I want to sleep with mommy. Xu Mengyao shook her head. Let's not complicate things. I can't quite accept living together with Lin Chen yet, but staying here for one night is manageable. Qianqian chimed in, Mommy, you should thank me, and then I'll say you're welcome. Xu Mengyao responded with a sigh. Lin Chen chuckled, Little Qianqian. Mommy is so moved that she can't find the words right now. Mengyao, go take a shower. I'll wash Qianqian, he offered. Xu Mengyao noted that the house had 2 bathrooms, allowing them to shower simultaneously. Splash. As the water cascaded over her, Xu Mengyao felt a bit dazed. Why must we sleep here? Chapter 45. Call me husband. After finishing her bath, Xu Mengyao emerged from the bathroom. Lin Chen was engrossed in telling a story to Lin Qianqian. Upon seeing Xu Mengyao, who had just stepped out, Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. Her skin glowed with a delicate pink hue, and her long, dark hair cascaded over her shoulders, still damp from the bath. Her short pajamas revealed a glimpse of her elongated, graceful legs. She was breathtakingly beautiful. A surge of artistic inspiration flooded Lin Chen's mind. He yearned to capture this moment with his brush. Lin Chen, are you still staring? Xu Mengyao shot him a playful glare, slightly embarrassed. Clearing his throat, Lin Chen replied, Qianqian requested a story from me, and I'm yet to finish it. You can continue from here. Reluctantly, he set down the storybook and stepped outside. Xu Mengyao approached the door and locked it. Past experiences had left her feeling insecure. She locked the door, even at home. Qianqian, didn't I say I would accompany you? Why did you ask Dad to tell your story? Xu Mengyao asked Lin Qianqian. The little girl replied, Puzzle, Mom. Is that not okay? It's fine. Where did Dad leave off? I'll tell you a bit, and then you must go to sleep, all right? Xu Mengyao said, soon delving into the story. Outside, Lin Chen swiftly retrieved paper and oil paints. His speed was impressive. Within an hour, he had completed a painting of a woman just emerging from a bath. The figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Xu Mengyao. Suddenly, the door swung open with a soft click. Xu Mengyao stepped out, and Lin Chen was taken aback. His freshly painted artwork was not yet dry. What are you painting? Ahem. I had a bit of inspiration and just had to put on canvas, Lin Chen explained sheepishly. Xu Mengyao scrutinized the painting. Is this me? But I don't look that good. Lin Chen smiled. Mengyao, trust me, you are that beautiful. This painting captures the essence of you just now. Did you come out for something? Xu Mengyao inquit. I felt parched after telling the story. So I came out for some water, she replied. I'll buy this painting from you for $1 million. Lin Chen shook his head. What would you buy it for? It was created for you as a gift. Would I keep it to admire in secret? Xu Mengyao eyed him suspiciously. Is that not your intention? Lin Chen quickly denied. Absolutely not. With real beauty before me, why would I settle for a mere painting? Xu Mengyao's cheeks flushed slightly. I never knew you could be so smooth with your words. Once it's dry, pack it away so Qianqian doesn't see it. With a thud, she pressed her hand against her chest, feeling her heart race. The power of ink and oil was astounding. She found Lin Chen increasingly enigmatic. As she lay on the bed, gazing at the peacefully sleeping Lin Qianqian, a thought struck her. Lin Chen sleeps here every night. They were indirectly sharing a bed, and even under the same blanket. Surprisingly, she felt no aversion to it. Xu Mengyao murmured to herself. Gradually, she drifted off to sleep. That night, she slept soundly. Unlike her usual restless nights at home. Here, she felt a greater sense of safety. Why was that? Xu Mengyao pondered. Was it that her villa was too large to feel secure? Yet, she felt the same in hotels during business trips. Gently kissing Lin Qianqian. Xu Mengyao rose early in the morning. The sun had barely risen. Lin Qianqian still needed a rest. Good morning, my wife. Lin Chen greeted her with a smile. Xu Mengyao glared at him. Lin Chen, who gave you permission to call me that? Lin Chen replied, Mengyao, we are heading to your company, and everyone will know we are married. Occasionally, I must call you my wife. Wouldn't you agree? You should also call me husband. Or will you keep calling me Lin Chen? Xu Mengyao fell silent. What would you say when introducing me to others? You cannot simply say, this is my roommate. Lin Chen, can you? He continued. Xu Mengyao had no retort. What would you like for breakfast, my wife? Xu Mengyao huffed. You can't call me that. Lin Chen responded. Dear wife, I'm just trying to help you acclimatize, so you won't be caught off guard later. After all, we have a child together. It's merely a title. Xu Mengyao shot him an incredulous look. Is it just a title? Lin Chen chuckled. It's more than that, but we are legally bound, so it's appropriate to address each other this way. Wouldn't you agree? I suggest you give it a try. You will inevitably need to introduce me. And if you're awkward about it, people might become suspicious. Xu Mengyao contemplated his words and found them reasonable. Husband, she called softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Had Lin Chen not enhanced his hearing, he would not have caught it. Mengyao, see, that's the problem. You called, but your voice was too soft. What if you suddenly lower your voice when introducing me? Lin Chen remarked seriously. Taking a deep breath, Xu Mengyao called out, Husband, your volume has improved, but your tone still lacks the warmth of addressing your husband. It feels more like a threat, Lin Chen teased. Xu Mengyao retorted, Your instincts are correct. She steadied herself and tried again, Husband. This time, it flowed much more naturally. Ah, Lin Chen fudi. What would you like for breakfast, my wife? He asked again. Xu Mengyao, feigning annoyance, replied, Whatever. I'm about to burst from your teasing so early in the morning. Lin Chen smiled at her. Even when upset, her beauty was captivating. Wife, you truly are beautiful, he remarked. Xu Mengyao stiffened slightly. Stop flattering me. Once inside the bedroom, Xu Mengyao locked the door and exhaled deeply. That rascal, taking advantage of her. She mentally berated him, yet she realized she didn't feel particularly upset. I must be ill, and quite severely at that, Xu Mengyao murmured to herself as she sat on the bed. Mom, are you sick? I'll call Dad. PSA doctor, Lin Qianqian said, waking up and rubbing her eyes. Qianqian, did I wake you? Xu Mengyao asked. Lin Qianqian sat up. No, I slept soundly. Mom, if you're sick, don't worry. I'll call Dad. Xu Mengyao embraced Lin Qianqian. Mom is not sick. Chapter 46. Arrival at Xu Mengyao's company. Darling, Qianqian, hurry and wash up for breakfast. Lin Chen's voice resonated from the kitchen. Xu Mengyao stiffened slightly, her complexion visibly reddening. Lin Qianqian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Mom, Dad called us. He just referred to you as darling. Stay still, or your hair will look messy. Xu Mengyao gently tapped Lin Qianqian's head. Hee. Lin Qianqian giggled joyfully. What are you so happy about? Xu Mengyao, I'm just happy. I don't want Mom and Dad to be like Yuan's parents. Lin Qianqian replied cheerfully. Xu Mengyao's hand trembled slightly. Do you know what happened to Yuan's parents? Yuan's parents are getting divorced. She said her dad doesn't want her anymore. She is so sad, Lin Qianqian explained. Xu Mengyao was taken aback. It was surprising that 2- or 3-year-old girls like Lin Qianqian and Yuan could discuss such matters. All right, let us hurry and brush our teeth and wash our faces, Xu Mengyao urged. They both quickly finished their morning routines and made their way to the dining table, where Lin Chen had prepared enticing noodles for breakfast. Xu Mengyao exclaimed, Lin Chen, did you make the noodles yourself? He nodded. Yes, dried noodles aren't as tasty. I added some special ingredients. Xu Mengyao took a bite, astonished. Is this really noodle? It's exquisite. Mom, Dad's noodles are so delicious. Lin Qianqian exclaimed as she savored them with a fork. Xu Mengyao remarked, Lin Chen, you're spoiling Qianqian too much. She'll surely become picky when eating out. Lin Chen smiled. Indulging her with noodles is fine, and I will teach her in other areas. Now, eat while it's hot. After finishing a bowl of noodles, Xu Mengyao felt immensely satisfied. Though she usually enjoyed her meals, those breakfast dishes paled in comparison to Lin Chen's noodles. Lin Chen, let me clean up, Xu Mengyao offered. Mom, you should call him hubby. Dad called you darling, so you should call him hubby too. Lin Qianqian chimed in. Right, Dad? Lin Chen gave a thumbs up. Qianqian, you're absolutely correct. Dad gives you a big thumbs up. If Mom calls him hubby, I want to make her wash the dishes, Lin Qianqian insisted. Mom, hurry and call him. Xu Mengyao shot Lin Chen a glance, feeling a bit shy in front of Lin Qianqian. However, recalling Lin Qianqian's earlier words in the bathroom, she finally said, hubby. Yay! Lin Qianqian laughed joyfully. You little rascal, so clever for your age. Xu Mengyao playfully poked Lin Qianqian's forehead. Over an hour later, Lin Chen drove into a corporate complex. Mengyao, is this all your company? Lin Chen asked in astonishment. Xu Mengyao, not that. The building on the left is the headquarters, and the one on the right is the dormitory. The sports center is ahead on the right, with 2 standard basketball courts on the first and second floors. The basement houses the swimming pool. The 3rd floor is for badminton, and the 4th is for table tennis. Lin Chen smiled. It seems your company offers impressive benefits. Xu Mengyao replied, my father treats the employees well. He established all of this. Turn left ahead and head to the underground parking lot, she instructed. Soon, Lin Chen arrived at the parking lot entrance, where a security guard stood watch. President. The guard saluted upon seeing Xu Mengyao. Xu Mengyao nodded slightly. Please register this vehicle's license plate into the system and allow direct access in the future. Understood, President. Lin Chen drove into the underground parking lot, following Xu Mengyao's guidance to the upper-level parking area. Each parking space here was larger, accommodating several luxury vehicles. Lin Chen's car appeared somewhat modest in comparison. Lin Chen, if you come here in the future, you can park over here. This area is reserved for the company's leadership and visiting VIPs, Xu Mengyao explained. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. The 3 of them exited the car, and they took a dedicated elevator directly to the top floor of the building. Good morning, President. Several employees greeted Xu Mengyao as they entered. Xu Mengyao led Lin Chen to her office. Over there is a bedroom, where I sometimes take a nap, when Qianqian has her midday nap. You can let her sleep there. Lin Chen nodded. Mengyao, your office is quite impressive, he remarked with a smile. This office spans about 200 square meters, larger than the house he purchased, all thanks to my father. The company previously had real estate operations, and this headquarters was built according to his specifications, Xu Mengyao explained. Knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. Come in, Xu Mengyao called out. The door opened, revealing a middle-aged man in his 50s. Mengyao, I heard Qianqian is here. I came to see her. The newcomer paused slightly upon noticing Lin Chen. Uncle Zhao, you arrived just in time. Let me introduce you. This is my husband, Lin Chen. Hubby, this is Uncle Zhao, the company's vice president and one of its veterans, Xu Mengyao introduced with a smile. Hello, Uncle Zhao, Lin Chen greeted. Qianqian, you should greet him. Grandpa Zhao, Lin Qianqian called out, looking at him. Ah, Qianqian is so well-behaved. Uncle Zhao smiled. Lin, Mengyao has high standards. It's not easy to win her favor. Where do you work? Uncle Zhao nodded. Very well. Raising children is more important than anything else. Mengyao, will Lin participate in the basketball tournament? Xu Mengyao replied, yes, I signed Lin Chen up. Uncle Zhao chuckled. Tianyu is on another team. You might encounter him on the court. Tianyu plays basketball quite well. I'll have a word with him to give Lin Chen a little advantage on the court. Lin Chen responded, Uncle Zhao, there's no need. Mengyao mentioned that this tournament involves significant prizes for many people. We mustn't resort to any deceit. Uncle Zhao nodded. That is true. It will depend on your performance. Basketball isn't a solo sport, and perhaps your team will outperform Tianyu's. Mengyao, I won't disturb you any longer. Uncle Zhao soon departed from Xu Mengyao's office. Qianqian, there are toys over there. Why don't you go play? Lin Chen pointed to a small play area in the corner of the office, clearly prepared for Lin Qianqian by Xu Mengyao. Okay. Lin Qianqian joyfully bounced over. Mengyao, that Vice President Zhao feels a bit off, Lin Chen whispered. Su men da thou wen. Zhao Tianyu has ulterior motives toward me. Chapter 47. He is my husband, Lin Chen. Lin Chen inquired, what percentage of shares do they hold? And how much does your family possess? Xu Mengyao replied, the Zhao family holds only 13%, while our family commands 51%. Lin Chen smiled lightly. Their intentions are rather astute. Marrying you would indeed be a lucrative endeavor. Xu Mengyao v Making. Zhao Tianyu can be quite bothersome, but Zhao uncle is an elder who founded the business alongside my father. I must show him some respect. Lin Chen chuckled softly. Do not worry, my dear. I will serve as an impenetrable shield against him. Xu Mengyao shot Lin Chen a glance. Do you not feel discomfort unless you gain some verbal advantage? Lin Chen replied earnestly. To be precise, this is merely a slight verbal advantage. I have not yet claimed any true benefit. Xu Mengyao Zhao Tianyu may very well target you, so be cautious. Lin Chen laughed. Do not be deceived by my lean appearance. I am composed entirely of muscle. My physique rivals that of Bruce Lee. Xu Mengyao retorted, with a single punch from him, you would likely be rendered unconscious and sent to the hospital. Lin Chen confidently stated, you shall soon discover just how formidable I truly am. Xu Mengyao glared at him. No more teasing. Teasing? Lin Chen asked in surprise. Mengyao, can you drive on this bumpy road? I meant to say, you should know how skilled I am in combat. Not the other thing. Xu Mengyao, flustered, declared, I am done talking to you. Sit here for a moment. I will take you to meet your teammates shortly. After speaking, Xu Mengyao accompanied Lin Qianqian away. System, what is my current physical fitness level? Lin Chen inquired in his mind. He had not been particularly focused on this, knowing it would increase daily. The system responded, Host, your current physical fitness level is 135 points. Good, Lin Chen thought to himself, satisfied. This level exceeded that of the average man by a factor of 2, though it still fell short of the world's elite fighters. He felt no urgency regarding this. After all, how long had it been since he acquired the system? In just half a month, his physical fitness would likely rival that of the world's top fighters. Knock, knock. A knock echoed through the room. Xu Mengyao's assistant entered. President, the other team members are already at Court 1. Lin Chen lifted Lin Qianqian into his arms. The three descended, and before long, they arrived at the sports center. President, the 11 individuals on Court 1 chorused in unison. Xu Mengyao nodded and smiled. This is not a work setting. You need not be so tense. Beside me is my husband, Lin Chen. He will be joining your team. This basketball match will have no underhanded dealings. Whether you win depends solely on your efforts. The 11 responded in unison, Yes, President. They remained somewhat tense, as they were merely ordinary employees or family members. Xu Mengyao's word could determine their livelihoods. Xu Mengyao turned to Lin Chen, darling. They're a bit stiff with me around. Why not converse and play a few games to get acquainted? I will take Qianqian elsewhere for a stroll. Having practiced, Qianqian now pronounced her words quite fluently. All right, Lin Chen nodded. Lin Qianqian sweetly encouraged, Daddy, do your best. As Xu Mengyao and Lin Qianqian departed, the others relaxed somewhat, though not entirely at ease. Lin Chen scanned the group and chuckled. Everyone, you seem nervous. Mengyao is both your leader and mine. Now that she has left, let's unwind. Upon hearing this, the group visibly relaxed. One man gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, Linge, you are impressive. You managed to win over a powerhouse like the president. Linge, how did you win the president's heart? Others chimed in. Lin Chen smiled. I was Mengyao Sr. To win over someone like her, one must start before she became president. Having a certain charm certainly helps. The group erupted in laughter, finding Lin Chen approachable, making them feel even more at ease. Shall we introduce ourselves? Lin Chen suggested. You know my name, but I have yet to learn yours. Soon, each member introduced themselves. With his enhanced physical fitness and newfound abilities, Lin Chen's memory had also improved, allowing him to remember each name after a single introduction. Who is the team captain? Lin Chen inquired. One of the older members laughed. Linge, it must be you. If we all vie for the captaincy, what if the president gets upset and fires us? Lin Chen chuckled. It would not be wise for me to be captain. Qianqian needs to nap at noon, and the president is busy. I must be by her side during her rest. Another added, Linge, if you're captain, we can simply elect a vice captain. Everyone nodded in agreement. Very well, Lin Chen smiled. We have 12 of us. 2 can serve as referees. Shall we play a bit to build our chemistry? Agreed. Before long, they divided into teams. Within 5 minutes, Lin Chen had assessed the skills of the others. Only one or two were competent, while the rest were rather inexperienced. Su Zhong, be Viga line, Lin Chen called out as the ball came into his possession. In the next moment, Lin Chen surged forward, effortlessly bypassing the defender, with the second defender failing to stop him as well. He drove toward the basket. With a resounding thud, Lin Chen leaped and executed a powerful dunk. The others stared in astonishment. Lin Chen could dunk. As time passed, it became Lin Chen's showcase, featuring an array of three-pointers and spectacular dunks. Linga, you are incredible. Your skills and physical prowess are remarkable. With your level, I might even find a girlfriend in college. After half an hour, they paused, and the others showered him with praise. Initially, they had selected Lin Chen as captain due to Xu Mengyao, but now they were genuinely impressed by his abilities. Lin Chen encouraged, "Let us cooperate well. We might just secure first place." The group was elated. Initially, they had little hope for success, merely wishing to avoid last place. Now, with Lin Chen's prowess, they were filled with confidence. Basketball requires 5 players. Lin Chen alone could likely match the strength of 3. Are you all familiar now? Xu Mengyao asked as she descended with Lin Qianqian. Lin Chen replied with a smile, "We are well acquainted. Our skills are solid. I believe we can easily reach the finals." "President, Lin Ji's skills are extraordinary," one exclaimed. "Indeed, we may be novices, but Lin Gu is truly exceptional." The others chimed in. Xu Mengyao smiled. "You are all engaging in mutual flattery. As long as you are familiar with each other, prepare well for tomorrow's match." Lin Chen, "Will you and Qianqian dine at the company?" Su Mendia Guidi. Lin Qianqian shook her head vigorously. Xu Mengyao nodded, her gaze sweeping over the remaining members. "If any of you wish to continue practicing, feel free to stay and play." "Understood, President," they replied as Lin Chen and the others departed. One remarked, "I envy Lin Gu. He is truly a winner in life, with a powerful president as his wife and an adorable daughter. I only have a fierce mother-in-law." Such envy is unfounded. Just think about it. With Lin Ji's basketball skills, he would dominate in college. Lin Gu hardly broke a sweat. Perhaps he was holding back. Should we keep playing? With Lin Gu leading us, we might genuinely secure first place. The remaining 11 continued their game. Before long, someone nearby observed their play. Minutes later, this individual made a call, stating, "Zhao Xiao, I did not see Lin Chen. He has already left. However, I saw a group of others playing basketball. Only 2 of them had decent skills. The rest were quite inexperienced." On the other end of the line, Zhao Tianyu exhaled a sigh of relief. Basketball is a sport that involves a team of 5. Even if 2 players possess adequate skills, it would still be futile if Lin Chen's ability was merely passable. "Lin Chen, oh Lin Chen, prepare to be humiliated. If I don't make you regret it, consider yourself fortunate." A glimmer of cold light flickered in Zhao Tianyu's eyes, revealing his deep-seated anger. He had known Xu Mengyao for a decade, always regarding her as the epitome of his desires, yet she had never reciprocated his feelings. Later, as Xu Mengyao embarked on her university journey, she unexpectedly moved abroad and gave birth to a daughter. However, Zhao Tianyu soon discovered that despite her motherhood, Xu Mengyao remained unmarried and devoid of any male companion. He felt a glimmer of hope reignite within him. He hastened to pursue her, believing that with Xu Mengyao's extraordinary beauty and the wealth of the Xu family, what did it matter that she had a daughter? Little did he anticipate that, as he pursued her, Lin Chen would resurface. To his shock, Xu Mengyao seemed to have a husband. He had previously used his connections to investigate her status, and the Civil Affairs Bureau's records indicated that she was unmarried. Could it be that Xu Mengyao and Lin Chen had recently tied knot? Chapter 48. Mengyao. Do you call Lin Chen husband? Father. Zhao Tianyu encountered his father, Zhao Huayuan. Zhao Huayuan looked up and inquired, "Tianyu, how is your preparation for the basketball match? Have you met Lin Chen?" "I have not yet met Lin Chen," Zhao Tianyu replied confidently. Zhao Huayuan continued, "The allure of a man to a woman hinges significantly on sexual tension. The basketball court is your prime opportunity to showcase your prowess. Xu Mengyao is quite affluent. Wealth holds little allure for her, so you must perform splendidly tomorrow." Zhao Tianyu nodded. "Father, I understand. However, it is possible that I may not compete against Lin Chen's team, as we might be placed in different groups. Zhao Huayuan reassured him. If you find yourselves in separate groups, simply focus on displaying your capabilities. Should Lin Chen be eliminated early, your superior performance will become increasingly evident. But remember to maintain your composure. Grace on the court will be an asset. Zhao Tianyu nodded again. Yes, father. Zhao Huayuan added, if you marry Xu Mengyao, the entirety of the Xu family's future will belong to the Zhao family. Thus, you must strive diligently toward this goal. Time swiftly passed to the following day. Xu Mengyao informed Lin Chen of the grouping results. Their team, Team 1, had been drawn into Group A, alongside Zhao Tianyu's Team 7. Lin Chen, Team 1 has both matches in the afternoon. You can arrive later, but make sure to be here by noon. After lunch, Qianqian can take a nap. Xu Mengyao sent another message. All right, my dear, Lin Chen replied. At 10:30 a.m., Lin Chen set off, and an hour later, he arrived at the company with Lin Xiaoqian. Mommy, Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Xu Mengyao. However, this joy was short-lived. As they reached the company cafeteria, Lin Xiaoqian said, Mommy, I ate a hearty breakfast, and now my tummy is not hungry. Can I skip lunch? Lin Xiaoqian spoke softly. Xu Mengyao looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, you caused this situation with Xiaoqian. You must handle it. Lin Chen gently ruffled Lin Xiaoqian's hair. Little Qian, did you hear what your mother said? Your pickiness stems from how deliciously I usually cook. Would you prefer if my cooking were less appetizing? Lin Xiaoqian shook her head vigorously. Lin Chen continued, moreover, if you eat well, you'll have the energy to cheer for Daddy this afternoon. Right? Yes, yes. Lin Xiaoqian replied, starting to eat. They were dining in the executive cafeteria, and while the food was decent, it paled in comparison to Lin Chen's culinary skills. President Lin Chen and his group were interrupted by Zhao Huayuan's arrival, accompanied by Zhao Tianyu. Vice President Zhao, Xu Mengyao nodded. Privately, Zhao Huayuan addressed her as Mengyao, while she referred to him as Uncle Zhao in public settings. Tianyu, allow me to introduce this young man, Lin Chen, who is Xiaoqian's father. You two should become better acquainted as young people, Zhao Huayuan said with a smile. Zhao Tianyu extended his hand, and Lin Chen rose to shake it. Lin Chen, see you on the court, Zhao Tianyu said with a bright smile. All right, Lin Chen replied calmly. Soon, Zhao Huayuan and his party departed, settling at a table further away from Lin Chen. Tianyu, how do you feel? Zhao Huayuan asked softly. Not to worry, Zhao Tianyu responded confidently. He believed that Mengyao had no feelings for him. Otherwise, they would have been together by now. They were likely only united by Xiaoqian. Xu Mengyao said, Lin Chen, I have many matters to attend to shortly. Please take Xiaoqian for a nap, and once she awakens, hurry down. You might still make it for the first match. Oh, and remember to change into your jersey. Lin Chen nodded. Xiaoqian, let us go. Daddy will tell you a story. Yay. Lin Chen took Lin Xiaoqian to the bedroom. Ding. Xu Mengyao's phone rang, an international call. Dad, are you still awake? Xu Mengyao asked. Dad, if we were together, would you disapprove? Su Guofeng paused for a few seconds before replying, Mengyao, your mother and I do not object. It's just that compared to you, Lin Chen is rather ordinary. You might have better options. We only wish for your happiness. Xu Mengyao responded, what if I feel happy with him? Mengyao, if you're truly happy, your mother and I will certainly bless you. We are not so superficial, Su Guofeng said solemnly. Dad, Xiaoqian may be young, but she is quite perceptive. She understands what divorce means, given Yuan's parents. Lin Chen and I need to pretend a bit. Xu Mengyao did not reveal the truth. She did not disclose that she and Lin Chen were already married. Mengyao, as long as you have made up your mind, your mother and I will support you. Su Guofeng's wife, Yang Qingwei, said. All right. After hanging up, Xu Mengyao gazed toward the bedroom. Dad, the ordinary person you speak of is far from ordinary. You will see when Lin Chen arrives in America. Xu Mengyao mused to herself. Honey, our daughter has developed feelings for Lin Chen. Yang Qingwei said affirmatively. Su Guofeng nodded slightly. I know. If she wouldn't publicly refer to him as her husband. Moreover, Lin Chen wouldn't even be participating in this basketball match. Yang Qingwei added, you previously mentioned that Mengyao should find someone influential for our family security. What will happen if she chooses Lin Chen? Su Guofeng rubbed his forehead. What else can we do? If she truly chooses Lin Chen, can we separate them? We'll just have to find ways to stabilize the situation. Yang Qingyue sighed softly. I wish my father were still here. Su Guofeng took hold of Yang Qingyue's hand. You should get some rest. It's quite late, Yang Qingyue suggested. In their country, it was noon, while it was midnight where they were. Beep. The whistle blew. The basketball match commenced. Lin Chen's Team 1 faced off against Team 4. Lin Qianqian was still napping, and Lin Chen was absent. Go, go. Spectators on both sides fervently cheered. Swish. Team 4 scored the first basket. As time passed, the score gap widened. Xu Mengyao observed with a furrowed brow, noting the evident disparity in skill levels between the teams. Buzz. Xu Mengyao's phone vibrated. She took it out to find Lin Chen calling. Mengyao, Qianqian has woken up. Has the match concluded? Are we coming over? Lin Chen inquired. Your Team 1 is trailing by 20 points. Xu Mengyao replied helplessly. Lin Chen exclaimed in disbelief. Is that so little? That's not bad. Xu Mengyao responded. We are on our way. Lin Chen swiftly picked up Lin Qianqian and headed out. Chapter 49. Is Lin Chen really that exceptional at basketball? Lin Chen arrived at the sports center with remarkable speed. The score gap had reached 22 points. Timeout. Upon seeing Lin Chen's arrival, the vice-captain Su Dong decisively called for a timeout. Oh my, there are so many people. Lin Qianqian exclaimed in her sweet voice. Xu Mengyao took Lin Qianqian from Lin Chen's hands. Lin Chen, there are only 10 minutes left. Will you still go on? Xu Mengyao. It was exceedingly difficult to catch up with a 22-point deficit. Lin Chen smiled and replied, It's all about participation. Since I'm here, as the captain, I must get on the court and make some moves. Qianqian, cheer for daddy. Lin Qianqian nodded vigorously. As Lin Chen stepped onto the court, one player from the opposing team exited, and Su Dong and the remaining 4 teammates looked at Lin Chen with renewed hope. Lin Chen said, Su Dong, pass me the ball frequently. Let us try to catch up. There might still be a chance. They nodded in agreement. The ball was in Lin Chen's possession. Su Dong and the others quickly tossed the ball to him. Daddy, go for it. Lin Qianqian shouted excitedly. Lin Chen swiftly charged towards the opposing half. But the rival team's captain, Wang Kai, intercepted him beyond the 3-point line. However, Lin Chen accelerated and deftly maneuvered past him. So fast, Wang Kai thought to himself. With a resounding thud, Lin Chen scored 2 points. The gap narrowed to 20 points. Remarkably, Lin Chen scored within 10 seconds of entering the game. Wow, a dunk. Go, go. Many spectators were astounded and cheered fervently for Lin Chen. He is incredible. Xu Mengyao gazed at Lin Chen in awe. Everyone, stay calm. We are still 20 points ahead, and basketball is not a solo sport, Wang Kai stated gravely. They swiftly organized their offense. Yet, Su Dong and his teammates played with fervor, defending tenaciously. One player passed the ball, and Lin Chen quickly intercepted it. Daddy, go for it. Lin Qianqian shouted with all her might. Lin Chen dashed towards the opposite side. Just beyond the 3-point line, he leaped and shot. Swish. The basketball swished through the net. A 3-pointer. He even deceived the opposing player into committing a foul. Without question, he made the free throw, reducing the score gap to merely 16 points. This was within a minute of Lin Chen's south entry onto the court. Mommy, isn't Daddy the best? Lin Qianqian exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, Xu Mengyao nodded. Time passed steadily, and despite their opponent's desperate attempts to stabilize the score, the gap continued to shrink. With just 2 minutes remaining, Lin Chen executed another thunderous dunk, leveling the score. From then on, it was evident that Lin Chen's team would seize the lead without contest. The final whistle blew, and the score settled at 52-47. Captain, you were phenomenal. You were hiding so much strength yesterday. Su Dong and the others rejoiced. Lin Ge, we concede defeat with respect, Wang Kai and his teammates admitted, having been outplayed by Lin Chen. You all played well too. Lin Chen smiled as he approached Xu Mengyao and Lin Qianqian. Daddy, you're the best. Let me give you a kiss. Lin Qianqian chirped. Lin Chen shook his head. Qianqian, no. Daddy is sweaty. You can't kiss him now. Daddy, what about Mommy? Can Mommy give you a kiss? Lin Qianqian asked curiously. Xu Mengyao playfully tapped Lin Qianqian's head. Mommy can't either. Don't you want to keep things hygienic? All right. Lin Chen chuckled. Meanwhile, in the upstairs competition, Zhao Tianyo's team, Team 7, also emerged victorious. He personally performed admirably, scoring 21 points. Did that brat Lin Chen make an appearance? How did he perform? Zhao Tianyu inquired of one of his subordinates. The subordinate had not attended his match, but had been monitoring Lin Chen's game on the first floor. After the match, he hurried upstairs. "Boss, something is off," the subordinate said. Zhao Tianyu frowned slightly. "Boss, Lin Chen only came on in the last 10 minutes. They were trailing by a large margin, but once Lin Chen entered, he scored 23 points in 10 minutes, leading his team to victory." Zhao Tianyu couldn't believe it. How is that possible? How could he score over 20 points in just 10 minutes? That's the situation. He is incredibly strong, surpassing the others by a significant margin. He made 4 out of 5 three-point attempts and even executed dunks, the subordinate reported. Zhao Tianyu was taken aback. Lin Chen scored 23 points in 10 minutes, while he himself only managed 21 throughout the entire game. That was quite embarrassing. Scoring 21 points in a single game was impressive, but the comparison was daunting. He didn't care about rewards. He desired to outshine Lin Chen and win Xu Mengyao's affection. What was he to do now? Did you record the video? Yes. He felt that Lin Chen's level was akin to that of an NBA player. Ding. Zhao Tianyu's phone rang. It was his father calling. Zhao Huayuan wasn't at the office at the moment. "Son, well done. I received the results of your match. Keep it up." As the call connected, Zhao Huayuan's voice came through. "Dad, it's of no use." Zhao Tianyu replied bitterly. "What do you mean, of no use? Dad, that Lin Chen is too strong. I scored 21 points, and he scored 23 in 10 minutes. Zhao Huayuan was stunned on the other end. He usually watched basketball and understood the significance of such a disparity. He never expected to face defeat even before the match began. "Tianyu, don't lose heart just yet. The next match is between your two teams. Even if you lose, make sure it's dignified. His parents are farmers. You still have many advantages in other aspects." Zhao Huayuan advised solemnly. "I understand." After hanging up, Zhao Tianyu headed to the locker room. The next game was in an hour, and he needed to recuperate as much as possible. 50 minutes later, Zhao Tianyu and his teammates made their way to the first floor. They were set to compete against Lin Chen's team. "Lin Chen, I watched the video. You're quite impressive." Zhao Tianyu smiled at Lin Chen. Lin Chen regarded Zhao Tianyu, who wore a smile. Yet Lin Chen could clearly perceive the underlying hostility in his gaze. "Not bad, just basic skills," Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. Zhao Tianyu responded, "However, you have a small issue. Basketball is a team sport. When you perform alone, the other players merely become your backdrop. You should also give others the opportunity to shine." He adopted a posture that suggested he was considering the welfare of his teammates. Beside them, Xu Mengyao frowned. "Zhao Tianyu, don't you think that's rather foolish? There are only 10 minutes left. Is this the time for humility?" Lin Chen chuckled. "My wife is right." Chapter 50. The misfortunate Zhao Tianyu silently walked away, stifling his feelings after being reprimanded by Xu Mengyao. "You must be cautious with the Zhao family in the future. Although Zhao's vice president was once your father's partner, people can change, and it seems the Zhao family's appetite has grown," Lin Chen remarked softly. Xu Mengyao nodded. "I have discussed this with my father, but he tends to cling to old sentiments. Moreover, the Zhao family holds 13% of the shares, making it difficult to simply drive them away. Besides, driving away a wolf may invite a tiger or leopard." Lin Chen chuckled. "Dream Yao, you need not worry excessively. Even if you find yourself without funds, your husband will take care of you." Xu Mengyao shot Lin Chen a playful glare. "It's about to begin. Hurry over. Do not be courteous to Zhao Tianyu." Upon arriving at the basketball court, Lin Chen was greeted by Su Dong and others, all brimming with confidence. Su Dong sees every opportunity to shoot. "Do not fear missing. If you do, I will grab the rebound and shoot again," Lin Chen encouraged with a smile. "Sure thing, brother Lin. With you here, victory is assured." Su Dong and the others chimed in cheerfully. Zhao Tianyu, feeling irritated, cursed under his breath. "You think winning will be easy? Even if you are skilled, basketball is a team sport. Everyone steeled themselves for what promised to be a fierce battle. If we win, I will reward each of you with 10,000 yuan." Zhao Tianyu motivated his teammates. "Brother Zhao, we will give it our all. Even though brother Lin is the president's husband, we will not deliberately let him win on the court," his teammates assured him. For Zhao Tianyu, 10,000 yuan was insignificant, but for ordinary workers, It was a considerable sum. Beep. The game commenced. Go, Dad. Lin Qianqian shouted from the sidelines. Lin Chen leaped into action, despite being slightly shorter than his opponents. He soared higher and effortlessly secured the ball. Offense, he called out. Su Dong and the others surged toward Zhao Tianyo's half of the court. Outside the three-point line, a teammate attempted a shot, but as expected, it missed. The ball ricocheted off the rim, and before it could descend, Lin Chen leaped up, snatching it mid-air, and with a powerful thrust, he dunked it into the hoop. Wow! Zhao Tianyu's expression shifted dramatically. He had just been defending Lin Chen, only to witness an impressive dunk right above him. Incredible. Go, brother Lin. The crowd erupted in cheers, ignited by Lin Chen's performance. Mom, you cheer for Dad too. That way, he will be even more formidable. Lin Xiaoqian urged. Darling, go for it. Xu Mengyao added, her voice soft yet audible to those nearby, though those further away might not catch it. Lin Chen, however, was no ordinary person. His senses were heightened, and he caught Xu Mengyao's words, turning to her and causing her cheeks to flush. As the game progressed, Lin Chen refrained from taking three-point shots, allowing Su Dong and others to attempt them while he focused on rebounding. Each dunk he made left Zhao Tianyu reeling, as defending against Lin Chen proved futile. Beep. Halftime arrived, and Zhao Tianyu was utterly exhausted, his face pale. Glancing at the scoreboard made his expression even graver. They trailed by 13 points, with a score of 36-23. Zhao Tianyu had only managed to score 2 points, as Lin Chen had effectively neutralized him during the first half. How many points did Lin Chen score? Zhao Tianyu inquired of a teammate. 20 points, all dunks, the teammate replied. Zhao Tianyu shot him a glare. He did not need to be reminded of how Lin Chen had scored. Here, Dad, drink some water. Lin Xiaoqian offered Lin Chen a bottle. He accepted it, while Xu Mengyao paused, having just sipped from the same bottle. Yet, she could not prevent Lin Chen from taking it. What's the harm? We have a child together. It's just water, she reassured herself. While the thought of someone else drinking from her bottle bothered her, she found Lin Chen's actions more acceptable. Lin Chen, wipe your sweat, Xu Mengyao said as she handed him a towel after he finished drinking. Thank you, dear, Lin Chen replied with a grin. Xu Mengyao rolled her eyes inwardly, knowing he was taking advantage of her kindness. As Lin Chen wiped away the sweat from his forehead and neck, he lifted his shirt to dry the perspiration on his torso. Wow, Brother Lin, you have an 8-pack. Su Zhong et Go Lim. How did you achieve such a physique? The others marveled. Xu Mengyao also expressed surprise, noticing Lin Chen's well-defined abs. This man, who appeared slender in clothes, possessed such an impressive physique. Memories of 3 years ago were faint. She could not recall Lin Chen's body from that time. 15 minutes swiftly passed, and the second half began. Zhao Tianyu desperately attempted to score and block Lin Chen, but his efforts were futile. The disparity in skill was too great. Lin Chen effortlessly reclaimed lost balls, scoring another 10 points, amassing a total of 40 points for the game. The final score settled at 70-43, marking a significant defeat for Zhao Tianyu's team. Frustrated, he glared at the scoreboard, feeling as if he might collapse. Lin Chen had dunked over him 20 times, leaving his head buzzing and his legs feeling leaden. For the sake of his pride, he forced himself to continue playing alongside Lin Chen, despite the latter's superior stamina. Dad, you are amazing. I want to be as strong as you. Lin Xiaoqian beamed as she approached Lin Chen. Xu Mengyao suggested, Lin Chen, go take a shower. After 2 games, you must be tired. Let us eat out tonight instead of cooking at home. Sounds good, Lin Chen replied cheerfully. Lin Xiaoqian chimed in, Dad, I want to eat your cooking, but you mustn't tire yourself out. Lin Chen looked fondly at his daughter, appreciating her heartfelt words. Xu Mengyao nodded in agreement. Xu Mengyao's office had a bedroom suite with a bathroom for washing up, a space her father had once used during busy times. Dad, Zhao Tianyu entered his father's office, seeking comfort. Don't be disheartened. One game does not define you. Though our family may not possess as much wealth as the Su family, we are still worth 70 to 80 billion. What does Lin Chen have? Zhao Huayuan consoled Zhao Tianyu. Chapter 51. Mother, you say I love you, husband Zhao Tianyu remarked. Lin Chen's parents are farmers. I truly cannot fathom how he ended up having a child with Xu Mengyao. Could it be that he used force? Zhao Huayuan shook his head. How could that be? If that were the case, he would undoubtedly have spent these past few years behind bars. Do you think your Uncle Xu achieved his current status through mere passivity? Did Xu Mengyao and Lin Chen get drunk? Zhao Tianyu speculated. Zhao Huayuan responded, stop speculating aimlessly. 3 years have passed. Such matters are not easily clarified, and even if they were, it wouldn't bear much significance. Lin Chen excels at basketball. You should capitalize on your strengths while avoiding weaknesses. Zhao Tianyu sheepishly said, Dad, I've nearly exhausted my funds. I could use a little financial support from you. My greatest advantage over him is that my family is wealthy. I'll give you 2 million, but remember, this advantage is only effective against the Lin Chen, and you must be cautious in your approach. We are not as affluent as the Xu family. A misstep could lead to adverse consequences. Zhao Huayuan promptly transferred 2 million to Zhao Tianyu. This is all the money you have for this year. Spend it wisely. Zhao Tianyu inquired, what if I make progress? Can I request additional funding then? Zhao Huayuan nodded slightly. If you show progress, I will consider providing you with more. Use your intellect and do not act in haste. Lin Chen and Xu Mengyao come from different social strata and hold differing views. Time will reveal Lin Chen's shortcomings. Zhao Tianyu nodded, understood, Dad. Lin Chen, this restaurant has a pleasant ambience. As for the taste, no restaurant outside can compare to your cooking, Xu Mengyao remarked. The three of them arrived at a riverside restaurant, where large floor-to-ceiling windows showcased the stunning river view. Mommy is right. Daddy's cooking is the best, Lin Qianqian exclaimed, planting a kiss on Lin Chen's cheek. Mommy, Daddy smells nice. You should give him a kiss too, Lin Qianqian suggested, looking at Xu Mengyao. Xu Mengyao retorted, slightly annoyed, whether or not Mommy kisses and when does not require your arrangement. Just take care of yourself, little one. Lin Chen chuckled. Qianqian, Mommy is shy. Adults seldom kiss in public. Is that so? Lin Qianqian pondered with curiosity. Excuse me, sir and madam. May I take your order now? The waiter inquired respectfully. They were dining in a French restaurant, the environment exquisite, and the prices naturally reflected that elegance. Lin Chen, what will you eat? Xu Mengyao asked, glancing at him. You know what's good? Please order, Lin Chen replied. Very well. Xu Mengyao quickly placed the order. Daddy, what is that? Lin Qianqian pointed at a grand piano nearby. Lin Chen smiled. That is a piano. When someone plays it, it produces beautiful sounds. You are too young to learn now, but if you wish to study in the future, I can teach you. Xu Mengyao stared at Lin Chen, astonished. You can play the piano? Lin Chen shook his head. Not yet. However, if Qianqian wishes to learn, I will start learning myself. Mastering the piano should not be exceedingly difficult. Xu Mengyao note that. If anyone else had said this, she would have deemed it boastful, but she found no fault in Lin Chen's words. His culinary skills, calligraphy, painting, and fairy tale writing were all of the highest caliber. Even his basketball skills were remarkable. He was proficient in 7 languages, and she knew that this information was outdated. He had since mastered 10 foreign languages. When you have that house, it won't be convenient to place a piano there, will it? Playing at home might disturb others. Xu Mengyao noted. Lin Qianqian chimed in, Mommy, Daddy can stay with you. Xu Mengyao, while she felt a budding affection for Lin Chen. Such feelings did not equate to her readiness to cohabit with him. Living together would pose its own challenges. Lin Qianqian looked at Lin Chen with confusion. Lin Chen explained, it's not merely about whether we can live together. For instance, when it comes to meals, you dislike spicy food while I enjoy it. Everyone has different tastes. It's manageable with fewer people, but with more, accommodating everyone's preferences could be quite troublesome. Don't you agree? Lin Qianqian nodded. Qianqian, if I don't move in with you, can you think of another way to resolve this issue? Lin Qianqian pondered seriously. Xu Mengyao observed Lin Chen and Lin Qianqian across the table, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Lin Chen exhibited great patience with Lin Qianqian, far exceeding her own. Daddy, I've got an idea. There are empty houses outside. We can put it there. Lin Qianqian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, that is a splendid solution. As long as we think creatively, we will always find a way, right? Yes, yes. Lin Qianqian nodded vigorously. Xu Mengyao inquired, Lin Chen, what empty houses are you referring to? Lin Chen smiled. I have rented a small storefront. When signing books, the copies can be delivered directly there. If Qianqian needs to use one in the future, she will need a larger one, but that is not urgent. She doesn't require it just yet. Xu Mengyao Lin Chen. What we discussed earlier was for just 6 months. After 6 months, Qianqian will be ready for kindergarten. By then, my father will be in charge, and I will also have more free time. Lin Qianqian queried, Mommy, what about 6 months? Lin Chen replied, Let us not discuss that for now. 6 months is still a while away. Perhaps you will have already moved in by then. Xu Mengyao. Dishes were brought to the table one after another. Lin Chen sampled a few. The ingredients were decent, but the flavors were rather mediocre. Mommy, the food here isn't very tasty, Lin Qianqian stated. Xu Mengyao responded, It's not that the food here is bad. It's just that Daddy's cooking is superior, making this seem less appealing. But children shouldn't be picky eaters. So that's how it is. My daddy is the best. Daddy, I love you. Lin Qianqian exclaimed joyfully. Lin Chen kissed Lin Qianqian. Daddy loves you too. Lin Qianqian blinked. Daddy, you must tell Mommy, wife. I love you. Mommy, you need to tell Daddy too. Husband, I love you. Lin Chen and Xu Mengyao. Wife, I love you, Lin Chen said with a chuckle. Lin Qianqian looked at Xu Mengyao. Mommy, it's your turn now. Xu Mengyao found herself at a loss for words. The crowd at the sports field was considerable. Blending in and cheering husband go was the extent of what she could currently accept. You're full of ideas. Let us eat. Chapter 52, A Special Guest. After dinner, night had already fallen. Mengyao, will you stay over at my place tonight? Lin Chen inquired. She replied, and Lin Chen nodded in agreement, not pressing the matter further. Their relationship with Xu Mengyao had developed naturally. As a man, he would take the initiative to some extent, yet he felt the need to restrain himself given the Xu family's considerable wealth. Besides, his nature was not one to be overly assertive. Mom, see you tomorrow. Lin Qianqian waved goodbye to Xu Mengyao. Beep. It was morning in America. Dad, Xu Mengyao called as the video call connected. Su Gufeng Vimak Mendia. Lin Chen's situation seems a bit different from what I had investigated back then. How is his basketball skill so exceptional? Xu Mengyao mused to herself. It's not just his basketball skills that are impressive. Dad, the person you found back then wasn't up to par. Su Guofeng continued. When Lin Chen was playing, you were cheering him on, calling him hubby. You must have some feelings for him, right? Xu Mengyao's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully retorted, Dad, can you not be so gossipy at your age? Isn't it just concern for you? Xu Mengyao explained. After all, he is Qianqian's father. Without him back then, my circumstances could have been much worse. It's only natural for me to have a slight fondness for Lin Chen, isn't it? Indeed, Su Guofeng nodded. Once the basketball game concludes, have Lin Chen and Qianqian come over. We need to assess him. Xu Mengyao muttered. What is there to assess? The crystal has long been pushed aside. What did you say? Su Guofeng asked, not quite catching her words. Nothing. Mom just misses Qianqian, right? I've already discussed it with Lin Chen. He will bring Qianqian over. Xu Mengyao added, please don't give him a hard time. Lin Chen has done nothing wrong, and he is still Qianqian's father, a fact that cannot be changed. Su Guofeng assured her, rest assured, we won't overreact. Your father and I are not unreasonable. We simply wish to understand him better, hoping that you will find happiness in the future. Xu Mengyao cautioned, Dad, don't be too surprised when the time comes. Su Guofeng's eyes widened in astonishment. Are you saying that Lin Chen is quite different from what we believe? Xu Mengyao nodded. You could discover the specifics for yourselves. He and Qianqian will be staying for 3 to 5 days. All right, Su Guofeng expressed his curiosity about how different Lin Chen could be. The next day arrived swiftly. As Lin Qianqian enjoyed her breakfast, she pondered about lunch. Dad, can we not eat lunch at Mom's place? She proposed. I have an idea. Lin Chen asked, what idea? Lin Qianqian blinked her eyes. Dad, you cook, and we can bring the food to Mom and eat together. Lin Chen chuckled at her enthusiasm. Of course, that's an excellent idea. At noon, Lin Chen brought the meal to Xu Mengyao's office. Lin Chen, why did you bring food? Xu Mengyao asked in surprise. Lin Chen playfully pinched Lin Qianqian's nose. While having breakfast, Qianqian suggested we bring lunch. Am I smart, Mommy? Lin Qianqian looked at Xu Mengyao, feeling quite proud. Xu Mengyao retorted, half jokingly, for meal, Qianqian, you really go all out, and Lin Chen, You spoil her too much. Let's eat, Lin Chen said with a smile. He had bought a multi-layered lunchbox for this occasion, and Xu Mengyao began to unpack the dishes one by one. Just as they started eating, Xu Mengyao's assistant knocked and entered, drawn in by the enticing aroma of the food. What is it? Xu Mengyao, President, there's a document that requires your signature. Bring it here, she replied, swiftly reviewing and signing it. Once her assistant left, she rubbed her stomach. Although she hadn't felt hungry before, now she found herself quite peckish. Lin Chen's culinary skills were likely quite impressive. Good cooking, basketball prowess, and a fit physique. He certainly had many admirable qualities. Yet, compared to the president, he still fell short in many aspects. Xu Mengyao's assistant thought to herself that few could match Xu Mengyao's caliber. Being an only child, her family possessed assets worth 300 billion, a fact that alone could overshadow countless suitors. Additionally, Xu Mengyao was exceptionally beautiful and multi-talented, excelling in both guzheng and piano. Dad, I don't want to take a nap this afternoon, Lin Qianqian declared. You won't nap? Lin Chen replied. You know I have a match. I need your support. Lin Chen chuckled. If you can hold out, then you don't have to sleep. Lin Qianqian nodded. She skipped her nap, and when Lin Chen's first match began, their team undoubtedly secured victory. During the second match, halfway through, Lin Qianqian's eyes began to glaze over. Dad, I think I'm running out of energy, she said languidly. Xu Mengyao was busy with other matters, and Lin Chen turned to Su Dong. Su Dong, I won't be playing anymore. Brother Lin, you focus on what you need to do. We've already built a significant lead. It should be fine, Su Dong responded cheerfully. Did we win? Lin Chen smiled and asked. Xu Mengyao announced, 52-45, we're leading by 7 points. Your team has won the A Group Championship, Lin Chen. There will be a special guest attending tomorrow's finals. Who? Lin Chen inquired. A coach from the Shanghai men's basketball team, Xu Mengyao replied. Lin Chen was perplexed. Did you invite him? Xu Mengyao shook her head. He reached out to us. Haven't you seen the short videos? You've gained some popularity online. Several people have posted videos featuring you. Coach Liang must have seen them and contacted someone to express his interest in attending our finals tomorrow. Lin Chen shook his head. It won't matter if he comes. I won't agree to play basketball for him. Xu Mengyao urged. Lin Chen, why not consider it? With your skill, making it to the national team would be quite feasible, and you could become a basketball star, enjoying immense fame. Let's discuss that later. For now, I'm not particularly interested. Lin Chen replied. Xu Mengyao glanced aside. Her cheeks flushed. If we really end up together, my father will manage the company, giving me time to take care of Qianqian. You will have time to build your career, Lin Chen stated, gazing intently at Xu Mengyao. Xu Mengyao felt her face grow warmer under his gaze. You, don't stare at me like that. I was merely hypothesizing, all right? You can meet Coach Liang tomorrow. Don't reject him too firmly, she said, her voice slightly flustered. Lin Chen chuckled. All right, listening to my wife is never a mistake. Xu Mengyao rolled her eyes playfully. Don't be too conceited, Lin Chen. I just don't want you to be held back because of Qianqian. That would make me feel indebted to you. Lin Chen shook his head. There's no need for you to think that way. Right now, ensuring Qianqian's well-being is my top priority. Besides, even if we don't end up together, you could still take care of Qianqian if you stepped away from the company. Xu Mengyao was momentarily taken aback. The next instant, she indignantly exclaimed, when Qianqian wakes up, you should leave. I don't want to see you. Chapter 53. Victory in the finals. High salary invitation. Old Liang, you call me out? Is there good news? Inquired Song Yuan, the owner of the Magic City basketball team. He was summoned by Liang Hui, the head coach of the team. Old Liang, Song said, in your 5 years as head coach, you have discovered 9. No, wait, with this one it's 10 talents. Yet, the team's performance has been lackluster. We are barely holding on. Liang Hui felt a tinge of embarrassment. The overall environment is bleak. Even the landlord's family has no surplus grain. He remarked as he opened his tablet and played a video. In the video, a young man effortlessly penetrated the defense and leaped like lightning to execute a powerful dunk. Wow, Song exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment. He is incredibly fast. I doubt anyone on our team could match his speed. Just watch, Liang urged. His jumping ability is formidable, and his body control is exceptional. Song's expression turned to one of surprise. This is average. His opponent is weak. Making a three-pointer is nothing remarkable, he replied, shaking his head. Over 4 games, he made 13 three-point attempts and scored 10. Do you still think that's ordinary? Liang pressed. 13 out of 10? Song exclaimed, his astonishment palpable. That shooting percentage is terrifying, but why only 13 attempts in 4 games? In his first game, he played for just 10 minutes, making 4 out of 5 shots and scoring over 20 points, turning the game around. Afterwards, he primarily let others take the shots. Otherwise, his statistics would be far more impressive, Liang explained. Song was astounded. Even against weak opponents, scoring over 20 points in 10 minutes? That's impressive for a single game. Old Liang, he is indeed a promising talent. You should recruit him directly. Not every talent merits a report, Song urged. Such a gem cannot be allowed to slip through our fingers. Boss, it's a bit complicated, Liang replied. Is he asking for too much money? Do you need my approval? Song inquired. For such a prodigy, I am willing to invest. How much will it take to secure him? With a sigh, Liang confessed, I haven't approached him yet. He hasn't made an offer. However, I've heard he has a wonderful wife, and that might affect his willingness to join our team. I find that somewhat contradictory, Song remarked. His wife is exceptional. Her name is Xu Mengyao, Liang replied with a wry smile. Song paused, astonished. Xu Mengyao, daughter of Xu Guofeng? Indeed, Liang confirmed. Old Liang, are you jesting with me? My assets barely amount to 1/10 of the Xu family's. What right do I have to recruit Xu Mengyao's husband? Song replied, exasperated. Leaning in closer, Liang replied, it's not entirely impossible. His name is Lin Chen. He comes from a humble background and is currently at home taking care of the children. A woman supporting her husband while he stays at home? What a waste of talent for someone of Lin Chen's caliber, Song pondered. Thus, Liang chuckled awkwardly. So you wish for me to accompany you? My standing before Xu Mengyao is not much greater than yours. However, our joint presence would convey sincerity. After a moment's contemplation, Song nodded. I have no obligations tomorrow. I will accompany you. The next afternoon arrived. Song and Liang discreetly took their seats beside the basketball court, which was already filled with spectators. Lin Chen approached, cradling Lin Qianqian, with Xu Mengyao by his side. President Lin greeted. Lin, good to see you, came the response from several attendees. At the court's edge, Lin Chen handed Lin Qianqian to Xu Mengyao. Daddy, do your best. Lin Qianqian cheered sweetly. Lin Chen turned to Xu Mengyao with a smile. Qianqian is cheering for me. What about you, my dear? Xu Mengyao replied, go for it, my love. As Lin Chen and Xu Dong entered the court, the game commenced. Song and Liang exchanged glances, somewhat taken aback by the amateurish level of the other players. However, they were not there to watch them. With a resounding thud, Lin Chen began his performance, executing dunks and three-pointers with effortless grace. Over the past few days, he had also spent considerable time teaching Lin Qianqian the basics of basketball, significantly improving his skills. He was nearing a master level, top tier in the country. Though he hadn't yet reached that pinnacle, his physical prowess surpassed that of most basketball players. Boss, what do you think? Liang whispered as the match drew to a close. Lin Chen is impressive, but his opponents are too weak. His full potential may not have been realized yet. Let us speak with Xu Mengyao after the game, Song suggested. Agreed. Soon, the match concluded, with Lin Chen's team undoubtedly claiming first place. Lin, thank you for leading us. Let us treat you to drinks tonight, the team exclaimed enthusiastically. With a grin, Lin Chen replied, I'll treat you all. I'll let you know the location once I secure it. How does 6 o'clock sound? They nodded, knowing it was now 4:30, plenty of time to freshen up before heading out for food and drinks. My dear, I've arranged to drink with Xu Dong and the others tonight. You and Qianqian want to be joining, right? If you come, they might feel too restrained, Lin Chen said as he approached Xu Mengyao. Xu Mengyao nodded. Come with me to the second floor. She instructed her assistant to take Lin Qianqian while she and Lin Chen made their way upstairs, where only 2 individuals awaited them. President Song, Coach Liang, Xu Mengyao greeted. Hello, President Song, Lin Chen said as they approached, shaking hands. He remained calm, aware that he may not possess the wealth of Song and Liang. Yet his various skills provided him with confidence. Coach Liang rubbed his hands together. Lin Chen, Your abilities are extraordinary. Would you be interested in joining our Magic City basketball team? Song added, we can offer you an annual salary of 8 million. Chapter 54, Grandmother. We are at Daddy's house. Xu Mengyao expressed her astonishment. Mr. Song, is it really this low? Aren't NBA stars earning tens of millions of dollars each? Song Yuan sighed. Ms. Xu, our team's highest annual salary is limited to this amount. We cannot possibly compare ourselves to the NBA. However, players have the opportunity to secure endorsements on their own, and as their fame rises, they can earn significantly more than this 8 million. Xu Mengyao turned to Lin Chen. Darling, your side business must be generating over 10 million a month, right? Lin Chen chuckled. Not necessarily 10 million, but 8 million should be about right. Song Yuan and Liang Hui were somewhat disheartened. If Lin Chen's side business yielded such substantial income monthly, what allure did an 8 million annual salary hold for him? Excuse me for the interruption, Ms. Xu, Liang Hui expressed regret. Lin Chen replied with a smile. Coach Liang, I won't be signing a contract with you, but I do have a fondness for basketball. Qianqian is still young. I don't have much time now. However, if I find some free time in the future, I might come and play occasionally. Upon hearing this, Liang Hui and the others brightened. Of course, you can play. We have slots for foreign players, so recruiting a local is certainly feasible. Lin Chen laughed. I'm not concerned about the treatment. You can arrange it as you see fit. I have 3 small requests. First, I want to have time for regular training. Second, I will only participate in the matches I choose. Third, if Mengyao and our daughter wish to attend, I hope they can be seated comfortably. Song Yuan readily agreed. No problem. Lin Chen's lack of demands regarding treatment seemed trivial. Naturally, even if he did not request any benefits, they would ensure he received his due compensation. Will you be available? Liang Hui looked at Lin Chen with anticipation. Lin Chen replied, my availability depends on when Mengyao can take Qianqian out. I probably won't have time the next 2 or 3 months. Song Yuan and the others nodded in understanding. 2 or 3 months would pass swiftly. Soon, they took their leave. Xu Mengyao Zima, Lin Chen. I didn't expect their salaries to be so low. Low? 8 million a year may seem low to someone of your wealth, but for an average person, it is quite substantial. I used to earn less than 80,000 in a year, Lin Chen responded. Xu Mengyao gazed at Lin Chen. That's because you did not wish to earn more. If you set your mind to it, 100 million a year would be easily attainable. Lin Chen, currently only taking time to write fairy tales, was already reaping considerable rewards. If he focused on earning money, he could surely accumulate even more. With such a low salary, I thought you would outright decline. Why did you agree to participate? Xu Mengyao asked, puzzled. Lin Chen smiled. I enjoy it. Many would likely pay to play with basketball stars. I get to participate in games and earn money. What's not to love? Plus, have you noticed how excited Qianqian is? She needs companionship now, but as she grows older, she will desire more than just company. When the time comes, should other fathers be thriving, must mine remain cooped up at home? Xu Mengyao stared at Lin Chen, contemplating his thoughts for their daughter. Lin Chen added, there is another reason. What reason? Lin Chen met her gaze. I need to demonstrate my capabilities in the future. Otherwise, people might discuss my lack of ability behind my back. Xu Mengyao responded, I don't care about that. Lin Chen continued, the events of the past may eventually come to light. If I appear incapable, and that is revealed, won't others regard you with pity? If I am strong, what happened before will merely be fate, something others could only envy. Xu Mengyao was taken aback. Pondering the notion of fate, she realized that while others might not know, she recognized Lin Chen's excellence. Perhaps this truly was their destiny? The shadows in her heart began to diminish. Lin Chen, you should go take a shower. Afterward, rest a bit, and try to drink less tonight, Xu Mengyao advised. Lin Chen retrieved his car keys. Xu Mengyao hesitated momentarily before accepting them. Lin Chen nodded with a smile. Later that evening, at 7:30, after finishing his drink, Lin Chen glanced over. Little Lin Qianqian's head peeked out the window, and Su Dong and the others looked on with envy. Lin, you are truly a winner in life. A beautiful and wealthy wife, and a lovely child. I am so envious, they exclaimed. Soon, Lin Chen got into the car, taking a seat in the passenger side. Wow, the smell of alcohol is quite strong. How much have you had to drink? More than a gene, I suppose. Lin Chen replied cheerfully. But don't worry, I can handle more than this. Though Lin Chen's drinking capacity was not as robust in the past, his physical condition had improved greatly. Xu Mengyao frowned slightly. Drinking over a gene is excessive. You need to cut back. Lin Chen smiled. All right. If I take good care of my health, perhaps we might consider having a second child. Xu Mengyao's hand trembled. You must be drunk, she said, her cheeks slightly flushed. Daddy, what is a second child? Little Lin Qianqian inquired curiously from her safety seat in the back. Xu Mengyao quickly intervened. Qianqian, don't ask that. Your daddy is a bit drunk. Let him rest. Okay. Daddy, you should rest, Qian replied in her sweet voice. After more than an hour, they arrived home. Ding! Xu Mengyao's phone rang. She checked her device. It was a video call from her mother. Mom, she distanced herself as she answered. On the other end, her mother, Yang Qingwei, looked puzzled. Mengyao, it seems you're not at home? I'm at a friend's house, Xu Mengyao replied. Little Lin Qian heard her grandmother's voice and joyfully ran over. Mommy, is that Grandma? I can hear Grandma. Yes, Qian, it's Grandma, Yang Qingwei exclaimed with delight. Xu Mengyao pointed the phone towards Lin Qian, feeling an unsettling premonition in her heart. Grandma, I miss you so much. Yang Qingwei replied. Grandma misses you too. Where are you and Mommy? We are at Daddy's house, Xu Mengyao stated. Chapter 55. Mastering Basketball. Yang Qingwei pondered for a moment. It was nearly 9 o'clock in the country, and Xu Mengyao was likely still at Lin Chen's place, possibly spending the night there. Chi, why are you still awake? Yang Qingwei inquired with a smile, her eyes widening in surprise. Mengyao, Chi's ability to articulate has improved significantly. Xu Mengyao not that? Perhaps it's because she's been with Lin Chen. He converses with her often, which has greatly enhanced her verbal skills. Mom, is there anything else? I need to go, Lin Xiaoqi questioned, puzzled. You said you would sleep at Dad's place. Su is et bonne. What good daughter. The number one at exposing secrets. Yang Qingwei retorted, Mengyao, if you're staying there, just admit it. What is there to hide? Chi, are you sleeping with your mom or your dad? Lin Xiaoqi chirped, Grandma, I slept with Dad yesterday, and today I'm sleeping with Mom. Mengyao, the bathwater for Chi is ready, came Lin Chen's voice from the master bedroom. Xu Mengyao quickly replied, Mom, Chi needs to take a bath, so I'll have to cut our conversation short. She must hurry to wash up and sleep. Okay, Yang Qingyue no dead. Goodbye, Chi. Xu Mengyao swiftly ended the call. She pointed at Lin Xiaoqi. Chi, weren't you in the bedroom with Dad? Why are you out here? Lin Xiaoqi confessed. Mom, I was afraid you would leave. If you go, I will be very, very sad. Xu Mengyao felt a slight pang in her heart. Mom said she would sleep here, so she wanted to leave. Lin Xiaoqi pouted, but Mom, you just said you were leaving. Can you help me take a bath? Anzai, Xu Mengyao not that. Understanding Lin Xiaoqi's lingering fear of her departure, Lin Chen emerged, puzzled. Mengyao, the bathwater for Chi is ready. Why aren't you going? Lin Xiaoqi explained, Dad. I video called Grandma with Mom, and today I want Mom to bathe me. Sounds good, Lin Chen agreed. Half an hour later, Lin Xiaoqi was asleep. Lin Chen had finished his bath and was working in the study, needing to update his website. Knock, knock. Just as he completed a piece, there was a knock at the door. Lin Chen opened it to find Xu Mengyao standing outside, freshly bathed and looking exceptionally enchanting. He felt an urge to kiss her soft cheek. Mengyao, is there something you need? He inquired as he ushered her into the room. Xu Mengyao spoke softly. My mom knows I'm sleeping here tonight. They will surely suspect our relationship. Lin Chen asked, do they strongly oppose us? Xu Mengyao shook her head. Not exactly. If I make a choice, they will respect it. However, they remain unaware of some of your circumstances. Lin Chen chuckled lightly. You haven't told them because you fear they might think you're trying to earn points with me? Well, if you're going to see them, just say whatever you wish, Xu Mengyao retorted, pouting slightly. Lin Chen grinned. Then I shall take it upon myself to win over your parents' approval. Xu Mengyao countered. What are you talking about? You're being ridiculous. Lin Chen, taken aback, responded, I'm not being ridiculous. We are legally married. Aren't they my in-laws? Xu Mengyao rolled her eyes at him. Our marriage is a matter for just the three of us. It has nothing to do with your parents or mine. They are not your in-laws. Lin Chen conceded. All right, if I get along famously with your father, we shall consider each other as brothers. Xu Mengyao sighed. Tomorrow your passport will be ready. and your visa is already sorted. You and Chi-Chi will fly to the United States the day after. Lin Chen asked, "What are your parents like? I can't just go empty-handed to see them. You don't need to prepare anything. Who said we would be together?" "You. If you want to prepare something, just bring a little something along," Xu Mengyao said as she turned and quickly exited the study. A gentle smile graced Lin Chen's face. It was rather amusing to gradually thaw the icy demeanor of Xu Mengyao. In the United States, Su Guofeng pushed open the hospital door. He spent the day with his wife and slept elsewhere at night. If there were any emergencies, the doctors and nurses would notify him promptly as he lived nearby. "How are you feeling today?" Su Guofeng asked. Yang Qingwei replied, "I have no issues." But Mengyao seems to be in a bit of a predicament. Su Guofeng's expression shifted. "Mengyao is unwell?" Yang Qingwei shook her head. "Not unwell. She is sleeping at Lin Chen's place, and it's likely not her first time." Su Guofeng retrieved breakfast from a thermos. Indeed, Lin Chen's team had won. Mengyao had likely developed a favorable impression of Lin Chen. Yang Qingwei remarked, "That's obvious. If it weren't for that, would Mengyao sleep at Lin Chen's?" "What do you think, dear?" Su Guofeng asked. "What can I think? Before our daughter makes a choice, we must do our best to guide her. If she has made her choice, as parents, we can only bless them. Am I supposed to intervene?" Yang Qingwei was slightly taken aback. He seemed to have warmed up to Lin Chen. Su Guofeng nodded. "Indeed. Previously, I thought Lin Chen was quite ordinary and unworthy of Mengyao. But now I see he is not bad. At least he excels in basketball and takes care of Chi-Chi with sincerity." As he spoke, Su Guofeng pulled out his phone and opened a video. Yang Qingwei had yet to see it. Soon, surprise filled her eyes as she watched Lin Chen's basketball prowess, which clearly overshadowed that of others. After the 3-minute video concluded, Yang Qingwei remarked, "Dear, I don't understand basketball, but I find Lin Chen impressive." Su Guofeng nodded slightly. "Indeed, he is quite remarkable. I consulted a friend and learned that Lin Chen's skill level could qualify him to play in the NBA. Many players in the NBA are not as skilled as he is." Yang Qingwei was astonished. Su Guofeng continued, "I will have a conversation with Lin Chen and see if he is interested in developing his career in the U.S. If he is willing, I can leverage some connections to help him enter the NBA. With professional training, his skills may improve significantly." Yang Qingwei nodded slightly. "Dad, catch the ball." Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoqi played basketball downstairs in their community. In recent days, Lin Xiaoqi had shown considerable interest in basketball, prompting Lin Chen to spend more time playing with her. "Host, your time teaching Lin Xiaoqi basketball has reached 10 hours, elevating your skill level to that of a master," echoed the system's voice in Lin Chen's mind. He absorbed a wealth of knowledge regarding basketball, and simultaneously, his muscles and nerves underwent transformation. Finally, he had attained mastery. A gentle smile spread across Lin Chen's face. With master-level skills, coupled with his physique, there would be no more than 10 individuals worldwide who could surpass him in basketball. Chapter 56. Lin Chen arrives in the United States. "Mr. Lin, Miss Qianqian, welcome aboard." Lin Chen and Lin Qianqian stepped on a Xu Mengyao's private jet, which was registered under her name. "Hello, Aunt Yia, Aunt Tong Tong." Lin Qianqian greeted sweetly. Lin Chen nodded, cradling Lin Qianqian in his arms as they entered the cabin. The aircraft, a Gulfstream G550, was exquisitely luxurious. Lin Chen couldn't help but marvel at the wealth that allowed such opulence. He had previously only traveled in economy class, where space was scarce. He never imagined he would find himself aboard a private jet, let alone one owned by his wife. "Mr. Lin, we will need to refuel mid-flight, and our total travel time will be approximately 16 hours. Please let us know if you require anything," one of the flight attendants respectfully informed him. Lin Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Turning to Lin Qianqian, the flight attendant said, "Daddy, can we fold paper airplanes? I want to give them to Grandpa and Grandma." "Of course," Lin Chen replied with a smile as he began teaching Lin Qianqian to create paper airplanes. 5 minutes passed, and a wealth of information about the aircraft flooded Lin Chen's mind, most of it pertaining to the Gulfstream G550 they were currently aboard. "System, there isn't a problem with the plane, is there? That's why I'm receiving all this aircraft-related information while folding paper airplanes?" Lin Chen pondered internally. The system responded, "Master, that is not the case. You are currently on this aircraft, hence the priority in receiving such information. This ensures you are prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Lin Chen let out a slight sigh of relief. Half an hour later, with a gentle roar, their private jet ascended gracefully into the sky. Lin Chen kept a watchful eye on Qianqian, aware that the changes in altitude and pressure could be uncomfortable for adults. Fortunately, Qianqian appeared unfazed. "Daddy, can we keep going?" She giggled once the plane stabilized. "Absolutely." Lin Chen continued to guide her in folding paper airplanes. As a steady stream of aircraft information continued to fill his mind. 2 hours later, Lin Chen's understanding of the aircraft had advanced significantly, likely surpassing that of the co-pilots. "Daddy, I'm so sleepy. I want to take a nap," Qianqian yawned. Lin Chen smiled. "Little Qian, feel free to sleep. We have a long journey ahead. We can fold more airplanes when you wake up." "Okay," Qian murmured as she drifted off to sleep. Lin Chen also succumbed to slumber, finding the spacious seats of the private jet remarkably comfortable, a stark contrast to his previous experiences in cramped economy class. Time passed, and after 15 hours aboard the aircraft, Lin Chen and Qianqian had spent approximately 4 to 5 hours folding paper airplanes. Lin Chen's knowledge of aviation technology had soared, and he felt he understood the Gulfstream G550 better than even its chief designer. With a thunderous roar, the plane landed at New City International Airport. The aircraft taxied smoothly to the designated area, where a black sedan awaited them. "Mr. Lin, please step inside. The boss has sent me to escort you and Qianqian to the hotel," the driver said respectfully. Lin Chen nodded and, carrying Qianqian, entered the vehicle. The driver quickly set off, ensuring a smooth ride. "Mengyao, we have disembarked. We are now heading to the hotel, and after settling in, we will visit the hospital." "Lin Chen messa Xu Mengyao," Xu Mengyao replied. "Lin Chen, are you both all right? You will need to adjust to the time difference in New City." "I'm fine." "And Qianqian seems to be in good spirits," Lin Chen responded. Xu Mengyao set her phone down, glancing at the documents before her, though her mind wandered. "Will there be any issues when my parents meet Lin Chen? After all, he is Qianqian's father. If conflicts arise, Qianqian will be caught in the middle," she murmured to herself. An hour later, Lin Chen and Qianqian arrived at the hotel. The driver escorted them to their room. "Mr. Lin, look over there. Mrs. Su is in that hospital room 306 in Area 3. This is your pass. You will need it to enter," the driver said, handing Lin Chen a pass. Lin Chen gazed out the window. "It's quite close. We could walk there in under 10 minutes. The driver nodded. "It should take about 15 minutes to reach the ward. By the way, Miss Su is staying in the adjacent room, 305. It's daytime now, so she is currently at the hospital. Daddy, can we go find Grandpa and Grandma? I miss them so much." Qian chimed. The driver added, "Mr. Lin, you have my business card. If you need a vehicle, just give me a call." "Understood," Lin Chen acknowledged. As the driver departed, Lin Chen asked little Qian, "Are you tired after such a long flight? Shall we wait until tomorrow to visit?" It was currently around 3 or 4 in the afternoon in New City. "Daddy, I'm not tired. Are you tired?" Qian inquired. Lin Chen shook his head. Traveling in a private jet allowed him to rest comfortably. "Daddy, then let's go," Qian urged. "All right," Lin Chen said, gathering the gifts for Su Guofeng and the others before setting off. The distance was short, and soon they arrived at the hospital entrance, a private facility. Lin Chen presented the pass to gain entry. As they approached, Lin Chen felt an increase in his anxiety. Ding! Lin Chen's phone rang. He placed Qian down momentarily to answer it. It was a call from Xu Mengyao. "Lin Chen, have you arrived at the hotel?" she asked as soon as he answered. "We're already in the hospital. In 2 or 3 minutes, we will be at the ward," Lin Chen replied. Xu Mengyao's heart raced. "You are going today?" "Yes. Qian wants to see her grandparents, and it's still early enough. I thought we might as well go today," Lin Chen explained. Xu Mengyao paused for a moment. "My father enjoys calligraphy, and my mother loves music. She plays the guzheng very well." A faint smile spread across Lin Chen's face. "Mengyao, rest assured, I will do my utmost to gain your parents' approval." Xu Mengyao replied, "I was just saying that casually. Put Qianqian on the phone. I would like to speak with her." Moments later, after Xu Mengyao finished speaking, Lin Chen ended the call. unable to concentrate on her documents. Xu Mengyao rose and moved to the window. Please, let there be no arguments, she silently hoped, feeling her heart race. Room 306, this is it. Lin Chen cradled Lin Qianqian as they stood outside the ward. In case of any emergencies, the doctors would be ready to respond. Knock, knock. Lin Chen gently rapped on the door. Chapter 57. Meeting Xu Mengyao's parents. With a crisp sound, Su Guofeng swung open the door. Grandpa! Lin Qianqian exclaimed joyfully. While Lin Chen offered a gentle smile, saying, Uncle Su, I am Lin Chen, Qianqian's father. Dad, you made a mistake, Lin Qianqian interjected. Grandpa is Mommy's father, so you should call Grandpa Dad too. Su Guofeng scooped Lin Qianqian into his arms, planting a kiss on her cheek, and chuckled. You are right, Qianqian. I shall remind your father to correct this oversight. Gomin, Lin Chen. You must be exhausted after such a long flight. I thought you wouldn't arrive until tomorrow. The three of them entered the room, which was a suite. The outer area served as a living room, while the inner space was designated for the patient. Qianqian said she missed her grandparents. Lin Chen explained, so we decided to come directly. He then removed a painting tube from his shoulder. Su, I wasn't sure what to bring as a gift, but I hope you and Aunt Yang will appreciate this painting. Su Guofeng replied, You needn't worry about gifts. It is we who should express our gratitude to you for bringing Qianqian. Lin Qianqian appeared puzzled, sensing a certain distance between her grandfather and her father. Where are Grandpa and Grandma? She inquired. Su Guofeng smiled and responded, Your grandmother is still asleep, but she should be waking up soon. Husband, has Qianqian arrived? Let me see her. Yang Qingyue called out anxiously from the hospital bed. Su Guofeng opened the door, cradling Lin Qianqian, who gazed at Yang Qingyue on the bed, her eyes quickly welling with tears. Grandma, you've lost weight. Within moments, tears streamed down Lin Qianqian's cheeks. Grandma, are you sick? You must get better soon. Yes, yes. Grandma will make sure to recover quickly, Yang Qingyue assured her, her gaze shifting to Lin Chen. Aunt Yang, I am Lin Chen, Qianqian's father. He introduced himself. Yang Qingyue smiled warmly. Mengyao mentioned that you're taking good care of Qianqian. Thank you for your efforts. Lin Chen shook his head. Caring for Qianqian is no trouble at all. She is very understanding and brings me much joy. Su Guofeng assisted Yang Qingyue in sitting up. Grandma, your hands have become thin too, Lin Qianqian said, cupping Yang Qingyue's hands at her small ones. Yang Qingyue, who was already slender, now had hands that appeared quite frail. Qianqian, don't worry. Grandma will be fine, Yang Qingyue said gently. Grandma, you need to eat more, Lin Qianqian insisted. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she turned to Lin Chen. Dad, can we bring Grandma some food? Of course, Lin Chen replied with a smile. Grandma, Dad's cooking is the best. You will definitely love it, Lin Qianqian exclaimed. Is that so? Then I'm looking forward to it, Yang Qingyue smiled. Dear, help me get out of bed. I would like to sit in the living room for a while. Qianqian, we will step outside for a moment, Lin Chen said as he carried Lin Qianqian out. A few minutes later, Su Guofeng and Yang Qingyue joined them in the living room, which spanned around 50 to 60 square meters, furnished with a sofa and a television, providing a rather pleasant hospital environment. Grandma, Dad is also a doctor. If you are unwell, should I ask Dad to examine you? Lin Qianqian chirped. Yang Qingyue looked surprised. Lin Chen, you have medical knowledge? Lin Chen nodded. I know a little. I can handle a cold, but anything more complicated might be beyond my capabilities. That is quite good. Children often suffer from colds and fevers. Yang Qingyue smiled. Old Su showed me videos of you playing basketball. I had no idea you were so skilled. Lin Qianqian's eyes sparkled. Grandma, I saw Dad play basketball too. He is the best. Su Guofeng remarked. Lin Chen, have you considered pursuing a career in the NBA? I could help you find connections. Uncle Su, I currently have no such aspirations. The most important thing to me right now is to take good care of Qianqian, Lin Chen replied. Su Guofeng, note that if you ever change your mind, do let me know, and I will do my best to assist you. Thank you, Uncle, Lin Chen said gratefully. Lin Qianqian, looking puzzled, asked, Dad, why are you both acting so strange? What do you mean? Lin Chen inquired. Lin Qianqian continued, we are a family. It is natural for family members to help each other. Grandma thanks you, and you thank Grandpa. Why is that? Yang Qingyue explained. Qianqian. It may be because your grandparents and your father haven't seen each other a long time. Over time, we could become a bit estranged. Old Su, why don't you and Lin Chen take a stroll and have a good chat? Xiaoqian, Grandma will play with you. Lin Xiaoqian nodded in agreement. Lin Chen and Su Guofeng made their way downstairs. Su Guofeng had chosen a high-end private hospital where the environment was excellent, resembling a park. Lin Chen, I must express my gratitude for what transpired all those years ago. If it weren't for you, Mengyao would have faced far greater psychological trauma. She might have even considered desperate measures, Su Guofeng remarked as they walked slowly. Lin Chen shook his head. Uncle Su, there is no need for thanks. Su Guofeng insisted. I must express my gratitude properly. If you wish to enter the NBA, I will assist you. If not, I can provide you with a 10 million yuan startup fund. Lin Chen pondered silently. It seemed that Xu Mengyao had not revealed anything. If she had, Su Guofeng would surely know that he currently had no need for a 10 million yuan startup fund. Uncle, do you disapprove of our relationship? Lin Chen asked. Su Guofeng shook his head. Do not misunderstand. That is not my intention. If you were an ordinary person, I would have reservations. You cannot be together solely because of Qianqian. Such a union would only waste your time. Now that you have a daughter, as a father, can you understand? Lin Chen nodded. I understand. Su Guofeng continued. The situation is different now. Your basketball skills are impressive. This is a significant asset. It matters not if you lack wealth. Possessing one strong attribute is sufficient. If you can genuinely build a future together, both Mingyao's mother and I will bless your union. Lin Chen gazed at Su Guofeng in astonishment, realizing that he was far more agreeable than he had anticipated. Su Guofeng sighed softly. For you two to be together, perhaps Mengyao can truly emerge from the shadows of the past. Uncle, I will help Mengyao move on, Lin Chen affirmed. Very well, Su Guofeng nodded slightly. What are your plans for the future? If you choose to start a business, I can offer some advice. If you pursue basketball, then you must rely on your own efforts. Lin Chen smiled. Uncle, I actually have a job at present, and I can earn a bit each month. Chapter 58. The Shock of Xu Mengyao's Parents. Su Guofeng expressed his bewilderment. Aren't you currently taking care of Qianqian? How do you find time to work and earn money? Once Qianqian falls asleep, I can earn money online, replied Lin Chen. Su Guofeng frowned slightly. That seems unwise. Taking care of a child is no easy task, and adding the burden of making money makes it even more challenging. Has Mengyao not provided you with any living expenses each month? If that's the case, I must have a word with her. Lin Chen reassured him, Uncle Su, I am not fatigued. I work less than half an hour each day. Su Guofeng Zima? With such limited time, I doubt you earn much. I should still have Mengyao allocate some funds to you. Lin Chen shook his head. No need, Uncle. My monthly income is between 3 to 5 million. Su Guofeng was taken aback. How much did you say? Under normal circumstances, 5 million is quite manageable, Lin Chen explained. His plan involved publishing a book each month. Excluding previous works, the royalties and signing fees alone would amount to 6 million. You aren't involved in any illegal activities, are you? Su Guofeng asked, his expression turning serious. Working less than half an hour each day and earning at least 5 million monthly is hard to fathom. Lin Chen replied, it's not illegal. I write fairy tales online, and the published books provide a share of the profits. Su Guofeng was stunned. Lin Chen, please do not tell me you're Lin Yu. He recalled that Xu Mengyao had shown him the Lantingyi Su written by Lin Yu, a renowned master of fairy tales. Only Lin Yu could earn such an amount from fairy tales. With a smile, Lin Chen confirmed, Lin Yu is my pen name. I initially intended to title my book Qianqian's Bedtime Stories, but I later decided against it to prevent drawing attention to her. Yu. Su Guofeng gazed at Lin Chen in disbelief. Lin Chen was indeed the Lin Yu from the internet. Renowned calligraphers like Jiang Xuesong held Lin Yu's work in high esteem. And Su Guofeng himself found Lin Yu's calligraphy to be exceptionally impressive. The mysterious identity of Lin Yu was a well-kept secret, and Su Guofeng never imagined that Lin Chen would be Lin Yu. Does Mengyao know you are Lin Yu? After a moment of contemplation, Su Guofeng inquired. Lin Chen nodded. She knows Lin Yu is my pen name and that I earned some money writing fairy tales. She had offered me living expenses, which I declined. Su Guofeng's lips twitched. Mengyao knew you were Lin Yu all along, and she kept it from us. Lin Chen explained, I asked her to keep it a secret. I'm Lin Yu, and if this information were spread, it might impact my ability to care for Qianqian. I would likely attract too much attention. Su Guofeng waved his hand dismissively. You can't have required her to keep it from us. She simply chose not to disclose it. I will address this with her later. Lin Chen, your calligraphy is exceptional, and your talent for creating fairy tales is remarkable. You also excel at basketball. Why have you not showcased these abilities before? Su Guofeng questioned, puzzled. The investigation he had conducted revealed Lin Chen to be rather ordinary. Perhaps his appearance was the sole highlight, but he had always dressed very plainly, concealing any standout qualities. Lin Chen replied, if you prefer not to discuss it, that's perfectly fine. Everyone has their little secrets. Thank you, uncle. In the hospital room, Yang Qingwei brought out some snacks for Lin Xiaoqian, having already prepared them before her arrival. Little Qian, how are mommy and daddy doing? Yang Qingwei asked. Lin Xiaoqian nodded. Grandma, they're doing great. Mommy and daddy are very healthy and not sick at all. Yang Qingwei sighed, realizing she had momentarily lost her clarity. Asking a child just over 2 years old such subtle questions was futile, as Lin Xiaoqian likely did not comprehend what she meant. Do you sleep with mommy and daddy? Do they hug and kiss you? Yang Qingwei reprocède her inquiry. While munching on snacks, Lin Xiaoqian replied, Grandma, I haven't slept with mommy and daddy yet. They're in the room kissing. Yang Qingwei pondered this revelation. It appeared that Lin Chen and Xu Mengyao had not made any substantial progress. Lin Xiaoqian's mention of them kissing in the room seemed to indicate otherwise. It was likely a ruse to mislead Lin Xiaoqian. Knock knock. Tomorrow we will come back to visit Grandpa and Grandma, Lin Xiaoqian said with some reluctance. Yet she bid farewell to Yang Qingwei before Lin Chen carried her away. My dear, it seems Lin Chen and Mengyao have not advanced in their relationship. They are likely merely putting on a facade to deceive Xiaoqian into believing they are in love, Yang Qingwei remarked. Su Guofeng replied, I sincerely hope they have made progress. If there is no advancement whatsoever, Mengyao's psychological trauma could be far more severe than we realize. Yang Qingwei looked puzzled. I once mentioned Lin Yu. Lin Chen is Lin Yu. What? Yang Qingwei was taken aback. She had heard of Lin Yu, but how could Lin Chen possibly be him? Lin Yu's fairy tale writing and calligraphy were of the highest caliber. Are you certain? Yang Qingwei asked. Su Guofeng asserted. Lin Chen himself stated this. Do you think he would deliberately lie to me about such a matter? Yang Qingwei shook her head. There is no point in lying about something like this, and it would only have adverse effects. My dear, that makes Lin Chen exceptionally talented. His prowess in fairy tale creation and calligraphy, along with his basketball skills, is remarkable. Su Guofeng nodded. If Mengyao is aware of all this and has no feelings for Lin Chen, don't you think her concerns may be more serious than we initially believed? Yang Qingwei mused. Could it be that they are really becoming intimate in the room? What? Su Guofeng inquired. Xiaoqian claimed they did not sleep together, but sometimes they would close the door and kiss inside the room. I initially thought they were merely putting on a show. Suddenly, Su Guofeng stood up. He retrieved the art tube Lin Chen had brought and cleaned the coffee table before unveiling its contents. Su Guofeng was taken aback. He expected a piece of calligraphy. It was a painting. The artwork depicted pine trees and cranes, a traditional symbol of longevity and health. My dear, this painting looks quite impressive. You have more expertise in this area than I do. What do you think of it? Su Guofeng inquired. Yang Qingwei remained silent, intently observing the painting. As 10 minutes passed, Su Guofeng nudged her wife. What do you think of this painting? What is it? Yang Qingwei responded, puzzled. Su Guofeng explained. I have seen that other painting, but it pales in comparison to this one. That one is a masterpiece by a renowned artist and is considered a cultural relic. This one, however, is a new creation. At this point, astonishment appeared in Yang Qingwei's eyes. My dear, could it be that Lin Chen painted this himself? Su Guofeng deeply. I suspect so. Given his exceptional calligraphy skills, there would be no need for him to gift someone else's work. I will call Mengyao to inquire. With that, Su Guofeng took out his phone. Chapter 59. Mengyao, Lin Chen is Lin Yu? Yang Qingwei. Husband, it is still dark in Huagua. After Su Guofeng finished speaking, he sent a message to Xu Mengyao. Dad, what is the matter? Su Guofeng initiated a video call with Xu Mengyao. Dad, is there something you need? Xu Mengyao, still nestled in bed, reluctant to rise just yet. Su Guofeng replied with mild annoyance. Mengyao, why didn't you tell us that Lin Chen is such an incredible artist? Yang Qingwei glanced at her husband. They were still uncertain whether this painting was indeed created by Lin Chen. On the other end of the call, Xu Mengyao felt a twinge of embarrassment. Dad, wouldn't it be better for Lin Chen to tell you himself? Su Guofeng insisted. The painting truly is by Lin Chen. Dad, you're trying to trap me in your words. Xu Mengyao pouted. If you want to ask, just ask directly. Why try to trick me? Do you think I'm hiding something from you? Su Guofeng retorted. You have a history. You know Lin Chen is Lin Yu, but you didn't say anything. You showed me the Lantingi Su that Lin Yu wrote. So you must have known Lin Chen was Lin Yu back then, right? Xu Mengyao replied. Dad, that is not important. I don't have any special connection with Lin Chen, so why should I mention it? Yang Qingwei leaned in. Mengyao, don't you feel anything for Lin Chen? His calligraphy, painting, fairy tale writing, and basketball skills are all exceptional. No, not really, Xu Mengyao responded, somewhat disingenuously. Su Guofeng remarked, as long as that is the case. Your mother and I have found a suitable match for you. You should consider it. Dad, please don't meddle. Xu Mengyao quickly protested. P.S. Definitely a high-class gentleman. You should spend less time with Lin Chen and more with this new prospect. Xu Mengyao took a deep breath. Dad, it's not that I have no feelings for Lin Chen. I have developed some fondness for him. So please, don't look elsewhere for me. Qianqian chocolate. Your father isn't searching. Xu Mengyao rolled her eyes. Dad, you become quite the trickster. Su Guofeng laughed. Who told you not to speak the truth? If you had, I wouldn't have to resort to this. You've developed feelings for Lin Chen, yet you don't tell us about his circumstances? Aren't you afraid we might treat him poorly? Xu Mengyao shook her head. Lin Chen is Qianqian's father, and he has done our family a favor. You wouldn't dare speak ill of him. Su Guofeng pressed. What other merits does Lin Chen possess? Do share. Dad, didn't you have someone investigate him before? Su Guofeng replied with a pause. Yang Qingwei interjected. Mengyao, stop bantering with your father and tell us more about Lin Chen's situation. We wish to understand him better. Xu Mengyao said, Mom, you already know. His calligraphy, painting, fairy tale writing, and basketball skills are quite impressive. Is that all? These are indeed remarkable. But I sense there is more, Su Guofeng inquired. Xu Mengyao added, his culinary skills are extraordinary at a world-class level. Additionally, he possesses a talent for languages and likely knows 7 or 8 foreign languages. Beyond that, I'm not too familiar with him. Su Guofeng and Yang Qingwei were taken aback. He truly had a wealth of talents. Dad, please don't speak carelessly. He might worry about being targeted for experimentation or fear covert assassination by certain factions in the country, Xu Mengyao cautioned. Su Guofeng acknowledged. His concerns are not unfounded. Several top talents in our nation have met mysterious ends. Rest assured, your mother and I will not speak indiscreetly. Yang Qingwei added, Mengyao, with Lin Chen's excellence. In considering Qianqian, you must seize the opportunity and not let him slip away. Oh, Su Guofeng chimed in, Mengyao, be attentive. If Lin Chen ends up liking someone else, Qianqian might find herself with a stepmother. Dad, if he finds someone else, it simply means we were not meant to be. All right, I need to get up for work. Goodbye. Xu Mengyao concluded the call hastily. Dear, your investigation back then was quite unreliable, Yang Qingwei remarked. Who would have guessed that Lin Chen concealed so much? Mengyao claims to have developed feelings for him. They might have a chance. If they end up together, it would be wonderful for Mengyao to finally move on. Su Guofeng stated. Yang Qingwei nodded. Let us hope Mengyao can grasp this chance. If she fails, her situation may worsen. A night passed. The next morning, Lin Chen purchased some ingredients. After spending a bit of money, he borrowed the kitchen of a Chinese restaurant. He prepared 6 dishes and brought them to the hospital. Grandpa, Grandma, Grandma, Daddy made lunch. His cooking is the best. You'll surely love it. Lin Xiaoqian chirped sweetly. Lin Chen looked on with suspicion. Uncle Su, Aunt Yang, is there something wrong? Su Guofeng and the others regarded him with peculiar eyes. No, Su Guofeng shook his head. Lin Chen opened the lunchbox, and an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Yang Qingwei swallowed hard. Since her surgery, she had lacked appetite, and the doctor diagnosed her with mild anorexia. But now she found herself craving the dishes Lin Chen had prepared. Uncle Su, Aunt Yang, please give it a try. Though it may not look appealing, the taste should be acceptable. Lin Chen smiled. Lin Xiaoqian urged, Grandma, hurry and taste it. Yang Qinghua took a bite and was immediately stunned. The ingredients were familiar, yet the flavors were unparalleled. A five-star hotel chef could not compare. Let me try, Xu Guofeng said, astonished as he looked at Lin Chen. Xu Mengyao had not exaggerated. Lin Chen's culinary skills were undoubtedly world-class. Grandpa, Grandma, isn't it delicious? Daddy's cooking is the best. Both Mommy and I love it. Lin Xiaoqian giggled. Xu Guofeng and Yang Qinghua nodded in agreement. 20 minutes later, Yang Qinghua paused, feeling somewhat stuffed. In the face of such delicious food, her mild anorexia vanished. Lin Chen, I have a small request. Qianqian's grandmother has been diagnosed with anorexia, but she is eating well now. Could you bring a meal every day while you're here? Xu Guofeng spoke so mewat sip be seen. If Lin Chen and Xu Mengyao ended up together, there would be no reason for him to feel awkward. They would be family. But at this moment, Lin Chen and Xu Mengyao were not yet together. Of course, no problem at all. Lin Chen smiled. Uncle Su, there's no need for such formality. I'll certainly bring meals without hesitation. Chapter 60 Trouble at the Shooting Range. Grandpa, tell me a story, Lin Xiaoqian said sweetly from her bed. All right, Grandpa will tell you a story, Xu Guofeng replied gently. After a few minutes of storytelling, Lin Xiaoqian drifted off to sleep with a faint smile on her face. Lin Chen, have a seat. Xu Guofeng beckoned Lin Chen to sit in the living room outside. He had booked a luxurious suite for both Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoqian, which included a small sitting area outside the bedroom. The events from years ago had left Mengyao traumatized. She had seen numerous doctors, and although she appeared fine now, she had not fully recovered. I hope you can show her a bit more understanding. It is not advisable for you two to rush into declarations of love. Rather, take your time and let things unfold naturally. Do you understand what I mean? Lin Chen nodded. Uncle Su, I understand. I have some knowledge of medicine, and there are many who suffer from psychological issues after trauma. Xu Guofeng, my Fai Li. Thank you for your understanding, Lin Chen. That incident also caused considerable distress for her mother and me. Since then, we have been particularly anxious about her condition, fearing she might encounter more problems. Lin Chen assured him, Uncle Su, I will protect her. He recalled the image of Xu Mengyao waiting for him after drinking, realizing that this proud IC CEO had moments that warmed his heart as well. Xu Guofeng note that some wealthy individuals prefer to choose sons-in-law who are more honest and somewhat simple-minded. But I am different. I wish to find someone who can be a source of support for Mengyao. Her mother and I cannot protect her forever. Wealth is transient. As long as you both are well, our fortune will eventually belong to you. Lin Chen shook his head. Uncle Su, you are mistaken. Even if Mengyao and I end up together, your wealth remains yours. I can earn a living for myself. If we are together, it is because of her character, not because of the Su family's riches. Xu Guofeng looked at Lin Chen in surprise. Let us discuss this later. Both her mother and I have great confidence in you. Lin Chen nodded and smiled, inquiring, Uncle Su, is there a shooting range nearby? I would like to practice shooting. Xu Guofeng replied. There's a shooting range a bit farther away. When Mengyao's mother is unwell, I visit there to relieve some stress. Shooting helps me unwind. I have a black card there, which allows you to use any firearm. You can go now. I can keep an eye on Xiaoqian. Lin Chen nodded, feeling reassured by Xu Guofeng's watchful presence over Lin Xiaoqian. 20 minutes later, Lin Chen arrived at the shooting range. As he handled the firearm, he felt a sense of familiarity. Bang, bang, bang. He fired 3 shots in quick succession. The first shot went slightly astray, but the second and third were precise. As if he were a seasoned veteran, time passed slowly as he indulged in various firearms, gaining experience with each one. You're good, a blonde woman said, speaking broken Mandarin. Lin Chen responded fluently in English. I speak English. How may I assist you? The woman's eyes lit up. Your English is excellent. I'm looking to hire someone as a bodyguard, and your shooting skills are impressive. I hope you can work for me. She offered a salary of 100,000 for a month. Lin Chen was taken aback. Such a sum was substantial. One could hire multiple professional bodyguards for that amount. He shook his head in refusal. The blonde woman explained, "The people troubling me are quite formidable. I fear that professional bodyguards might not be reliable, which is why I'm seeking someone from the shooting range. I will pay you 200,000 for a month," she insisted. Lin Chen remained resolute. "I'm not in need of money. It is not about finances. Please look elsewhere." "What about 300,000? I can pay you 150,000 up front," she persisted. Lin Chen still shook his head. At that moment, two men approached Lin Chen, their hands reaching inside their clothing. Lin Chen sensed malice in their eyes. "Damn," he thought, realizing trouble had arrived. The two men drew firearms. One aimed at Lin Chen. Bang! Bang! Lin Chen swiftly fired 2 shots, hitting both men squarely in the forehead. Since they intended to kill him, he showed no hesitation. With their guns drawn, he could not afford to be courteous. The blonde woman was momentarily stunned. "You saved my life. Here's my business card. If I survive this month, I will use my family's resources to assist you if you ever find yourself in trouble." She handed him an ordinary-looking card. Lin Chen furrowed his brow at the sight of the bodies. "You need not concern yourself with them. Just give me the gun, and I will claim responsibility for their deaths. My family will handle it, and no police will come after you." Lin Chen passed the firearm to her. "I do not require your assistance, but please do not bring trouble my way. Let's not meet again." He quickly departed. The blonde woman dialed a number. "Andrew, 2 assassins tried to kill me, but I managed to turn the tables on them. I need you to take care of their bodies." "Daddy, where have you been?" Lin Qianqian exclaimed cheerfully as she approached, having woken up. Lin Chen bent down to pick her up. "I had to step out for a bit." "Were you a good girl? Did you misbehave?" he asked, kissing her cheek. Lin Qianqian shook her head. "I was good. I was drawing with Grandpa, and I draw better than him." Xu Guofeng marveled. "Lin Chen, Qianqian has quite the talent for drawing. It must be inherited from you." Lin Chen set Lin Qianqian down. "Qianqian, continue drawing for a while longer and create a picture for Grandpa and Grandma. Uncle Su, I need to discuss something with you." While Lin Qianqian drew in the bedroom, Lin Chen and Xu Guofeng went to the living room. Xu Guofeng noted Lin Chen's unusual demeanor. "Is something wrong?" Lin Chen recounted the events at the shooting range. "What about the business card?" Xu Guofeng in Guit. Lin Chen handed it over. Xu Guofeng examined the card, astonished. "This family is quite powerful. Saving Salina may not be a bad thing after all." "Uncle Su, do you know this family?" Lin Chen asked. Xu Guofeng not that. "I know a bit. They're at least 10 times stronger than our Su family." "Is Salina beautiful?" Lin Chen queried. He shook his head. "She's average, Uncle Su. I killed those 2 assassins. Will it bring trouble to me? Are you missing the point by asking this?" Xu Guofeng reassured him. "Even if people find out, they were attempting to kill you first, so your actions are justified. No one would dare to provoke our Su family over 2 dead men." Lin Chen nodded slightly, realizing he needed to enhance his combat abilities. Ultimately, one's most reliable strength lies within oneself. Chapter 61. Let Lin Chen and the others obtain their marriage certificate first? Lin Chen was puzzled, pondering whether his actions, killing the assassin and thwarting their plans, would not incite retaliation. Xu Guofeng replied, "The vast majority will not retaliate. Powerful factions are involved in numerous aspects, and many plans are disrupted every year. If they sought vengeance for every slight, they would be at odds with the entire world. If they were to retaliate over trivial matters, what would the other factions think? They would certainly fear retaliation as well." Lin Chen nodded slightly. Xu Guofeng continued, "This will likely conclude within a month. Such matters are predominantly internal power struggles within the family. Inviting trouble for the clan is a significant detriment. While smaller factions may hold grudges, larger families primarily value their interests. You are merely an unintentional participant in this affair. There is no need for excessive concern." Lin Chen responded, "I'm not worried about myself. Rather, I'm concerned about you and Aunt Yang being in the United States and possibly encountering trouble." Xu Guofeng chuckled. "Your worries are unfounded. Among the wealthy, there exists an implicit understanding. If they were to harm us, what benefit would they gain other than inviting chaos upon themselves? We are all part of the same circle. Disregarding the rules would lead to continuous exclusion from it. Many wealthy individuals have gone bankrupt, yet how many have resorted to murder over such matters?" Lin Chen contemplated this and acknowledged the rarity of such occurrences. Countless bankruptcies existed, but instances of wealthy individuals being murdered were exceedingly few. Uncle Su, let us remain vigilant, he suggested. Su Gufeng, not dead. Rest assured, I have hired bodyguards from the strongest security company in the United States. If anything were to happen, they would also face repercussions. Various factions would respect them to some degree. Lin Chen sighed in relief. Su Guofeng added, I will investigate further to ascertain the details of this situation and inform you once I have results. Cici has fallen asleep. You should rest as well. With that, Su Guofeng rose to leave. Upon entering his room, Su Guofeng made a phone call, leveraging his connections in the United States. Within half an hour, he received news confirming that it was indeed an internal family conflict. Su Guofeng mused to himself. He had already added Lin Chen on WeChat and sent a message. Lin Chen, this is an internal struggle within the Dawson family. There will be no issues. All right, Uncle Su, Lin Chen replied, feeling reassured. However, the incident served as a wake-up call for him. The world was not as peaceful as it seemed. He needed to strengthen his own abilities to protect himself and his family. He wondered when he would acquire martial arts skills. Lin Chen reflected that gaining skills required a natural progression. Deliberately forcing little Cici to practice martial arts would not yield results. Xiaoxi, you are over 2 years old now. You're no longer a mere toddler. You must become more self-reliant. As Lin Chen entered the bedroom, he gently tapped little Cici's small nose. A sweet smile graced her face, as if she were dreaming of something delightful. 5 days swiftly passed. Su Guofeng took little Cici to the hospital in the morning, and at noon, Lin Chen prepared a meal for the 4 of them to enjoy together. He cooked extra, so Yang Qingyue could also partake in the evening. With each meal, Yang Qingyue's health improved considerably. Grandpa and Grandma, I will miss you, little Cici said with reluctance. Xu Mengyao also missed little Cici, and thought it was essential for Lin Chen and Xu Mengyao to interact more. Grandma will recover soon. Yang Qingyue smiled as she embraced little Cici. Xiaoxi, remember to listen to your parents, she advised. Little Cici nodded. Knock, knock. The door sounded, and Su Guofeng opened it to find not a doctor, but a blonde woman. This woman was Salina, holding a large bouquet of flowers. Mr. Su, I am Salina. I have come to visit Madam, she said with a smile. Su Guofeng welcomed Salina into the room, where she presented the flowers to Yang Qingyue. Then, her gaze turned to Lin Chen. Mr. Lin, thank you for your assistance. I have achieved victory. Should you require help in the future, please do not hesitate to contact me. Lin Chen replied coolly, I did not assist you. I acted in self-preservation. As long as you do not disturb us, all will be well. Rest assured, I will not, Salina assured him, lingering for no more than 2 minutes before departing. Uncle Su, Aunt Yang, Cici and I will take our leave now. Please take care, Lin Chen said before embracing little Cici and exiting. Though Salina was not exceptionally beautiful, she was still appealing. Yang Qingyue wondered if she harbored feelings for Lin Chen. What are you thinking, dear? Su Guofeng asked. The Dawson family possesses assets worth hundreds of billions. They are far wealthier than us. She is destined to be the heir of the Dawson family. Lin Chen is also quite exceptional. Do you truly believe Salina would have no interest in him? Yang Qingyue frowned slightly. It is not impossible, but the likelihood is minuscule. Do not fret, my love. Are you not confident in Mengyao? If Mengyao were more proactive, I would have no doubts. Our daughter is no less than anyone else, but she has always been aloof towards men. I fear that over time, Lin Chen's enthusiasm might wane. Su Guofeng remarked with an unusual expression. My dear, are you perhaps holding Lin Chen in excessively high regard? After all, I have shared many meals with him. Of course, I have my doubts, Yang Qingyue murmured. Should we not encourage Mengyao to obtain a marriage certificate with Lin Chen? They can cultivate their relationship gradually afterward. Obtain a marriage certificate? Yes, they already have a child, so it would not be unusual, Su Guofeng agreed. Little did they know, Lin Chen and Mengyao had already tied the knot. 20 hours later, the plane landed safely. Lin Chen taught little Cici how to fold paper airplanes. Having gathered ample information about various aircraft, particularly the Gulfstream G550, he had anticipated some revelations, but it seemed his system preferred to avoid trouble. Mom, little Cici exclaimed joyfully as they disembarked the plane. Xu Mengyao had driven to the airport to pick them up. Xiaoxi, Mommy has missed you so much. Su Mengyao, lifting little Cece into her arms and giving her a kiss. Mommy, Daddy, and I missed you too. Did you miss Daddy? Xu Mengyao glanced at Lin Chen, her face flushing slightly. Yes, I did, she replied shyly. Little Cece giggled. Mommy, put me down. You and Daddy should hug and kiss too. Xu Mengyao zet ponder. Not right now, my dear. Your father hasn't bathed in a while. It must smell quite bad. Lin Chen, you drive. I'll hold Xiaoxi, she instructed, having chosen to drive herself rather than let an assistant take the wheel. Sure, Lin Chen smiled as they quickly settled into the car. Mommy, I have a little secret to tell you, little Cece whispered. Though the car was small, Lin Chen could hear her clearly. What secret? Xu Mengyao inquired. Little Cece leaned in closer to Xu Mengyao's ear, and Annie came looking for Daddy, and she brought flowers. Chapter 62. Xu Mengyao's jealousy. Xu Mengyao was momentarily taken aback. Her gaze shifted towards Lin Chen, who was driving. Lin Chen, you seem quite popular, she remarked. Lin Chen pondered to himself that perhaps instilling a sense of urgency in Xu Mengyao might expedite the progression of their relationship. Mengyao, why do you ask such a thing? He feigned ignorance of Lin Xiaoqian's earlier comment. It's nothing, Xu Mengyao teased, choosing to ignore Lin Chen. An hour later, they arrived at the parking lot of their community. Mengyao, you and Xiaoqian head upstairs first. I need to buy some groceries. The fridge is utterly bare, Lin Chen smiled. Anzai, Xu Mengyao note that, proceeding with Lin Xiaoqian to their room. Xiaoqian, was the lady who delivered flowers to Dad beautiful? Xu Mengyao inquired. Lin Xiaoqian shook her head. Mom, no. That lady didn't bring flowers for Dad. She brought them for Grandmother. Xu Mengyao felt a twinge of disappointment. The flowers were not meant for Lin Chen after all? Xiaoqian, then why did you say a lady came to see Dad and brought flowers? Xu Mengyao ziplit somewhat evitatin. Lin Xiaoqian, perplexed, asked Mom, did I say something wrong? Xu Mengyao sighed. While she wasn't incorrect, the implications were completely different. Was that lady beautiful? Xu Mengyao, that's... Lin Xiaoqian nodded enthusiastically. Yes, she is very beautiful. Though she couldn't discern much, she felt complimenting others was never a mistake. Xiaoqian, why don't you go play on the balcony? Your toys have missed you, Xu Mengyao suggested. Okay. Lin Xiaoqian bounced off toward the balcony. How have you been? Are you feeling any better these days? Xu Mengyao called as she dialed Yang Qingyue for a video chat. Quite well. Just don't regret it later if you miss your chance, Yang Qingyue replied. Xu Mengyao playfully retorted, Mom, what are you saying? Lin Chen has only been gone for a few days, and you all are defending him. Your father even called yesterday to speak on Lin Chen's behalf, Yang Qingyue responded. Lin Chen is exceptional, and he takes great care of Xiaoqian. Do you want Xiaoqian to have a stepfather or stepmother? You two are the best together. Mom, you didn't say that before, Xu Mengyao muttered. Yang Qingyue continued. Knowing that Lin Chen excels at basketball is not too common. Your father and I both recognize that. We just didn't expect him to be this remarkable. Xu Mengyao casually asked, Mom, Xiaoqian mentioned a beautiful lady brought you flowers. Who is she? Yang Qingyue's interest piqued as she replied, Your father and I don't know her. She's a friend of Lin Chen's here, and indeed, she is quite lovely. In truth, Salina's looks were merely above average. While Xu Mengyao's beauty was extraordinary, there was a significant disparity. Yang Qingyue deliberately emphasized this point. Lin Chen's friend came to visit you. How thoughtful of her. Mom, I only called to check in, so I'll hang up now. I need to give Xiaoqian a bath, Xu Mengyao concluded before ending the call. Yang Qingyue wore a subtle smile. As Xu Mengyao's mother, she understood her daughter well. The primary purpose of the video call was not merely to check in, but to gather information about the woman who delivered the flowers. Previously, Xu Mengyao would send a message to report her safety. After giving Lin Xiaoqian a bath, Xu Mengyao informed Lin Chen, please prepare less food for lunch. I'm trying to lose weight and don't feel like eating. Lin Chen assessed Xu Mengyao and replied, Mengyao, you have a perfect figure. What more do you need to lose? Besides, who diets by skipping lunch? Usually, people just refrain from eating afternoon. I had a large breakfast, so I'm not hungry now. Please just make less to avoid waste, Xu Mengyao insisted. Really not eating? No, she affirmed. Lin Chen nodded. All right, I'll prepare less. But Mengyao, I have some medical knowledge. Occasionally doing this is fine, but if it becomes a habit, it can be detrimental to your health. I understand, Xu Mengyao replied, continuing to engage with Lin Xiaoqian. ensuring to spend quality time with her after such a long separation. Before long, the delightful aroma of food wafted from the kitchen. It smells wonderful, Xu Mengyao swallowed hard. Half an hour later, Lin Chen completed the meal, which consisted of 3 dishes, fish, meat, and vegetables, quite a decent spread. Mommy, dinner is ready. Let's wash our hands first. Lin Qianqian chirped excitedly. Xu Mengyao helped Lin Qianqian wash her hands and then lifted her onto her dining chair. Qianqian, Mommy isn't hungry. You and Daddy can eat. I have to leave for work soon. I'll come back to see you in a couple of days. Xu Mengyao kissed Lin Qianqian goodbye. Mommy, aren't you hungry? Your stomach growled. Lin Qianqian questioned. Grandma says if your stomach growls, it means it's time to eat. Just then, Xu Mengyao's stomach growled again. The dishes Lin Chen prepared were not only aromatic, but also visually appealing. Mengyao, you can't be that uninterested in food. I made your portion too. 3 dishes should be enough for us, Lin Chen said, fetching a bowl of rice from the kitchen. After their meal, Xu Mengyao eagerly washed the dishes. By the time she finished, Lin Qianqian had fallen asleep. Mengyao, are you feeling a tinge of jealousy? Lin Chen observed with a smile. Salina approached me because I helped her with a significant favor. Her looks pose no threat to you. Xu Mengyao replied coolly, Don't be so self-absorbed. Am I jealous? I merely wish for you to remember our agreement. If you pursue someone else, we shall divorce. I have work matters to attend to. I must leave now. Lin Chen was left baffled. What is going on? Mengyao, the flowers from Salina were not for me. They were for your mother. I know, she responded. When Qianqian is not around, please call me by my name. Our relationship isn't that close. Xu Mengyao moved towards the door to change her shoes. Lin Chen was utterly perplexed. He had no idea what was happening. Meanwhile, his future mother-in-law from afar had unknowingly aided him. Even Qianqian said that lady was beautiful. Mengyao, let's clarify things before you leave. Lin Chen blocked the doorway. A little jealousy is healthy. Too much, however, is not. Why do you insist on calling Salina ordinary? We merely registered our marriage. I want to control you, so there is no need for deception. I find that quite off-putting, Xu Mengyao frowned. Lin Chen, bewildered, replied. I did not lie. Qianqian said she was beautiful. Kids can sometimes be unreliable. My mother also mentioned she was lovely. Xu Mengyao replied softly, Indeed. It seems both a big and a small one have conspired against me. Chapter 63. Xu Mengyao presents a gift. Xu Mengyao cast a sidelong glance at Lin Chen, exclaiming, What do you mean our mom? She's my mother. As she stepped out, she instructed, Please help Qianqian adjust her time zone. Upon reaching the underground parking lot, Xu Mengyao entered her car, but hesitated to start the engine, lost in contemplation. Did mom intentionally claim Salina is beautiful? She pondered, checking the time. It was 12:30. In America, it was midnight, and she presumed her parents were likely asleep. Dad, are you awake? Xu Mengyao sent a message to Su Guofeng. Her mother was a patient, so disturbing her at this hour was out of the question. Perhaps her father was still awake. What's up? Su Guofeng replied promptly. Lying in bed, but not yet asleep. Qianqian mentioned a beautiful lady bringing flowers, yet Lin Chen said she wasn't pretty. Who's lying? Su Guofeng couldn't help but smile at the message. His daughter seemed to care about this matter. It appeared there was indeed a spark between her and Lin Chen. Neither of them is lying. Qianqian is still young. If someone dresses nicely and brings flowers, she might simply perceive them as beautiful. Salina is average-looking, and even with makeup, she only rates slightly above mediocre. Xu Mengyao buried her face in her hands, feeling utterly embarrassed. She could hardly face anyone after feeling a twinge of jealousy. Why am I like this? She lamented, regretting her feelings of envy and anger. Mengyao, you haven't quarreled with Lin Chen, have you? Su Guofeng inquired again. Of course not. Why would I care if Salina is pretty? As long as Lin Chen isn't lying, that's what matters. If he were to lie, it would set a bad example for Qianqian. Su Guofeng then found a photo of roast duck online and sent it to Xu Mengyao. Dad, why are you sending this? Nothing, just craving Beijing roast duck, he replied. Xu Mengyao, puzzled, rolled her eyes at her phone, finally understanding her father's intent. Stubborn as a duck, she thought. Lin Chen, I should have time the day after tomorrow. If you're free, let us take Qianqian to the amusement park. She messaged Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled at the message. He had just stormed off in anger, but now Xu Mengyao seemed to acknowledge Salina as average looks. No way. You've wronged me. I'm deeply hurt. Without a kiss or hug, it would take me ages to recover. Xu Mengyao replied, should I lift you up again? You can't lift me. How about I lift you? Xu Mengyao exited the car and retrieved a box from the trunk. After a couple of minutes, she knocked on the door. Lin Chen quickly opened it. You took Qianqian out and cooked for my parents. You've worked hard. You have good calligraphy. This pen is for you. A belated gift for when you sign your name. Lin Chen smiled at Xu Mengyao, suspecting that she hadn't merely forgotten the gift, but was perhaps angry and reluctant to give it. Thank you. As he took the box containing the pen, he teased. Does this symbolize flying together, holding you in my hand? Xu Mengyao, flustered, replied, I didn't think that much. Don't read too much into it. I'm leaving. She turned and hurriedly descended the stairs. Lin Chen opened the box to reveal an exquisitely crafted fountain pen, clearly of high quality. Though Xu Mengyao was a bit proud, he found her gesture quite endearing. In such situations, many girls would wait for boys to placate them. Some might even require tangible expressions of affection. Xu Mengyao was tough, but she had indeed made a tangible gesture. I'm free the day after tomorrow. Qianqian has long wanted to go to the amusement park with the family. Come over tomorrow evening. It'll be hot, so we should leave early. Lin Chen met sa Xu Mengyao. Okay. After a moment's contemplation, she replied. She had many tasks to attend to. If she was going to Lin Chen's tomorrow evening, she needed to make the most of her time today, likely working late until 10. Was he practicing? Lin Chen wondered. With Lin Qianqian taking her afternoon nap, he rummaged through martial arts materials in his study. There were countless resources online. Teaching Lin Qianqian directly seemed too intentional and ineffective for skill acquisition. Lin Chen decided to practice a bit himself, hoping that Lin Qianqian might take an interest and join him. Tai Chi seems appropriate. After some consideration, he settled on Tai Chi, as its gentle movements could be practiced at home, and if Lin Qianqian became interested, she could join in. System, as my physical condition improves, will practicing Tai Chi allow me to cultivate inner strength? Lin Chen inquired in his mind. Host, if you choose the right technique, it is possible. However, it may take at least 10 years of diligent practice for you to see results, requiring a commitment of over 3 hours each day. Seems like I'll have to rely on my precious daughter to achieve greatness. System, there are numerous types of Tai Chi online. Please help me select a reliable one. Understood, host. After reviewing several options, the system recommended a suitable one for Lin Chen to practice long-term. For an ordinary person, even with persistence, the benefits would be limited to physical fitness. Achieving inner strength was far beyond reach. Drawing the curtains, Lin Chen began practicing silently while watching a video. He needed to master the movements first, as only by looking good would Lin Qianqian be intrigued. Learning the basics would likely take 4 to 5 days, but to perfect his technique might require 10 days to 2 weeks. After completing a session, Lin Chen mused, System, what is my current physical condition? Host, your current physique measures at 171 points. A subtle smile graced Lin Chen's face. His physical prowess was nearing that of a top-tier boxer. In terms of raw physicality, he was not much weaker than Tyson at his peak. However, lacking fighting skills, he knew he could not compete against Tyson. I'll keep practicing. Just 10 days to 2 weeks, right? Even if Qianqian doesn't join me, practicing will still be beneficial. As he continued his training, the doorbell rang, disrupting his thoughts. Lin Chen frowned, suspecting it was not Xu Mengyao. She knew Lin Qianqian was napping and wouldn't ring the bell. Zhao Tianyu. Lin Chen spotted him through the peephole. What a coincidence, Zhao Tianyu. Lin Chen opened the door with a half-smile. Chapter 64. Zhao Tianyu's kindness. Zhao Tianyu seemed oblivious to Lin Chen's sarcasm. Lin Chen, I have something to discuss with you. Please come in. Lin Chen replied softly, acknowledging that the Zhao family, being partners with the Xu family, warranted a semblance of politeness. Young Master Zhao, please take a seat. What is it that you wish to discuss? Lin Chen inquired as he settled onto the sofa. Zhao Tianyu began, Lin Chen, you have been in contact with Xu Mengyao quite frequently. Do you truly believe that you are suited for one another? Lin Chen chuckled lightly. Young Master Zhao, I believe we are exceptionally compatible. Little Qian is our daughter, And look how adorable she is. If I were to share a photo of her online, I'm sure the netizens would suggest we have more children. Zhao Tianyu interjected, Lin Chen, do not deceive yourself. Xu Mengyao's interest lies in little Qian. She currently craves paternal love. However, you both belong to different social strata. Your relationship will only hinder each other. In stories, when a beautiful woman falls for a poor scholar, she often turns out to be a ghost or a fox spirit. As a man, you must recognize reality. Indulging in fantasies will not bode well for you, Xu Mengyao, or even for little Qian's future. Zhao Tianyu earnestly counseled Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded, young Master Zhao. Your words are indeed insightful. Please continue. Zhao Tianyu added, you are leveraging your relationship with little Qian, which is quite clever, but your chances of success are slim. Class differences are a vast chasm. Xu Mengyao has been raised in luxury and has acquired a wealth of knowledge since childhood, while you hail from a rural background. Their family possesses assets in the hundreds of billions, while your family has barely any wealth. One must possess self-awareness. Lin Chen regarded Zhao Tianyu thoughtfully. He acknowledged that Zhao Tianyu was quite correct. However, he had been fortunate to acquire a system that could elevate him. Young Master Zhao, you are mistaken. In novels and films, wealth is often a straightforward solution. Lin Chen replied with a light laugh. Zhao Tianyu responded seriously. Let me explain something to you. I'm not here to bully you because of my wealth. We are having a calm discussion to clarify matters. Lin Chen observed Zhao Tianyu, suspecting that he had received guidance from his father. Lin Chen, even if you were to be with Xu Mengyao, the immense economic disparity between your families essentially means you would be entering her family as a dependent. If you do not seek financial support from Xu Mengyao, she may regard you more favorably. But what significance does that hold for you? If you do request assistance, it may dilute any feelings over time, leading her to look down upon you. Lin Chen conceded, you make a valid point. Zhao Tianyu's confidence surged. Lin Chen, pursuing Xu Mengyao may lead to resentment, and you could very well end up divorced in the future. It would be wiser to find someone else with some financial backing. I can offer you 1 million. Just avoid entangling yourself with Xu Mengyao. Lin Chen, taken aback, replied, 1 million is rather insufficient, young Master Zhao. Surely you underestimate Mengyao's allure. Not only does she come from a prestigious family, but she is also exceptionally beautiful. Such a paltry sum seems rather meager. Zhao Tianyu spoke sternly. If you agree to cease your pursuit of Xu Mengyao, I will offer you 2 million. Additionally, should you marry someone else in the future, I will provide you with another 1 million. I will even assist you in finding a respectable job with a salary no less than 50,000. Lin Chen pondered the generous offer, realizing it was quite appealing. Young Master Zhao, your proposal is tempting, but I must decline. Zhao Tianyu's brow furrowed. Lin Chen, with 3 million and a good job, wouldn't it be more comfortable for you to find a girlfriend? Persisting with Xu Mengyao could lead to futility. In time, you may find yourself aging, without money or a good job. Have you considered your parents and little Qian? Do you wish for little Qian to gain nothing from you? Zhao Tianyu implored, Lin Chen, you are correct in your observations, and your terms are generous, yet Mengyao has feelings for me. Zhao Tianyu's expression darkened. What does she see in you? Your 2 dilapidated houses? Your identity as a farmer's son? Your meager salary? No, wait, you've been laid off. You currently have no salary. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Perhaps she is attracted to my good health? Nowadays, wealthy women value that quite highly. Zhao Tianyu, visibly annoyed, stood up. I urge you to contemplate this matter seriously. You must think about your future and that of your parents. It is unwise to dwell in dreams for too long. Zhao Tianyu exited the room. Young Master Zhao, safe travels. I shan't see you off, Lin Chen remarked with a slight smile as he closed the door. Once Zhao Tianyu was a distance away, he punched the wall in frustration. Damn it, he muttered through gritted teeth. His father had instructed him to have a serious discussion, which he did, but the outcome nearly caused him emotional turmoil. Lin Chen had listened attentively, initially believing he could persuade Lin Chen, only to be met with a smiling rejection of his proposal. Father, it was a failure, Zhao Tianyu texted Zhao Huayuan. A prompt reply arrived from Zhao Huayuan. Father, I approached him with kind and gentle words, yet that scoundrel showed no appreciation. He is a waste who will never earn 3 million in his lifetime. Zhao Tianyu responded angrily. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Huayuan advised, Let him stew for a week. He may regret not agreeing after some time. Do not rush to confront him again. The more impatient you are, the easier it will be for him to manipulate you. Zhao Tianyou's eyes glimmered with resolve. I haven't thought of that yet. If necessary, I can spend a little more. However, do not raise the price. Let Lin Chen propose it himself. Zhao Tianyou nodded slightly. Meanwhile, in America, the night passed. Xu Guofeng arrived at the hospital. Dear, did you speak with Mengyao last night? Yang Qingwei replied. She asked me if Salina was beautiful. I thought it might make her a bit jealous and perhaps deepen their feelings. So, I told her Salina was very pretty. Xu Guofeng responded, Our daughter may be upset with Lin Chen. Really? Yang Qingwei cuestionet, surpriset. Xu Guofeng explained. She feels Lin Chen has lied to her. Last night, she asked me, and I told her the truth. If she asks you again, please clarify things with her. Let their relationship develop naturally. Do not interfere. Yang Qingwei picked up her phone. I'll explain it to her now. She dialed Xu Mengyao's number. At the company, Xu Mengyao was working late, attending a meeting with some executives. Upon seeing her mother's call, she rejected it. If it were her father, she would have answered, fearing an emergency concerning her mother. A call from Yang Qingwei seemed less urgent. She rejected my call, Yang Qingwei murmured. Chapter 65, Acquiring a Shop. She may not have finished work yet. She will call you after hours, Xu Guofeng remarked while peeling an apple for Yang Qingwei. Yang Qingwei expressed her confusion. Isn't it a bit late for her to still be at work? Our company rarely has employees working this late, right? Xu Guofeng smiled. Occasionally, when matters are urgent, overtime is necessary. As 1 or 2 hours slipped by, Xu Mengyao had just concluded a meeting and busied herself for another hour, ensuring she could leave early the next day. She pondered whether she would make it in time for dinner at Lin Chen's place. Returning home quite late, Xu Mengyao took a shower and went straight to bed, too tired to make a call. Dear, do you think Mengyao is still working late at night? Yang Qingwei mused softly over lunch. Well, I doubt it. She probably just lost track of time. You can call her later tonight, Xu Guofeng replied. Yang Qingwei remarqued. Let's try a different restaurant for dinner. This one is rather unappetizing, far inferior to Lin Chen's cooking. Xu Guofeng sighed. We've tried all the nearby eateries. It's only natural that their chefs cannot compare to Lin Chen's extraordinary culinary skills. Yang Qingwei added, if Lin Chen and Mengyao end up together, we might still enjoy his cooking occasionally. But if they part ways, we may lose that opportunity. Xu Guofeng responded, their relationship will depend on how their feelings develop. We can't sacrifice our daughter for a meal, can we? Yang Qingwei retorted, I find Lin Chen quite admirable. Xu Guofeng Juke. Many suitors were in better circumstances than I back in the day, yet you chose to marry me. A beautiful shoe must still fit comfortably. Let us not dwell on them. Focus on your recovery, he urged, and Yang Qingwei nodded slightly, continuing her meal. Although the food was not as delectable as Lin Chen's. After a week of his cooking, her health had improved, and her mild anorexia had largely dissipated. The following morning, Xu Mengyao enjoyed breakfast while video calling Yang Qingwei. Mengyao, did you work late last night? Yang Qingwei asked, concerned. Why push yourself so hard? A little extra profit at the company won't affect our lives significantly. I had to catch up on some tasks from yesterday, Xu Mengyao replied. Are you inquiring about Qianqian? No, she shook her head. Mom, please refrain from being so nosy. I don't want you to know I'm staying at Lin Chen's tonight. Yang Qingwei lightly coughed. Mengyao, Salina is quite average looking. I merely mentioned her beauty yesterday to instill a sense of urgency in you. Don't misunderstand Lin Chen. There is nothing to misunderstand about my relationship with Lin Chen. Yang Qingwei frowned slightly. After ending the video call, she took Xu Guofeng's phone and forwarded a picture of roasted duck to herself. Mengyao, your meals are too bland. I'm adding something to your order. She texted Xu Mengyao. Xu Mengyao sighed, feeling exasperated by her parents' antics. Ding. Lin Chen received a bank notification. He had signed a reprint contract with Tongxi Network the previous day. The first 1,000,000 copies of his fairy tale had nearly sold out, and the network requested an additional 1,000,000 copies. The swift sales were partly due to the promotional efforts of Jiang Xuesong and others, as well as the superior quality of Lin Chen's subsequent fairy tales. His stories had become legendary, garnering widespread acclaim, with many parents promoting them of their own accord. With an increase in his fan base, sales naturally surged. Although the additional million copies came without an advance, Lin Chen earned 5 million in royalties from them. Previously, he had over 1 million left, and with this new income, his bank balance soared to 7 million. This amount was sufficient for purchasing shop. His intention for the shop was to create a music room and dance studio for Lin Qianqian, and it did not need to be particularly large. Furthermore, it was acceptable for the shop to be situated above the ground floor. Ding! Lin Chen dialed the number of the previous real estate agent. "Mr. Lin, is there an issue with the property? If so, we will do our utmost to resolve it," the agent promptly answered. Lin Chen inquired, "Do you also sell shops outside the residential complex?" "Yes, we do," the agent replied eagerly. Previously, investing in a shop could support 3 generations. But now it seems that 3 generations must support shop. They are far less marketable than before, and we have several shops listed. What is the minimum price for a shop of approximately 150 square meters, regardless of location and floor?" Lin Chen asked. The agent pondered. "If you're not particular about location or floor, their SA corner unit on the 3rd floor, 180 square meters, priced at just over 6 million. I believe there is room for negotiation." Lin Chen was taken aback by the low price. "Are there any other drawbacks to this shop?" The agent replied. "Aside from its less favorable location and floor, it is a bit far from the elevator. Additionally, while the area is spacious, the storefront is relatively small. The previous owner purchased it for 9 million, but after a year of unsuccessful renting, they reduced the price from 5 million to its current 6 million. Yet no one has made an offer. Mr. Lin, while I wish to facilitate a sale, I cannot recommend this shop. In the past, it may have been viable for educational training, but investing now carries significant risks." Lin Chen wore a faint smile. The distance from the elevator and the small storefront were indeed drawbacks for a business, but for his personal use, these aspects were not just acceptable. They could even be advantageous. "Ask the owner if they would consider selling it for 5 million. If so, we can sign a contract today. If not, at the current market rate, it may be difficult to sell for 5 million next year." "Understood, Mr. Lin. I will discuss this with the landlord," the agent quickly replied. Dialing the landlord. "Boss Wei, someone has offered 5 million for your shop. Are you considering selling?" On the other end, the landlord grimaced. "Xiao Li, do you know I bought it for 9 million? Selling for 5 million means I would lose half after accounting for the mortgage and taxes." The agent sighed. "Boss Wei, you've only had 1 inquiry in the last month at this price. If you list it for 5 million, you might receive a few more inquiries. But closing a deal could take time. With the market being poor, prices may drop further next year. In this situation, having cash in hand is the safest option." The landlord felt a deep bitterness. He had foolishly inflated the property market. "Have them raise it a bit. I'll sell it 5 million. The agent replied. "I've already negotiated as best as I could, but the buyer is unwilling to budge on price. However, if you agree, they can sign a contract today. If you hesitate, they may choose another property." With a heavy heart, Boss Wei conceded. "All right, sell it. I'll come over right away to finalize the contract for this cursed shop." An hour later, Lin Chen and Boss Wei signed a contract. The shop met all his requirements perfectly, leaving him with 2 million remaining. With quality materials, this sum was entirely sufficient for renovations. Lin Chen mused to himself, "I must hasten the renovations." Chapter 66. Yet another absurd reward. "Xiaoqin, when running, keep your eyes on the path ahead. How did you trip over yourself? Did you hurt yourself? Let me take a look." In the community's grassy area, Lin Xiaoqin joyfully sprinted about, but her small stature often led her to stumble and fall. Host, teach Lin Xiaoqin how to run, and you will acquire the skill lightness technique, grass skimming. Achieve mastery in 30 hours and grandmastery in 60. The system's voice resonated in Lin Chen's mind. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. Teaching Xiaoqin to run on the grass, to earn such a skill, seemed rather preposterous. "System, I have already taught Xiaoqin before," Lin Chen remarked internally. Host, your previous attempts lasted less than 5 minutes. The skill only activates after 5 minutes of continuous teaching. Is it true that lightness technique, grass skimming, can enable one to truly fly? Host, this skill enhances your speed and agility, but without internal power, you cannot genuinely skim across the grass. It requires skill supported by inner energy. Lin Chen pondered. So, you mean to say that mastering martial arts doesn't necessarily guarantee proficiency in footwork? But learning this skill first will allow me to use it once I have internal energy? Indeed. While a temporary increase in speed and agility was quite appealing, Lin Chen mused. He possessed good physical attributes, but struggled to fully utilize them. Acquiring the grass skimming skill would improve his footwork, even if he couldn't overpower others. He could at least outrun them. Daddy, come on. Chase me. Ouch. Lin Xiaoqin's sweet voice called out, only for her to trip once more. Looking up at Lin Chen with a pitiful expression. Daddy's here. Xiaoqin, you did wonderfully today. You didn't cry when you fell, and you've been diligently learning. Lin Chen quickly reassured her. The look of grievance on Lin Xiaoqin's face vanished instantly as she sprang back to her feet. Daddy, I'm not crying. I'm not a baby anymore. You're absolutely right, Xiaoqin. Lin Chen continued to guide her. A multitude of information flooded Lin Chen's mind, all pertaining to running. The art of running correctly is indeed a significant study. Many injure themselves while running, and some severe cases can lead to permanent disability. A gentle smile graced Lin Chen's face. Acquiring this skill was quite advantageous. Children are prone to little accidents while running, and he could impart his newfound knowledge to Lin Xiaoqin. After several minutes, Lin Xiaoqin panted, Daddy, I'm out of energy. Can we practice again tomorrow? She looked up at Lin Chen with hopeful eyes. Lin Chen crouched down. Running can be quite exhausting. Are you sure you want to practice again tomorrow? Do you think you can persevere? Yes. Wan runs so fast. I can't catch up to her. Lin Xiaoqin nodded earnestly. Lin Chen chuckled softly. She's older than you. So if you want to run as fast as her, you must practice more. But since it's the first day, we've practiced enough. Sit down. Let Daddy give you a massage. Knowing how to relax muscles is also an art. He had just acquired considerable knowledge in this area. In the evening, Xu Mengyao arrived at Lin Chen's home. Why is Xiaoqin still asleep? She inquired, puzzled. Xu Mengyao's eyes widened in surprise. Did you buy a shop? Yes. How large is it? 180 square meters. I'm planning to create a piano room, a dance studio, and a martial arts room for Xiaoqin. While I only need a studio of about 20 square meters. Xu Mengyao asked, how much did you spend? I can contribute half. Lin Chen shook his head. You don't need to. The shop is in a remote location on the 3rd floor and cost 5 million. If we split it, that's 2.5 million each. But, Xu Mengyao frowned. Enough with the buts. It's for Xiaoqin. The shop won't disappear, and I can also benefit from the investment later. Xu Mengyao nodded. Then I'll find someone to do the renovations for you. Although our company doesn't specialize in this area, we do have partner companies that can help. A small triangular piano will suffice for home use. It doesn't have to be a pure piano room. It could be a music room shared with other instruments. About 50 to 60 square meters would be appropriate. A dance studio that doubles as a martial arts room? Xu Mengyao looked at Lin Chen with suspicion. Do you know martial arts? Lin Chen smiled. I know a little. Once Xiaoqin is older, I can teach her some self-defense techniques. Truthfully, he wasn't proficient in martial arts yet, but his robust physique promised formidable combat abilities. Claiming to know a bit was not entirely misleading. Just a little? Xu Mengyao was skeptical. If he truly only knew a little, would he contemplate teaching Lin Xiaoqin? Yes, just a little. Lin Chen chuckled. For now, it is merely a smidgen. In the future, it might just be a tad more. A dance studio of 30 to 40 square meters would be sufficient, but the martial arts area needs to be larger. What is the usable area of your shop? 150 square meters. Xu Mengyao nodded. That's enough. The music room can be 50 square meters, the dance studio 70 square meters, and the remainder can be your studio, which should be a bit larger. Lin Chen smiled. You handle the arrangements. Just let me know how much you spend, and I will cover it. Xu Mengyao shot him a playful glare. Has our daughter turned into your sole possession? You buy the shop, and I'll pay for the renovations, and you expect me to ask for your money? Where's the key? I will find someone to design and renovate it. It will likely take about 2 months. Lin Chen handed the shop's key to Xu Mengyao. Suddenly, a wailing cry came from the master bedroom. Mengyao, hurry. Xiaoqin needs you. Lin Chen chuckled lightly. Xu Mengyao hurried into the master bedroom, where Lin Xiaoqin looked up at her with tearful eyes. Mommy, I wet the bed. Ah, it seems there is indeed a matter at hand, Xu Mengyao soothed. It's all right. Xiaoqin, Mommy will change you. Once she emerged after changing Qianqian, Lin Chen was in the kitchen preparing dinner. Xu Mengyao entered the kitchen, puzzled. Lin Chen. How did you know? Lin Chen chuckled. Qianqian usually doesn't cry when waking. If she does, it's almost certainly due to wetting the bed. Xu Mengyao. But when she was at my place, she sometimes cried upon waking even when she hadn't wet the bed. Lin Chen contemplated. The environment is different. Your place is spacious, and you might not be there when she wakes up. She lacks a sense of security. Here, she knows I will definitely be around. When she wakes up, she could just get out of bed and find me. Xu Mengyao nodded slightly. Lin Chen, could you teach me your cooking skills? Lin Chen was taken aback. You want to learn? Yes. Lin Chen shook his head. No, we don't need 2 chefs in this household. 1 is sufficient. Besides, even if you practiced for 20 years, you wouldn't reach my level. Chapter 67. Daddy, hold mommy's hand. Xu Mengyao, I never aspired to reach your level. I will be content if my culinary skills improved a bit. Lin Chen chuckled. That's still not sufficient. My culinary prowess is something that is passed down to sons, not daughters. Neither you nor Qianqian can inherit it. If you bear me a son, I shall pass it on to him. Xu Mengyao. She cast a sidelong glance at Lin Chen. Mengyao, I do not favor sons over daughters. If you bear me another daughter, that will be fine too. I have other skills to impart. Xu Mengyao retorted with a hint of annoyance. You can keep it to yourself. Lin Chen suggested. Why don't you take little Qianqian downstairs to play? At this hour, many children should be out. Perhaps she might make a couple of new friends. Xu Mengyao nodded. She took Lin Qianqian downstairs, and in their community, many families employed nannies to cook. So indeed, there were numerous children playing outside at this time. My name is Qianqian. Can I play with you? Lin Qianqian bravely approached a group of children. Before long, she was happily engaged in play with them. Xu Mengyao's eyes sparkled with joy. Lin Qianqian had grown bolder, for she had previously been apprehensive about making friends. Lin Chen was adept at guiding Qianqian, Xu Mengyao mused. Even when she was at home, she could not manage as well as Lin Chen. Often, she found herself preoccupied with work, unable to devote her entire attention to the child. Is Qianqian not yet 3 years old? She speaks so well, far more than her child. Someone nearby remarked to Xu Mengyao. Xu Mengyao nodded. Qianqian is 2.5. I often see Qianqian's father playing with her. I wish my husband showed the same level of care. Xu Mengyao added, my husband has had more free time lately. In this upscale community, there were quite a few mistresses. While they might not gain a formal title, acquiring a lavish house was still appealing. Typically, those who could become mistresses were quite attractive. She needed people to understand that Lin Chen was not a solitary figure. 50 minutes passed. Xu Mengyao inquired, how is it going? Lin Qianqian giggled. Mommy, Daddy is home, and he made delicious food. Xu Mengyao paused for a moment. The world of a child is so simple. Soon, they returned home. Upon entering, they were greeted by the enticing aroma of food. A warm sensation blossomed in Xu Mengyao's heart. Qianqian, take mommy to wash her hands. After playing outside, it's important to wash them thoroughly. Lin Chen smiled and said, okay. Lin Qianqian nodded and took Xu Mengyao to the restroom. Lin Chen, what dish is this? Lin Chen replied with a smile. This is Buddha jumps over the wall. Today, I prepared several exquisite dishes. Buddha jumps over the wall, squirrel fish, lion's head. And this dish is Wincy tofu. Xu Mengyao remarked. I've had Buddha jumps over the wall before, but it was different from yours. The taste was rather average. Lin Qianqian pointed at the lion's head. Daddy, I want meatballs. Mommy, meatballs are delicious. Lin Chen served her one. Then he ladled some Buddha jumps over the wall for Xu Mengyao. Mengyao, authentic Buddha jumps over the wall requires a long simmering time. I use a pressure cooker. Let me know how it tastes. Lin Chen smiled. He had prepared the ingredients well in advance. Otherwise, even with a pressure cooker, he wouldn't have been able to complete it in under an hour. Thank you, Xu Mengyao said, her cheeks flushing slightly. Though Lin Chen was not serving her food in the traditional manner, his actions conveyed a sense of intimacy. Upon tasting the food, Xu Mengyao was taken aback. It felt as if her taste buds had exploded. It was exquisite. Buddha jumps over the wall consists of numerous ingredients, each with distinct flavors that must harmonize and enhance one another, which truly tests a chef's skill. A slight miscalculation can lead to a disastrous outcome. Lin Chen's culinary skills were nearly legendary. He possessed an in-depth understanding of each ingredient's characteristics. That was why he could achieve such perfection even with a pressure cooker. How is it? Lin Chen inquired with a smile. Xu Mengyao replied, compared to the Buddha jumps over the wall I had before, this is an entirely different dish. The one I had before was merely a hodgepodge. I found its flavor rather ordinary. Yours is exceptionally delicious. Lin Chen chuckled. This dish has high standards. With my previous culinary skills, I could only prepare it using traditional methods. Using a pressure cooker may not be authentic, but at home, speed is essential. Just make do with it. Xu Mengyao shook her head. If this is making do, then the meals I usually have can only be likened to pig slop. After finishing the meal, Xu Mengyao felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. She struggled to put down her chopsticks. Lin Chen, if Qianqian eats this well every day, she won't become overweight, right? I hope she doesn't turn into a little chubby one, Xu Mengyao inquired. Lin Chen shook his head. Don't worry. I keep track. I know how much she eats in each meal, her intake of carbohydrates, proteins, and fats. I also monitor her daily expenditure. I am aware of her growth needs. Xu Mengyao looked at Lin Chen in astonishment. You could be so precise? Lin Chen smiled. There's no need for exceptional precision. After all, we are not machines. A dynamic adjustment will suffice. Xu Mengyao nodded slightly. I'll wash the dishes. Lin Chen shook his head. You go, and keep Qianqian company. It's rare for you to come by. Why waste this time? In the kitchen, he could also enhance his culinary skills while washing dishes. But, enough with the buts. I'll wash them quickly, and we can go for a walk to aid digestion. You had a bit too much for dinner. Xu Mengyao's face turned red. Indeed, she had indulged a little too much. But it was simply too delicious. She had to restrain herself from eating more. Before long, Lin Chen had finished washing the dishes. The Ziyuan community was not far from the Huangpu River, and they walked to the riverside. Night had fallen, and the nightscape was beautiful. Many people strolled along the shore. Daddy, I want a hug. Lin Xiaoqian looked up. At that moment, she was being held by both Lin Chen and Xu Mengyao. All right, I'll hug you. Lin Chen bent down with a smile and lifted Lin Xiaoqian into his arms. Lin Xiaoqian giggled. Daddy, you still have one hand left. You can hold mommy with that hand. Lin Chen silently praised Lin Xiaoqian. What a good daughter. Why hold mommy? She isn't a child, Xu Mengyao said. Lin Xiaoqian pointed ahead. Look, mommy. In front of them was another family of three, a father holding his daughter while holding his wife's hand. Daddy, you need to hold mommy too. I've never seen you holding mommy's hand. Lin Chen glanced at Xu Mengyao and extended his hand. Chapter 68. Shun Qing. We held hands. Xu Mengyao hesitated for a moment before extending her hand. Outside, displays of affection were justifiable. But holding hands was a common behavior that Lin Xiaoqian understood well. Many couples strolled hand in hand. Lin Xiaoqian was astute. If Xu Mengyao refrained from holding hands, she would surely sense the underlying issues between her and Lin Chen, having experienced psychological shadows in the past. Xu Mengyao did not wish for Lin Xiaoqian to feel the same. Lin Chen grasped Xu Mengyao's delicate hand, sending a slight tremor through her body. A gentle smile adorned Lin Chen's face. Xu Mengyao's hand was smooth and soft, a comforting presence in his grasp. Lin Xiaoqian beamed with delight. It's fine. It's fine. After all, Lin Chen and I already have child. Holding hands is just a normal social interaction. Indeed, handshakes were a standard social courtesy, yet she usually only touched others lightly with her fingertips for less than 3 seconds. Now, Lin Chen held her hand completely and persistently. Lin Chen, please stop holding hands. My palms are sweating, it's hot. After a few minutes, Xu Mengyao could no longer keep quiet. Daddy, switch hands to hold me and hold mommy with the other. That one be so hot, Lin Xiaoqian chirped. Mommy, am I smart? Xu Mengyao. Lin Chen chuckled. Xiaoqian, you're brilliant. You know how to solve problems. He switched hands, moving his left hand from Xu Mengyao to his right. Xu Mengyao. Minutes passed, and Xu Mengyao said, Xiaoqian, come down. It's tiring for Daddy to hold you like this. Don't spoil her too much, Lin Chen. Lin Chen replied with a smile. Xiaoqian, walk by yourself for a bit. See that little friend ahead? Aren't they walking alone? Xu Mengyao felt no drowsiness. Today, she had actually held hands with Lin Chen. And both hands at that. Ching. I held hands with Lin Chen today. Xu Mengyao messaged Xinqing. Huh? Xinqing responded with a single character, followed by a shocked emoji. Xu Mengyao. It was for Qianqian's sake. We were strolling by the river, and Qianqian saw other parents holding hands, so she insisted we do the same. Just for Qianqian? Then why had he not held hands before? Xinqing sent a smirking emoji. Xu Mengyao. Forget it. I want to discuss this with you, you single dog. Xinqing rolled her eyes. So you're here to flaunt it? Xu Mengyao. I'm a bit confused. I seem not to mind it too much. I wanted to ask you about your situation, but perhaps I asked the wrong person. What would you know, you single dog? Xinqing pouted. Mengyao, it's just that you have psychological issues. If it were anyone else, they would probably be in bed together by now. Lin Chen is such a great cook, plays basketball well, and has an 8-pack. If he were my boyfriend, I would have been pregnant for a month already. Xu Mengyao. She thought to herself. Lin Chen was not merely skilled in cooking and basketball. He excelled in other areas as well. Mengyao, you can't separate for Qianqian. She has quite the force. Xu Mengyao, what should I do now? Xinqing, what can you do? That's a dilemma. If you were to push Lin Chen down now, you wouldn't be able to. Just take your time. Let nature take its course. Xu Mengyao was taken aback. Should I stay at his place? Xinqing, you only see each other every few days. Your relationship is progressing slowly. I'm worried for you. Living together can strengthen your bond. Living together doesn't mean you have to share a bed. With Qianqian around, you have a valid reason not to sleep together. Xu Mengyao, is this just a convenient way for you to mooch off meals? Xinqing, please overlook my slight selfishness. That's not the point. There are plenty of beautiful women in the Ziyuan community. Xu Mengyao felt a slight tightening in her chest. There truly were many attractive women in that community. The houses there cost over 10 million each. Any mistress managing to procure such a residence likely possessed considerable beauty. They were wealthy and attractive, yet still felt lonely. Enough about this. I didn't sleep well last night. I'll go to bed early. Xu Mengyao turned off her phone. She claimed she would sleep early, but she hadn't been able to doze off for a long time. Lin Chen, what are you doing? Unable to sleep, Xu Mengyao got up. The spare room was empty, so she opened the study door and found Lin Chen. The computer in the study was playing a video of someone practicing Tai Chi. Lin Chen was actually following along. Tai Chi, Hu, Xu Mengyao said. I know you're practicing Tai Chi, but you're still young. Why are you doing this for health? Lin Chen paused and smiled. These traditions have been passed down for a reason. I believe some aspects must be quite useful. I'm trying to see if I can cultivate inner strength. Xu Mengyao looked at Lin Chen in disbelief. What are you thinking? Lin Chen stopped and grinned. Mengyao, your husband is a genius. Who knows, I might cultivate inner strength someday. Even if I can't, strengthening my body will benefit you in the future. Xu Mengyao's face flushed. She retorted, what nonsense are you talking about? Lin Chen, surprised, asked, what are you thinking? I meant if my body grows stronger, I can stand up to protect you and Qianqian from any rogues or thugs. Xu Mengyao shot Lin Chen an exasperated look. Lin Chen, today when I held your hand, don't overthink it. It was for Qianqian's sake. I was worried she might feel a disparity. I understand, Lin Chen nodded. Continue practicing your health-focused Tai Chi. I'll see if you can really cultivate inner strength. After Xu Mengyao finished speaking, she quickly retreated. Lin Chen continued his practice. He needed to find ways to enhance his strength for self-protection. In the future, various abilities would need to manifest, and perhaps some forces would take an interest in him. After Einstein's death, his brain was stolen and cut into hundreds of pieces. He would not underestimate the moral integrity of certain foreign factions who were capable of anything. Not updating? Practicing Tai Chi late at night. Lying on her bed, Xu Mengyao reopened her phone and logged into Tongxinnet. Lin Chen had not updated yesterday or today. Oh, Xu Mengyao discovered that someone had once again rewarded Lin Chen with Silver Alliance. It was the same person as before. This guy has such a wealthy female fan. She mused. This time, she refrained from rewarding him again. If she countered each of their rewards, it would seem somewhat deliberate and confrontational. Ding! Xu Mengyao's phone suddenly rang. Her mother, Yang Qingwei, was calling via video. Xu Mengyao rubbed her forehead. Why did I just turn on my phone? Chapter 69. Xu Mengyao accumulates debt. After terminating the video call, Xu Mengyao sent a message. Mom, I'm in the shower and cannot take the video call. Is there something urgent? On the other end, Yang Qingwei was perplexed. It's inconvenient to take a video call while showering. In the past, Mengyao had video calls with her while bathing. She only needed to position the camera towards her face. Perhaps Mengyao is once again at Lin Chen's place, Yang Qingwei mused. They had previously been anxious about this, but now it was a delightful occurrence. If Mengyao and Lin Chen were truly together, it would signify that she had completely emerged from her shadows. Yang Qingwei remarked, "Your Aunt Liang's 50th birthday is approaching. You must attend. Have you prepared her birthday gift?" "Not yet," Xu Mengyao replied. "Then you need to hurry. You know their situation. The gift must be appropriate, neither too cheap nor too extravagant. Also, think about whether Lin Chen should attend. He participated in the company basketball game. It wouldn't reflect well if he didn't show up for such an important occasion." Xu Mengyao felt a headache coming on. Her Aunt Liang's husband was an official of considerable rank. Choosing a gift was always a challenge, and this time was particularly significant as it marked her aunt's 50th birthday. "Mom, I will prepare it. I will discuss with Lin Chen whether he will go tomorrow." "Must it be tomorrow? You could easily talk to him in the next room right now," Yang Qingwei suggested. Xu Mengyao. The next morning, after washing up, Xu Mengyao emerged to find Lin Chen preparing breakfast. "Lin Chen, don't you find it exhausting to cook all 3 meals daily?" "It's perfectly fine to be lazy occasionally," she remarked as she reached the kitchen door. Lin Chen turned to her with a smile. "Those who find this arduous must lack culinary skills. Has that little lazy bug, Qianqian, not awoken yet?" "Xu Mengyao not dead?" "Not yet. I need to discuss something with you. Next week is Aunt Liang's 50th birthday. Qianqian will certainly go, and you should accompany us as well." Lin Chen inquired, "Is Aunt Liang a relative of yours?" Xu Mengyao shook her head. "Not a relative. Her husband was once a subordinate of my grandfather, who took good care of him. Our families were quite close in the past." "Lin Chen, her husband holds a high position?" "Yes, he is the district chief here in Magic City." Lin Chen was somewhat taken aback. The district chief in Magic City held a significant rank, equivalent to a top leader in smaller cities. "When would be appropriate for me to visit?" he asked. Xu Mengyao replied, "Next Wednesday. You publicly participated in the company basketball game. Given the relationship between our families, it would be expected for you to attend such an important birthday." Lin Chen nodded slightly. "I'm fine with that. I'm quite adept at enjoying free meals and drinks." In Huagua, he understood that to grow a business, one must have connections in the official realm. The world of adults is no fairy tale. Relationships must be nurtured. "Lin Chen, there's one more thing." Xu Mengyao hesitated before looking at him. "What is it?" "Xu Mengyao, could you paint a picture for me? I've pondered what kind of gift would be appropriate, and I think gifting one of your paintings would be ideal. Even if it gets exposed later, no one could accuse me of impropriety." Lin Chen chuckled lightly. "Indeed, gifting a painting created by your husband cannot be deemed as bribery. I can paint it for you, but I won't accept any payment. You need to consider how you will thank me later, whether it be with a kiss, a hug, or something else." "Xu Mengyao, I could offer you $1 million. Isn't that enticing?" Lin Chen shook his head. "Not at all. It reeks of money. Then I could have my daughter kiss you." Lin Chen looked at Xu Mengyao. "Don't even mention a kiss. Having your daughter sleep with me is out of the question. You can't play tricks on me." Xu Mengyao replied, "I'll cook you a meal." Lin Chen retorted, "The last time you cooked, I had to alter it before eating. You, as a grand CEO, are not cut out for this. I can handle subpar food, but don't jeopardize Qianqian. Was it truly that awful?" Xu Mengyao wondered to herself. "Then I owe you a hug, which I will repay within 3 years." Lin Chen smirked. "Mengyao, it seems you are confident we will be together within 3 years, but that's too long. 3 months would be more suitable." 3 months is too short. 1 year. Lin Chen shook his head. "A term that long is unacceptable. Half a year. The shortest I can offer is half a year." Xu Mengyao glared at Lin Chen. Lin Chen chuckled. "Half a year it is. In this regard, I shall concede a bit. However, you must make it up to me in other ways. The hug cannot be less than a minute." Xu Mengyao's face flushed. A brief embrace is quite different from one lasting over a minute. Yet by that time, their relationship should have progressed significantly, and a hug should be acceptable. It's certainly better than within 3 months. "Fine. I'll go wake Qianqian." With a rosy face, Xu Mengyao hurriedly retreated. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Teasing Xu Mengyao was rather entertaining, especially when her cheeks flushed. It seems Mengyao's affection for me has increased considerably. Otherwise, she wouldn't have agreed to a hug in 6 months. Lin Chen contemplated. Mengyao's agreement indicates a positive outlook for their relationship. If it weren't for her psychological issues, they might have been together much sooner. Xu Mengyao struggled with mental health, a challenge she found difficult to manage. Lin Chen, possessing medical knowledge, understood that psychological ailments are hard to treat. He could only gradually help her overcome her mental burdens. Such a rogue, making me owe such a debt. If $1 million isn't enough, I'd even give you $5 million. Xu Mengyao covered her face, feeling a bit warm. Qianqian, wake up. We're going to the amusement park today. After a moment of calm, Xu Mengyao woke Lin Qianqian. After breakfast, they quickly set off for the amusement park. To the amusement park, Lin Qianqian exclaimed excitedly, Daddy, I want to go to the big amusement park. I want to ride a horse. Xu Mengyao was puzzled. Does the amusement park have horses? Lin Chen laughed. What Qianqian means is the carousel. 20 minutes passed. Ding! Lin Chen's phone rang. It was a video call from his mother. Lin Chen, your mother is calling, Xu Mengyao noted as she glanced at Lin Chen's phone, feeling a bit nervous. Lin Chen's parents had visited Magic City and met Lin Qianqian, but they had never met her during video calls. Mommy, Daddy is driving. Answer the video call. I want to talk to Grandma. I miss her, Lin Qianqian urged. Connected for Qianqian, Lin Chen said. Xu Mengyao glanced at Lin Qianqian. Sometimes, this little cotton-padded jacket could be quite forward. However, since Lin Chen had already met her parents in the U.S., she couldn't ignore the video call. Picking up the phone, Xu Mengyao connected the video call, but she didn't immediately hand the phone to Lin Qianqian. Hello, Auntie. Lin Chen is driving. And we are taking Qianqian to the amusement park, Xu Mengyao greeted the camera. Chapter 70. Did you find me tempting, Mengyao? Mengyao, hello, Lin Chen's mother, Chunmei, hurriedly said. Although she had never seen Xu Mengyao's photograph, she recognized her name. It was undoubtedly Xu Mengyao who accompanied Lin Chen and Lin Qianqian to the amusement park. Auntie, Qianqian wants to speak with you, Xu Mengyao said with a smile, handing the phone to Lin Qianqian, who was seated in a safety chair. Grandma, Lin Qianqian called sweetly, gripping the phone tightly. Chunmei responded with delight. Lin Qianqian, puzzled, asked Grandma, why does Mama call you Annie and not Mama? Xu Mengyao felt a sense of helplessness. Although Lin Qianqian was young, she was quite perceptive. Well, Qianqian, you're still little, and there are some things you don't understand yet. Just eat well, and you'll grow quickly. When you're older, you'll know, Chunmei explained. Lin Qianqian tilted her head. Is that so, Grandma? Chunmei nodded yes. When you were even younger, didn't you understand anything? Now that you've grown a bit, you understand more, right? Lin Qianqian nodded. Grandma, what about Grandpa? Chunmei smiled. Grandpa is busy building a house. Once it's finished, you can come over to play. Mom, did you have something to discuss during the video call? Lin Chen interjected. No, I just wanted to see Qianqian. You drive safely. I'll just chat with her, Chunmei replied. A few minutes later, she ended the video call, and Xu Mengyao sighed in relief. Mom, when Grandma's house is finished, let us go play together, Lin Qianqian said. Xu Mengyao zipli. That might take a while. Let's focus on enjoying the amusement park today. Daddy, how much longer until we arrive? Lin Chen smiled and reassured her, very soon. Don't worry. At Lin Chen's hometown, Chunmei excitedly found Lin Hai. Dear, I just video called our son to chat with Qianqian. And guess who I saw? Did you see Qianqian's mother? Lin Hai asked in surprise. Chunmei nodded. Yes, I saw Mengyao. She is stunning. Even more beautiful than those stars on television. Lin Hai's eyes lit up. Chunmei continued. Mengyao joined us for Qianqian. But perhaps a relationship with our son has improved as well. Who knows? They might truly end up together in the future. Lin Hai agreed. That would be best. However, let us keep our hopes to ourselves. The Xu family is quite wealthy, and we wouldn't want her to think we are after their money. Yes, I understand. Chunmei replied. Mengyao just spoke to me, but she called me Annie. Lin Hai chuckled. If she doesn't call you Annie, would she call you Mom? Don't indulge in such fantasies for now. Chunmei longed. It would be wonderful if our son and Mengyao got together. That would be best for Qianqian. Go. Little horse, run faster. Lin Qianqian exclaimed joyfully as they rode the carousel. sitting on a small horse, with Xu Mengyao on one side and a larger horse on the other. "Daddy, take a picture of me and Mama," she urged. "Okay," Lin Chen said, pulling out his phone. Xu Mengyao's cheeks flushed slightly, and she appeared a bit shy. With a gentle tap, Lin Chen captured the moment. Lin Qianqian beamed with happiness, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy, while Xu Mengyao's bashful demeanor was utterly charming, stirring within Lin Chen a desire to kiss her cheek. This was a first photograph of Xu Mengyao on Lin Chen's phone. "Daddy, Mommy, I'm so happy. I love you both," Lin Qianqian sweetly declared. Xu Mengyao looked at Lin Qianqian. She had taken her to the amusement park before, but never had she seen her this joyful. Sometimes, witnessing other families' happiness would leave her feeling downcast, pondering why she lacked a father. Her earlier decision now seemed quite correct. Setting aside everything else, at least Qianqian was genuinely happy. Lin Chen gazed at Xu Mengyao, noticing the faint smile gracing her lips. For someone like her, burdened with psychological shadows, riding the carousel was a delightful distraction. The innocence and laughter of children could alleviate some of the darkness within her. "Let us go play bumper cars," Lin Qianqian chirped after dismounting the carousel. "You take one car, and Mama and I will take another." "Sounds good," Lin Chen chuckled in agreement. Before long, they found themselves in bumper cars. "Qianqian, be careful. I'm coming to bump you," Lin Chen called out as he steered towards them. "Ouch. Mama, hurry and bump Daddy. He.S. the big bad guy now. Let us defeat him together." Lin Qianqian giggled. They spent the morning enjoying various rides, had lunch inside, and in the afternoon, Lin Qianqian showed no signs of wanting a nap. The amusement park had water attractions, and Lin Chen led Lin Qianqian to play, while Xu Mengyao chose to remain dry. "Qianqian, this is how you swim," Lin Chen instructed, teaching her to swim. As the weather warmed up, swimming would become a regular activity. 5 minutes passed, and a voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. "Host, by teaching Lin Qianqian to swim, you have gained swimming skills. In 10 hours, you will reach master level. In 20 hours, you will attain grandmaster level." Lin Chen was not surprised. Gaining swimming skills from teaching Lin Qianqian was expected. The system's eruption of skills from running on grass was a rarity. On the shore, Xu Mengyao observed Lin Chen and Lin Qianqian. Her cheeks flushed. Lin Chen's physique was remarkably impressive. His 8-pack abs were well-defined, appearing slim yet extraordinarily strong. During a basketball game, Xu Mengyao had only glanced at him when he lifted his shirt to wipe sweat, but now she could see clearly. Nearby, several women were also watching intently. Xu Mengyao mused, realizing that while men might be lecherous, many women were equally so. Conversations among men could often be openly shared, but discussions among close friends, if exposed, might lead to social embarrassment. As time passed, Lin Qianqian played for over half an hour. Lin Chen, concerned about her potentially catching a cold, decided it was time to wrap up the swimming session. There would be plenty of opportunities for swimming in the future. "Achoo!" Lin Qianqian sneezed after changing clothes. Xu Mengyao remarked, "Lin Chen, I have a foreboding feeling." Lin Chen replied. By the time they reached the car, Lin Qianqian had fallen asleep, her breathing heavy and her nose slightly congested. "Mengyao, you have a mouth of omens," Lin Chen said helplessly. Clearly, Lin Qianqian had caught a cold. It was still in the early stages, but it could worsen. Xu Mengyao mumbled, "If I don't say anything, would it be fine? Qianqian has a weak constitution. She easily catches colds." "Lin Chen, I have a question," she continued. "I haven't seen how you train. So how did you achieve that physique?" Lin Chen glanced at Xu Mengyao and teased, "Are you finding me tempting?" Xu Mengyao fell silent. Chapter 71. The auspicious double longevity picture. Xu Mengyao said with a hint of irritation, "Do not be so self-absorbed. I am merely curious about your training methods. I wish to improve my own." Lin Chen chuckled. "You'll discover how I train once we live together." "Humph." Xu Mengyao huffed softly, indulging in delightful thoughts. "When you have abundant time off work, will you remain cooped up at home for days before coming to see Qianqian? Or will you commute here daily as you do for work?" She pondered. Previously, her job had limited her ability to visit her daughter, which felt unjust. Moreover, she cherished the moments spent with Lin Qianqian. "Let us discuss this later," she finally said after a while. The notion of moving in together implied cohabitation. Even if they occupied different rooms, to others, they would be viewed as living together. When feelings reach a certain depth, such matters become easier to address. If they did not, alternative arrangements might need to be considered, such as purchasing an apartment within the same community. This approach might be impractical for ordinary individuals due to financial constraints, but for Xu Mengyao, it was merely a question of willingness. The costs were trifling in her eyes. "All right, we shall revisit this later," Lin Chen replied with a smile. "I shall rest for a bit." Xu Mengyao closed her eyes, not wishing to delve further into the topic with Lin Chen at that moment. Lin Chen glanced at Xu Mengyao, noticing her ears were slightly more flushed than usual, a sign of her shyness. He mused quietly to himself. She cast a concerned glance at Lin Qianqian, who seemed to have a heavier nasal tone and had coughed a few times on their way over. It appeared that a cold was inevitable for her. "Do not worry, my dear. I am here for you," Lin Chen reassured her with a smile. "I will study medicine more diligently. Treating Qianqian's minor ailments will be a breeze." Xu Mengyao regarded him, acknowledging that he had called her wife. His address, in public, seemed to flaunt their relationship, while doing so privately felt somewhat unnecessary. "Wife, is there a problem?" Lin Chen feigned ignorance. Xu Mengyao rolled her eyes. "You previously referred to me as Xu Mengyao, then you shortened it to Mengyao. Now, you directly call me wife." "Calm down. It's merely a term of endearment," Lin Chen chuckled. "Please do not wake Qianqian," he added as he opened the rear passenger door and gently lifted Lin Qianqian. She groggily opened her eyes, saw Lin Chen holding her, and promptly closed them again to continue her slumber. Upon returning home, Xu Mengyao said, "Lin Chen, I must head to the office. There are several matters requiring my attention. Please consider the gift situation and keep an eye on Qianqian. Do not worry about Qian. Children's immune systems are not particularly robust, and catching a cold is quite normal. A child who never catches a cold may not be healthy. An occasional cold can actually strengthen their immunity," Lin Chen reassured her. Xu Mengyao nodded. "I feel much more at ease with you caring for Qianqian. When a nanny was in charge, I often felt anxious at work whenever Qianqian had a cold." With that, she departed. Lin Chen began to ponder what to paint for the gift. The pine and crane longevity piece he had gifted Xu Mengyao's parents was quite suitable for a longevity gift, but he could not replicate it. After some contemplation, he decided on the auspicious double longevity picture. Lin Qianqian typically napped for 2 hours, granting him time to work. He swiftly gathered his materials and began painting. In less than an hour, he completed his work. He depicted a ribbon-tailed bird alongside peonies. The ribbon-tailed bird is renowned for its beauty and is among the longest living of small birds, while the peony is the national flower, revered as the king of flowers and representing wealth and prosperity. Such a piece would befit a 50-year-old without question. However, something seemed to be missing. Lin Chen mused as he gazed at his artwork. Soon, he realized it lacked words. "My calligraphy encompasses a wide array of styles. I shall use a simpler script that will not attract undue attention," he thought. Given Lin Yu's prominence online, it was not yet time to reveal that layer of his identity. For now, he would focus on enhancing his own strength quietly. Before long, he added a few characters to the painting. His handwriting was distinctly different, simple and unpretentious, neither drawing attention nor detracting from the artwork. It is common for many artists to struggle with brush calligraphy, which is entirely normal. As for the framing, he would leave that for Mengyao to handle. Lin Chen snapped a photo of the painting and sent it to Xu Mengyao. "Mengyao, the painting is finished. You may come by to collect it when you have the time and find someone to frame it." Shortly after arriving at her office, and before she began her work, Xu Mengyao received the message and quickly opened the photo. She stared at the image, utterly captivated by the artwork. Just seeing the photo alone made her feel the beauty of the painting. The impact would surely be even greater in person. To complete such a piece in under an hour was truly impressive. "Thank you. I will come by to collect it tomorrow or the day after," she replied. "Qian, Mom, don't forget to thank Dad." "Xu Mengyao, did Qian wake up?" "No, I'm speaking on her behalf." She sent a speechless emoji. "I must go. I have work to do." Cough, cough. Lin Qian startled herself awake. Lin Chen hurried to the bedroom, finding her sitting up, looking adorably confused. "Daddy, can you help me? I think a bug crawled into my nose." "A bug? Lin Chen felt a flicker of concern. Lin Qianqian rubbed her nose. My nose is blocked. With a chuckle, Lin Chen explained, it's not a bug. You have a cold, sweetheart. Your nose is congested. Daddy will give you some medicine, and in a couple of days, you will feel better. His medical knowledge had reached an impressive level, akin to that of an experienced traditional physician, and he was more than capable of treating a simple cold. Daddy, where's Mommy? Lin Qian asked curiously as she dressed. Play for a bit while I prepare your medicine, Lin Chen replied, kissing her forehead. Okay, she nodded understanding. Lin Chen quickly got to work, gathering the various medicinal ingredients he had at home, having previously purchased quite a collection from the pharmacy. Half an hour later, the medicine was ready. Daddy, I don't want to drink it. It tastes bad, Lin Qian pouted, gazing at Lin Chen with a distressed expression. Chapter 72. Shun Qing's slight melancholy. Lin Chen asked. Qian, have you ever taken such medicine? Lin Qian nodded. It's bitter medicine. I don't want to drink bitter medicine. Lin Chen crouched down to comfort her, saying, Daddy knows this medicine is a bit bitter. When we are ill, many little viruses and bacteria invade our bodies. They are as annoying as tiny bugs. At this time, our bodies also have many cells fighting back, and the medicine can make them stronger. Would you like to help them? Lin Qian nodded. Lin Chen kissed her and said, Daddy knows you are the bravest. After you finish your medicine, I will take you to paint. We will draw little cells defeating those viruses and bacteria, all right? With a pained expression, Lin Qian drank it down. You did great, Qian. Mommy takes bitter medicine, but never as quickly as you. Here's a candy for you. Lin Chen praised, giving her a piece of raw candy. As the sweetness filled her mouth, a smile appeared on Lin Qian's face. Daddy, did I help the little cells? Of course. Now let's go paint. That evening, Lin Qian fell asleep. Ding ding. After finishing updating a fairy tale, Lin Chen received a video call from his mother and quickly answered. Son, is Qian asleep? What is the situation with you and Mengyao? Chen Mei inquired. Lin Chen replied, I suppose we are friends now? Why? Lin Hai leaned in. Your mom wants to know if there's been any progress with Xu Mengyao lately. Is there hope for the future? Lin Chen responded, Mengyao has psychological issues. It can only be resolved slowly. There is no immediate hope, but there should be in the future. Mom and Dad, don't worry about me. Focus on building the house. Don't skimp on it. Where you won tea, have a venue for the wedding. Chen Mei remarked, your father is indeed trying to save money. Lin Chen shook his head, Dad. You get what you pay for. There is something I Haven Tea told you. I've purchased this house for around 12 million. I bought it outright with my earnings. You don't need to save that little bit of money. Shock appeared in Chen Mei and Lin Hai's eyes. Son, fairy tales are that profitable? Lin Chen chuckled, Mom. I am a genius. I'm telling you this to let you know I'm financially secure. You don't need to worry about saving for me. Just take care of yourselves. That's the best support you can give me. Lin Hai note that, given how quickly Lin Chen was earning, saving that little bit indeed seemed unnecessary. After chatting for a while, Lin Chen ended the video call. I should transfer some money to Dad, Lin Chen thought. He was not responsible for the shop renovations and still had 2 million in his account. Having money instills confidence in a person. With funds in his account, Lin Hai and the others would feel much more secure. Logging into online banking, Lin Chen transferred 1 million to his father. For an ordinary person, that is a substantial amount, but for him, earning 1 million could take just 3 or 4 days. Ding! Lin Hai received a bank notification. He was taken aback upon seeing the message. Honey, our son transferred another 1 million to me. Chen Mei, seeing the message, called Lin Chen again via video. Son, why are you transferring money again? We have enough. Lin Chen smiled. With money, Dad is more willing to spend. Don't be so miserly. In the future, Mengyao and possibly her parents might come to our house. You and T want to embarrass yourselves in front of the in-laws, would you? Chen Mei nodded. Lin Chen's reasoning was quite compelling and must be heeded. After ending the video call, Lin Chen opened a Tai Chi video. He knew he needed to practice more. Even now, following the video, he still stumbled through the movements. 2 days passed. Lin Qian was recovering well. During these days, Lin Chen had been making her medicinal concoctions and giving her medicinal baths with excellent results. His own medical skills had also significantly improved. Previously, he surpassed most traditional Chinese doctors, but among them, his skills were not particularly outstanding. Now, Lin Chen's medical expertise surpassed 99 of traditional Chinese doctors. With such skills, he was perceived as a miraculous healer in the eyes of ordinary people. "Mom, Aunt Qianqian," Lin Qianqian joyfully called out. Xu Mengyao and Qianqian entered together. As soon as they stepped inside, the aroma wafted toward them, causing Qianqian's eyes to light up. "Qianqian, wipe your drool," Xu Mengyao said. Qianqian wiped her mouth, feigning innocence. "What drool?" "Mengyao, you have a good husband. The well-fed cannot understand the hunger of the starving. Is it easy for me to come here for a meal?" Lin Qianqian pondered for a moment, then said, "Aunt Qianqian, you should find a husband. Then you'll have good food." Xu Mengyao chuckled. "Qianqian, you're teasing her for being single." "Thank you," Qianqian retorted playfully, lifting Lin Qianqian in her arms. "Qianqian, not everyone cooks as well as your dad. You are the luckiest little one, eating delicious food every day." Lin Chen emerged from the kitchen. "Mengyao, why are you three crowding at the door?" Qianqian replied. "Lin Chen, I've spoken highly of you. Is it wrong to come here for a meal?" "Not at all. When Mengyao and I hold a banquet, I'll save a seat for you as the matchmaker," Lin Chen said with a light laugh. Qianqian was indeed a good assistant. Xu Mengyao's face turned slightly red. "Who wants to hold a banquet with you?" Lin Qianqian, confused, asked. "Daddy, what is a banquet?" Lin Chen smiled. "A banquet is a feast, a grand meal. Would you like your mommy and daddy to hold a banquet?" Lin Qianqian nodded eagerly. "Daddy when?" Lin Chen glanced at Xu Mengyao. "Qianqian, that depends on your mommy's wishes. Daddy could be ready at any time." "Mommy when?" Lin Qianqian directed her innocent gaze at Xu Mengyao. Xu Mengyao replied with a hint of annoyance. "Don't listen to your dad's nonsense. You eat very well every day. What more do you want? Go wash your hands and get ready for dinner." Qianqian rubbed her stomach and sighed. "Mengyao, I feel a bit full even before eating." Lin Qianqian chimed in. "Aunt Qianqian, then you shouldn't eat. Eating too much will upset your stomach." Xu Mengyao agreed. "Qianqian is right. You shouldn't eat too much." Qianqian felt a tinge of sadness. Chapter 73. Thoughts of a top chef as the first bite of the dish touched her palate. Qianqian was momentarily stunned. "Lin Chen, is it just my imagination, or has your culinary skill significantly improved compared to before?" she inquired, gazing at him in bewilderment. Lin Chen smiled and replied, "Indeed, there's been a slight enhancement. You are quite impressive. You can discern even the slightest improvement in my cooking," he added. Qianqian shook her head. "No, this is not merely a slight improvement. The enhancement is quite evident. I have little interest in clothing or accessories, but I am deeply passionate about food." Xu Mengyao, who frequented their gatherings, did not notice the change as distinctly, but for Qianqian, it was unmistakable. "I had thought your culinary art had reached its zenith and could not possibly improve further. Yet you have surpassed my expectations," she marveled. Lin Chen mused to himself. This is just the beginning. He had yet to attain legendary status in his culinary skills, but he was approaching that level rapidly, likely within a matter of days. "Mom, Dad is the best," Lin Qianqian chimed in with a sweet smile. Qianqian nodded. "Qianqian, your father's culinary prowess is unparalleled." "Mengyao, have you considered investing in Lin Chen to establish a top-tier private chef service? One that only accepts reservations. Moreover, each dish should command at least 10,000 yuan, exuding an air of exclusivity that only the elite can afford. You would undoubtedly cultivate a formidable network of influential connections," she suggested. Lin Chen felt a spark of interest. While he could not envision running a conventional restaurant, establishing a premier private chef service, once his skills were refined, seemed feasible. Networking, after all, held immense value. Writing fairy tales could yield some income, but the connections it fostered were limited. Ultimately, connections stemmed from demand. The more others needed him, the more significant his influence. While fairy tales had a broad appeal, the financial returns from a single book were modest. In contrast, culinary art was different, although his skills had yet to achieve dominance. Once he reached legendary status, even the most esteemed chefs would seem like novices in comparison. Most food enthusiasts were affluent, and at that level, clientele would be plentiful, with patrons eagerly seeking reservations. "Lin Chen, is this a serious consideration for you?" Xu Mengyao asked, her gaze fixed on him. Lin Chen chuckled. "Let's discuss it later." Once my culinary skills are further honed, I envision a more prestigious setup, accepting only 1 or 2 reservations per week, with guests providing their own ingredients, and each table's preparation costing no less than 1 million yuan. Qianqian gasped. I thought 10,000 per dish was extravagant, but you propose a minimum of 1 million per table. Moreover, having guests supply their own ingredients? Lin Chen, your standards are exceedingly high. Those with assets under 100 million simply cannot afford it, Qianqian remarked, realizing she would be excluded from such an experience. Lin Chen replied, with only 1 or 2 dinners each week, I do not need a multitude of guests. My aim is to cultivate connections, not to fill the dining room. Xu Mengyao interjected, Lin Chen, is it not a bit excessive to charge over 1 million for a meal, including ingredients? Even the Xu family, despite its wealth, might find that steep. Lin Chen reassured her, once my culinary skills reach new heights, I am confident that such prices will attract eager patrons. But for now, there is no urgency. Xu Mengyao nodded in agreement. Lin Chen, can your culinary skills still improve? Qianqian queried. Indeed, they can, Lin Chen smiled. There are still levels beyond legendary and even mythical. After finishing the meal, Qianqian clutched her stomach, feeling as though she needed to lean against the wall to exit. Are you feeling unwell, Aunt Qing? Lin Xiaoqian asked with concern. Qianqian's cheeks flushed slightly. No, Qianqian, Aunt Qing is just a bit overindulged. Mengyao, you two go enjoy your time together. I will stay home with Qianqian. Lin Chen, don't move. I will wash the dishes, she insisted. Lin Chen chuckled. Are you sure you can manage that in your current state? I will rest a moment and then wash them. You two hurry along, she instructed. Very well. Lin Chen and Xu Mengyao departed, while Lin Xiaoqian did not insist on following them. Qianqian had taken her out on numerous occasions, and it had been a while since she had last seen her. She missed her presence. Upon reaching the riverbank, Xu Mengyao asked, Lin Chen, were you serious about establishing a private chef service? Lin Chen nodded, I do have some thoughts on it. In a couple of days, I will attend a birthday banquet. Aside from the connections with your family and the hosts, it is also to sustain my network. Maintaining a position of weakness is necessary. But if I can excel, I can shift to a position of advantage. Xu Mengyao slightly nodded. When my grandfather was alive, our family did not need to worry excessively. But now our connections are somewhat lacking. Certain factions are eyeing our family business. Lin Chen was not surprised. The Xu family's assets exceeded 300 billion, making them a prime target. As time passes, the favors granted by her late grandfather diminish in value, and there is a finite limit to their utility. Mengyao, do not fret too much. Even if you find yourself in financial straits, I can support you, Lin Chen said with a smile. Who needs your support? Xu Mengyao politely. I only wish to spare Qianqian any distress, she replied, giving Lin Chen an exasperated glare. You are incorrigible, she huffed. Lin Chen responded, I simply seize opportunities when they arise. Qianqian has created this chance for us, and if we do not take advantage of it, it would be a disservice to her intentions. We will attend a birthday banquet soon, and who knows what intimate encounters may arise. It is best to prepare yourself. Xu Mengyao scolded, Lin Chen, you used to be quite reserved, but now you seem less so. Lin Chen replied, you are the patient here. If you do not take the initiative, I must ensure you do so. Come on, let us go. Others are watching us, he urged. Xu Mengyao acquiesced, allowing Lin Chen to guide her forward, and inwardly, she felt no resistance to his touch. After a brief walk of about 10 minutes, a surprised voice rang out, Mengyao? 2 girls approached, astonished as they laid eyes upon Lin Chen and Xu Mengyao. Chapter 74. We are not engaged in infidelity. Another girl shook her head. No, we're just here to stroll around. Mengyao, this handsome fellow is. Xu Mengyao interjected. He is my husband, Lin Chen. Lin Chen. These two are my high school classmates from the same dormitory. Hello. Lin Chen greeted with a smile. Li Li and Lu Siki chimed in unison. Hello, Lin Ge. When did you get married, Mengyao? You kept it a secret so well, we had no idea. Xu Mengyao glanced at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, why don't you wait for me ahead? I'll chat with Li Li and the others for a bit. All right. Lin Chen nodded with a smile. Once he was 100 meters away, Xu Mengyao said, Lin Chen, we have only registered our marriage. We haven't held a ceremony yet. so please keep it confidential. Sure, Li and the others nodded. After chatting for 6 or 7 minutes, Li laughed. Mengyao, we won't disturb your romantic time with your husband anymore. Enjoy your time together, goodbye. As they departed, Xu Mengyao approached Lin Chen, slightly annoyed. You wanted to hold hands, didn't you? What if they saw us? Lin Chen laughed. Mengyao, what are you worried about? We have a certificate, it's legal. We are not engaging in infidelity. Xu Mengyao zipli. I asked them to keep it a secret, but it's hard to maintain for long. Lin Chen countered, if you're worried about them spilling the beans, then why did you say I'm your husband? You could have just said I'm your boyfriend. Xu Mengyao was taken aback. She had registered her marriage with Lin Chen and hadn't considered that angle. Lin Chen grinned, Mengyao. It said that women in love often experience a decline in intelligence. You are a CEO. Your IQ should be relatively high, shouldn't it? Xu Mengyao said. Lin Chen nodded approvingly. I commend you. Mengyao, I believe we should find a painting instructor for Qianqian. She undoubtedly has a talent for painting. The future Da Vinci could be her. Lin Xiaoqian shook her head. Aunt Qingqing, I don't want a painting teacher. My dad is the best. Xu Mengyao observed Lin Xiaoqian's artwork. It was indeed impressive, unlike what one would expect from a child just over 2 years old. Qianqian, keep painting. Mengyao, Lin Chen, come here for a moment. Shun Qing called them into the study. Lin Chen, Qianqian said you paint well, but you are not a professional. Teaching her might waste her talent. Shun Qing stated earnestly, unaware of Lin Chen's artistic capabilities. Xu Mengyao asserted, Shun Qing, Lin Chen is quite skilled at painting. Shun Qing frowned slightly. If Qianqian's talent were average, casual learning would suffice, but her talent is exceptional. I have never encountered such a gifted painter. Xu Mengyao remarked softly, but you have seen it before. My painting talent is poor. Qianqian inherited it from Lin Chen. Huh? Shun Qing was momentarily stunned. Xu Mengyao continued. I consulted teacher Zhao Yinming, a renowned master in painting in this city. He offered 80,000 to buy a painting from Lin Chen, but Lin Chen refused. Shun Qing's mouth fell open in disbelief. Lin Chen is already impressive with his culinary skills and basketball prowess. He is also exceptional at painting. Mengyao, here is the painting you wanted. Lin Chen retrieved a tube from the cabinet. May I take a look? Shun Qing's eyes lit up. Lin Chen nodded. Just don't mention it to anyone. I'm not ready for fame to interfere with my time with little Qianqian. Xu Mengyao unveiled the painting, and Shun Qing's eyes widened in awe. The actual piece was far more stunning than the photographs on her phone. Chinese painting differs from Western abstract art. While abstract art may elude the appreciation of the average person, Chinese painting possesses an inherent beauty that even a layperson can discern. You two have truly kept this well hidden. Shun Qing commented wistfully. I was worried about Qianqian being hindered, but it seems her improvement is due to Lin Chen. Xu Mengyao clarified. It's not that I wanted to hide it. It's Lin Chen who insisted. I haven't known for long. I'll take a closer look. Shun Qing said, focusing on the painting. Lin Chen remarked, feel free to take your time. I'll prepare medicine for little Qianqian. She still has to take her medication and have a medicinal bath tonight. As Lin Chen stepped out, Shun Qing closed the study door. Mengyao, you need to secure Lin Chen quickly. His culinary skills are exceptional. He excels at basketball, and he is also talented in painting. He is undoubtedly a rare gem of a man. If you miss this opportunity, you will surely regret it. Xu Mengyao replied, I'm not too shabby myself. Shun Qing insisted, you two are a perfect match. If you are together, Qianqian will have a complete family. How wonderful that would be if Lin Chen were more ostentatious. Do you think anyone would compete for him? Although you have registered your marriage, many couples divorce these days. You seem more anxious than I am. Shun Qing retorted, I'm not doing this for free meals. It's for your benefit and for Qianqian's future. Oh, Xu Mengyao replied with understanding. Shun Qing added, you're like the emperor who isn't worried, yet it's the empress who suffers. Xu Mengyao chuckled, actually, I know Lin Chen is wonderful, but I fear intimate contact. If he finds someone else because I'm not ready, I want to know what to do. Qingqing, my health should be improving gradually. Shun Qing's eyes brightened. At least there's progress. This is different from when Qianqian was around, and you both were deliberately showing affection. You should stay here tonight, Shun Qing suggested. I'll take my leave. Xu Mengyao quickly responded, I'll come with you. I still need to find someone to frame this painting. Soon, Xu Mengyao and her companions bid farewell to Lin Qianqian. Dad, I don't want a painting teacher. I just want you, Lin Qianqian said, hugging Lin Chen's leg in the kitchen. Lin Chen knelt down and kissed Lin Qianqian, smiling. Little Qianqian, we want to be looking for other painting teachers. Aunt Qingqing doesn't know that Dad is quite skilled at painting. She only wants the best for you. Lin Qianqian patted her chest. You scared me. Lin Chen chuckled. Where did you learn that? From Aunt Qingqing, she replied. Dad, Aunt Qingqing is wrong. She's not a baby. Lin Qianqian insisted in her sweet voice. Lin Chen playfully pinched her nose. What she meant was incorrect. You little Qianqian are the real baby, right? Lin Qianqian nodded earnestly. Chapter 75. Enhancement of Artistic Skills. Lin Chen smiled and asked, Is my little one being good? Daddy, I'm very good. I'm the best. Lin Xiaoqi giggled. Then, Xiaoqi, you must obediently take your medicine, Lin Chen urged. Lin Xiaoqi's smile faltered as she replied, Daddy, sometimes I'm a good baby, and sometimes I'm not. Lin Chen chuckled. So you're not a good baby right now, right? Xiaoqi, just take this last dose. Then you can enjoy a nice bath. And by tomorrow, you'll be better. We can go play with Nan Nan and Chi Chi. Chi Chi was a new friend Lin Xiaoqi had made while playing with Xu Mengyao. Lin Xiaoqi hesitated. She longed to play with her friends. Daddy, I want to have 2 candies, she said, counting on her fingers. All right, Lin Chen said, kissing her affectionately. Later, around 10:30 p.m., Xu Mengyao shut her computer. She had brought some work home and had just finished it. With a birthday party to attend the day after tomorrow, she needed to complete her tasks promptly. Xu, can you frame my painting well? I can pay less. I don't mind if you use cost-price materials. She read a message from her framing master. Xu Mengyao had high standards for the framing process, but requested that they use very ordinary materials. Mr. Pei, it's not that I'm short on money. This is a gift for someone else, so expensive materials wouldn't be appropriate. The other party, Mr. Pei, had not gone to bed yet and quickly replied, Xu, even if the framing uses the most expensive materials, it won't significantly increase the value compared to your painting. So what if the painting is done by her husband? A painting purchased from someone else might cost 10,000, but her husband's work has virtually no cost. Even if someone reported it, an investigation would pose no issues. Mr. Pei, astonished, thought to himself how incredible it was that Xu Mengyao's husband created this painting. What a prodigy. He noted the youthfulness of Xu Mengyao. And her husband must be young as well. Understood. I will use ordinary materials and do my best with the framing. Thank you. Mr. Pei rose and unfolded the painting. As a framing master who had spent a lifetime in the craft, his standards were naturally high. He believed this artwork could easily rival the finest masterpieces. What a waste. Some people come to me to gild their rubbish. Yet here I am, using scrap to frame an exquisite gem, he murmured to himself. He decided to start immediately, striving to achieve the best effect with the simplest materials. This would take considerable time. The following day, Lin Chen taught Lin Xiaoqi how to paint. Host, your painting skill has reached a legendary level. The system's voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Soon, a flood of information surged into his consciousness. His body underwent subtle changes, the most significant being his hands, which had become steadier than those of a surgeon. Daddy, I don't want this one anymore. This painting isn't good, Lin Xiaoqi said, momentarily taken aback. With Lin Chen's elevation to legendary status, her own talent surged. Lin Xiaoqi already had a decent aptitude for painting, around 30 points, but now it could double to 60. Now, her artistic ability could potentially triple. Lin Xiaoqi's talent likely exceeded 90 points, categorizing her as a world-class genius. With her newfound talent, she noticed flaws in her previous work and conceived better ideas. Xiaoqi, why not start a new piece? Lin Chen suggested with a smile. Lin Xiaoqi nodded eagerly and began anew. Lin Chen observed her, noting her heightened focus. Even top-tier talents possess unwavering concentration. Half an hour later, with only slight prompt from Lin Chen, Lin Xiaoqi completed a rather impressive work. Compared to her earlier piece, this one was superior, brimming with creativity and elegance. A different caliber altogether. Effort pales in comparison to talent, Lin Chen mused. Lin Xiaoqi loved painting, and Lin Chen devoted himself to teaching her. While she had made progress before, it had been gradual. Now, However, she was experiencing a meteoric rise. Her previous misunderstandings of his teachings vanished with her enhanced talent. "Daddy, does my painting look good?" Lin Xiaoqi asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Lin Chen nodded. "Xiaoqi, your painting is exceptional. As long as you keep striving, your skills will continue to improve." "Daddy, painting is so much fun. Can I create another one?" Lin Xiaoqi inquired eagerly. Lin Chen shook his head. "Not now. We need some outdoor exercise. You're still young, and if you don't get enough outdoor activity, it could deplete your reserves for long-distance vision." "What are long-distance reserves?" Lin Xiaoqi asked, puzzled. You'll understand when you're older. Now go grab the ball. Let us head outside. Maybe Nan and the others are down there." "Okay." Lin Xiaoqi dashed to fetch the basketball. "Xiaoqi, why do you always choose basketball?" "Because, Daddy, you're so handsome. You look the coolest when you play basketball." "Bruce, I can cheer for you with Mommy." "Daddy, when will you play basketball again?" Lin Xiaoqi looked up at Lin Chen with anticipation. Lin Chen gazed back, recognizing that for her, the joy of cheering for him alongside her mother was unmatched. "There will be opportunities, little one. For now, let us practice together." After concluding a meeting, Xu Mengyao picked up her phone. Lin Chen had sent her several messages, all comprising daily photos of Lin Xiaoqi. Why are there so many messages in the class group? A sense of foreboding crept into Xu Mengyao's heart. To her astonishment, she realized that she had quietly obtained her marriage certificate. The campus belle was married. Her youth had slipped away. "When is the wedding celebration?" "Xu Mengyao." The group chat erupted with hundreds of messages discussing her situation. "Sorry, Mengyao, I couldn't help but mention it to Qianqian. I told her to keep it a secret. But I didn't expect Lu Siki to have already sent her a message," Xu Mengyao wrote. She knew there would be leaks, but she hadn't anticipated it happening so swiftly. Well, if they know, she decided, messaging Lu Siki. "It's already out. What can I do now?" "Lin Chen." I asked Li and the others to keep it quiet, but Lu Siki mentioned it to a friend, and now it's spreading in the group. Xu Mengyao informed Lin Chen. "It's fine. I plan to hang myself from this crooked tree, so it doesn't affect me." Lin Chen replied. "You are the crooked tree. Is that so? Then we make a perfect pair." Xu Mengyao smiled slightly. Chapter 76. Has my daughter actually registered for marriage? In the United States, early morning. Yang Qinghua woke, as she did every day, rising early after going to bed early. Su Guofeng had yet to arrive at the hospital. He likely had not even risen from his slumber. "Qinghua, has Mengyao gotten married?" "Congratulations, Yang Zong. I heard that Mengyao is married." Upon opening her phone, Yang Qinghua discovered two messages. One was from Aunt Liang regarding Xu Mengyao, and the other was from the mother of a university classmate of Xu Mengyao. Yang Qinghua was taken aback. Her daughter was married? How could she, as a mother, be unaware of this? Had they perhaps seen a video of Lin Chen playing basketball, in which Xu Mengyao referred to Lin Chen as her husband? That was merely an attempt to fool Lin Xiaoqian. "Shuizong, where did you hear that Mengyao is married?" Yang Qinghua messaged the mother of Xu Mengyao's classmate, who was the mother of her daughter's college roommate, a woman from a well-off family. They had previously added each other on WeChat and collaborated on a project once. "Yang Zong, it was my daughter who mentioned it. They were chatting in their class group." Mengyao said it herself. It was morning for Yang Qinghua, while it was still dark in Huagua. Yang Qinghua's eyes widened with astonishment. Beep. Yang Qinghua initiated a video call with Xu Mengyao. "Mom, is there something wrong? I haven't finished work yet." At this hour, she was either still at work or had finished, but was not in a position to take a video call. "Mengyao, are you still in the office? I heard from Huang Jian's mother that you claimed you got married. How could I, as your mother, not know about this?" Yang Qinghua said with a hint of annoyance. "I went out for a walk with Lin Chen yesterday, and he held my hand, which two classmates happened to see. When I introduced him, I said Lin Chen was my husband and asked them to keep it a secret." Yang Qinghua interjected. "You went for a walk with Lin Chen and Xiaoqian?" Xu Mengyao's face turned slightly red. "No, yesterday, Qingqing came over for a meal. She brought Xiaoqian and urged me to go out for a walk with Lin Chen." Yang Qinghua's eyes brightened. It seemed her daughter and Lin Chen were making progress. "Why did you introduce Lin Chen as your husband when Xiaoqian wasn't even present?" "Isn't that a bit odd? You could have just called him your boyfriend." "Su Mengyao. Lin Chen and I registered for marriage. Yang Qingwei was taken aback. When did this happen? She stared blankly at Xu Mengyao. Mom, I don't have plans to get married anytime soon, and neither does Lin Chen. We thought it might be better for Qianqian if we just registered. Yang Qingwei Breset. Was it your suggestion or Lin Chen's? I suggested it. Yang Qingwei shook her head. It must have been Lin Chen's idea. With your personality, would you propose registering for marriage? Mengyao, you've been coaxed into this by Lin Chen. Suman Asai. Both Shen Qing and my mother saw through it. How could I have been so foolish to be manipulated by Lin Chen? He must be thinking of solidifying our relationship first before slowly nurturing our feelings, which is rather sensible. Xu Mengyao added, Mom, this isn't good at all. I've been deceived. You must scold Lin Chen severely later. Don't be like Shen Qing, who, after eating Lin Chen's cooking, immediately takes his side. Yang Qingwei replied, if you've been tricked by a scoundrel, your father and I will stand up for you. But if you've been deceived by Lin Chen, then so be it. Perhaps it's not such a bad thing. Xu Mengyao was puzzled. Does Lin Chen's parents not know? Xu Mengyao nodded. Yes. We agreed that this is a matter between the two of us, unrelated to our families, so please don't speak of it. Yang Qingwei remarqued. No wonder you referred to him as your husband while playing basketball and introduced him as such to others. He truly is your husband now. How wonderful. Xu Mengyao's cheeks flushed. Mom, I have to go. I still have things to do, and please don't mention this to Lin Chen. With that, Xu Mengyao hurriedly ended the video call. Her heart raced with excitement. An hour later, Su Guofeng arrived at the hospital. Dear, what is wrong? Did the doctor deliver some good news? Su Guofeng inquired, noticing the gleam of joy in Yang Qingwei's expression. We need not worry any longer about Lin Chen and Mengyao not being together, she replied. Su Guofeng was astonished. They're together now? Given Mengyao's condition. It shouldn't have happened so quickly. Yang Qingwei shook her head. They have already registered for marriage. Su Guofeng blinked in surprise. What? Our daughter has registered for marriage. And I was unaware of it. What's going on? Yang Qingwei recounted the situation to Su Guofeng. Su Guofeng, Zeplet? Though it is a bit saddening to learn this only now, their registration is a positive development. The likelihood of them being together has greatly increased. Indeed, Yang Qingwei affirmed. However, even though they have registered, whether they can truly be together still depends on the depth of their feelings. Agreed, Su Guofeng nodded. Let's not worry about it. They will manage. They are now parents, no longer children. Yang Qingwei chuckled. With the marriage certificate obtained, a child on the way, and hands held, how could they possibly stray from this path? The following afternoon, Lin Chen drove to Xu Mengyao's company. Aunt Liang's birthday banquet was scheduled for the evening. Since it was not a weekend, Aunt Liang's husband had to work, and the other guests were either working or studying. Most of the banquet would take place at noon, but nowadays, many people were less particular, with plenty of evening events as well. It was often more relaxed to enjoy a meal after the day's work was done. Mom, upon seeing Xu Mengyao emerge, Lin Qianqian exclaimed with delight. Xu Mengyao approached, and Lin Chen asked, Mengyao, do you need a different car? His vehicle was merely an ordinary family car. No need, Xu Mengyao replied. Given Aunt Liang's family situation, arriving in an extravagant car would be inappropriate. Besides, we don't need a vehicle to showcase ourselves. She opened the back door. Mom, you sit in the front. I prefer you and Dad to sit together. Lin Qianqian giggled. Xu Mengyao kissed Lin Qianqian on the cheek. All right, I'll sit in the front. I need to direct your father later. Soon, Xu Mengyao settled into the passenger seat. Lin Chen, before we head to Uncle Zhao and Aunt Liang's, we need to pick up the painting. It has already been framed, Xu Mengyao instructed. Mom, you have to call him husband. Lin Qianqian piped up from her safety seat. Xu Mengyao glanced at Lin Qianqian. You certainly have a lot of demands for someone so little. Husband, let us set off. Xu Mengyao acquiesced to Lin Qianqian's request. Chapter 77. A clever way to avoid alcohol. Yay! Dad is off. Lin Qianqian exclaimed cheerfully from the back seat. Xu Mengyao turned to glance at her, suspecting that Lin Qianqian had noticed something amiss between her and Lin Chen. Typically, children prefer their mothers to sit with them in the back. Yet Lin Qianqian surprisingly wished for her mother and Lin Chen to occupy the front seats. Darling, since it's Aunt Liang's birthday, there will be many guests today, right? Is there anything we need to be mindful of? Lin Chen inquired. Xu Mengyao replied, there shouldn't be too many guests. Nowadays, extravagant gatherings are frowned upon. And Uncle Zhao is unlikely to make any mistakes in that regard. The guests will mostly be relatives or of significant standing, and it's best not to take photos during the banquet. Even if photos are taken, others should not be included. Lin Chen nodded thoughtfully. Xu Mengyao continued. We should strike a balance, neither too ostentatious nor too modest. There will certainly be drinking, and if you can't hold your liquor, it's better not to drink at all. If you can drink, please don't lie about it. Otherwise, it will be quite awkward when others discover your ability to drink. Lin Chen chuckled lightly. In the past, his tolerance for alcohol had been merely average, but now, due to his improved constitution, he was confident that he could handle it much better. I'll join you in toasting those who require it, he assured. Okay, Lin Chen nodded. Dad, please don't get drunk. If you do, it will be very uncomfortable. Lin, Qianqian warned. Xu Mengyao teased. Qianqian, are you only concerned about your father and not your mother? That would make me quite sad. Confused, Lin Qianqian replied, Mom. I've mentioned this before, haven't I? You shouldn't get drunk either. You felt horrible when you were drunk before. Lin Chen glanced at Xu Mengyao, who shook her head. I wasn't excessively drunk, and now when I go out for social events, Liang Yi accompanies me. However, sometimes it's unavoidable to consume a bit of alcohol. Even a small amount can be uncomfortable. The Xu family's wealth is substantial, yet there are still many families with even greater assets and considerable influence. Top-tier elites may drink as they please, but it is evident that the Xu family has yet to reach that level. Lin Chen smiled. If you wish to avoid drinking in the future, I have an excellent method for you that will ensure no one takes offense. What method? Xu Mengyao's eyes lit up with curiosity. She is not fond of alcohol and would certainly prefer to abstain if possible. Lin Chen suggested, just tell others that you are preparing for pregnancy, taking care of your health, so that you can have a second child later. Xu Mengyao was left speechless. What was she expecting? What brilliant method could Lin Chen possibly propose? With a grin, Lin Chen remarked, isn't this a good method? If you use it, no one will dare to persuade you otherwise. Thanks, but no thanks, Xu Mengyao replied with a hint of annoyance. Mom, what is a second child? Is a little brother or sister? I want a sibling. Chi-Chi has a little brother, Lin Qianqian chimed in. Xu Mengyao zetponde, siya gokeng. You shouldn't listen to your father's nonsense. We are already very satisfied with you. You are the best, worth more than several others combined. But I want a sibling. If I have a sister, I will share my dolls with her and take her paint. If it's a brother, I will play ball with him. Lin Qianqian said eagerly. Lin Chen glanced at Xu Mengyao, whose face flushed slightly. The doctor had mentioned that her chances of conceiving again were low. But low probability did not equate to impossibility. Qianqian, we will discuss this later. Your mother is quite busy at the moment, Lin Chen said with a smile. Lin Qianqian giggled. Mom and Dad, once you're not busy anymore, please give me a little brother or sister. Xu Mengyao was at a loss for words. Could one simply decide to have child? Lin Chen, take a left turn up ahead. Qianqian, please stop talking to avoid distracting your father while he drives. Xu Mengyao instructed, eager to change the subject. Half an hour later, Lin Chen drove into an older neighborhood. Lin Chen, Elder Pei wishes to meet you. He has spent his life in the framing industry and is a master in his field. You might need to interact with him in the future, so why not take a moment to get acquainted? Xu Mengyao suggested. Lin Chen nodded in agreement, carrying Lin Qianqian, and with Xu Mengyao holding a bag of gifts. The three took the elevator upstairs. Ding dong. Xu Mengyao rang the doorbell, and it was quickly answered by Pei Gongyi, a man in his 70s. Elder Pei. Hello. Xu Mengyao and Lin Chen greeted. Hello, Grandpa Pei. I am Qianqian. Lin Qianqian chimed in sweetly. Pei Gongyi welcomed them warmly. Ms. Xu, Master Lin Qianqian, please come in. I was just wondering when you would arrive. Lin Chen quickly interjected. Elder Pei, please don't call me Master Lin. Just call me Xiao Lin. I'm not a master at all. Pei Gongyi chuckled. In the realm of painting, if your skills cannot be deemed masterful, then who could possibly be called a master? Although I am aging, I'm not yet senile. If I call you Xiao Lin, others will say I'm taking advantage of my age. You can accept this title of master. Lin Chen helplessly glanced at Xu Mengyao. Pei Gongyi added, Ms. Xu, please do not dissuade me. I hold respect for his skills, which has nothing to do with age. Please have a seat. I will fetch the painting from my study. Soon, Pei Gongyi returned with the artwork. He carefully unrolled the painting and said, Miss Su, Master Lin, using ordinary materials, I can only achieve this level. I feel a bit embarrassed for the painting. Lin Chen observed the artwork, noting that the framing made it appear even more exquisite. Although the materials used were ordinary, Pei Gongyi's craftsmanship was undeniable, making the simple materials look remarkable. Dad, it looks beautiful. When will you teach me to paint flowers? I also want to paint little birds, Lin Qianqian inquired, her eyes glued to the painting. Pei Gongyi was astonished. Is Qianqian only a bit over 2 years old? Has she started learning to paint already? Yes, Grandpa. I absolutely love painting, Lin Qianqian declared earnestly. Lin Chen smiled. Qianqian has a gift, and Elder Pei, I may need to trouble you more in the future with both Qianqian and myself. Pei Gongyi laughed. It is you who honor this old man. You're the one supporting my business. Miss Su, if it's all right, I will put it away, Pei Gongyi asked. Xu Mengyao nodded, of course. Pei Gongyi carefully rolled the painting back into its tube. Elder Pei, we need to attend a banquet, so we will visit again another day, Xu Mengyao said. Lin Chen added, Mengyao, you and Qianqian wait outside for me. I'll just speak with Elder Pei for a couple of minutes. Xu Mengyao looked a bit perplexed, but took Lin Qianqian out with her. Elder Pei, I have some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. May I check your pulse? Lin Chen offered. Pei Gongyi appeared puzzled. Master Lin, am I unwell? Just a quick check to confirm, as I might not have the expertise to assess accurately. Lin Chen replied as Pei Gongyi nodded, sitting down and extending his hand. Lin Chen gently placed his fingers on Pei Gongyi's pulse. Chapter 78. Mengyao, is this idol worship? Pei Gongyi placed a hand over his chest, expressing a slight discomfort. I occasionally feel a bit of tightness in my chest. Is this a serious issue? Lin Chen reassured him. Old Pei, it shouldn't be anything serious. Thank you, Master Lin, Pei Gongyi said gratefully. Lin Chen rose to his feet. Old Pei, please make sure to get checked. Mengyao and the others are waiting for me, so I must take my leave. Soon after, Lin Chen departed. In the car, Xu Mengyao inquired curiously, Darling, what did you discuss privately with Old Pei? If it's a secret, you needn't share. Lin Chen started the engine and replied, I noticed some issues with Old Pei's heart. Some people prefer to keep their ailments private, so I asked you all to leave first. But Old Pei isn't particularly secretive about it. Xu Mengyao was taken aback. He seems to be in good health. Lin Chen chuckled. Can you discern that? His breathing and complexion were somewhat off. I even took his pulse. He has coronary heart disease, and it's quite severe. Xu Mengyao gazed at Lin Chen in astonishment. What about my mother? Is she faring well? Did you and Qianqian check on her when you were in America? Lin Chen shook his head. I'm not sure. At that time, I could only treat Qianqian's cold. Even now, my medical skills cannot compare to those of top hospitals in the States. Mengyao, you're exhibiting idol worship. Xu Mengyao rolled her eyes at Lin Chen. Who worships you? I do, chimed Lin Xiaoqi from the back seat. Daddy is amazing, hee hee. Lin Chen smiled gently. Mengyao. See, even if you don't idolize me, I still have loyal little fans. Xu Mengyao asked, Qianqian, do you know what idol worship means? Yes, it's in the storybooks. Lin Chen smiled slightly. The stories he wrote were engaging and educational for children. Qianqian, can you tell us a story now? Lin Xiaoqi thought for a moment and began her tale. Xu Mengyao listened intently, astonished at how much smarter Lin Xiaoqi seemed in such a short time with Lin Chen. Little did she know, Lin Chen's enhanced skills were elevating Lin Xiaoqi's innate talent and intelligence. Lin Chen's mastery in crafting fairy tales was legendary. Under his influence, Lin Xiaoqi's storytelling ability was naturally impressive. Mommy, I'm done. Was it good? Lin Xiaoqi giggled. Xu Mengyao applauded. It was wonderful. Mommy, now you should sing a song. I love hearing you sing. Daddy, have you heard her sing? Not yet, Lin Chen replied. Xu Mengyao felt a bit shy. Singing in front of Lin Chen was daunting. Mommy, hurry. After you sing, Daddy will sing too. Hee hee. Lin Xiaoqi's encouragement eased Xu Mengyao's nerves. She began to hum softly. Xu Mendia, with her beauty and melodious voice, sang sweetly, and Lin Chen reveled in the experience. Daddy, it's your turn now. Mommy, Daddy sings very well too. Lin Xiaoqi piped up. Xu Mengyao was surprised. Lin Chen, you sing well? Lin Chen smiled. I'll sing a fairy tale. I can't remember how long it's been since I last heard you recite your favorite story. Though Lin Chen had spent less time teaching Lin Xiaoqi to sing than to draw, the total had neared 10 hours. 10 hours of experience could elevate one to a master level. How many singers in the entertainment industry could reach such heights? Lin Chen's singing prowess had significantly advanced. Xu Mengyao listened mesmerized. I wish to become the angel you love from the fairy tale, spreading my arms to become wings to guard you. As Lin Chen sang these lines, Xu Mengyao felt a tremor in her heart. His voice seemed to resonate with her soul. Applause erupted as Lin Xiaoqi clapped her little hands. Mommy, you must applaud. ISNT Daddy S. Singing incredible? Xu Mengyao softly clapped, turning to Lin Chen. The longer she spent with him, the more she appreciated his many qualities. Lin Chen, with this level, you could release an album, Xu Mengyao remarked. Lin Chen shook his head. I'm not interested in entering the entertainment industry. If I wanted fame, I'd rather pursue calligraphy or painting. Even playing basketball would be preferable. Daddy, I want you to sing more, Lin Xiaoqi urged. Time passed swiftly. Lin Chen sang 2 more songs. Host, your singing level has reached the master level. The system's voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. A flood of information surged through his consciousness, rapidly enhancing his singing technique and altering his vocal quality. Xu Mengyao noticed something amiss. The last few lines seemed different, perhaps even more melodious. Up ahead on the right, we will soon arrive, Xu Mengyao said, her mind occupied. Okay, Lin Chen nodded. Before long, he parked in front of a modest restaurant. Xu Mengyao's Uncle Zhao and Aunt Liang were quite affluent, but given Uncle Zhao's standing, hosting a banquet in a lavish restaurant would not reflect well. A simple eatery was far more appropriate, and the flavors would not disappoint. They had booked this restaurant for the evening, and the chef was not one of the original cooks. Welcome, welcome, Mr. Li. Please come in. Director Liu, please. Make yourself at home. Let us enjoy a drink later. At the entrance of the restaurant, Xu Mengyao's Uncle Zhao and Zhao Jingshou stood ready to greet guests. Lin Chen, that's Uncle Zhao, Xu Mengyao said. As they approached, Xu Mengyao smiled. Uncle Zhao. Zhao Jingshou's gaze fell upon Lin Chen. Mengyao, I heard from Aunt Liang that you've married. It seems the news is true. You're a lucky man, Shaolin. Qianqian, don't you want to greet Grandpa Zhao? Come here. Grandpa Zhao wants a hug to see if you've gained weight. Grandpa Zhao, Lin Xiaoqi called sweetly. It's because I eat well. Is that so? Then you're indeed a good child. Zhao Jingshou smiled. Mengyao, take Qianqian inside. Shaolin, would you help me greet the guests? Xu Mengyao glanced at Lin Chen, sensing Uncle Zhao had something to discuss with him. Darling, Qianqian and I will head inside first, Xu Mengyao said, cradling Lin Xiaoqi. Lin Chen nodded with a smile. As Xu Mengyao and Lin Xiaoqi entered, Zhao Jingshou offered Lin Chen a cigarette. But Lin Chen politely declined. Uncle Zhao, I don't smoke. It's not convenient with Qianqian here. Zhao Jingshou expressed some regret. Shaolin, there's something I wish to apologize for. Lin Chen looked at him in confusion. Zhao Jingshou continued awkwardly. 2 months ago, someone asked me to help introduce his son to Mengyao. I thought Mengyao was alone and that it might help her open up a bit. I didn't expect you to have already registered your marriage. Will the other party be coming today? Lin Chen inquired. I wasn't aware of your situation at the time, so I invited him. I will explain the circumstances to him shortly. Just then, an old Audi pulled up. Zhao Jingshou remarked, Speak of the devil, here they are. Chapter 79. This script seems off as the Audi came to a halt. Zhao Jingshou remarked, Xiaolin, I wish to introduce you to someone named Zhang Su. His father, Zhang Qianqian, is a businessman with assets in the billions. Zhang Su's mother hails from a prominent political family. Her father holds a position of greater authority than mine. Lin Chen marveled inwardly at the magnitude of such wealth and influence. If he had not acquired his abilities through the system, he would be no different from an ant in the presence of such a family. However, it was unlikely that he would encounter individuals of such caliber. Mr. Zhang, Young Su, Zhao Jingshou greeted as the 2 individuals from the Audi approached. Lin Chen stepped forward a couple of paces as well. Brother Zhao, Uncle Zhao, Zhang Qianqian, and Zhang Su greeted warmly and respectfully. Zhao Jingshou extended his hand to Zhang Qianqian, saying, Mr. Zhang, this young man beside me is Lin Chen, who is married to Mengyao. I must apologize for not informing you sooner. I just learned of this news myself. The expressions on Zhang Qianqian and Zhang Su shifted slightly. Their primary purpose for coming was to meet Xu Mengyao, and they were not locals. Their business interests lay elsewhere. Mr. Lin Chen greeted with a smile. Qianqian nodded, apologetically stating, Xiaolin, we owe you an apology as well. It seems we did not fully understand the situation beforehand. Zhang Su interjected with a light cough. Lin Chen, I apologize. I truly had no idea that Su was already married. Lin Chen replied with a smile, it's quite all right. Mengyao and I had a private ceremony, so it is normal for others to be unaware. Zhao Jingshou added, Mr. Zheng, the blame lies with me. I should have clarified this. And it has caused you to come here unnecessarily. Zhang Qingyan responded with a smile. It is Mengyao's birthday. We should have come regardless, so there's no harm done. Zhao Jingshou nodded slightly. Mr. Zheng, please go ahead inside. I will toast you a few times later to express my apologies. Zhang Qingyan replied, Brother Zhao, you continue with your affairs. Xiaolin, this is our oversight. I will have Su toast you a few times later. Please do not take offense. Soon, Zhang Qingyun and his party entered. Zhao Jingshou took a few steps outside, and Lin Chen followed. Zhao Jingshou inquired, Xiaolin, what are your impressions? Lin Chen replied, it's different from what I expected. In dramas or novels, under such circumstances, they would be angry and pressure me to leave Mengyao. Zhao Jingshou chuckled. Those who reach the level of Zhang Qingyun are typically astute individuals. Such reactions are rare. Today is my wife's birthday. They would not behave in that manner. Do you have any other thoughts? After considering for a moment, Lin Chen said, they're very polite, but I sense that this politeness is merely superficial. The Su family may face troubles ahead. Zhao Jingshou looked at Lin Chen in surprise. You speak of troubles for the Su family rather than for yourself. That is quite intriguing. Please elaborate further. Lin Chen shook his head. Uncle Zhao, I cannot analyze much more. My abilities are rather ordinary. Zhao Jingshou gazed deeply at Lin Chen, a smile emerging on his face. Xiaolin, it seems you understand that superficial familiarity can lead to complications. I hope you and Mengyao can eventually find lasting happiness. Uncle Zhao, I shall head in now, Lin Chen said. Zhao Jingshou nodded, and Lin Chen entered the restaurant. A look of concern crossed Zhao Jingshou's face. The Su family would indeed encounter difficulties. He had already caught wind of certain rumors. Yet, he felt powerless to alter the course of events. With assets exceeding 300 billion and a thriving company, many sought to claim a piece of the Su family's fortune. Initially, he had hoped to introduce Xu Mengyao to Zheng Su, believing that if they formed a bond, the pressures on the Su family would diminish. Even if the Zheng family were to acquire a portion of the Su assets in the future, the Su family's wealth should withstand such a challenge. However, with Mengyao already married, that hope was dashed. Sigh, if only the old leader could have lived a few more years. Zhao Jingshou sighed internally. If Yang Qingyue's father had lived longer, the Su family's foundation would have been more secure. Currently, their stability was precarious. Though some relationships from Yang Qingyue's father still held sway, they would inevitably diminish over time. Outsiders could not be expected to provide unconditional support indefinitely. If they began to impose conditions, what would differentiate them from hungry wolves? Perhaps they could have held steady for another couple of years. But the Zheng family's involvement might accelerate the deterioration of the situation. Zhao Jingshou felt a sense of resignation. Inside the restaurant, Lin Chen approached Xu Mengyao. Dad, he called sweetly to Lin Xiaoqian as he drew closer. Ah, he smiled, extending his hand. Mengyao naturally passed Lin Xiaoqian into his arms. Aunt Liang, this is my husband. Lin Chen. Dear, Aunt Liang resembles my sister, but do not mistake her. Sumen my Aunt Liang, Lin Chen greeted. Mengyao's Aunt Liang, Liang Chunhua, chuckled Xiaolin. You are truly fortunate to have Mengyao as a wife and a sweet daughter like Xiaoqian. Lin Chen observed Xu Mengyao. My union with Mengyao seems to be destiny. Xiaoqian is the most precious gift bestowed upon us by fate. Xu Mengyao's cheeks flushed slightly. Liang Chunhua noticed and understood that Xu Mengyao likely envisioned Lin Chen in her future. Under such circumstances, persuading Mengyao to divorce and choose another would be entirely unnecessary. Mengyao, Xiaolin, I wish you both well. Thank you for the gift, Liang Chunhua smiled. Xu Mengyao had already presented the gift to her. The scroll lay beside them, unopened. Thank you, Aunt Liang. Liang Chunhua glanced elsewhere. Xiaolin, I must excuse myself for a moment. Mengyao, please attend to Xiaolin. Anzai, Xu Mengyao note that Liang Chanhua moved towards a newly arrived guest. Xu Mengyao leaned in closer, whispering, Lin Chen, what did Uncle Zhao say to you? Lin Chen smiled. Uncle Zhao asked when we would hold the wedding banquet. He can hardly wait to celebrate with us. Xu Mengyao responded with silence as Zheng Qianqian and Zheng Su approached. Zheng Qianqian expressed regret. Su, we must apologize for something. We have already spoken with Lin Chen, but we feel it necessary to address you as well. We were unaware of your marriage, so we asked Brother Zhao to introduce us today. Zheng Su added, I insisted my father bring me along. I didn't expect to almost cause a misunderstanding. I hope you won't take offense. Xu Mengyao smiled. It is all right. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared, it is quite normal for you not to know, since we kept it private. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Zheng Qianqian and Zheng Su departed. Xu Mengyao frowned slightly. The father and son from the Zheng family displayed considerable grace, yet she sensed that matters were not as simple as they appeared. This situation might bring negative repercussions for her family. Qianqian, there's a young lady over there. Would you like to go play with her? Your mom and I will be watching you, Lin Chen asked, kissing Lin Qianqian. Lin Qianqian nodded. Lin Chen set her down, and she quickly ran off to join the other children. Lin Chen, they didn't trouble you too much, did they? Lin Chen replied softly, Mengyao, I suggest you call me husband. It's best if others do not hear you referring to me as Lin Chen. Xu Mengyao remained silent. Chapter 80, A Contest at the Banquet. Lin Chen remarked, Mr. Zheng and his associates are quite courteous. I had anticipated they would be pretentious and attempt to belittle me. But it seems I was mistaken. Xu Mengyao replied, the upper echelons and the lower ranks are distinct. It is customary for those who smile broadly in public to stab you in the back privately. Today, they may toast and call you brother. Yet tomorrow they could seize the opportunity to make you suffer a great loss. Lin Chen nodded slightly. Zhao Tianyu is far less astute than Zheng Su. Xu Mengyao continued. That is to be expected. The Zhao family rose alongside our Su family, and their foundations are still shaky. They have only truly prospered for about 20 years. The Zheng family's wealth dates back to their grandfather's generation, and their education is vastly different from ours. Lin Chen nodded again, sensing that further actions were likely on the horizon. Xu Mengyao added, indeed, the possibility is quite high. Our Su family, being newly affluent, earns more than they do, which undoubtedly irks these established families. My grandfather passed away too early, leaving our family lacking in depth. Wealth is not solely about money. A vast network of relationships takes time to cultivate. Established families may not possess great wealth, but they often have connections through marriages with other influential families. One of their members could be a power broker, or perhaps someone among them has become a mentor, nurturing many successful students. The legacy of my grandfather's influence has allowed our family to reach this point and still receive protection. One can only imagine the strength of the established family's foundations. Your father's experience in conflicts undoubtedly surpasses yours, Lin Chen stated. Xu Mengyao nodded. My father is indeed far more capable than I. I can manage the company when things are going smoothly, but let's not dwell on this. They are unlikely to take action in the immediate future. Our Su family is not easily trifled with. Whoever dares to stick their neck out will surely pay a steep price. Lin Chen chuckled lightly. Do not worry too much. Even if we incur losses, you and Qianqian will still have no worries regarding food and drink. I can provide for you both. Xu Mengyao's cheeks flushed slightly. I do not wish for you to support me. As time passed, the guests for the evening began to arrive in earnest. The crowd was not excessively large. Around 100 people gathered at 10 tables, with 2 large tables capable of seating approximately 20 guests each. One of these tables was occupied by individuals from the political sphere, while the other hosted prominent business figures. Lin Chen and his companions occupied the latter. With several billion in assets, the Su family was certainly not insignificant. After all, Zhao Jingshou was merely a district chief. How many business magnates could realistically attend his wife's birthday banquet? Ladies and gentlemen, today marks my wife's 50th birthday. I thank you all for your presence. Please indulge in the feast. Allow me to raise a toast in honor of this occasion, Zhao Jingshou announced, rising with his glass. With that, he downed the contents in one swift motion. Oberi! Cheers erupted, accompanied by applause. Though Zhao Jingshou's official position was not particularly high, a district chief in a magic city held considerable influence. The power he wielded was not to be underestimated. The banquet commenced with great jubilation. "Daddy, I want that one. And that meat." Lin Qianqian exclaimed from her seat, positioned to Lin Chen's left, while Xu Mengyao sat on his right. Though Xu Mengyao had contemplated placing Lin Qianqian between them, she ultimately chose to sit on Lin Chen's right, signaling their close relationship to others, thereby deterring any potential conflict. The Zheng family, being an established clan, had deep-seated strategies, yet those at their table were comparatively less affluent. Their cunning was likely not as profound, and a few drinks might lead them to speak indiscreetly. "Daddy, let me serve you," Lin Chen said gently, picking up some dishes for Lin Qianqian. She tasted a morsel and made a face, pouting. "Daddy, I have a secret to tell you." Lin Qianqian leaned closer to Lin Chen, whispering, "The food here isn't tasty. Your cooking is the best. Qianqian, you must not be picky. Otherwise, your mother will have to cook for you," Lin Chen replied. Lin Qianqian quickly stuffed a large spoonful of rice in her mouth, fully aware of her mother's culinary skills. In comparison to the restaurant's offerings, Xu Mengyao's cooking was far less appealing. "Mr. Xu, I never expected you to be married. I would like to toast to you both." Someone from their table initiated a toast. Zheng Qingshan and his son were not seated at this table. Although the Zheng family was a commercial entity, Zheng Su's mother's family was influential, placing them at another table. "Mr. Li, you are too gracious. You are our senior. It is we who should toast to you." Xu Mengyao replied with a smile, sipping red wine, while Lin Chen consumed white. 20 minutes passed, and Lin Chen had already consumed a fair amount. Most at their table had finished their drinks. Zheng Qingshan approached with a glass and a decanter, saying, "Shaolin, we were at fault in that matter. I shall self-impose a toast. Please do not take it to heart." With that, he downed his drink. Lin Chen reciprocated with a toast. "Mr. Xu, Shaolin, may your love be sweet." Zheng Qingshan refilled his glass, smiling as he spoke. What could he say? He had a drink. Another cup was downed. Though their glasses were not large, each filled to 7 or 8 parts full contained about 50 grams. 2 cups meant a significant intake of liquor. "Mr. Li, long time no see," Zheng Qingshan remarked after finishing with Lin Chen and then mingling with others. He appeared unaffected by the alcohol, clearly a seasoned drinker. "Lin Chen, how are you? You do not usually drink. If you cannot handle it, do not force yourself," Xu Mengyao whispered, leaning closer to him. After having consumed 2 to 3 liang, and with another cup pressing, those with lesser tolerance might succumb. "Rest assured, my tolerance is adequate," Lin Chen replied softly. Previously, he could manage only half a jin. After 3 to 4 liang, he would be dizzy. Now, he felt nothing, as his physique had improved significantly. His current constitution surpassed 180 points, exceeding that of elite fighters. While his combat ability might not match theirs, his enhanced physique ensured he could handle alcohol remarkably well. "Lin Chen, without further ado, I shall toast to you." Zheng Su approached for a drink. Though they were cunning, they would relish the opportunity for Lin Chen to become intoxicated and embarrass himself if they could manage it. "Lin Chen, Mr. Su, congratulations to you both." The second cup arrived swiftly. "Lin Chen, I shall self-impose another toast." After finishing the second cup, Zheng Su filled his glass again. Before Lin Chen could speak, he downed in one go. Lin Chen followed suit. It was not a significant matter, after all. Would he really allow Zheng Su to drink alone? "Lin Chen, my tolerance is not strong," Xu Mengyao expressed concern, observing Lin Chen, who had already consumed 1.5 liang of white liquor in a short period. "Darling, how are you? We should also take the time to toast to others," Xu Mengyao inquired. Lin Chen smiled gently. "Wife, I am perfectly fine." Chapter 81. Tonight, I shall stay at Xu Mengyao's residence, Lin Chen said to Lin Qianqian. Lin Qianqian nodded. After entrusting a nearby person to keep an eye on things, Lin Chen and Xu Mengyao began to toast with their glasses. Although Lin Chen found the taste of alcohol rather unappealing, it was a customary part of adult gatherings. Without it, a meal could be devoured in mere moments. Conducting business? Building relationships? A mere conversation could easily conclude before the meal was finished. "Uncle Zhao, Aunt Liang, let me raise a glass to you both," Wishing you health and prosperity, Xu Mengyao smiled, offering her toast. As the hosts, Zhao Jingshou and Liang Chunhua were certainly the first to be served. Mengyao, Xiaolin, thank you, Zhao Jingshou replied with a smile. Liang Chunhua added, Xiaolin, don't forget us when you hold your wedding feast. Aunt Liang, rest assured, Mengyao and I will definitely invite you to our wedding in the future, Lin Chen said with a grin. As time passed, Lin Chen consumed a considerable amount of alcohol. Xu Mengyao, on the other hand, fared much better. She sipped her red wine, taking only small sips. Once Lin Chen had completed his toasts, he realized he had drunk nearly a pound of white liquor, yet he merely felt a slight buzz. He estimated that his current tolerance was around 2 to 3 pounds. Xiaolin, you have quite a capacity for alcohol. Zhang Qianqian approached again, his own tolerance substantial as well, though he had also indulged significantly and was beginning to feel the effects. Mr. Zhang, you flatter me, Lin Chen replied as they shared another drink. Zhang Qianqian found an excuse to clink glasses with Lin Chen again. Before long, Zhang Su joined them. After their toast, Xu Mengyao leaned closer to Lin Chen and whispered, Lin Chen, you should stop drinking. The Zhang father and son want to see you intoxicated and humiliated. You've already had more than a pound. Lin Chen turned his head, and Xu Mengyao paused, their eyes locking within a mere 10 centimeters of each other, both acutely aware of each other's breaths. You really should stop drinking, Xu Mengyao urged, pulling back slightly. I want them to drink more. If they imbibe excessively, even if they don't speak, their eyes will betray their true intentions, revealing whether they are friends or foes, Lin Chen murmured. With that, he lifted his glass and poured himself another drink, rising from his seat. In matters of reciprocity, one must not be remiss. If Zhang Qingshan and his son wished for him to be inebriated, he would grant them that opportunity, should they possess the capability. They were indeed shrewd. This gathering was an excellent chance to glimpse their true thoughts. Mr. Zhang, I must apologize. Initially, I harbored some misunderstandings towards you. Lin Chen deliberately made his speech somewhat vague. He found reasons to share 3 more drinks with Zhang Qingshan. After 3 consecutive cups, even though each was merely 5 taels, Zhang Qingshan began to feel a bit lightheaded. Drink slowly. I can manage a bit more, he thought, but hastening the pace proved challenging. Although he maintained a smile, Lin Chen noted a hint of coldness in Zhang Qingshan's gaze. The Zhang family harbors ill intentions, Lin Chen mused internally. Mr. Zhang, I can only drink this much. In the future, I hope to share more drinks with you, he said. No problem, Zhang Qingshan replied with a smile, yet his eyes remained icy. Others might not perceive it, but the exchange of glances between Lin Chen and Zhang Qingshan was evident. The latter's gaze felt as sharp as a blade. The Xu family possessed hundreds of billions in wealth, while the Zhang family had merely tens of billions. Their desire to usurp the Xu family's fortune had been thwarted when Xu Mengyao unexpectedly married Lin Chen, leaving their plans in tatters. Dad, you really should stop drinking. I'm quite worried about you. I won't drink anymore. Qianqian, you did very well. You didn't cause any fuss and finish your meal obediently. Lin Chen smiled, having achieved his objective and feeling no need to drink further. Zhang Qingshan and his son likely wouldn't dare approach him again, while they had good tolerance. They too were nearing their limits. Half an hour later, the gathering concluded and everyone began to depart, including Lin Chen and his companions. Xu Mengyao summoned Liang Yi, who was to drive. President, are we headed to Ziyuan community? Liang Yi invited. Xu Mengyao turned to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, shall we go to my place? You've had quite a bit to drink. It wouldn't be suitable for you to care for Qianqian tonight, especially since I've also had some wine. Sure, Lin Chen replied with a smile. He had yet to explore Xu Mengyao's villa. Dad, I'll take you to my room. I have a slide in my room. Lin Qian exclaimed with bright eyes. All right, Qian, please show me around later. Xu Mengyao looked at Lin Chen with some concern. Lin Chen, you've likely consumed close to 1.5 pounds. Are you all right? Lin Chen shook his head. I'm fine. In the back seat of their old model Audi A6, Zhang Qingshan and his son sat, with their driver at the helm. Dad, Lin Chen's capacity for alcohol might surpass ours. Even after drinking with him, he's still isn't completely intoxicated, Zhang Su remarked, rubbing his temples as he felt a wave of dizziness. Zhang Qingshan replied, Son, Your chances with Xu Mengyao are slim. I understand. Zhang Su not that. Lin Chen is not to be underestimated. Unfortunately, we have yet to uncover his true nature. Zhang Qianqian remarked. From their very first encounter, he sensed that Lin Chen was no ordinary individual. Most people would be apprehensive in such settings, and even if they happened to marry Xu Mengyao, it wouldn't alter their disposition. Yet Lin Chen exhibited no signs of unease. Dad, we can have someone investigate later, Zhang Su suggested. I feel quite dizzy. I need a rest for a bit. Zhang Qianqian closed his eyes, though his head also felt heavy. 40 minutes later, Liang Yi arrived at Xu Mengyao's grand villa. This residence spanned over 1,000 square meters. In a city like Shanghai, such a villa would undoubtedly be valued at over 100 million. However, given that Xu Mengyao's family previously engaged in real estate, the expenditure would likely not have reached such heights. Sister Ping, everyone come over here. Xu Mengyao called for the 4 housekeepers. The villa was so expansive that a few housekeepers were insufficient to manage it all. This is Lin Chen, my husband and Qianqian's father. You may address him as Mr. Lin, Xu Mengyao introduced. Hello, Mr. Lin, the 4 housekeepers chorused. Lin Chen nodded, greetings. Lin Qianqian chimed in excitedly, Daddy, put me down. I'll take you upstairs. My room is really beautiful. Lin Chen lowered her to the ground. Soon, they took the elevator to the upper floor. Lin Qianqian glanced at her room and then at Xu Mengyao's room, which was directly opposite hers. Daddy, come in, Lin Qianqian said as she entered Xu Mengyao's room, with Lin Chen following behind. He was somewhat puzzled. This hardly resembled a child's room. Daddy, you'll sleep in this room tonight, Lin Qianqian giggled. Chapter 82. You did not sleep together. Lin Chen's gaze swept across the room. Is this your mother's room? Lin Qianqian nodded her little head. Yes. Tonight, I will sleep with Aunt Qingqing, and you and Mommy will sleep together, Daddy. At that moment, Xu Mengyao arrived at the door. She overheard Lin Qianqian's words. Qianqian, weren't you going to show Daddy your room? Xu Mengyao said at the entrance. Lin Qianqian replied, Mommy, it's dark outside, and Daddy needs to sleep soon. I want to show him where we sleep. Xu Mengyao remarked softly, What a little darling you are. But this little darling belongs to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, dressed warmly, found the clothing a bit oversized, letting in the chill. Qianqian, let us go to your room. I want to see what your slide looks like. Lin Chen smiled. Okay. Lin Qianqian led Lin Chen to the room across the hall. Lin Qianqian's room was quite spacious and indeed had a slide, complete with a little house atop it. Daddy, look. Lin Qianqian climbed the padded stairs, passed through the little house, and slid down. Daddy, isn't it fun? She sweetly asked. Lin Chen squatted down and gently patted Lin Qianqian's head. It's fun, but you must be careful while playing. Okay, Lin Qianqian exclaimed. Daddy, I'll take you to another place. She guided Lin Chen to her playroom, which was vast and filled with various toys. Daddy, there's so many toys here, but it's no fun alone. Lin Chen sighed inwardly. If Xu Mengyao weren't home, the nanny would surely not allow other children over to play. In their villa community, every child was precious, and any accidents could lead to serious consequences. With Xu Mengyao at home, she often took Lin Qianqian out for outdoor activities. After a while, Lin Qianqian dashed outside. Daddy, hurry up. We're going to another place. Soon they arrived on the 3rd floor, where a sizable music room awaited them, filled with a guzheng, an eru, and a grand piano. Daddy, this one is Mommy's. Grandma plays this, and the smallest one is Grandpa's. Mine is this one. Lin Qianqian pulled out a small drum from the corner. Lin Chen was pleasantly surprised. It seemed that Xu Mengyao's family possessed a touch of artistic talent. He knew Xu Mengyao played the piano and guzheng, and her mother was even better at the guzheng, while her father played the eru. Dong dong. Lin Qianqian randomly tapped on the drum. Lin Chen chuckled at her antics, imagining that when they indulged in their musical joy, she likely just caused mischief nearby. Daddy, how do you play this? Lin Qianqian inquired. Mommy says I'm too small, but I'm all grown up now. She insisted, moving to the piano. Lin Chen lifted the piano lid. Although he couldn't play, he had researched some basics online, hoping to teach Lin Qianqian in the future. Qianqian. Each key on the piano produces a different sound. Lin Chen began to teach at a measured pace, mindful that he couldn't exhaust his limited piano knowledge within 5 minutes. Before long, 5 minutes passed. A voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. As the host teaches Lin Qianqian to play the piano, you have acquired piano skills. 10 hours to master level. 20 hours to grandmaster level. A rush of information flooded his consciousness, and a subtle smile graced his face. Finally, the moment had arrived. He had feared that he would forget everything he had learned before this opportunity arose. "Daddy, what is this?" Lin Qianqian, having noticed his newfound skill, rushed to the side. If she had been a moment quicker, Lin Chen's skill might not have been awakened. The beginning was always the hardest, but once awakened, improvement would gradually follow. "This is the Eru," Lin Chen replied with a smile. Lin Qianqian tilted her head. "Daddy, how strange. It has only one string, but it can make so many sounds." "Do you like it, Qianqian?" Lin Chen asked. Lin Qianqian shook her head vigorously. "I don't like it. The old men in the park like it. But I'm still a baby." Lin Chen felt a twinge of regret. He had some interest in the Eru, but he wouldn't force Lin Qianqian to learn it, as that would not yield any skills for him either. Some things were best left to unfold naturally. He could acquire the skill of making paper airplanes, which was impressive. But Lin Qianqian had recently shown little interest in that, so he wouldn't press her. Her healthy and joyful growth was his priority. Dong dong. Xu Mengyao knocked and entered. "Qianqian, you can share with Daddy tomorrow. It's getting late now, and you need to take a bath and go to sleep," Xu Mengyao said, bending down to kiss Lin Qianqian. "This is your home." Lin Qianqian blinked. "Mommy, I'm with Daddy." Xu Mengyao playfully tapped Lin Qianqian's forehead. "You little rascal, so clever for your age. You could take the elevator down by yourself. Mommy and Daddy need to talk." With a giggle, Lin Qianqian happily exited. Xu Mengyao, her face slightly flushed, turned to Lin Chen. "You and Qianqian should stay here tonight. She probably wants to introduce you to her little friends. She has always envied them for having fathers. Once, when I was putting her to bed, she dreamt and called out for her daddy. It really tugged at my heart." Lin Chen gazed at Xu Mengyao. Sensing the immense resolve she mustered to bring Lin Qianqian to him. "Mengyao, don't be sad. From now on, Qianqian will have a father, and you'll have a husband," he said cheerfully. Xu Mengyao teased back. "As long as Mengyao has a father, that's enough. As for me, I'm doing quite well on my own. I'll get you a set of my dad's new pajamas. You can wash your clothes tonight, and they'll be dry by morning." Lin Chen nodded. "But there's a crucial question. Where will I sleep?" Xu Mengyao replied playfully. "You'll sleep in the guest room." "Do you really expect to sleep in my room?" as Qianqian suggested. She continued, a hint of exasperation in her voice. "Hurry up and take a bath. You've had quite a bit to drink. After your bath, go straight to bed." Half an hour later, Lin Chen finished his bath and lay down on the guest room bed. Suddenly, the door creaked open slightly, and Lin Qianqian peeked in. "Daddy, what are you doing here? I didn't see you in Mommy's room." Lin Chen responded. "Qianqian, didn't you go to bed?" "Daddy, I can't sleep. I want to hear a story. Aunt Qingqing's stories aren't fun." Lin Qianqian quickly climbed on a Lin Chen's bed. "Daddy, I have a question." Lin Qianqian appeared somewhat hesitant. "What is it?" Lin Chen asked, kissing her forehead. "Did you and Mommy get divorced?" Lin Qianqian blurted out. Lin Chen was taken aback. "Qianqian, why would you ask that? We're perfectly fine. But you and Mommy aren't sleeping together," Lin Qianqian pointed out. "Grandma and Grandpa sleep together. Don't you know that Mommy calls me her husband?" Lin Chen replied. Lin Qianqian nodded. "I know, but you aren't sleeping together." Chapter 83 Qianqian. Here is the marriage certificate. Knock knock. Xu Mengyao entered, her voice filled with concern. "Qianqian, why aren't you asleep? Your father has come." She continued. "He has had quite a bit to drink and cannot tend to you tonight." Lin Chen interjected. "Darling, could you fetch our marriage certificate?" Xu Mengyao paused in surprise. "Why?" Lin Chen pinched Lin Qianqian's cheek gently. Qianqian asked why we didn't sleep together, wondering if we were divorced. Such deep thoughts for one so young. Xu Mengyao glanced at Lin Qianqian. Since Lin Chen's arrival, their daughter seemed remarkably astute. Typically, a child just over 2 years old would not ponder such things. "Qianqian, do not disturb your father. Come with me to see something, then you can go to bed," she said, somewhat impatiently. Lin Qianqian quickly climbed down from her bed. Xu Mengyao led her to her bedroom, where a safe held her jewelry and important documents, including their marriage certificate. She opened the safe and retrieved the certificate. "Qianqian, This is the marriage certificate of your father and me. Look, it has our photos. If your father and I were to divorce, we wouldn't have this certificate, Xu Mengyao explained. Lin Chen scrutinized it, and, after a few moments, she murmured, Mom, I can't read. Is this really the marriage certificate? Xu Mengyao sighed. Let me check the first 2 characters for you. She used her phone to look up the characters for marriage, and then selected the voice option to read them aloud. Is this the marriage certificate? Why do you doubt your parents, you little rascal? She chided gently. Lin Chen asked, Mom, why don't you and Dad sleep together? Grandpa and Grandma do. Xu Mengyao replied thoughtfully, due to certain reasons, your father and I haven't lived together before. We need time to adjust. Both your father and I love you dearly, and we will not divorce. Lin Xiaoqing's eyes sparkled with hope. Really, Mom? Of course. Let us make a promise, Xu Mengyao said, and they sealed it with a pinky swear. Mom, you mustn't change. If you do, you'll become a puppy. Xu Mengyao chuckled. If I change, I'll indeed become a puppy. Now hurry along to Aunt Qianqian and sleep. You mustn't come out again. Your father and I need to rest. Okay. Xu Mengyao pondered for a moment before returning to Lin Chen. I just showed Qianqian the marriage certificate. What is going on with her? Lin Chen replied. She is afraid we might separate, lacking a sense of security. This is quite normal. With ample love, her insecurities will gradually dissipate. Xu Mengyao not that can Li. All right. You should sleep now. Wait, there's one more thing, Lin Chen said. What is it? Xu Mengyao in quit. Good night, my dear, Lin Chen said with a smile. Xu Mengyao's cheeks flushed. After hesitating for a few seconds, she softly replied, Good night, husband. She quickly retreated, clutching her chest as her heart raced. You rascal, she thought to herself. Ding ding. Shortly after, Xu Mengyao's phone chimed with a video call from her mother. It was evening on her end, while her parents in America were in the late morning. Mom, Dad, Xu Mengyao greeted as she accepted the call. Her parents were together. Qianqian asked, Mengyao, how was Aunt Liang's birthday celebration? Nothing unusual occurred, did it? Xu Mengyao frowned slightly. There was an incident. The Zheng family wanted Uncle Zhao to introduce me to Zheng Su 2 months ago. Uncle Zhao initially planned to do so at the celebration. But once I married Lin Chen, he didn't proceed. Su Guofeng queried, Did the Zheng family stir up trouble? Lin Chen remarked that their gazes were not aligned. When they were sober, their eyes were fine, but once intoxicated, their self-control diminished. Su Guofeng noted, Mengyao, since you're with Qianqian, it's evident that Zheng Qingshan and his family wish to form a union. We all know their intentions. Yang Qingwei retorted, Old Su, are you implying that since Mengyao is with Qianqian, no one would want her? Su Guofeng cleared his throat. Of course, that's not what I meant. I merely suggested that Zheng Su could have more options. Yang Qingwei asked, Darling, is Zheng Su's grandfather in a critical phase? If Mengyao and Zheng Su become engaged, would that be beneficial or detrimental for him? Su Guofeng shook his head. I'm not sure about his grandfather's situation. If they were to get engaged, perhaps I might snicker behind their backs, but it would undoubtedly provide some support. Xu Mengyao rolled her eyes. Mom and Dad, what are you discussing? I certainly will not agree to an engagement. Our family is quite affluent, and your grandfather still holds some influence. Yang Qingwei scoffed, if that is the case. Their intentions are quite clever. They gain all the benefits while my father's remaining reputation becomes their garment. Yang Qingwei's father had previously held a higher position than Zheng Su's grandfather. Su Guofeng cautioned, Mengyao, this is merely our speculation. Please do not share our private analysis. Understood, Xu Mengyao nodded. Yang Qingwei expressed concern. Darling, if the Zheng family is plotting this way, and things go awry, the chances of them targeting us are not insignificant. Su Guofeng acknowledged, Indeed, the likelihood is not low. But we need not worry excessively. The Zheng family may have better connections in the political arena, yet our Su family's assets far exceed theirs. In this respect, we hold a substantial advantage. Pausing, Su Guofeng added, Mengyao, refrain from expanding your business for the time being. We must enhance risk management. Xu Mengyao nodded, understanding the unfavorable circumstances for expansion. No. Qianqian is sleeping with Qianqian. Is Lin Chen at our home? Qianqian inquired. Xu Mengyao hesitated, but nodded gently. Yes, he is. It's quite nice. Su Guofeng suggested. Since Lin Chen is with us, why not let him and Qianqian stay there for a few more days. I'm sure Qianqian misses her little friends. Agreed, Xu Mengyao affirmed. Su Guofeng smiled. Lin Chen enjoys a drink. There are some fine wines in the cellar. Bring him a few bottles. Get those from the first wine cabinet, the best ones in there. Yang Qingwei glanced at Su Guofeng. Old Su, when my father visited. You never offered the finest wines from the first cabinet. Now you're quite generous. Su Guofeng responded. Your father is a revolutionary soldier. I cannot corrupt him. Chapter 84. Was this painting created by Lin Chen? The Zhao family had successfully seen off all their guests. Some relatives accompanied them home, where they continued to enjoy cake and conversation for quite some time. Darling, why don't you open the gifts? Zhao Jingshou said, activating his phone's recording function. He felt the need to be cautious. Should anyone capture a video revealing the expensive gifts and later report him, there would be no way to clear his name. Although the likelihood of such an event was slim, he preferred to err on the side of caution. All right, Liang Chunhua nodded, proceeding to unwrap each gift. Given Zhao Jingshou's status, the gifts from guests were certainly of a commendable quality, typically within a reasonable range, with the most extravagant ones not exceeding 10,000. The Zhao family was affluent, and receiving such gifts was quite reasonable, as they often presented similar ones to others. Is this from Mengyao? Zhao Jingshou inquired, noticing a cylindrical package. Liang Chunhua, preparing to unveil its contents, affirmed, yes, I remember it was from Mengyao. She carefully extracted the item, while Zhao Jingshou assisted in unfurling the painting. Upon revealing it, Zhao Jingshou was taken aback. He had encountered numerous artworks and possessed a commendable aesthetic sense, recognizing immediately the painting's substantial value. This is quite remarkable, Liang Chunhua exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. The auspicious double longevity painting. Mengyao has truly put thought into this. Although her discerning eye wasn't as sharp, she was nonetheless captivated by the artwork. Zhao Jingshou inhaled deeply, remarking, indeed, it shows great thoughtfulness. However, the issue lies in the fact that this painting is exceedingly generous. After studying it for a while, he added, we cannot accept this. I estimate it could sell for at least several 100,000. Is it really worth that much? Liang Chunhua asked, astonished. Zhao Jingshou nodded. It can only be more, not less. But I believe we should accept it, Liang Chunhua insisted. Zhao Jingshou frowned. My dear, you must not be foolish. Even if it is a gift from Mengyao, we cannot accept it. While she may not spread word of it, secrets seldom remain hidden. What if others find out? Liang Chunhua pointed to the lower right corner. Look there. Zhao Jingshou leaned in to examine it more closely. What? This painting is by Lin Chen? His eyes widened in disbelief. It appears so, Liang Chunhua replied. There is no other signature, and it seems to be a recent work. Mengyao is quite considerate. She wouldn't gift us an artwork worth $1 million and put us in a difficult position. Zhao Jingshou marveled. If it is indeed by Lin Chen, then he and Mengyao are a well-matched pair, a true beauty and talent. Can we accept it? I truly like this painting, Liang Chunhua inquired. Zhao Jingshou pondered. Lin Chen is Mengyao's husband. He incurred no expense for the painting. The framing materials are quite ordinary, so if you genuinely adore it, you may keep it. However, we must first confirm that it is genuinely by Lin Chen. Liang Chunhua pulled out her phone. It's not too late. Mengyao should still be awake. I'll call and ask. Soon, Liang Chunhua connected the call. Xu Mengyao was indeed awake, tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep. Liang, Xu Mengyao, we just unwrapped the painting you sent. It is signed by Lin Chen. Did he create it? Liang Chunhua inquired. Indeed, I wasn't too sure what to give. So I had Lin Chen create a piece, Xu Mengyao replied. Is there an issue? Liang Chunhua laughed. If it's by Lin Chen, then there is no problem at all. Mengyao, please bring Lin Chen over for dinner sometime. I would like to express my gratitude to him. Of course, that sounds good. Xu Mengyao responded before they ended the call. Darling, why don't you unwrap the other gifts while I admire this one? The following morning, Lin Chen and his family rose early, greeted by the breakfast prepared by their housekeeper. Lin Qianqian grimaced at the meal, having grown accustomed to her father's cooking. She found the breakfast unappetizing. Despite dining at a modest restaurant the previous day, the chef was from a prestigious hotel, and the food was far superior to the housekeeper's offerings. Qianqian, you mustn't be a picky eater, Xu Mengyao admonished. Lin Xiaoqian's eyes lit up with an idea. Mom, doesn't Aunt Qingqing work hard every day? Shouldn't we give her a break? What are you suggesting? Lin Xiaoqian turned to Lin Chen. Daddy, can we let Aunt Qingqing and the others have a day off? What do you think? Lin Chen playfully pinched Lin Xiaoqian's nose. Little Xiaoqian, while I recognize your intentions, it's commendable that you empathize with others' efforts. I think it's a good idea. What say you, my dear? Xu Mengyao, you two have already conspired, so who am I to oppose? It's not like the house will become filthy in just 2 days. Let us grant them a couple of days off. Shortly thereafter, Xu Mengyao relayed the decision to the housekeepers, who left joyfully, enjoying a paid holiday. Xiaoqian, I'll cook lunch, Lin Chen said. But breakfast is ready. We cannot waste food, he added. Lin Xiaoqian shook her head in agreement. Then let us eat up. Afterward, we'll take a stroll. Perhaps we'll run into your friends. Okay. Lin Xiaoqian nodded eagerly. As she ate, she expressed, Dad, I want to play with Qianqian, Pippi, and Yuan. Lin Chen glanced at Xu Mengyao, who explained, they're children from our community. Qianqian, and Yuan are girls slightly older than Xiaoqian, while Pippi is a little boy. Their families are quite well off. Lin Chen nodded. Those living in this area were certainly well off. The neighborhood was an exclusive villa community, with even the smallest villas measuring around 400 to 500 square meters. Each villa was priced at no less than 50 million. Though Lin Chen had earned some money, it paled in comparison to the wealth of the residents here. After breakfast, Lin Chen and his family stepped outside. After a short while, Lin Xiaoqian spotted a little friend who was slightly older than her. Xiaoqian, the little girl beamed upon seeing Lin Xiaoqian. This is my dad. I have a dad, and he is a superhero, Lin Xiaoqian proudly proclaimed. The girl, accompanied by her mother, turned to Xu Mengyao. Su. Xiaoqian seems to have become much more cheerful and articulate. Xu Mengyao smiled. That is thanks to her father. Song Jia. This is my husband, Lin Chen. She introduced. Hello, brother Lin. Song Cici greeted, her eyes betraying a flicker of surprise at how naturally Xu Mengyao referred to Lin Chen as her husband. She was aware that Xu Mengyao had not hosted a banquet, leaving her uncertain if they had obtained a marriage certificate. Lin Chen nodded in response. Xu Mengyao turned to him. Dear, I have some matters to attend to at the company. Please take Xiaoqian out for a while. Xiaoqian, remember to listen to your father. Lin Xiaoqian looked at Xu Mengyao. Mommy, give daddy a kiss. Xu Mengyao complied, bending down to kiss Lin Xiaoqian. Mommy, you should also kiss daddy. Lin Xiaoqian chimed in with a sweet voice. Xu Mengyao. Chapter 85. The dazzling father of Lin Xiaoqian. Don't speak carelessly. Adults cannot casually express affection in public, said Song Jia. Sister Song, I shall take my leave now, replied Song Cici with a nod. A flicker of doubt crossed her mind. It appeared that Xu Mengyao and Lin Chen maintained a decent relationship, yet Lin Xiaoqian was residing elsewhere with Lin Chen, while Xu Mengyao remained here. If their bond were indeed strong, why the separation? The distance between Lin Chen's residence and Xu Mengyao's company rendered this puzzling, as her financial capacity would easily allow her to acquire a home nearby. Soon, Xu Mengyao departed, and Xiaoqian resumed her play with Brother Lin, how have you taught Xiaoqian? She has changed remarkably compared to before. I wish to learn from you, inquired Song Cici earnestly. Lin Chen responded, how was Xiaoqian previously? Song Cici contemplated before saying, Xiaoqian was a bright child, yet she was rather reserved. Even when playing with familiar children, she rarely took the initiative. Her speech was not as fluent as it is now. Being a few months older, spoke more articulately before, but now Xiaoqian carries herself like a little adult, while seems to lag behind. Do you possess any unique secrets? Lin Chen mused inwardly. With the system at his disposal, he could elevate Lin Xiaoqian significantly. Any skill he acquired at the grandmaster or legendary level would undoubtedly enhance her abilities. There are no unique secrets to speak of. Xiaoqian spent most of her time with a nanny, who, for safety reasons, might have restricted her. When I looked after her, I encouraged her to explore boldly. Song Cici nodded. It seems that Xiaoqian's intelligence was simply not fully realized before. Lin Chen smiled. Every child is a treasure. As parents, we must learn how to uncover their potential. Poor academic performance does not equate to a lack of intelligence. In nature, every creature has its strengths. It is unjust to judge solely by speed. Song Cici gently nodded. Brother Lin, what industry are you involved in? Perhaps we could collaborate in the future. Lin Chen pondered. His primary source of income stemmed from fairy tale creation. He also practiced calligraphy and painting. One could say he was engaged in the arts. I suppose I am part of the artistic realm. He chuckled. Daddy, can you teach me and how to play ball? Lin Qianqian exclaimed, rushing over with an innocent voice. Of course. But what shall we do without a ball? Lin Chen crouched down to ask. Song Cici inquired. Qianqian, what type of ball do you wish to play with? I can call someone to bring it over. Basketball. Daddy is the best at basketball. Lin Qianqian replied with a hint of pride. She wanted her friends to know she had a father, and not just any father, but the most impressive one. Song Cici quickly made a phone call, and before long, a basketball was delivered. Lin Chen began teaching the two little ones, and gradually, the group expanded to 3, then 4, as Lin Xiaoqian's friends joined in. Lin Chen engaged earnestly with the children, finding joy in every moment while gaining valuable experience. His basketball skills had reached a grandmaster level, and with his robust physique, he was among the best globally, though he had yet to attain the pinnacle of technical mastery. It seemed Lin Chen surpassed even basketball coaches in skill, yet unfortunately, as Mr. Su's husband, they could not afford such a tutor. The mothers of the 3 children gathered to converse. Daddy, I feel a bit tired. Can you tell us a story? Lin Xiaoqian looked up after an hour. Of course. Please sit over there. Lin Chen smiled, soon weaving vivid tales from the depths of his mind, needing no book. With his legendary storytelling prowess, he captivated Lin Xiaoqian and the others, who listened intently. Song Cici and the others observed from a distance, utterly amazed. Daddy, I want to hear more stories, called Lin Xiaoqian, along with her friends after the first tale concluded. Lin Chen smiled and began anew. I now understand why Xiaoqian has changed so much. Lin Chen's quality of companionship is exceptionally high. Indeed, before they knew it, evening had arrived. Upon opening the door, Xu Mengyao was greeted by a delightful aroma. A warm sensation flowed through her heart. Mommy! Lin Xiaoqian joyfully rushed over. Xiaoqian, did you have fun today? Xu Mengyao embraced Lin Xiaoqian and kissed her. Mommy, I had such a wonderful day. And the others all know I have a daddy now. And he's the most amazing one. What did you do with Daddy? Lin Xiaoqian counted on her fingers. We played basketball. Daddy told us stories, taught us songs, and even showed us how to paint. I'm the best at it, hee. Lin Chen emerged from the kitchen, chuckling. Xiaoqian has been showing off about me to her friends today. I nearly revealed all my talents. Xu Mengyao remarked. She used to envy those with fathers. Xiaoqian, you no longer envy and the others, do you? Lin Xiaoqian shook her head vigorously. Not at all, because I have the best daddy in the world. With a sweet smile, she asked, Mommy, do you have work tomorrow? I won't be working tomorrow. Why do you ask? Su Mendia Ziplit. Lin Xiaoqian's eyes brightened. Mommy, can I invite and the others over for dinner? Xu Mengyao responded, you need to ask Daddy about that. Since he's cooking, it might be a bit much for him. I already asked Daddy, and he said it was fine, Lin Xiaoqian stated confidently. Xu Mengyao said, if Daddy agrees. Then of course. She turned to Lin Chen. What do you think? Should we invite Xiaoqian's friends only, or should we include their mothers as well? It might be a bit crowded with the adults. Lin Chen replied, invite the adults as well. Today, Xiaoqian is showing off her father. Tomorrow, let you show off your husband. Xu Mengyao blushed slightly and playfully retorted, what do you have to show off? Lin Xiaoqian chimed in, Mommy, Daddy is the best. Lin Chen smiled. Hurry and wash your hand for dinner. Xu Mengyao added, Lin Chen, do you drink? My father called last night and asked me to bring you 2 bottles of the finest wine. Lin Chen replied cheerfully, I usually don't drink, but given your father's kind gesture, I shall certainly partake. Xu Mengyao huffed lightly. After all, her father was not yet Lin Chen's father-in-law, as they had not yet held a wedding ceremony. Chapter 86, Legendary Culinary Skills. Xu Mengyao soon arrived at the wine cellar, which housed 8 temperature-controlled wine cabinets, each containing a plethora of exquisite wines, with every bottle valued at over 10,000. Ordinary varieties like Matai were not stored here. Xu Mengyao opened the first cabinet, revealing the finest and most expensive selections, each priced no less than 100,000, with some so rare that Xu Guofeng himself hesitated to indulge. Unfamiliar with wines, Xu Mengyao randomly selected a bottle. Lin Chen, I've only brought you one bottle. Though you can drink, please don't overindulge. Too much is harmful to your health. Lin Chen chuckled softly. I'll just have a sip. I'm primarily curious about the taste of my father-in-law's wine. Xu Mengyao replied, there's no need to bring me wine tomorrow. I seldom drink, and it's inconvenient to do so with Qianqian around. She added, I might visit occasionally, and when I do, you can enjoy a glass whenever you wish. It can be quite exhausting to look after a child, and a drink could help you unwind. Lin Chen remarked, I don't find it burdensome to take care of little Qianqian. Teaching her brings me a sense of growth that I find exhilarating. For instance, learning a foreign language was arduous before, but now, after just 3 hours of teaching Lin Qianqian, she can master a language so effortlessly. It's quite delightful. I have already become proficient in over a dozen languages. Hey, Daddy, I'm a good girl, right? Lin Qianqian chimed in happily. Yes, indeed. Our little Qianqian is the best. Lin Chen replied, kissing her affectionately. Xu Mengyao opened the wine and took out 2 glasses, one large and one small. Lin Chen, I'll keep you company with a little drink. She filled both glasses, and the rich aroma of the wine wafted through the air. Lin Chen, though not a connoisseur, felt an irresistible urge to taste it. Lin Chen, thank you for taking such good care of Qianqian, Xu Mengyao said, raising her glass. Lin Chen turned to Lin Qianqian and asked, is Mommy saying something incorrect? Lin Qianqian nodded eagerly. Mommy, you should call him husband. Xu Mengyao glanced at Lin Qianqian, feeling a bit flustered by her short-sleeve attire. Husband, thank you, she said without hesitation. Lin Chen lifted his glass. Wife, while titles matter, we are a family. Thanking me for looking after Qianqian feels a bit misplaced. Don't you think? What do you say, Qianqian? Lin Qianqian nodded vigorously, yes. Xu Mengyao replied, as long as you understand my sentiment. I didn't take care for Qianqian as well as you do. Lin Chen clinked his glass with hers and said, just a small sip will suffice. Let us not toast too formally at home. They both took a small sip. Xu Mengyao's eyes lit up in surprise as she tasted the dishes. Lin Chen, the food today seems more delicious than ever. Is it just my imagination, or do better quality utensils yield tastier dishes? She pondered. Lin Chen chuckled. Can you truly discern that? Xu Mengyao nodded, of course. Today's dishes are markedly superior. Daddy, they are even better than lunch. Lin Qianqian chimed in with her opinion. A subtle smile graced Lin Chen's face as he recalled that while tidying the kitchen at noon, his culinary skills had ascended to a legendary level. This progression, from the pinnacle of master chef to the realm of legends, brought about a qualitative change that was undeniably reflected in the flavor. Mengyao, the better utensils do enhance the taste significantly, but my culinary skills have also experienced a breakthrough, he remarked with a smile. Across time and cultures, the finest chefs could only reach the peak master level, representing humanity's limit. With the support of the system, he had now surpassed that threshold. Lin Chen, Xu Mengyao found herself at a loss for words. Lin Chen was remarkably gifted. It had not been long since he had begun to elevate his culinary prowess to such astounding heights. Try some of the other dishes, Lin Chen encouraged with a smile. Xu Mengyao sampled a few more dishes, each proving equally delightful. Lin Chen, why does your cooking, using the same ingredients, taste so exquisite while my attempts leave much to be desired? She inquired. Lin Qianqian piped up, Mommy, yours is still edible. Sumen adito playfully. Thank you for the consolation, Qianqian. You're welcome, Mommy, Lin Qianqian replied sweetly. Xu Mengyao sighed. Perhaps this is the difference between a top student and a struggling one. Explaining this to a primary school underachiever like myself may be futile. Just then, a notification chimed on Xu Mengyao's phone. As they were finishing their meal, she glanced at it and saw it was a video call from her mother. After a moment's consideration, she accepted the call, knowing her parents were aware of Lin Chen's presence. Grandma, Lin Qianqian exclaimed sweetly upon seeing Yang Qingwei. What are you up to, Qianqian? Yang Qingwei asked. I'm having dinner, and Daddy made it. His cooking is delicious. Lin Qianqian beamed. Yang Qingwei swallowed, recalling how much she missed Lin Chen's culinary creations. Despite Xu Guofeng's efforts to hire skilled chefs, their dishes paled in comparison to Lin Chen's. Mengyao, where's Lin Chen? Yang Qingyue inquired. Xu Mengyao turned the camera towards Lin Chen, who greeted, Aunt Yang, I hope you're feeling better? I'm much better now. Oh, Mengyao is quite generous. She brought out the finest bottle of wine for you. Yang Qingyue chocolate. Xu Mengyao quickly clarified, Mom, I just grabbed the first bottle I saw. That is perfectly fine. It's wonderful that you're sharing it with Lin Chen. Even if you wouldn't indulge yourself, Yang Qingyue said teasingly. Xu Mengyao blushed slightly, Mom. Why are you calling so early? Is there something you need? Yang Qingyue replied, Lin Chen, your mother's birthday is approaching, right? Xu Mengyao nodded, and Yang Qingyue continued. Then I'll send a gift directly to your hometown. Could you send me your mother's phone number so I can fill in the recipient's information? Mengyao, you should prepare a birthday gift too, Yang Qingyue added. Lin Qianqian raised her hand eagerly. Grandma, I want to prepare a gift for Grandma too. Yang Qingyue responded with delight. Of course, my dear Qianqian. Xu Mengyao felt her cheeks flush. With her parents about to meet? Chapter 87. Lin Chen. Try holding me as night enveloped the world. Lin Chen regaled Lin Qian with enchanting tales, her face adorned with a sweet smile as slumber claimed her. She rested in Xu Mengyao's room. Lin Chen sent a message to Xu Mengyao, who soon arrived, freshly bathed and donned in her cool pajamas. A relief amid the warm weather. What are you staring at? Xu Mengyao chided playfully, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. Lin Chen replied with a smile. I am merely admiring my wife. Is that a crime? Mengyao, please keep Qian company while I take a shower. Xu Mengyao hestita momentia. With a mischievous grin, Lin Chen teased, Are you perhaps expecting a hug or a kiss? Xu Mengyao shot him a knowing glance. You dream of such delights. My parents are already aware that we are married, but yours remain oblivious to our union. You should find an opportune moment to enlighten them. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Lin Chen, with a teasing smirk, replied, Isn't this a matter between the two of us? Must it now involve our families? Xu Mengyao gao de. It is indeed our affair, but it feels unjust that my parents know while yours do not. My mother adored the painting you gifted her, and that is why she wishes to send something to your mother on her birthday. Lin Chen chuckled. Is that truly the only reason? Xu Mengyao's eyes flickered. Of course. What else could it be? Don't overthink it. Just tell your parents the truth. We are married, yet we remain simply friends for now. Lin Chen's expression dimmed at her words. Simply friends? I thought we had progressed to being good friends. It seems I may have misread the situation. Xu Mengyao felt a pang of anxiety. Good friends will suffice. I misspoke. Either way, we are still just friends. Please do not say anything that might lead to misunderstandings with your parents. Rest assured, there will be no misunderstandings, Lin Chen reassured her. And Xu Mengyao sighed in relief. With a playful grin, he added, My parents will undoubtedly accept you as their daughter-in-law. There will be no confusion on that front. Xu Mengyao rolled her eyes. Hurry and take your shower. I have no desire to bicker with you any longer. Time swiftly passed, and the following morning, Xu Mengyao took Lin Qian and Lin Chen to the supermarket, as they needed to prepare extra ingredients for the guests arriving for lunch. Xu, Lin, you are truly dedicated to taking care of Qianqian, one of the mothers remarked. If he were not your husband, I would gladly pay him to help with the children. He plays basketball well, and the stories he tells captivate the kids. Mengyao, even if Lin Chen earns a bit less, he is quite the man. After all, you will be the one making money, and you have plenty to spare. Another mother chimed in. Meanwhile, Lin Qian played with her friends, while Pai Pai had been taken away by his parents. Within their shared community, Xu Mengyao and her friends formed a close-knit circle. Lin Chen earns a fair amount on his own, Xu Mengyao interjected, wanting to clarify that Lin Chen did not solely rely on her finances. As noon approached, the group made their way to Xu Mengyao's villa. Daddy's cooking is the best in the world, Lin Qian proclaimed, a hint of pride in her voice. Really? Are you not exaggerating? Her friends questioned skeptically. Before long, they arrived, greeted by the tantalizing aroma wafting through the air, causing several to swallow in anticipation. How delightful! Lin Qian exclaimed, dashing toward the kitchen. Lin Chen smiled. Qian, take your friends to wash their hands. Our feast awaits. As the children washed up, Lin Chen quickly brought out dish after dish. Today, he had prepared 10 courses, a symbol of perfection. Lin Chen, how do your dishes surpass those of a five-star chef? They resemble exquisite works of art. The three mothers marveled. Xu Mengyao, however, was unfazed, as Lin Chen's culinary skills were always impressive, albeit less frequently displayed. Everyone, please enjoy while it's hot, Lin Chen urged, and Xu Mengyao added, please, make yourselves comfortable. Though they numbered 9, Lin Chen's large round table accommodated them with ease. Soon, the meal commenced, and the mothers were soon rendered speechless by the exquisite flavors. Qianqian, you are not exaggerating, one mother remarked. Lin uncle, this food is divine. Lin Qianqian beamed with joy, reveling in her friend's admiration. How is it? Xu Mengyao inquired with a smile. The mothers could not contain their praise, eagerly sampling every dish, each more delectable than the last. By the end of the meal, they were thoroughly satisfied. Lin Qianqian's friends, usually picky eaters, devoured their meals with surprising enthusiasm. Lin Gu, your culinary skills are extraordinary. You must have one Mengyao's heart with your cooking. The children teased as they played. Lin Chen turned to Xu Mengyao with a grin. You should ask her. Xu Mengyao's cheeks flushed. I was not won over. I simply found myself with you by happenstance. To the ears of the mothers, her words sounded like sweet nothings. Mengyao, I'm full, but you're still feeding me romantic crumbs. Have a little pity on this single dog. One mother joked, having recently divorced. Lin Yi, have you and Meng Yao not yet held a wedding? If you do remember to invite us. Another chimed in. Of course, Lin Chen smiled. Before long, the guests departed, and as the children settled down for their afternoon naps, Lin Qianqian needed her rest as well. After Xu Mengyao lulled Lin Qianqian to sleep, Lin Chen washed the dishes. With a playful grin, he remarked, since I have some free time, how about I earn some brownie points with you today? Perhaps a kiss? A hug would suffice. Xu Mengyao mustered her courage. Lin Chen, you can forget about a kiss for now, but you may try holding me. Upon uttering those words, she closed her eyes, knowing deep down that she appreciated Lin Chen's kindness, but uncertain if she was ready for such intimacy. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and he took a step closer. Xu Mengyao sensed his approach, her body trembling slightly, her complexion pale. He gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Mengyao, let's wait a bit longer. You aren't quite ready. Xu Mengyao opened her eyes. Chapter 88. Acquiring Western Medical Skills. Lin Chen reassured, my dear wife. Take it easy. It's quite common for many veterans to experience post-traumatic stress disorder. Psychological ailments can be challenging to manage. He added with a smile. If you could easily control it, you would have done so long ago. At this moment, Lin Chen's eyes sparkled. Mengyao, what did you say? I didn't catch that. Xu Mengyao, feeling bashful, stamped her foot and replied, if you didn't hear it, then forget it. I didn't say anything. Lin Chen responded, I vaguely heard you mention wanting to move in with me. I'll accompany Qianqian for her afternoon nap, Xu Mengyao said, hastily making her way toward the staircase. Mengyao, why don't you take the elevator? Xu Mengyao replied. The elevator was too close to Lin Chen. She simply wanted to get away quickly. Lin Chen wore a smile. Although he and T managed to embrace Xu Mengyao, their relationship had undoubtedly progressed significantly. Just moments ago, she had taken the initiative to invite him to hold her, though her psychological barriers had yet to be fully overcome. For someone without such challenges, taking the first step might be easy, but for Xu Mengyao, it was a considerable feat. Things are looking up, Lin Chen mused internally. The mutual effort was certainly preferable to a one-sided endeavor. Meanwhile, in the room, Xu Mengyao covered her face. She hadn't expected to suggest that Lin Chen embrace her, nor had she anticipated mentioning moving in with him. Was I too forward just now? What must Lin Chen think of me? She pondered, feeling a warmth rise in her cheeks. Lin Qianqian nodded. She didn't feel too attached. In her heart, Lin Chen as a father held far more significance than her little friends. Xu Mengyao handed Lin Chen a bag. Lin Chen, inside is Qianqian's vaccination booklet. She needs to get her shots. Please take her when the time comes. Lin Qianqian looked at Lin Chen with pleading eyes. Daddy, injections are so painful. I don't want to get a shot. Can I just take medicine instead? Lin Chen shook his head. No, Qianqian. Vaccines aren't for treating illnesses. They're for preventing them. I can treat you if you are sick, but I cannot prevent illnesses. But I'll cry, Lin Chen said timidly. Xu Mengyao added, the last few times Qianqian got her vaccinations, she cried so loudly that I was a bit apprehensive about taking her again. Lin Chen nodded. I'll take her. Qianqian, say goodbye to your mother. She has things to attend to. Goodbye, Mommy. Both Daddy and I love you. Xu Mengyao picked up Lin Chen. Mommy will see you to the car. Before long, Lin Chen drove away, while Xu Mengyao stood watching the car disappear. Lingering outside for a while. Mother Yuan's figure appeared. Mengyao, Yuan, and the others are out to play. I came to call Qianqian, but it seems I'm too late. She and her father have already left. Someone is about to become a stone waiting for her husband. Xu Mengyao replied. We unexpectedly have Qianqian. We weren't together before, but now we're officially registered. Mother Yuan nodded. Understood. Get into the car first, and we can discuss the wedding later. Mengyao, you must seize this opportunity. I can see that Lin Chen is very fond of both you and Qianqian. Love is paramount. Money isn't everything. My ex-husband was wealthy, yet he still ran off with a vixen. Xu Mengyao nodded slightly. Mother Yuan continued. You two should live together. Otherwise, I fear you might fall victim to a vixen's advances. It's hard for men to pursue women, but it's much easier for women to pursue men, especially if they're beautiful. Qing, I just did something foolish. Xu Mengyao mesa senking. Qing replied, what foolish thing did you do? Share it so I could be amused. Xu Mengyao hesitated before saying, Lin Chen has been very kind to me and Qianqian. In a moment of impulse, I agreed to let him embrace me. Qing sent a voice message, saying, Mengyao, are you messaging me to flaunt your affection? You've inflicted 3,000 points of emotional damage on me. I can't recover without 3 lavish meals, and they must be prepared by Lin Chen. Anything else one tea suffice. Xu Mengyao clarified, Lin Chen didn't embrace me. When he was about to, my body trembled uncontrollably. He said we could try again later. Qing's eyes brightened. You should move in with him. Does your home need a nanny? I can be quite capable. Xu Mengyao replied, no need, thank you. She added with a hint of annoyance. I see you're eager for me to move over, so you can conveniently mooch meals. Hee. Do you think Lin Chen will consider me frivolous or too forward after my remarks? Xu Mengyao asked. Qing advised, just follow your heart. Your relationship differs from ordinary couples. You have a certificate and a child, which fundamentally makes you a married couple. My concern isn't about you being too forward, but rather that you might be too reserved and miss out on Lin Chen. What has transpired when you visited him? Xu Mengyao succinctly recounted the events of the past few days. Qing chuckled. Lin Chen is quite astute. One meal might earn him several advocates. Xu Mengyao noted, Mother Yuan is already advocating for Lin Chen. I want to keep you. I have work to do, Xu Mengyao said. Half an hour later, Lin Chen arrived at a community hospital. Daddy, I'm scared. Even before entering, Lin Qianqian's eyes brimmed with tears. She was clever, but still only a little over 2 years old. Children her age often fear injections. Let us not get a shot today. I'll take you to buy some doctor toys so we can familiarize ourselves with how doctors work, all right? Lin Chen kissed Lin Chen gently. He didn't want to force her into a painful experience, knowing it would only exacerbate her fear of needles. Okay, Lin Qianqian's eyes brightened. Lin Chen purchased doctor toys for Lin Qianqian. Once home, he began to play with her. Host, as you play with Lin Qianqian using the doctor toys, you acquire Western medical skills. After 20 hours, you will reach the master level, and in 40 hours, you may attain the grandmaster level. The system's voice resonated in Lin Chen's mind. Lin Chen was taken aback. The ancient medical arts required 30 and 60 hours, respectively, while the skills of Western medicine demanded less time. Chapter 89. Lin Chen, I shall accompany you back to your hometown. Lin Chen inquired within his mind system, why is the time for Western medicine considerably less? The system responded, Western medicine can utilize various instruments, making the learning curve less steep. An ordinary person can grasp the basics in just a few years. However, achieving proficiency in traditional Chinese medicine requires extensive time and dedication. Lin Chen asked system, which is superior? The system replied, There is no definitive superiority between traditional Chinese and Western medicine. What matters is their efficacy in healing and alleviating suffering. Lin Chen nodded thoughtfully. Lin Xiaoqian displayed considerable interest in her newly acquired Dr. Toy, engaging with it for an hour, diagnosing various dolls. Meanwhile, Lin Chen imparted some knowledge of Western medicine to her. Through teaching Lin Xiaoqian, he gained a wealth of experience, significantly enhancing his expertise in Western medicine. Daddy, am I a doctor now? Can I avoid giving injections? Lin Xiaoqian queried. Lin Chen, puzzled, responded, You are a doctor. Why would you not give injections? Lin Xiaoqian gazed earnestly at him and declared, Daddy, because the little viruses are afraid of doctors. As a doctor, they fear me, so I need not give injections. Lin Chen chuckled at her reasoning. That makes a great deal of sense. However, my dear Xiaoqian, doctors can also fall ill and must receive injections and medication when they do. He gently patted her head, adding, But we can postpone the injections for a few days. I can teach you more about being a doctor in the meantime. The more Lin Xiaoqian understood about medicine and medical instruments, the less apprehensive she became. Days passed swiftly. Xu Mengyao had been quite busy and had not visited. Lin Chen spent fulfilling days with Lin Xiaoqian, who had grown fond of her Dr. Toy, playing with it for over an hour each day. His proficiency in Western medicine soared. Achieving mastery typically required 20 hours of practice. Yet Lin Chen had already accumulated 5 hours of experience, surpassing most Western medical practitioners. Xiaoqian, are you still afraid? Lin Chen asked as he took her to the community hospital. Lin Xiaoqian shook her head. Daddy, I'm no longer afraid. Previously, she had viewed the hospital as a place of terror, crying at the mere thought of approaching it. Now, she understood it to be a place for healing. Xiaoqian, injections may still hurt. If you feel pain, you can cry. I will not laugh at you, Lin Chen reassured her. Lin Xiaoqian shook her head. Daddy, I will not cry. The medicine helps the little cells fight the viruses. I want to assist the cells in my body. Lin Chen kissed Lin Xiaoqian and carried her to the community hospital. After registering, they ascended to the 3rd floor, the vaccination area, where a child was crying, prompting 2 others to join in. In the past, Lin Xiaoqian would have cried too. However, having learned much, her fear of the unknown significantly diminished. Curiously, she observed the others without joining in their tears. Before long, it was Lin Xiaoqian's turn. Xiaoqian, if it hurts, you may cry, Lin Chen said gently. She shook her head. Daddy, I will not cry. I'm not a little baby anymore. Indeed, Lin Chen nodded in agreement. The nurse smiled and said, You're very brave. Little one, I will be gentle. I will try not to hurt you. Lin Xiaoqian nodded. In the next moment, the nurse administered the injection. Lin Xiaoqian's eyes shimmered with tears, but she bravely held back her cries. Soon, the nurse removed the needle. Lin Xiaoqian rubbed her eyes and exclaimed, Daddy, I did not cry. I am the bravest baby, right? Indeed, our little Xiaoqian is the bravest. Injections are not so frightening, are they? Lin Chen smiled, kissing her. No, they are not scary. Lin Xiaoqian giggled joyfully. Ding ding. In the evening, Lin Chen's mother, Chun Mei, initiated a video call. Grandma, Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed upon seeing Chun Mei. Oh, Chun Mei responded quickly, though not with her usual exuberance. Xiaoqian, you eat by yourself. Daddy will talk to Grandma. Lin Chen stepped onto the balcony with the phone. Mom, has something happened? Please, take your time and explain. On the other end, Chun Mei spoke with a hint of bitterness. We are missing some materials for the house construction. Your father rode his motorcycle to town to buy them and had a fall, resulting in a minor arm fracture. Lin Chen's expression shifted. Has the examination concluded? Is it confirmed to be merely a minor fracture without any other issues? Chun Mei reassured him. There are some abrasions, but they are not serious. The examination confirmed it is only a minor fracture. However, Lin Chen's heart tightened. But what else? Chun Mei replied, the examination shows only a minor fracture in his arm. Yet your father cannot stand straight. He experiences severe pain in his back whenever he attempts to rise. Do not worry, I possess some medical knowledge. Even if I cannot resolve it, I will take him to a larger hospital. After ending the video call, Lin Chen dialed Xu Mengyao's number. Let's pause the meeting for a moment. Xu Mengyao took her phone and stepped outside the conference room. Lin Chen never called her at this hour. Something significant must have arisen. Lin Chen, is there something wrong? Xu Mengyao inquired, her heart racing. What happened? She asked, her expression shifting. I will finish work shortly. I will accompany you. If you are busy, I can take Qianqian to the hotel. Surely there is a hotel in your town? Lin Chen replied. There is indeed a hotel in town, but the conditions will not compare to those where you usually stay. Xu Mengyao shook her head. I'm not that particular. I will submit a temporary flight request. Barring unforeseen circumstances, I should be able to depart in an hour and a half. Prepare to set off. I will see you at the airport. With that, she hung up. Liang Yi, to the airport. Xu Mengyao quickly gathered her belongings and entered the car. Understood, President. The driver, her bodyguard Liang Yi, promptly drove off. Ding ding. Xu Mengyao called her father. It was still early in the United States, and Su Guofeng was awakened by her call. Mengyao, is there an emergency? He asked upon answering. Su Guofeng's expression altered. Father, what should I be cautious about as I go? Xu Mengyao asked, feeling somewhat anxious. Chapter 90. The airplane malfunctioned. Su Guofeng inquit, Mendia. Have you and Lin Chen acquired your marriage certificate? Are his parents aware of this? Xu Mengyao replied. I informed Lin Chen that he could tell his parents. But whether he has done so, I am uncertain. You must adapt as necessary. Su Guofeng responded. All right, I shall get up and head over immediately. Xu Mengyao hung up the phone. After purchasing breakfast, Su Guofeng hurried to the hospital. Yang Qingwei, seeing Su Guofeng, expressed surprise. Darling, why are you here so early today? Su Guofeng deeply. Yang Qingwei, with a grave expression, cautioned, one must not be careless with a back injury. If Lin Chen requires assistance, use your connections to find a competent doctor. Do not let any lingering consequences remain. Understood. Su Guofeng note that. Xu Mengyao asked her mother about any necessary precautions for her visit. Yang Qingwei frowned. It is difficult to say. Customs vary by region. You must certainly prepare gifts. Items such as cigarettes, alcohol, tea, cosmetics, and health supplements should be plentiful. Attention to attire and behavior is also needed. Conduct yourself with decorum. By the way, they have yet to host a banquet. Although you have obtained the certificate, it is best not to stay at Lin Chen's home. If there are specific customs, ask Lin Chen. Su Guofeng suggested, you should call Mengyao directly. She is en route to the airport from her company. Aurig, Yang Qingwei replied, dealing Xu Mengyao. Once the details were conveyed, Yang Qingwei said, Mengyao, Lin Chen has left a very good impression on us. Do not tarnish it. Xu Mengyao felt a pang of anxiety. Mom, you're making me nervous. Yang Qingwei smiled. Nervousness is good. It shows you care about Lin Chen. As long as you care, you will not go astray. I must go now, Xu Mengyao said, hanging up. In the front row, Liang Yi asked, President, do you need me to accompany you to Lin Chen's hometown for your protection? I will vanish when Lin Chen is around, but when he is not, I can ensure your safety. Xu Mengyao considered this. Having Liang Yi accompany them was indeed a good idea. Very well, you may come along. An hour later, Lin Chen drove to the airport, and after a brief wait with Lin Qianqian, they soon saw Xu Mengyao. Lin Chen, Liang Yi will accompany us. You may not always be by our side, but having Liang Yi nearby will ease your mind, Xu Mengyao stated. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. They swiftly boarded Xu Mengyao's private jet. Liang Yi, please take care of Qianqian. I need to discuss something with your father, Xu Mengyao said. Liang Yi nodded and led Lin Qianqian to the back, where the noise from the engines drowned out their conversation. Lin Chen, have you informed your parents? Xu Mengyao asked. Her cheeks slightly flushed. Lin Chen looked puzzled about what. He shook his head. I haven't mentioned it yet. I was planning to tell them when you visited, but you haven't been over these past few days. Xu Mengyao. Lin Chen suggested, should I send a message to my mom now? Xu Mengyao quickly replied, it is better not to. Your father's injury is a concern for her. If you message her, she might be distracted preparing to host us. Let us go directly. Lin Chen nodded. We shall discuss it once the plane lands. I need to call and check the latest situation. They should prepare themselves to meet their daughter-in-law. They must not look disheveled. Xu Mengyao's cheeks reddened. I'll go tend to Qianqian. What a warm little bundle, Lin Chen chuckled. I consider her an ice silk t-shirt. Xu Mengyao retorted. Minutes passed as the plane began to taxi, and shortly thereafter, it accelerated into the azure sky. Lin Chen grasped Xu Mengyao's hand. She glanced at him. Mengyao, I have a fear of flying. I need strength, he confessed. Xu Mengyao observed their intertwined hands, suspecting that Lin Chen might be intentionally seeking an excuse to hold her hand. She was not yet ready for an embrace. Lin Chen, scientific data indicates that the likelihood of an airplane incident is minimal. Air travel is exceedingly safe, she reassured him. Dreamy. It would be best not to utter such words on a plane. Sometimes, good omens fail while bad ones do not, Lin Chen cautioned. 2 hours later, as the aircraft prepared for descent, Xu Mengyao noticed that Lin Chen had not released her hand throughout the journey. In the cockpit, Chief Pilot Xu Hongguang's expression turned grave. The front landing gear is failing to deploy. Releasing landing gear has failed. Attempting to release again. The release has failed once more, he announced, operating controls urgently. Co-pilot Luo Hui quickly assisted, but despite multiple attempts, the front landing gear remained inoperative. Tower B6688 is experiencing a landing gear malfunction and cannot deploy. We request altitude to resolve the issue, Xu Hongguang calmly radioed. Tower acknowledges. B6688, please ascend to a safe altitude, came the response. The aircraft, which had been nearing descent, ascended again upon the tower's command. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, gazing out the window. The plane was not landing normally. The weather was fine today, indicating a possible malfunction. Mengyao, we may be facing a minor predicament, Lin Chen remarked. Xu Mengyao also sensed something amiss. Having flown frequently, she knew that it was unusual to ascend after preparing to land. Do not panic. Perhaps another plane requires an emergency landing, she consoled him. Such situations were not unheard of. If another aircraft needed to land urgently, others must yield. Yet, Xu Mengyao had never personally experienced this. Before long, the plane reached several thousand meters in altitude, stabilizing somewhat. Xu Mengyao pressed the call button, and shortly, a flight attendant approached. What is happening? Do not conceal anything, she demanded. The attendant hesitated before replying. President Xu, the front landing gear is malfunctioning and cannot deploy. After communicating with the pilots, the tower instructed us to ascend to a safe altitude. They will assist us in resolving the landing gear issue. We will be fine. Xu Mengyao's expression shifted with concern. The situation was indeed serious. Lin Chen inquired, how long can the fuel sustain us? 1 hour, came a reply. Xu Mengyao's expression grew grave. If the problem was not resolved within an hour, how could the plane land without functioning landing gear? Chapter 91. The astonishment of Lin Chen's parents. Lin Chen asked, are there enough parachutes on the plane? The flight attendant nodded. Yes, each person has 2. Lin Chen smiled, then there's no need to panic. The worst that can happen is that this plane crashes. Just inform the pilots to remain calm and handle the situation. If it truly becomes unavoidable, we can all parachute out. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Xu Mengyao felt much more at ease. The aircraft had cost several hundred million. It would be a pity to lose it, but it was not a financial burden she could not bear. As my husband suggested, let's inform the pilots, said Xu Mengyao. All right, the flight attendant replied, her demeanor more composed. They were not currently over the ocean. As long as they were willing to abandon the aircraft, their risks were minimal. This was a private jet, not a large commercial airliner. Soon, the flight attendant relayed the message to the pilots, alleviating their psychological pressure significantly. Lin Chen, aren't you afraid? Xu Mengyao inquired. Lin Chen chuckled. Why should I fear death? The only concern is that this flight is for you. If the plane crashes, I would have to compensate in flesh. Xu Mengyao was left speechless, her remaining worries dissipating. Mengyao, the likelihood of an aircraft mishap isn't negligible. It seems I should learn about aircraft maintenance, especially for this model. I should also learn how to pilot. Xu Mengyao laughed. Are you going to learn aircraft manufacturing too? Then you could design even better planes. Lin Chen replied, you've inspired me. I should look into that as well. Are you serious? Xu Mengyao noticed Lin Chen did not seem to be joking. Lin Chen affirmed, of course I am serious. It might be challenging, but with diligent study, I should be able to master it, right? By the way, this plane has a maintenance manual, doesn't it? You should photocopy one for me. Xu Mengyao ponde. A single aircraft comprises countless parts. Comprehending the entire machine is exceedingly difficult. Lin Chen laughed. I have nothing but time on my hands. If you can acquire various specialized books or materials on aircraft, please do help me out. Some of them might not be readily available in the market. Xu Mengyao note that. All right, I will think of a way. As time passed, Lin Chen did not step forward, even though he was quite familiar with this type of aircraft. Had they been over the ocean, he would have certainly stepped up. Parachuting into the sea might have meant feeding the sharks. But now they were on land. The most that could happen was a crash, and they would likely be unharmed. If he stood up to resolve the malfunction, how would he explain it later? Moreover, Lin Chen wanted to verify whether his learning of new skills invariably attracted trouble. If that were the case, he would need to contemplate carefully. The more he learned, the more complications he might face. Half an hour passed. Tower, B-6688 has resolved the malfunction. Requesting to land, the chief pilot announced. With the ground crew's assistance, they had addressed the issue. The tower responded, B-6688, you have been granted priority landing. Please proceed to runway 3. Understood, came the reply as the plane began its descent. The flight attendant approached Lin Chen and Xu Mengyao. Ms. Xu, Mr. Lin, the aircraft malfunction has been resolved, and we will land normally. Xu Mengyao nodded slightly. Before long, the plane landed smoothly on the runway, with fire trucks and ambulances awaiting nearby, ready to assist as they received orders to depart swiftly. Daddy, have we arrived? Qianqian mumbled as she woke up. She had fallen asleep midway through the flight. Lin Chen took her from Liang Yi. Yes, we have arrived. But we are still quite far from Grandpa and Grandma's home. Are you excited to see Grandpa and Grandma? Qianqian nodded vigorously. Mommy, are you happy? Xu Mengyao felt a twinge of nervousness. Had they gone to meet Lin Chen's parents from the start, she would have felt nothing. But now that she had developed feelings for Lin Chen, his parents might soon become her own. What if they didn't like her? Mommy, aren't you happy? Qianqian inquired, noticing Xu Mengyao's silence. Xu Mengyao quickly reassured. Mommy is happy. She's just thinking about something else. Be careful of what you say in front of Grandpa and Grandma. After disembarking from the plane, a Mercedes-Benz van awaited them, prepared by Xu Mengyao. The trunk was filled with numerous gifts. With enough resources, such matters would naturally be handled well. Ms. Xu, here are the car keys. The driver handed over the keys, and Liang Yi accepted them. Before long, they were on their way. Xu Mengyao turned to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, you should call your parents and ask where they are. Lin Chen dialed his mother's number. The call connected quickly, and Qianmei said, Son, you're on the flight for tomorrow, right? I had your uncle drive your father to the Provincial People's Hospital. It shouldn't be a major issue. Lin Chen asked, Is Dad's back feeling better? Qianmei replied, The doctor said they will find a solution. Don't worry too much. The doctors here are much more skilled than those in our town. Grandma, Qianqian exclaimed. On the other end, Qianmei relaxed her brow. Oh, Qianqian, it's quite late. Why aren't you asleep? Qianqian replied, Grandma, I was asleep. I fell asleep on the plane. We've come to see Grandpa. I'm here with Daddy and Mommy. Qianmei was momentarily taken aback. Qianqian, my dear, did your mother come along, too? Yes, Qianqian replied. Lin Chen glanced at Xu Mengyao, guessing her face was surely flushed, though the darkness outside and the lack of light inside the vehicle concealed it. Auntie, I also came to see Uncle. Xu Mengyao took a deep breath and spoke. Hello, Mengyao. You're busy. Why did you come all this way? Qianmei responded promptly, a bit flustered. They had only thought Lin Chen and Xu Mengyao might have something going on, but this was beyond their expectations. Xu Mengyao replied, Annie, I haven't been very busy lately, and I can delegate tasks to others. Lin Chen asked, Mom, which ward are you in? We are on the airport expressway. We'll be there within an hour. Qianmei provided the ward number. After a few more words, Lin Chen hung up. Qianmei, having made the call outside the ward, soon entered. Honey, our son has landed. Guess who else is here? Qianmei exclaimed. Qianqian and Mengyao have both arrived. What? Lin Hai was taken aback. Chapter 92. Xu Mengyao meets Lin Chen's parents. Is my son really with Mengyao? Lin Hai gazed at Qianmei in disbelief. Qianmei shook her head. I'm not entirely sure, but Mengyao coming here indicates their relationship has improved significantly. It is quite possible they will be together in the future. Lin Hai noted that it would be wonderful if they could be together. We do not seek wealth from the Xu family. What matters is that they treat Xiao well. My dear, please help me sit up, Lin Hai requested. Qianmei assisted him as he attempted to rise. but he quickly felt a sharp pain in his lower back. I can't. Please help me lie back down, he said, and after a brief moment of rest, he began to feel a bit more comfortable. Alas, Lin Hai sighed. With my condition, I won't hinder my son, will I? What if I become incapacitated? Chen Mei quickly replied, don't think like that. Our son can earn money now, and Mingyao's family is also well off. Even if treatment is needed, it shouldn't be a significant burden. Yes, Lin Hai murmured. Thankfully, our circumstances have improved. If we were an ordinary family, my situation would have had a considerable impact. A girl might have run away on the first night. Husband, what about the meeting gifts for Mengyao? Chen Mei inquired. Lin Hai pondered. Let's assess the situation first. You should discreetly ask our son and Mengyao how far their relationship has progressed. If we were to give something, we can do so when they leave. Arrange to withdraw 100,000 yuan from the bank. In our village, 10,000 is already quite generous, but giving only 10,000 to Mengyao seems rather meager. Lin Chen has previously sent the money, so withdrawing 100,000 should be manageable. Understood, Chen Mei replied, but we need to make an appointment for the withdrawal. About an hour later, Lin Chen and the others arrived at the hospital entrance. Lin Chen carried Lin Xiao as they stepped out of the car. After getting out, Xu Mengyao opened the trunk, revealing a plethora of gifts inside. Mengyao, are these all gifts you prepared? Lin Chen asked. Xu Mengyao nodded yes. Xiao, you can walk on your own. Daddy and Mommy need to carry the things upstairs. Lin Chen quickly interjected. Let's not take the things up just yet. I should first check on Dad's condition. Perhaps I can treat him, and then there's no need for him to stay in the hospital. We would have to bring them back down anyway, he added. Xu Mengyao hesitated, but enough with the buts. You and Xiao coming here is already the best gift for my parents. If it weren't for my dad's back pain, he would be jumping 3 feet high. Lin Chen joked. Xu Mengyao shot him a disapproving look. Is that how you speak about your father? Lin Chen chuckled. I was just exaggerating. At that moment, someone hurriedly approached them. Grandma. Lin Xiao was the first to spot her and called out joyfully. Turning around, Lin Chen and the others were met with Xu Mengyao's racing heartbeat, aware of the common conflicts between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law depicted in dramas. Mom, Lin Chen exclaimed. Aunt Chen, Xu Mengyao added in unison. Feeling a rush of excitement, Chen Mei welcomed them. Mengyao Xiao must have been quite a journey to come all this way. What has my son made you go through? Xiao, come here for a hug, Chen Mei said, taking Lin Xiao from Lin Chen's arms. Xu Mengyao spoke up. Aunt Chen, we came to visit Uncle Lin because he is unwell. These are gifts for you, Lin Chen said to wait before taking them inside. Chen Mei glanced at the trunk, noting its ample space filled with gifts. Mengyao, this is too extravagant, she remarked. Let's not take them up. There won't be enough room. Grandma, what's wrong with Grandpa? Is he sick? Does he need an injection? I'm not afraid of injections anymore, Lin Xiao babbled. Chen Mei kissed Lin Xiao, smiling. You're so brave, Xiao. Grandpa is unwell, but seeing you here might just help him get better soon. Xu Mengyao suggested. Aunt Chen, shall we head upstairs? A few minutes later, they arrived outside the patient's room. Inside, a doctor was present. Mr. Lin, based on the examination results, your lumbar spine shows no significant issues, only mild disc herniation. It is not expected to cause major problems. We will need to conduct further analysis to understand the specific reasons, the doctor informed Lin Hai. Lin Hai nodded appreciatively. Thank you, doctor. Please allow yourself time to rest. After the doctor left, Lin Chen and the others entered the room. It was not a single-occupancy room, but Lin Hai was the only patient at that moment. Grandpa, Uncle, Lin Xiao and Xu Mengyao called out. Lin Hai's face lit up with joy. Mengyao Xiao, I have a minor issue. You shouldn't have come all this way. Does it hurt, Grandpa? Lin Xiao asked innocently. It doesn't hurt, dear, Lin Hai replied, attempting to sit up, but grimaced in pain. Don't move around, Dad. Just lie still. Let me check, Lin Chen said as he took a seat beside the bed. He placed his hand on Lin Hai's wrist, confident in his ability to assess the situation. After half a minute, Lin Chen sighed in relief. Dad, this isn't a serious problem. You must have twisted your back during the fall, causing some disruption in your internal energy pathways. They were originally aligned straight, but when you bent, they got caught on your bones. When you stand straight, the pathways become taut, and that's why it hurts. Lin Chen smiled reassuringly. How can we resolve this? Lin Hai Yin Gui, Lin Chen explained. Your bones are currently normal. We need to realign them to relax the energy pathways. Xu Mengyao expressed concern. Lin Chen, can you handle this? We wouldn't want Uncle Lin's condition to worsen. Mom, Dad is the best. Lin Xiao chimed in. I believe in you, Dad. Lin Chen grinned. Rest assured, Dad, you can leave it to me. I have 30 years of expertise in bone setting. Xu Mengyao was taken aback, realizing Lin Chen was still in his 20s. Soon, Lin Chen began his work, demonstrating his comprehensive skills in bone setting. Crack! The sound of bones shifting echoed in the room. Lin Hai winced slightly at the discomfort. After a brief session of massage, Lin Hai's energy pathways were restored, and Lin Chen swiftly realigned his bones. Slowly sit up and give it a try. Dad, Lin Chen encouraged with a smile. Lin Hai gradually sat upright. Astonishment reflected in his eyes. The previous pain had vanished entirely. Unaided, he stood and took a few steps. Grandpa, are you feeling better? I told you Dad is the best. Lin Xiao exclaimed joyfully. Chun Mei and Xu Mengyao were both astonished. Lin Chen had worked his magic in just 3 minutes, and Lin Hai had remarkably recovered. Dad, your back is fine now, but you have a fractured wrist. You'll need to rest for 2 to 3 months for it to heal, Lin Chen informed him. A minor fracture could heal in about a month for a child, but for Lin Hai's age, 2 months would be quite reasonable. Son, is there no way for a quicker recovery? Lin Hai asked. Lin Chen replied. Dad, this is medicine, not magic. At your age, a fracture will take 3 to 5 days to heal, then I won't need to stay in the hospital, right? Lin Chen shook his head. No need for hospitalization. It's just a minor fracture. You can recover at home. It's getting late. You should plan to check out tomorrow. I'll find a hotel to settle Mengyao and Xiao. Xu Mengyao interjected. Lin Chen, you don't need to worry about us. Liang has already booked a hotel, and she will come and pick us up. Please spend more time with Uncle and Aunt. Uncle and Aunt, we will come to visit you again tomorrow, Lin Xiao added. Hesitating, Chen Mei asked, Xiao, is there something you want to say? Lin Xiao pondered, Grandma, why does Mommy call you Uncle and Aunt? Shouldn't she call you Daddy and Mommy? Xu Mengyao. Chapter 93. What is your relationship, son? Cici, this is a bit complicated to explain. You are still too young to understand. Let your father gradually explain it to your grandparents. It's late, so let us head to the hotel to rest. Goodbye, Uncle and Aunt. See you tomorrow. After saying this, Xu Mengyao hurriedly left the ward with Lin Qianqian in her arms. Mom, did I say something wrong? Lin Qianqian's voice faintly echoed in the corridor. Lin Hai and Chun Mei stared at Lin Chen. Lin Chen closed the door, and Chun Mei promptly asked, Son, what is your relationship with Mengyao now? Clearing his throat, Lin Chen replied, for the sake of Qianqian. Mengyao and I have no plans to marry in the next few years. I suggested we simply obtain a marriage certificate, and she agreed. Lin Hai and Chun Mei were taken aback. Is that even possible? Isn't this just Lin Chen fooling Xu Mengyao into marrying him? What are you two thinking? Lin Chen continued. I merely persuaded her to get a certificate. I haven't deceived her in any way. We conducted a property notarization before marriage, and after obtaining the certificate, I have not acted recklessly. Mengyao has psychological issues due to past trauma, and I can only help her accept me gradually. Lin Hai Ingui, has your relationship progressed? We will definitely be together, but it requires time, Lin Chen assured. Chen Mei nodded. We are aware of psychological conditions. Old mister. Leaf in the village would get headaches at the sound of firecrackers. Lin Hai nodded slightly. Sighing, he participated in the war. One by one, his comrades fell beside him. The scenes of brutality are unimaginable. Chen Mei turned to Lin Chen. Son, since you have obtained the certificate and your relationship has progressed, shall we prepare a red envelope for Mengyao? Would she accept it? Lin Chen smiled. Mengyao should accept it. Chen Mei nodded. That's good. Lin Hai added. There are 2 more issues. The house is under construction, and since the old house has been demolished, we are currently living at your uncle's. Where will Mengyao stay? Should we introduce her to the relatives? Lin Chen pondered. She and Qianqian will stay at the hotel. They came to visit you, Dad, so there's no need to meet the relatives now. We can wait until we hold a wedding before that. Lin Hai and Chen Mei nodded. With the house construction in disarray, it indeed wasn't convenient. Son, what about Mengyao's family? Chen Mei asked, slightly concerned. Lin Chen chuckled. I have met her parents. They are eager for us to get married and hold a banquet right away. Chen Mei and Lin Hai's eyes brightened. If that were the case, Lin Chen and Xu Mengyao would face little obstruction, the only hurdle being Xu Mengyao's condition. Son, you should act quickly. The house will be completed in 3 to 4 months, and then you can hold the wedding banquet, Lin Hai said with a smile. Lin Chen nodded. Mengyao is gradually recovering. In 3 to 4 months, I believe she should be well enough. They didn't need her to be fully recovered for the wedding, but at least she should be able to share a kiss. Otherwise, it would be awkward if others encouraged them to kiss during the ceremony. Shen Mei remarked, "Son, we understand the situation. You should hurry and check on Mengyao. She and Qianqian traveled a long way to see us." Okay, Lin Chen nodded as he left. The hotel Yang Yi booked was not far away. After a brief journey of about 10 minutes, Lin Chen arrived. "Daddy, will you tell me a story?" Lin Qianqian exclaimed cheerfully. Lin Chen lifted Lin Qianqian and kissed her, of course, but it's quite late. I'll tell you 3 stories, and then you must sleep obediently, all right? Soon, Lin Chen began to narrate the stories. Xu Mengyao was in the bathroom taking a shower. The gentle sound of water made Lin Chen's mind wander. Before he could finish the 3rd story, Lin Qianqian fell asleep, and Xu Mengyao emerged from the bathroom. Lin Chen gazed at Xu Mengyao. "Dear, you look truly beautiful." Xu Mengyao's cheeks flushed visibly, and she playfully retorted, "You smooth talker, you're not a good person." Lin Chen approached her. "If I'm a bad person, doesn't that mean I should act accordingly?" "You mustn't be reckless," Xu Mengyao said, her expression slightly flustered. "I have something to discuss with you." Lin Chen halted, amused, wondering if he would truly force Xu Mengyao into an embrace or kiss. "What is it?" he asked, sitting on the sofa. Xu Mengyao replied, "Let us buy a house in the county. If Qianqian misses her grandparents, she'll have a place to stay. Living in a hotel isn't as convenient as being at home. You cook well, and you can prepare delicious meals for your uncle." Lin Chen nodded. "That's feasible. Currently, there are no purchase restrictions, and houses are quite affordable in our county." Xu Mengyao added, "I found a place that costs just over 2 million. "What?" Lin Chen was taken aback. "What kind of place are you looking at?" "The price per square meter in our county should only be around 3 to 4,000. Xu Mengyao explained, "It's a spacious 300 square meter apartment, beautifully decorated. The owner completed the renovations but never moved in. Due to financial constraints, they must sell. The place has been on the market for 6 months, and the formaldehyde has dissipated sufficiently for us to live in." She showed Lin Chen the photos on her phone. The real estate agent had uploaded numerous pictures, and indeed, the decor looked quite nice, clearly not a shoddy place. With such a large area, the owner must have spent a considerable amount on renovations. Lin Chen nodded. "If we plan to live there without considering future resale, then purchasing it is indeed a good deal." Xu Mengyao continued, "We don't need to sell it. If your parents come to the county for medical treatment or anything, they will have a place to stay." Lin Chen agreed. "I'll go see it tomorrow morning. If it's suitable, I'll buy it, and you can directly bring my parents over. If it's not suitable, I'll look for other options." Xu Mengyao remarked, "You've bought both a house and a shop. You must not have much left, right? I'll handle the purchase of this house." Lin Chen laughed. "If my daughter-in-law buys the house outright, do you think my parents would feel comfortable staying there? It'll be half each." Xu Mengyao pondered for a moment. Lin Chen nodded. "That works. Mengyao, let's not worry about the house for now. Where am I going to sleep? This is a king-sized room. The 3 of us can fit." Xu Mengyao responded, somewhat exasperated, "I booked a separate room for you next door. Just go to the front desk to check in and get the room key. There's no need to spend that money. We can all fit on one bed." Chapter 94. Mengyao, I shall impart to you my ultimate skills. Do hurry outside, for I am ready to retire for the night. Let's not disturb Xiaoxi with our conversation. Xu Mengyao pouted politely. Lin Chen glanced at the slumbering Lin Xiaoxi. If Xiaoxi awakens, it would be splendid. She would undoubtedly support my staying here. Xu Mengyao, quickly leave. She tugged at Lin Chen's arm. However, Lin Chen, having enhanced his physique and grown slightly taller to a height of 1.80 meters, was impervious to her feeble attempts. Mengyao, this approach will not suffice. You must employ softness to overcome hardness. Xu Mengyao, perplexed, replied, "Employing softness to overcome hardness? Is it akin to Tai Chi? I'm not familiar with it." Lin Chen smiled mischievously. "Not quite. What I mean is, utter a few sweet nothings, such as calling me a good husband, and I shall depart immediately." Xu Mengyao gazed at Lin Chen in exasperation. You are quite shameless. I shall not do that. Lin Chen retorted, if you refuse, I shall simply remain on the sofa and not leave. Sleep well. Rest assured, I shall not encroach upon your bed without your consent. I wonder if Xiaoxi will feel sorry for me upon waking. Xu Mengyao rolled her eyes. You are incorrigible. Lin Chen reclined on the sofa. I find the sofa quite comfortable. I shall sleep here. You should retire as well. Xu Mengyao looked at him in disbelief. Good husband, would that suffice? Now leave, or you shall truly awaken Xiaoxi. Xu Mengyao spoke with annoyance. Lin Chen rose with a grin. This tactic of employing softness to overcome hardness, I have just imparted it to you. It is quite effective. Good night, my wife. With that, he departed swiftly. Xu Mengyao touched her face, feeling a slight flush. A month ago, she could never have imagined calling someone good husband. You rascal, she muttered, visibly flustered. Yet, deep down, she harbored no real anger. Ding! As she settled into bed, a message arrived on her phone. It was from her father, Su Guofeng, inquiring about Lin Chen's father's condition. Uncle Lin's back has healed. The hospital could not assist him, but Lin Chen acted swiftly and resolved the issue. However, Uncle Lin has a minor fracture in his left arm that will take 2 to 3 months to heal. A faint smile graced Su Guofeng's face. Xu Mengyao feared they might misunderstand Lin Chen. That's wonderful. Have your parents accepted him? Dad, what are you saying? We spoke briefly at the hospital before I took Xiaoxi to the hotel. I must rest now, good night. Xu Mengyao turned off her phone and buried herself under the covers. Yet her mind was a whirl, preventing her from drifting off to sleep. The following day, Lin Chen took a taxi to the county town early in the morning. After an hour and a half, he arrived. The real estate agent and the landlord were waiting for him outside the community. Hello, Mr. Lin, the agent and landlord greeted. Lin Chen nodded, greetings. Let us inspect the property first. If it does not suit, we need not waste time. Very well. The three entered the community. Mr. Lin, this property is on the 10th floor of an 11-story building, covering an area of 306 square meters. I had initially intended to live here, investing $150,000 in renovations, but the market has been unfavorable these past 2 years. If the price is right, I will sell. If not, I shall hold on. The landlord expressed a hint of resignation. He still wished to sell, but had received offers too low. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the property. Lin Chen examined the surroundings. The quality of the renovations did not compare to his current residence, yet overall it was quite decent. Certainly among the best in the county town. The layout of the apartment offered a pleasing view. Mr. Song, you are aware of the current real estate market. Acquiring such a property means that once I move in, reselling it would incur significant losses. What is the lowest price you would accept? If we can agree, splendid. If not, I must move on to the next. Lin Chen spoke calmly. Though he and Xu Mengyao had wealth, he was not foolish enough to overpay. Well, Mr. Lin, you present an offer. If I find it acceptable, I shall sell. If not, we part ways. Mr. Song replied. Lin Chen stated, you wish to sell for $240,000. Given the current market, that is unrealistic. I offer $208,000. Agree, and we proceed. Refuse, and I shall depart. Mr. Song's expression shifted. His bottom line was $210,000, and Lin Chen's offer was close. Mr. Lin, your negotiating skills are impressive. Allow me to discuss this with my wife. Grant me 5 minutes. Mr. Song sighed. Very well. Mr. Song stepped outside to make a call, and Lin Chen overheard a dispute. A few minutes later, Mr. Song returned. Mr. Lin, could you possibly increase your offer? Lin Chen shook his head. I regret to inform you that the market dictates otherwise. Your property may depreciate further by next year. If you do not wish to sell, I will take my leave. Mr. Song, resigned, said, I shall sell. The sooner the better. I require additional funds to revitalize my business. Half an hour later, they signed a contract, and Lin Chen received the keys, allowing them to move in immediately. Darling, it is settled. You may come directly here. Lin Chen met Xu Mengyao. At that moment, Xu Mengyao and Lin Xiaoxi had arrived at the hospital, where Lin Hai and Shan Mei had completed the discharge formalities. Grandpa, Grandma, Lin Xiaoxi called out sweetly upon seeing them. Uncle Lin, Aunt Chen. Lin Chen asked me to bring you to a special place. Chen Mei beamed at Xu Mengyao. who had once worried about whether her son would find a partner, now pleasantly surprised by the arrival of such a lovely daughter-in-law, along with a precious granddaughter. Knowing that Lin Chen and Xu Mengyao had registered their marriage, Chen found herself increasingly pleased with Xu Mengyao. Mengyao, where has Lin Chen gone? Chen Mei inquired curiously. Grandma, that is a secret, Lin Xiaoxi giggled. Chen Mei chuckled. Very well, if Xiaoxi says it is a secret, then it shall remain so. Grandpa and Grandma will follow you. The four exited the hospital and entered the car. Chen Mei and Xu Mengyao occupied the back seat. Xu Mengyao silently thanked her stars for Lin Xiaoxi. Otherwise, it would have been somewhat awkward for just the two of them to sit in the back. Grandma, may I ask you something? Xu Mengyao's heart tightened. She sensed trouble brewing. How had she forgotten that Lin Xiaoxi had transformed into a curious child? Xiaoxi, what do you wish to ask? Chen Mei smiled. Xu Mengyao inwardly prayed that Lin Xiaoxi would refrain from asking anything peculiar. Grandma, do you sleep with Grandpa at night? Xu Mengyao's expression shifted dramatically. She anticipated Lin Xiaoxi's question. Xiaoxi, do not speak nonsense. Xu Mengyao quickly covered Lin Xiaoxi's mouth. Chapter 95. Mother, do you love father? Chen Mei glanced at Xu Mengyao, aware that Lin Chen had yet to share a bed with her. Grandmother no longer shared a bed with grandfather due to his injuries, as it might aggravate his wounds. Lin Qianqian, her mouth covered, could not speak. Qianqian, don't speak out of turn, Xu Mengyao admonished gently before releasing her grip. Lin Qianqian, puzzled, asked, but Daddy and Mommy aren't he hurt? Xu Mengyao remained silent. Lin Hai cleared his throat and explained, Qianqian, perhaps your father upset your mother at some point, just as grandfather upset grandmother, and that's why she doesn't allow me to share the bed. Lin Qianqian turned to Xu Mengyao. Mom, is that true? Xu Mengyao pinched Lin Qianqian's little cheek, saying, it's an adult matter. You don't need to concern yourself with such things. Just know that both your father and I love you dearly. Mom, do you love Dad? Xu Mengyao felt a flush of embarrassment wash over her. Of course, I love your father, she replied, her cheeks visibly reddening. Chen Mei inquired, Qianqian, why don't you ask if your father loves your mother? I know he loves her. Lin Xiaoqian giggled. How do you know that? Lin Xiaoqian responded. Because Dad makes delicious food for me and Mom. Xu Mengyao felt a wave of relief. She had feared Lin Chen had said something to their daughter. But it turned out her reasoning was quite simple. Chen Mei affectionately ruffled Lin Xiaoqian's hair, saying, making delicious food is indeed a sign of love for both you and your mother. I assent to it? Lin Xiaoqian nodded earnestly, yes. I share my treats with my good friends too. Throughout the journey, Xu Mengyao felt quite anxious, relieved that Lin Xiaoqian did not utter anything further. Where are we going exactly? How do we end up in a county? Chen Mei asked, perplexed. Aunt Chen, you will find out soon enough, Xu Mengyao replied. Before long, the vehicle entered a residential community, and Liang Yi parked in the underground garage. Lin Chen awaited them there. Daddy, Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed joyfully, calling out to Lin Chen as she spotted him outside the window. Lin Chen quickly opened the car door and hugged her tightly. Son, what are we doing here? Chen Mei questioned, stepping out of the car, puzzled. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Mom, you'll know soon. Liang Yi, will you join us upstairs for a while? Liang Yi shook her head. Mr. Lin, I want to be going up. As a competent driver and bodyguard, I only appear when Ms. Su requires me. Soon, Lin Chen and the others ascended to the apartment. Upon entering, astonishment spread across Chen Mei and Lin Hai's faces. This place is enormous. Lin Hai Vima, already suspecting something. Staying in a hotel is inconvenient. It lacks a kitchen and sufficient space, and we also have to worry about privacy and hygiene. Lin Xiaoqian looked around. Daddy, is this also our home? Yes, this will be our home from now on, Lin Chen affirmed, kissing Lin Xiaoqian before setting her down. She gleefully dashed off. Mom and Dad, if you visit the county in the future, you can stay here. You can take care of your health and visit other patients or entertain relatives and friends. We want to be coming, Lin Hai hastily said. Lin Chen chuckled. Mom and Dad, Mengyao and I each contributed half the cost. As your son and daughter-in-law, ISNT it perfectly normal for you to stay here. Mengyao's parents will be staying here too. Mengyao might even get married from this very place. Xu Mengyao's face turned crimson. If she were to marry Lin Chen, it was indeed likely she would leave from here. There was no way the procession could begin from the metropolis. Well, All right then, Lin Hai conceded with a nod. Lin Qianqian emerged from the room. Daddy, Mommy, I like this place too, hee hee. As long as you like it. Qianqian, Lin Chen replied, guiding Lin Hai and the others on a tour. The house boasted 4 bedrooms, a study, and a maid's room, with a spacious living and dining area. While his apartment in the metropolis cost over 20 million, this one was only a fraction of that price, yet considerably larger. Sumadas Thai, Unso Lin, On Chen. I will arrange for someone to come twice a week to clean. When you visit, we want the house to have more liveliness. Chen Mei seemed to have something to say, but Lin Chen interjected, Mom, don't feel burdened. Our finances are perfectly manageable. Chen Mei nodded in agreement, still adjusting to the change after decades of frugality. Lin Chen's monthly income was substantial, and as long as he didn't indulge in extravagance or gambling, it was impossible to exhaust his funds. Mom and Dad, please take care of Qianqian. There's nothing to eat at home. Mengyao and I will go grocery shopping, Lin Chen said cheerfully. Before long, Lin Chen and Xu Mengyao stepped outside. A nearby market was within walking distance. Mengyao, did you manage to bring my parents over without a hitch? They are ordinary farmers and not very articulate. If they say anything inappropriate and you feel uncomfortable, please let me know. I will communicate with them. Lin Chen held Xu Mengyao's hand, inquiring. Xu Mengyao replied softly, it was entirely smooth. There's one person you need to address. I'm having a bit of trouble with her. Lin Chen felt a sense of helplessness. Was this the beginning of a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law conflict? If so, it will be challenging later on. Who is it? Xu Mengyao replied. Who else but Qianqian? She is no longer a little darling. Now she is like a breezy t-shirt, made of cool silk, the kind that feels chilly to wear. Lin Chen was at a loss for words. What else did she say? Xu Mengyao retorted. She asked if your parents sleep together, and I hurriedly covered her mouth. Lin Chen chuckled. Qianqian is quite well behaved. Xu Mengyao pouted. She also asked if I love you. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled. I want to tell you, she teased. On the balcony above, Chen Mei called out, Qianqian, come here. Lin Qianqian scampered over. Grandma, what is it? Chen Mei pointed downstairs. Look, Qianqian, your parents are holding hands going to the market. Their relationship is quite strong. She noticed Lin Qianqian seemed a bit anxious, likely fearing that her parents might separate in the future. Lin Qianqian acknowledged, her face breaking into a sweet smile. Grandma, I'll let you in on a secret. I was the one who made Daddy and Mommy hold hands. Hee hee. Chapter 96. Lin Chen demonstrates his might. Chen Mei gazed in astonishment at Lin Qianqian. Was the little girl, barely over 2 years old, truly this intelligent? Qianqian, why did you do that? Chen Mei inquired. In her sweet, childish voice, Lin Qianqian replied. Holding hands means being good friends. I want Mommy and Daddy to be good friends. A smile graced Chen Mei's lips as she realized the innocence of the child's reasoning. Lin Qianqian was indeed clever, yet she remained just a child. The perspectives of adults and children often diverged significantly, with children's thoughts frequently imbued with simplicity. With your help, Qianqian, Mommy and Daddy are now good friends. Are you happy? Lin Qianqian beamed with delight. As Lin Chen and Xu Mengyao strolled through the vegetable market, Xu Mengyao remarked, these carrots look so ugly. Why didn't we buy those beautiful ones from earlier? Lin Chen responded, those were soaked in some sort of solution, and the lotus root you were about to buy also has issues. Xu Mengyao's eyes widened in surprise. You understand all this? Of course I must. How can one prepare delicious food without understanding the ingredients? Lin Chen chuckled. They continued their light-hearted banter while selecting groceries. Xu Mengyao, with her curious nature, was accustomed to having a housekeeper do the shopping. All right, this should be enough. With these groceries, we can eat for 2 days, she said, a gentle smile gracing her face. Once we move in together at your place, it would be lovely to shop at the supermarket and the market for fresh produce. Hey, don't go too far. Is it right to steal from the elderly? Lin Chen suddenly interjected. An elderly woman ahead quickly clutched her bag, while another person shot Lin Chen a glare and hurried away. Thank you, young man, the elderly woman said before hastening her pace. Xu Mengyao looked at Lin Chen with admiration. You were quite brave just now. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. The pickpocket had approached 2 other individuals, revealing that he had accomplices and the three were now eyeing him. Mengyao, if you were alone, you should never engage in such behavior. Otherwise, you might find yourself in trouble, Lin Chen cautioned. Given Xu Mengyao's striking beauty, trouble might seek her out if she didn't tread carefully. Does that guy have partners? We should leave quickly, Xu Mengyao said, her expression shifting. As they walked, Lin Chen mentally queried the system. How many points does my physique have now? What is my current combat prowess? The system responded, Host, your physique stands at 195 points. In a bare-handed fight, you could take on approximately 15 ordinary men. The outcome may vary if they wield weapons. Lin Chen pondered, realizing he needed to enhance his martial skills. Although his physique surpassed that of the world's top fighters, his combat ability remained below half of theirs. Having formidable strength without the means to utilize it was a conundrum. Nonetheless, being able to contend with several opponents simultaneously was manageable given his current capabilities. Lin Chen, someone is following us, Xu Mengyao alerted. Lin Chen shook his head. They won't catch up. Besides, I am not defenseless. I won't lead them to the community. I will deal with them first. As he spoke, he took a different route. Soon, they reached a secluded area, and the three pursuers seized the moment to close in. Hey, you think you're tough for playing the hero in front of the lady? Keep pretending. Sneered the exposed pickpocket. Do you want to die? The bulliest of the trio swung a fist at Lin Chen. With his superior physique and dynamic vision, Lin Chen perceived the punch as relatively slow. He retaliated with a punch of his own. The two fists collided, and the burly man howled in pain, feeling as though he had struck iron. Lin Chen, however, felt little impact. This exemplified the disparity in physicality. Lin Chen's bone density and muscle resilience far exceeded that of an average adult male. How dare you? The other two, witnessing their companion's plight, immediately threw punches as well. Xu Mengyao's face paled in fear. In the next moment, Lin Chen struck both of them in the chest simultaneously. He refrained from using full force, knowing that a heavier hit could potentially break their ribs. The two staggered back several paces, their faces flushed as if they had been struck by bricks. They nearly gasped for breath. Let's go. The three fled in disarray, well aware that they had encountered someone formidable today. Lin Chen, Xu Mengyao stared at him in disbelief. She had been about to call for help when their assailants were already sent packing. Lin Chen picked up the vegetables from the ground and smiled. Mengyao, they were just petty thieves. Dealing with them was not difficult. Your husband is quite the genius. If I can study painting, surely I can master martial arts too. Xu Mengyao's eyes sparkled with admiration. The sense of security Lin Chen provided by swiftly handling the troublemakers was comforting. That wasn't Tai Chi, Xu Mengyao remarked as they walked. Lin Chen clarified, it isn't. I study Tai Chi to see if I can cultivate internal energy, but I haven't made any progress yet and must continue to explore. Xu Mengyao's expression was peculiar. That sounds like a challenging endeavor. Lin Chen smiled. Being idle is unproductive, while becoming immortal is unrealistic. Developing internal energy seems more attainable. There are cases in the world where individuals have unleashed extraordinary potential under extreme circumstances. I aim to harness and utilize the body's latent capabilities, which I casually refer to as internal energy. Xu Mengyao nodded. I hope you can develop it. Lin Chen added, do not think I am whimsical. I believe many nations engage in similar research projects. Throughout history, emperors have sought to understand this. The pursuit of strength and longevity is an eternal quest for humanity. Xu Mengyao inquired, those three won't come looking for trouble again, will they? They shouldn't. They are not foolish enough to provoke someone they cannot afford to offend. Lin Chen replied. A few hundred meters away, the three culprits lamented their encounter. I feel like my fist might shatter, said the burly man who had fought Lin Chen, wincing as he examined his swollen hand. The other two lifted their shirts to reveal clear palm prints on their chests, bruised and swollen. Hiss! They all inhaled sharply, realizing the severity of their miscalculation. Chapter 97. Mother, you are the happiest Koan. This lad is merciless in his actions. Should we recruit more brothers to deal with him together? The pickpocket, discovered by Lin Chen, remarked. He was one of the two who had been struck, and the area where he was hit now throbbed with pain. Kuan was the other victim. He touched his wound and pondered, how many people do you plan to gather? And how much will we pay each one? If we get injured, how much will the medical expenses be? Even if we win, can we handle him alone in the future? Don't be foolish. This kind of person is not someone we can provoke. The man who had exchanged punches with Lin Chen trembled, stating he held back. If he had used his fists, Kuan, your bones might very well have been shattered. Kuan nodded in agreement. From now on, we shall steer clear of him. Upon returning to the neighborhood, Xu Mengyao let out a sigh of relief. Lin Chen was formidable, yet she hoped he would refrain from fighting. Losing could lead to hospitalization, while winning might land him in jail. Mengyao, were you frightened? Our local customs can be quite fierce, and the security here is not as good as in the metropolis. However, today was a unique circumstance. Security has improved significantly in recent years. Lin Chen reassured her. Xu Mengyao replied, me fine. You attended high school here, didn't you? Yes. The security back then was worse than it is now. Yet compared to over a decade ago, things are much better. There were many ruffians back then, but now they're just scattered. Incidents like today are rare. Don't worry too much, Lin Chen advised. Xu Mengyao said, now that we're here, let us not waste time. I should assess the local environment. Perhaps I can invest in something here. Lin Chen looked at Xu Mengyao and chuckled. Mengyao, are you concerned about your in-laws being bullied and wish to establish connections here? No, that is not it. Don't talk nonsense. Xu Mengyao's face flushed as she replied, I'm just assessing the situation. If it's suitable, I'll invest, and if not, then that's that. Lin Chen cautioned, just be careful, dear. Don't let anyone accuse you of using your position for personal gain. Xu Mengyao, our Xu family controls 51% of the company's shares. We do have some decision-making power. When they arrived home, Lin Qianqian joyfully ran over, calling out, Dad, Mom. Xu Mengyao's heart tightened. Qianqian didn't say anything inappropriate to Chun Mei and the others, did she? Mengyao, Qianqian is incredibly talented at painting now. The last time we visited, her work was nowhere near this impressive, Chun Mei exclaimed. Xu Mengyao remarked, her talent for painting must be inherited from Lin Chen, and he has taught her well. Mengyao, come see, this is what Qianqian just painted. Xu Mengyao approached and was taken aback upon seeing the artwork. Can a child just over 2 years old truly create something like this? She had visited Lin Chen for several days, and his painting skills had reached a legendary level, thus elevating Lin Qianqian's abilities to a world-class standard. Xu Mengyao gazed at Lin Chen, somewhat incredulous. Mengyao, is there something wrong? Lin Hai in Guit? Xu Mengyao replied, Qianqian's previous paintings were good, but this one is vastly superior to what I've seen her create before. Lin Chen smiled. Qianqian has great understanding. Perhaps she has had a breakthrough in her abilities. In terms of talent, Qianqian's painting skills have soared from the 60s to the 90s. She is on an entirely different level now. Xu Mengyao scrutinized the painting in awe, exclaiming, Lin Chen, with such extraordinary talent, if developed properly, could she potentially become one of the world's top painters? Lin Chen shook his head. Xu Mengyao expressed regret. She can't be the best? Lin Chen responded, it's impossible for her to be the very best, as long as I'm alive. She will only ever be second best globally. Xu Mengyao smiled, saying, Daddy is the strongest. Lin Qianqian sweetly chimed in, and Mommy is the happiest. Xu Mengyao squatted down and asked, Qianqian, why is Mommy the happiest? Lin Qianqian replied, because Mommy has me and Daddy. Chun Mei and Lin Hai exchanged knowing smiles. Xu Mengyao's face turned slightly red. This is not just about their family of 3 anymore. You and Daddy are described as clever, while I'm the one who is happy. For a moment, she was unsure whether to feel pleased or not. Xu Mengyao playfully pinched Lin Qianqian's little nose. Lin Chen laughed, saying, Mengyao, that's just the foolishness of a blessed person. Xu Mengyao playfully glared at Lin Chen, saying, Lin Chen, shouldn't you be cooking? We can go hungry, but Uncle Lin is an injured man who needs nourishment. An hour later, Lin Chen completed the meal. Upon tasting the food, Lin Hai and Chun Mei were astonished. They quickly sampled other dishes, each one tasting far superior to the previous ones. How come your cooking has improved so much? Chun Mei asked incredulously. Lin Chen glanced at Lin Qianqian and replied, it's because of Qianqian. Thanks to her, I awakened my system and continually gained experience. However, to Chun Mei and the others, it sounded as if Lin Chen was simply trying to ensure Lin Qianqian enjoyed better meals. Daddy's cooking is the best. Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed. Daddy, I want to kiss you. Lin Xiaoqian said adorably. Xiaoqian, your little mouth is all greasy. Finish your meal and clean your face before you kiss Daddy, Xu Mengyao instructed. Lin Xiaoqian looked at Xu Mengyao and asked, Mommy, you haven't eaten yet. Can you kiss Daddy for me? Xu Mengyao was taken aback, thinking to herself why she had to speak out. Mommy is already eating. She hurriedly took a bite of her food, but Lin Xiaoqian blinked and said, Mommy, after you finish eating, can you kiss Daddy for me? Xu Mengyao replied, You can kiss him after you finish your meal. After the meal, Xu Mengyao quickly made her escape. Shamei asked, Son, does the Xu family have business here too? She helped Lin Chen clean up in the kitchen. Lin Chen shook his head, saying, We encountered 3 ruffians while grocery shopping. Mengyao is likely concerned that you might encounter trouble in the future, so she wants to invest here to develop connections. However, it all depends on whether there are suitable projects. Chen Mei's expression changed, asking, Are you all right? Lin Chen reassured her, shaking his head. I've learned martial arts on my own. Don't worry, even 10 or 8 ruffians wouldn't be my match. Chen Mei's eyes widened in surprise. Her son had learned martial arts. Son, if Mengyao wants to invest here, should you stay a few more days? Chen Mei inquired. Lin Chen replied, Xiaoqian and I can stay for a week. Transferring the house will take about a week as well. As for Mengyao, it's uncertain. She might have matters to attend to at her company. Even if we invest in our county, compared to her company's larger business, this is merely child's play. Chapter 98, A Rare Gem. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Xu Mengyao had reached a preliminary agreement with the county's Investment Promotion Bureau. She would invest $80 million in the county where Lin Chen resided. For an economically average county in the central provinces, an investment of $80 million is quite substantial. Should the development proceed smoothly, further investments may follow. Additionally, she would need to travel abroad, which could take over a week. Xu Mengyao informed Lin Chen of her plans. Naturally, others would follow suit in the investment, as a prominent CEO like her would not have the luxury of devoting excessive energy to this matter. Please take care, she advised. Xu Mengyao had already spent 4 days here. With so many affairs demanding her attention back at the company, she received numerous calls daily. I will be cautious. When I travel abroad, I will bring at least 3 bodyguards, each possessing commendable skills, Lin Chen assured her. Xiaoqian is still napping. Would you like to wait until she wakes up to bid her farewell? Lin Chen suggested. If you leave without saying goodbye, she might miss her mother. Xu Mengyao shook her head. The nanny will manage that. If you take her, it would be unusual for her to miss me. I spent more time with her, and she has grown more attached to you. It's quite ungrateful of her, Lin Chen remarked. The situation is urgent, and I have already arranged for a temporary flight. I must head to the airport promptly. If she feels upset, just comfort her. Lin Chen replied, I will inform my parents. His parents were also taking a nap, but it seemed they had not been asleep for long. Knock, knock. Lin Chen tapped on his parents' door, and they soon emerged. Xu Mengyao felt a bit shy and said, Uncle Lin, Aunt Shun, I had intended to stay a few more days, but there are numerous matters at the company requiring my presence. I will visit you again in the future. Lin Hai nodded. The affairs of the company are paramount. Mengyao, please wait a moment. Xu Mengyao accepted the gift box. Thank you, Aunt Shun. She did not open the gift box. Regardless of its weight, she would graciously accept it. Lin Chen's significance in her heart had grown considerably. Uncle Lin, Aunt Shun, I must depart quickly. You are always welcome to visit me in the bustling metropolis. Xu Mengyao soon left. Shen Mei remarked, Son, Mengyao is a wonderful girl. You must not do anything to wrong her. Moreover, strive to settle the marriage matter as soon as possible. Lin Chen shook his head, Mom. There's no rush. My relationship with Mengyao should develop naturally. Others are eager for grandchildren. Have you not already held one? Chen Mei countered, taken aback. That is true, but you both should hurry. Once Xiaoqian grows older, she will remember attending your wedding. She will realize that she was born before your marriage. Lin Chen replied. Xiaoqian is quite intelligent. Typically, children begin to remember things at 3 years old, but I suspect she is already retaining memories. As long as we provide her with sufficient love, there should be no issues. We will be attentive to this. Both Lin Hai and Chun Mei nodded in agreement. Upon reaching the parking lot, Liang Yi awaited her. To the airport, Xu Mengyao instructed as she got into the car. Understood, Maet Su, Liang Yi replied as he drove off. Xu Mengyao slowly opened the gift box, revealing 10 stacks of brand new 100 yuan bills, along with an additional 1 yuan. 1 in 100,000, Xu Mengyao's cheeks flushed considerably. 100,000 yuan was not a significant amount for her, but it symbolized a recognition from Lin Chen's parents, which held profound meaning. Snap! Xu Mengyao took a photo and sent it to her mother, Yang Qingwei. Commander, what should I do? Xu Mengyao sent the photo to Qianqian as well. Qianqian quickly saw the message. Did Lin Chen's parents send this to you? Mengyao, are you trying to show off to me? I can sense the aroma of romance. Xu Mengyao's lips curled into a slight smile upon reading the message. Commander, you should hurry and find yourself a boyfriend. Qianqian replied, Commanders do not venture into battle. How is your relationship with Lin Chen's parents? Is there any conflict between you? Xu Mengyao responded, We are not yet married. What conflicts could arise? Lin Chen's parents are wonderful people. We get along splendidly. TSK. It seems you are quickly falling for him. What do you think? Xu Mengyao's face revealed a hint of bashfulness. Son, has Mengyao sent you any messages? Half an hour later, Chen Mei inquired. Not all, why do you ask? Lin Chen replied. Chen Mei breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Mengyao must have opened the gift box and seen its contents. Her silence signifies her acceptance of their meeting gift. The significance of this 100,001 gift is quite special. By accepting it, they are well aware of Mengyao's feelings. Son, come here. Lin Hai called Lin Chen to the balcony. Dad, what's the matter? Lin Hai advised, a man must have his own career. Under the premise of ensuring safety, you need to develop yourself. The things you conceal are unknown to others. If you lack a career, people will say you're living off a woman. Even if Mengyao and her family are aware of your situation, such remarks would still be uncomfortable for them. Lin Chen nodded, I will develop my career. However, I have previously lacked the time to accompany Qianqian. I must spend more time with her before she starts kindergarten. Very well. You know best, Lin Hai concluded. Lin Chen silently contemplated. He had already acquired some knowledge in aircraft manufacturing, which involves numerous aspects. In the long run, this development holds the most promise and potential for wealth, in addition to garnering military support. However, mastering aircraft manufacturing techniques requires 50 hours to reach a master level and 100 hours to attain a grandmaster level. Thus far, he had only spent a few hours teaching Lin Qianqian how to fold paper airplanes. He was far from achieving even the master level. Recently, Lin Qianqian's interest in this had diminished. This endeavor would need to be paced. As for high-end private dining, that could be arranged promptly. Lin Chen mused, knowing that Lin Qianqian was a little foodie. Establishing this would attract diners who would bring an array of exquisite ingredients. Chapter 99. I will take care of you. Daddy, where's Mommy? Lin Qianqian emerged from her room, rubbing her eyes in confusion. Lin Chen knelt down, embraced Lin Qianqian, and planted a kiss on her forehead. Mommy isn't being good. The big bad wolf has taken her to the forest. Lin Qianqian pouted her little lips. Silly dad, do you think I'm just a toddler? We're inside the house. The big bad wolf can't come in. Lin Chen replied. Then where do you think Mommy has gone? Lin Qianqian tilted her head. Did Mommy go to work? Yes. A sweet smile blossomed on Lin Xiaoqian's face as she hugged Lin Chen's head and kissed him. Daddy, I used to envy other kids who had their fathers with them when Mommy went to work. Now, Mommy is at work and Daddy can stay with me. I have a daddy now, hee. Lin Chen held Lin Xiaoqian tightly, feeling a pang of heartache. The Su family was affluent, yet for a child like Lin Xiaoqian, the abundance of wealth was inconsequential. What truly mattered was the love and companionship of her parents. Xiaoqian, Daddy will always be here for you, Lin Chen said gently. Worry crept onto Lin Xiaoqian's small face. Daddy, will you be with me when I go to kindergarten? Do you remember what Mommy said before? Yes. Daddy doesn't want to be apart from you. Tears quickly gathered in Lin Xiaoqian's eyes. Daddy, please don't cry. Xiaoqian, don't cry. Daddy will never leave you, I promise. Let us make a pinky swear. If I lie, I'll become a little puppy. Okay. Lin Xiaoqian extended her little finger. Pinky swear, 100 years without changing. Whoever changes becomes a puppy. Lin Chen smiled. Thankfully, Lin Xiaoqian's mood shifted quickly. She turned her little head. Daddy, where are Grandpa and Grandma? They went for a walk. They don't nap as long as you do. How about we go hiking? There's a small hill nearby. Lin Chen smiled. Lin Xiaoqian needed to strengthen her health. Although her intelligence had improved, her physical condition remained fragile. Great! Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed joyfully. As long as Lin Chen was with her, she was happy, even playing in the mud. Upon reaching the foot of the hill, Lin Chen noted that it wasn't very high, shaded by lush trees. Even with the warm weather, it was suitable for hiking. Xiaoqian, let daddy teach you how to hike. Lin Chen took Lin Xiaoqian's small hand, smiling. Okay. In the blink of an eye, 5 minutes had passed. A voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Host, by teaching Lin Xiaoqian a hike, you will gain hiking skills. 10 hours to master level, 20 hours to grandmaster level. An influx of information flooded Lin Chen's mind. Hiking was not merely about ascending a hill. It encompassed a wealth of knowledge, such as how to conserve energy while climbing, ensuring safety in extreme weather, and finding food and water in the wild when supplies were scarce. A faint smile graced Lin Chen's face. Yet another skill acquired. Though Lin Xiaoqian did not require this knowledge now, it would prove invaluable as she grew older, especially when traveling to potentially extreme situations. As they climbed, Lin Chen taught Lin Xiaoqian. Though she ascended slowly, it took her an hour to reach the summit of the small hill. Daddy, we did it! We made it to the top! Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed, brimming with joy. Xiaoqian, shall we come back tomorrow? The more you climb, the better you'll become. Soon, we could travel with mommy. Having grown up in the bustling city, Lin Xiaoqian lacked exposure to nature and was somewhat disconnected from the earth. Many city children have weaker physiques, not merely due to a lack of exercise, but also because of this disconnection. Daddy, what is traveling? Lin Xiaoqian inquired in her sweet, childlike voice. Traveling is going to different places for fun. Would you like to go traveling with Daddy and Mommy? Yes, yes. Lin Xiaoqian nodded vigorously. Daddy, let us come back tomorrow. 3 days passed, and the house transfer was completed. Lin Chen took Lin Xiaoqian hiking every day, spending an hour ascending and another descending, accumulating nearly 10 hours of hiking experience, nearing master level. Lin Hai remarked to Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded. Lin Xiaoqian had begun to miss her little friends. Lin Hai and Chen Mei nodded in agreement as they escorted Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoqian to the community entrance. Goodbye, Grandpa and Grandma. Lin Xiaoqian waved her little hand. Soon enough, Lin Chen and the others departed in a taxi. Darling, even if it costs a bit more, we must urge the renovation company to expedite the construction. We can't have our son and Mengyao's relationship deepen while the house isn't ready. Indeed, Lin Hai agreed. An hour later, Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoqian arrived at the airport. Daddy, look at all the big airplanes. Lin Xiaoqian exclaimed joyfully, gazing out from the waiting area. Lin Chen felt a spark of inspiration. Xiaoqian, would you like to learn how to fold big airplanes? Daddy can teach you. Yes. Lin Xiaoqian nodded enthusiastically. Seeing so many planes reignited her interest in folding them. All right, Daddy will teach you. Lin Chen pulled out some paper from his bag. 5 minutes later, he began acquiring airplane-making experience. After an hour of waiting and 2 hours on the plane, Lin Xiaoqian had a wonderful time. And Lin Chen gained 3 more hours of airplane design and manufacturing experience, feeling quite content. Upon returning home, Lin Xiaoqian rushed to her room, eager to embrace her stuffed toys, hugging one and kissing another. Click! Lin Chen captured a photo of Lin Xiaoqian and sent it to Xu Mengyao. Xu Mengyao quickly saw the message, her face breaking into a knowing smile. I'm dealing with some issues here, and it will take a bit of time. A major project at the company is facing inexplicable obstacles. Lin Chen sighed inwardly, feeling helpless. He possessed many skills, but his connections were limited. He needed to cultivate his career and network. Don't rush. Things will resolve themselves eventually. If necessary, I will take care of you. Xu Mengyao, it hasn't reached an unsolvable point yet. The profit may just be a bit less. I used to feel anxious when I was away for long periods. But now that you're here with Xiaoqian, I feel much more at ease. I have to go. I'm about to attend a meeting. Lin Chen sent a kiss emoji. Xu Mengyao's cheeks flushed slightly. Chapter 100. An unexpected threat ding-dong. At noon, Lin Xiaoqian had drifted into slumber when the doorbell rang. Lin Chen, frowning, emerged from his study. Who could it be at this hour? Could it be that rascal Zhao Tianyu again? Approaching the door, Lin Chen opened it. revealing an unfamiliar young man he had never encountered before. "Who are you?" Lin Chen inquired, puzzled. Could he possibly be a neighbor from upstairs or downstairs? The stranger smiled slightly. "Mr. Lin, shall we converse inside?" A glint of suspicion flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. It was evident he was not a neighbor, as they would not know his surname. "Come in," he replied. The visitor entered the living room, surveying the surroundings. "Mr. Lin, your home is quite impressive. Since aligning with the Xu family, your circumstances must have improved." Lin Chen, maintaining his composure, responded, "Who are you, and what brings you here?" The young man chuckled softly. "Mr. Lin, do not be alarmed. I am an ally." Lin Chen smiled in return. Alarm was not an option. His physical prowess surpassed 201. Even in the presence of a peak Tyson, he could hold his ground. Typically, those who claim to be allies are anything but. "Please, take a seat," Lin Chen said, settling onto the sofa. The young man sat down, smiling. "Mr. Lin, my name is Qianqian. I enjoy making connections with people, thus I am well informed." Lin Chen regarded him in silence. Qianqian continued, "I have recently heard that the Xu family is encountering difficulties, and I happen to possess the connections to assist in resolving them." Lin Chen replied, "Are you a broker?" Qianqian nodded with a grin. "You could say that, Mr. Lin. I traverse the world, aiding friends in overcoming their troubles." Lin Chen, with a wry smile, remarked, "I suspect you're not merely seeking a fee, but rather something from the Xu family in return. Perhaps a portion of their shares?" Qianqian gently applauded. "Mr. Lin, I anticipated our discussion would be challenging, yet you grasped the essence swiftly. It is quite reasonable that the Xu family pays a price for my assistance." Lin Chen scrutinized his visitor. The storm was approaching faster than the Xu family had anticipated. Xu Mengyao had mentioned that her grandfather had only passed away a few years ago, and the remaining connections should still provide protection for the Xu family for another 2 to 3 years. Yet here was Qianqian. Clearly, he was a broker supported by a certain faction, executing tasks that were inconvenient for them. "Mr. Lin, this is not necessarily a negative situation for the Xu family. Some of their enterprises are quite lucrative, but without support, they cannot sustain themselves long-term. One must be willing to sacrifice to gain. Relinquishing some can attract capital support." Qianqian smiled. "Why have you come to me?" Lin Chen pressed. "Even though I share a child with Xu Mengyao, the Xu family is one entity and I am another. You must be aware of this." Qianqian chuckled. "I am indeed aware. You and Xu Mengyao have even conducted a prenuptial property agreement. However, your relationship is amicable. You might persuade her, as she and her father tend to be quite stubborn." At this point, Qianqian stood up. "For the Xu family, whether it's hundreds of billions or tens of billions, it's ultimately inconsequential. Spending a bit to secure stability is worth it. Please try to convince Xu Mengyao. Otherwise, even if she navigates this trouble, more will inevitably follow. Of course, the troubles are not of my making, nor of my friends. I merely wish to assist you." As he spoke, Qianqian produced a doll from his bag. "Qianqian is adorable. This is for her." Shortly thereafter, Qianqian departed. Gazing at the doll, Lin Chen's eyes glimmered coldly. The gift was not a gesture of goodwill. It felt more like a veiled threat. It seemed to imply that since they had a child, he should consider her well-being and refrain from reckless opposition. How impatient they were! Had the economy's downer eroded their patience? Or was the Zheng family stirring trouble from the shadows? Lin Chen pondered. Ding ding. Lin Chen dialed Xu Mengyao's number. Though she was abroad, it was not in the United States, so the time difference was manageable. It was morning on her end. "Lin Chen, what is the matter?" Xu Mengyao asked, her heart racing. Lin Chen had activated international long-distance calling, but he had never contacted her while she was abroad. The sudden call filled her with unease. Could something have happened to Lin Xiaoqian? Just now, a man named Zhang Qiaojun came by. He appears to be a broker for some faction, and he knows the Xu family is in trouble and offered to help, Lin Chen explained. Xu Mengyao's expression shifted. It seems someone is deliberately orchestrating this, aiming to exploit our family. Did he do anything? Lin Chen replied. He left a doll. Xu Mengyao gritted her teeth. This is a threat. Xiaoqian, do not worry. As long as I am here, no one can harm her. You must prioritize your safety, Lin Chen assured her. On the other end, Xu Mengyao took a deep breath. Lin Chen. Business is like warfare. A weak nation is but a target for the strong. Even if the Xu family must relinquish interests, it cannot happen now. The harder we fight, the lesser our losses will be. I understand. There are multiple wolves. If we do not resist, we shall be torn apart one by one. You continue with your plans. I will handle things here. Xu Mengyao felt considerably reassured. Thank you, Lin Chen. Lin Chen replied, what you said is not quite right. Qianqian is also my daughter. I do not require gratitude from you. Please just call me your husband and express your love. Xu Mengyao. I can call you husband, but saying I love you is a bit difficult for me at the moment. I won't say it, humph. I must think of a good plan. Xu Mengyao concluded before hanging up. Currently, it seemed the instigators were merely issuing a warning to the Xu family. Significant issues were unlikely to arise this time. Lin Chen mused. Setting down his phone, he leisurely resumed his Tai Chi practice. Half an hour passed. Lin Xiaoqian awoke and emerged from her room. Daddy, what are you doing? She asked, puzzled. While continuing his movements, Lin Chen replied, someone is trying to bully mommy. Daddy is practicing martial arts. Once I master it, I can protect mommy. Lin Xiaoqian's eyes brightened. Daddy, I want to protect mommy too. With that, she began to imitate him. The slow movements of Tai Chi allowed her to follow along. Unbeknownst to them, 5 minutes slipped by. The system's voice resonated in Lin Chen's mind. Host, you have taught Lin Xiaoqian Tai Chi, acquiring the ancient martial arts secrets. 50 hours to reach master level. 100 hours to attain grandmaster level. Lin Chen's heart leaped with joy. Finally, it has arrived. System, will this grant me internal strength?